In a tale of survival on a remote island, while others struggle for basic sustenance, I ascend effortlessly with the aid of a sign-in system. A Raptor F-750 heavy-duty pickup, a quantum universal cutting tool, a luxurious island castle. The rewards from the system are bountiful, and beautiful allies flock to my side, ensuring an effortless victory from the very beginning. Why does my survival feel like a vacation? Alas, fortune favors me. Witness how the protagonist, blessed with extraordinary luck, forges the mightiest empire upon the island. Chapter 1. Signing in for a Raptor F-750. Where am I? Yichin awakens from his slumber to find himself sprawled upon a sandy beach. Ding! The island sign-in system is activating. An island? Sign-in? Welcome to the parallel world of island survival. A total of 999 participants have been allocated to 888 distinct deserted islands. Your sole purpose is to strive for survival. Daily sign-ins will yield various rewards ranging from ordinary level to legendary level, and even super level divine gifts. Would you like to proceed with today's sign-in task? Yichun, somewhat dazed, caught only the last few words. Sign-in? Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received an S-level legendary reward. 1 Raptor F-750 pickup. Please check your inventory. An S-level legendary reward? A pickup? Yichun stood in astonishment, for a heavy-duty pickup was indeed parked a mere 30 meters away. What a delightful reward. With a roar, he pressed the accelerator, and the Raptor F-750 belched black smoke from its rear. After driving approximately 700 or 800 meters, a system notification chimed. 1 survivor detected. Please choose 1. Combat 2. Submission 3. Recruitment. A woman's piercing scream echoed ahead. Yichin slammed the brakes, and before him stood a woman clad in a thin shirt and form-fitting shorts. This woman, her figure. Even through the dusty windshield, Yichin could discern her flawless curves, long legs, and a waist that could rival an A4 sheet, seemingly quite ample as well. Her white, snug shorts accentuated her stunningly long legs, measuring at least 1.20 meters. What a grand welcome to the island. This could lead to trouble. But, combat, submission, recruitment? What do these options entail? Current sign-in system level. 1. 70 chance of receiving an A-level ordinary reward. 15 for a D-level rare reward. 10 for a C-level exceptional reward. 4 for a B-level perfect reward. 0.99 for an A-level epic reward. 0.01 for an S-level legendary reward. And 0 for a super S-level divine gift. Special note. Either killing or recruiting a survivor will elevate the sign-in system level and grant priority to the sign-in rewards of the other limited to C-level exceptional rewards and above. Incredibly, today seems to be my lucky day, hitting the 0.01 chance to obtain an S-level legendary reward. Please don't kill me. As Yichin reveled in his good fortune, the woman before him gazed back in sheer terror. I choose submission. Ding, congratulations, host. Survivor Yang Minger has chosen to submit to you, elevating your sign-in level to 2. Level 2 sign-in system. 65 chance of receiving an A-level ordinary reward. 15 for a D-level rare reward. 13 for a C-level exceptional reward. 5 for a B-level perfect reward. 1.5 for an A-level epic reward. 0.5 for an S-level legendary reward. And 0 for a super S-level divine gift. Yichin was taken aback without uttering a word. She chose to submit. His sign-in system had upgraded just like that. Splendid. Yang Minga? Upon hearing her name, Yichin's eyes widened. The celebrity Yang Minga? You're that star, Yang Minga? She responded, her complexion pale. No wonder. Her physique, her appearance. Ahem. Yichin forced himself to regain composure. This was no time for fantasies. The priority was survival otherwise. It wouldn't matter if the world's biggest stars were at his disposal, would have no life to enjoy them. Have you signed in today? Yichin inquired. Yang Minger nodded timidly. Do not be afraid, I had no intention of harming you. Fate has brought us together. Strength lies in numbers. I am Yichin. By the way, what reward did you receive from your sign-in? Seemingly reassured by Yichin's demeanor, Yang Minger took a bold step forward, pointing behind her. Yichin followed her gesture and was left speechless. What was that? A pile of empty mineral water bottles? This is your sign-in reward? Yichin chuckled incredulously at the towering stack of empty bottles. Yes. It's an A-level ordinary reward. What about your vehicle? Yang Minger frowned, perplexed as she gestured towards the Raptor F-750. A sign-in reward. Now it was Yang Minger's turn to be dumbfounded. Truly, the disparity between rewards could be disheartening. While she received a heap of empty bottles, he was bestowed a pickup truck. Do not linger, get in. The sun is setting. Do you wish to sleep here tonight? Yang Ming'er shook her head, casting a reluctant glance at the pile of empty bottles. All right, let's take them. After all, he was a vehicle owner now who would refuse a few bottles. Once Yang Ming'er settled into the passenger seat, Yi Chun realized that this A-list celebrity was indeed extraordinary, an angelic face paired with a devilish figure. This is what one calls natural beauty. Ding! The remote trading system is now active. All island survivors can exchange goods through the remote trading platform using a barter system. Chapter 2. Amassing Wealth by Selling Water. Yi Chun's thoughts were still occupied with Yang Ming'er when the sign-in system spoke again. Soon, a floating operation panel materialized before him. Within 2 minutes, the trading panel displayed various items. 10-meter climbing rope requires 1 bottle of mineral water. A lighter requires 2 bottles of mineral water. A detachable barbecue grill requires 2 bottles of mineral water. A dagger requires 200 grams of biscuits or bread. This trading post was quite bustling, offering a plethora of items. Clearly, these peculiar goods were acquired through survivor sign-ins. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chun grasped that drinking water and food were the most scarce resources. With his own stomach growling, he had no inclination to consider trading for resources. The duo drove along the beach heading east. Not long after, Yi Chun's peripheral vision caught a glimmer of something. Screech! He slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision that would have sent the poor girl crashing into the windshield. Turning his gaze outward, he realized that the blinding object was, in fact, a lake. Wait, a lake? Could be fresh water? Yi Chun flung open the car door and leapt out, racing towards the lake. Upon tasting the water, he was met with a sweet, delightful flavor. It truly was fresh water. The first step to surviving on the island was to find a freshwater source, and he had stumbled upon a substantial lake. Yang Ming'er followed him to the lakeside, and both parched individuals began gulping down the refreshing water. Come, follow me, we need to retrieve the mineral water bottles. After quenching their thirst, Yi Chun waved to Yang Ming'er. Bottles? Yang Ming'er seemed momentarily confused. To sell water, with bottles and a freshwater lake at their disposal, what was there to worry about? Whoever said empty bottles were worthless had clearly underestimated their potential. These empty vessels were, in fact, a veritable gold mine. Yang Ming'er quickly grasped the situation, and together they hastily retrieved the previously overlooked mineral water bottles from the pickup, diligently filling each one to the brim with fresh water. Having completed these tasks, Yi Chun eagerly reopened the trading system. 1 bottle of fresh water requires 100 grams of bread, another bottle of fresh water requires 100 grams of biscuits. The immediate priority was to satiate his hunger. Before long, Yi Chun successfully exchanged 4 bottles of fresh water for 200 grams of bread and 200 grams of biscuits. Here, take these 2, they should fill your stomach for now. He generously tossed 1 portion of bread and 1 portion of biscuits to Yang Ming'er. You should eat more, 1 portion is enough for me, Yang Ming'er said, only taking 1 piece of bread. Yi Chun didn't press the matter, perhaps she was mindful of maintaining her figure. Having settled his own hunger, the sky gradually darkened, prompting Yi Chun to decide to park the vehicle and rest. As a newcomer, safety was paramount. We will sleep here for the night. Yang Ming'er, somewhat stiff, pointed to the lawn outside the vehicle. Yi Chun shook his head and gently pressed a button. The backrest of the passenger seat began to recline slowly. We will sleep in the car. With shatterproof glass, genuine leather seats, and ample space, why would I need to sleep outside on the ground? Yang Ming'er appeared a bit bashful. Neither daring to face Yi Chun nor turn her back to him, she simply lay flat, staring at the ceiling of the car. Yi Chun, however, was unfazed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. He was soon awakened by the sound of the system. Ding! Synthesis system activated. Immediately, a floating screen appeared before him. 2 daggers, 1 kitchen knife, 2 kitchen knives, 1 blueprint for a hatchet, 1 hatchet, 2 blueprint for a chainsaw, 1 air-powered chainsaw, 2 rafts, 1 kayak, 2 kayaks, 1 blueprint for a jet ski, 3 solar panels, and 1 solar-powered jet ski. This synthesis system is remarkably powerful. As long as I possess the materials and blueprints, creating an empire is no mere dream. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement and decided to forego sleep, reopening the trading panel. The price of bottled water continued to rise, yet the demand remained insatiable. While most people struggled for a single bottle of water, Yi Chun was comfortably sated, reclining in his spacious luxury vehicle alongside a glamorous star. Just past midnight, he eagerly initiated the check-in process once more. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a grade rare reward. a super ceramic soup pot. Please check your inventory. What is this? Super, they're even inserting advertisements. Could it be that this check-in system is sponsored by Super? A sudden clang echoed as the pickup trembled slightly. Yang Ming'er seemed startled, abruptly sitting up. What was that sound? She pointed towards the source of the noise. It's nothing, it's probably just my pot arriving, Yichen replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. By the way, Superstar, you should check in too. Just call me Ming'er or Xiaoming. All right, Ming'er, quickly see what your check-in reward is. With a solemn expression, Yang Ming'er straightened her posture, clasped her hands together, and began to murmur something. Yichen found it amusing, realizing that she treated the check-in as a wish. Ding! The Upgrade Perfect reward for your recruitment of Yang Ming'er has been awarded. What the Upgrade Perfect reward? Could it be that one must sincerely make a wish before checking in? Chapter 3. The B-Class Perfect Fishing Rod. Yang Ming'er has obtained a B-Class Perfect Freshwater Fishing Rod component, equipped with hooks and a pole. With a 50 chance to catch freshwater fish of E-Class or higher, limited to 10 uses per day. Goodness! The B-Class Perfect level reward from the sign-in, with a mere 4 chance, has been claimed by this girl. Since Yang Ming'er has chosen to submit to Yichen, he possesses the priority to acquire resources of C-Class excellence and above. A fishing rod, a soup pot. It seems tomorrow we will indulge in fish soup. After a restful slumber until dawn, Yichen turned over and, with one eye still heavy with sleep, was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A pair of bright, expressive eyes were gazing intently at him. Good morning, Yang Ming'er greeted Yichen cheerfully. Truly, she was a beauty, exuding an ethereal charm even at this early hour. Yichen rubbed his eyes and yawned. By the way, bottled water can now be exchanged directly for a dagger. Let the prices rise. After all, he had a lake of fresh water at his disposal. However, it seemed that bread prices had also increased. Never mind. Today we shall forego bread and try something different. Eating that bland bread every day is rather uninspiring. What shall we eat then? Gurgle. Before she could finish, her stomach protested, having only consumed a single piece of bread the previous night. Let us catch a fish for grilling, and then make fish soup. With a confident stride, Yichen grabbed the fishing rod and headed toward the lake. However, possessing only a fishing rod was insufficient. He lacked bait. Seeking worms would be a waste of precious time. Yichen scanned the trading system, but found no one selling bait. He casually chose a chatroom ID, Sun and Moon Stars, and began to post. Looking for fishing bait. Anyone selling? Please DM me. Before long, he received a private message. I have bait, but only 150 grams. What do you offer? Yichen promptly replied. I have a few bottles of freshly acquired freshwater. How about 4 bottles? Too steep. I can't offer that much. Forget it. Yichen played hard to get. 3 bottles. I can't go lower. I only have 2 bottles. That's my final offer. All right, then let me list it in the trading post. The trading post was essentially a realm of deception, where haggling was the norm. After successfully negotiating, Yichen exchanged 2 bottles of water for a small jar of bait. Though described as a small jar, it was more than sufficient. The 150 grams of bait would last for 60 or 70 uses. Yang Ming'er appeared even more excited than Yichen. Have you ever fished before? Yang Ming'er shook her head, murmuring. I've been so busy with filming and events that I've never even had the chance to watch someone fish. Then just watch closely. Yichen attached the bait to the hook and executed a graceful cast. The line arched elegantly through the air, landing in the lake. Not 10 seconds later, ding. Successfully caught an E-Class ordinary silver carp. Please reel it in. The fishing rod provided by the system was truly exceptional. It had barely been a moment before he caught a fish, complete with an automatic notification. Yichen quickly began to reel it in. Yang Ming'er watched eagerly as the line bobbed on the surface of the water. I got it. I got it. As Yichen pulled the fish up, Yang Ming'er was ecstatic, dancing with joy. E-Class ordinary silver carp, weight 1 pound. First, let us fill our bellies, then I'll teach you how to fish. Yichen returned to the trading post. A bottle of bottled freshwater, exchange for a removable barbecue grill. A bottle of bottled freshwater, exchange for a lighter. A bottle of bottled freshwater, exchange for a dagger. Soon, multiple private messages flooded in. Bro, can I trade for 2 bottles? I have a grill, but your price is too high. Yichen scoffed in response. Take it or leave it. I'm not blind. Prices are dropping for everything except bottled water and food. All right, I'll buy. Who the hell is snatching my water? Bro, do you have more? List another bottle. Goodbye. See you next time. Yichen successfully acquired the grill, lighter, and dagger, then closed the trading post interface. He wasn't a collector. He had no need for multiple grills. After setting up the grill, he ignited a campfire. The 1 pound silver carp quickly transformed into a delectable grilled fish. Delicious. It smells divine. Yang Ming'er gushed. Now it's your turn to try. Watch closely. cast and reel. Yichen demonstrated once again. Another E-class silver carp was hooked. Young Minger, clearly lacking practical experience, struggled to cast the line, failing twice. Yichen gently wrapped his arm around her, guiding her hands as they cast together. Ding! Successfully caught a C-class blue fish. Weighing 5 pounds. Yichen was taken aback. Could it be that fish were attracted to beautiful girls? C-class exceptional blue fish, weighing 5 pounds. Young Mingo seemed to be gaining enthusiasm, casting again and again, each time yielding results. What was supposed to be a 50 chance had somehow transformed into a 100 success rate for her. By midday, the two had collectively caught 7 fish. Yichen set up his super soup pot to prepare fish soup, listing the remaining fish on the trading post. Wow, a 5-pound C-class blue fish. Unbelievable. Another 3-pound Crucian carp? Who could this be from? Wait, it seems to be the same person. Yet another D-class blackfish? Jealousy and envy abound. I haven't eaten anything all day. The chat room was buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, Yichen and Young Minger were savoring their fish soup, engaged in cheerful conversation. Ding. You have received a private message. Please check. Yichen received a message. Upon opening it, he read, I wish to engage in a transaction with you. Chapter 4. The maid outfit. What transaction? Yichen replied, I possess a C-grade blueprint for an exceptional mountain axe, and wish to exchange it for your C-grade bluefish. A mountain axe blueprint? Yichen immediately recalled something and swiftly accessed the synthesis system. 2 kitchen knives could be synthesized into a mountain axe. The mountain axe, capable of effortlessly cleaving through bamboo, trees, and other materials, it could also serve as a rudimentary weapon for self-defense. The system's explanation of the mountain axe was succinct. List the item on the trading post, and I will trade with you. Yichen unhesitatingly chose to proceed with the exchange. The rationale was simple. First, C-grade sign materials were inherently difficult to procure, especially items like blueprints. Second, the mountain axe could function as both a tool for chopping wood and a basic weapon to guard against wild animals and malicious humans. As for the 5-pound bluefish, he was indifferent. With a perfect-grade fishing rod, he could hardly consume the fish he caught. He successfully exchanged the bluefish for the mountain axe blueprint and eagerly reopened the synthesis system. To synthesize the mountain axe, he would require 2 kitchen knives, and each kitchen knife necessitated 2 daggers for synthesis. Yichen searched the trading system and once again acquired a dagger for the price of a bottle of water. He now possessed 2 daggers. After synthesizing a kitchen knife, the 3rd and 4th daggers proved elusive. Acquiring daggers, 2 bottles of fresh water. Yichen called out in the chat room without a hint of regret. Young Mingo was taken aback upon seeing Yichen wielding a kitchen knife, causing her to accidentally spill the fish soup. No, I'm so sorry, she hastily apologized. Although the soup lacked seasoning and was somewhat lacking in flavor. Securing any sustenance was a challenge, let alone drinking fish soup. She had even managed to knock it over. Is it scalding? Yichen was unconcerned about the spilled soup as he assessed young Minger's condition. She appeared unscathed, although her thin shirt had certainly suffered. Now drenched. Her perfect figure was unmistakably visible. The atmosphere grew undeniably awkward. Does anyone have women's clothes? I'm collecting a few. Yichen returned his gaze to the chat room interface. Having already called for daggers, he added a request for clothing. Collecting women's clothing? Is it possible there are rich heirs on this island? I can barely fill my stomach. And here they are gathering outfits for women. It seems unjust. Hey, how many girls do you have? The chat room erupted into banter. Young Mingo shyly shielded her chest with her hands, fearful of exposure. Before long, someone privately messaged Yichen. I have a size S cosplay outfit. How about it? 3 bottles of fresh water. The individual appeared quite straightforward in their intentions. Cosplay? This signing system is truly remarkable. It offers everything. It seems. A bit. Cough, cough. Well, I haven't received any decent clothing yet. Just a cosplay outfit. Yichen consulted young Minger for her opinion. She was clearly uncomfortable, with the lingering scent of fish and a damp attire. It's fine. It's quite nice. Thank you. Given the circumstances, it was futile to hesitate. Changing into a fresh set of clothes was the priority. All right, I will trade with you. With the Girl S agreement, Yichen promptly accepted the proposed price. Ding, congratulations. Oop. You have received a female cosplay outfit, a maid costume. The maid outfit left Yichen momentarily dumbfounded. He could not fathom that it would be a maid costume. Cough, cough, here you go. He could only feign ignorance and hand over the acquired maid outfit. Young Minger examined it and seemed to recognize the issue. The situation had grown undeniably awkward. She was caught in a dilemma. After all, someone had expended significant resources to acquire clothing for her. And it would be unreasonable to be picky. However, this maid outfit. To alleviate the tension, Yichen pretended to stroll towards the beach, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters from Young Minger. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned against the truck and began to change. 5 minutes later, Young Minger emerged in the maid outfit, captivating Yi Chen's attention. A beautiful woman is beautiful in anything she wears. At that moment, she exuded a blend of sensuality and playfulness, mingled with an air of mystery. I'll check again later. If there are better clothes, I'll gather a few more. It's fine. This one fits well. Everyone understood that her words were merely polite. Fortunately, Yi Chen had another transaction lined up. Someone else privately messaged him. I have 2 daggers and 5 bottles of fresh water, flat price. Deal, no problem. Yi Chen, coming from a wealthy background, did not hesitate. It was merely a few bottles of water. He had a lake full of fresh water. With 2 more daggers in hand, Yi Chen synthesized another kitchen knife. This time, he was cautious, mindful of startling Yang Mingo again, so he turned away from her as he began to explore how to synthesize the mountain axe. Ding, congratulations. The resources you possess can now synthesize a C-grade exceptional mountain axe, base model. Would you like to synthesize it immediately? The system was indeed user-friendly. Synthesize. Yi Chen eagerly responded. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a mountain axe, base model. 2 mountain axes can be further synthesized to enhance chopping efficiency. It seemed that the mountain axe could indeed be upgraded. Ding, system notification. The chat room's sun, moon, and stars has successfully synthesized a C-grade exceptional mountain axe. Special system reward. Chapter 5. The rising prices of weapons. Alas. How impressive. An immediate upgrade. It turns out the first person to synthesize a high-level item receives a system reward. The chat room erupted with excitement. Yi Chen himself was taken aback by this unexpected special reward. The one who had previously sold their blueprints must be regretting their decision immensely now. Level 3 sign-in system. 60 chance of obtaining an E-grade ordinary reward, 16 chance of acquiring a D-grade rare reward, 13 chance of receiving a C-grade exceptional reward, 8 chance of securing a B-grade perfect reward, 2 chance of acquiring an A-grade epic reward, 0. 99 chance of obtaining an S-grade legendary reward, and 0.01 chance of receiving a divine grade reward. While the majority of individuals still operated on a level 1 sign-in system, Yi Chen had already ascended to level 3. The probability of receiving high-level sign-in rewards had significantly increased, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of acquiring the extraordinary divine grade reward. Dressed in a maid outfit and appearing somewhat bashful, Yang Ming-er also received a system notification. She timidly tugged at her skirt and inquired, Level 3 already? Yi Chen nodded and remarked, a tall tree attracts the wind. We must hasten to bolster our defenses. Every situation possesses its duality. The individuals in the trading hub and chat room could yield benefits in specific contexts. Yet a competitive relationship existed between them, were it not for the system distributing everyone evenly across different islands. Some would undoubtedly be relying on brute force to resolve their issues by now. Yi Chen swung his axe with vigor, striking a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. With a loud crack, the trunk splintered. Truly, a C-grade exceptional tool is remarkable. Help! There are wolves. Suddenly, a distress message echoed in the chat room. What is happening? Are there really wolves? Others began to exclaim in panic. Ding! The 24-hour system protection period has expired. Survivors, please exercise caution. The atmosphere in the chat room turned tense. How can we combat wild wolves when we haven't even secured our basic needs? Help! I think I spotted a wild boar. Thankfully, I'm hidden in a tree. Hey! Is that person still here? Regrettably, the first to call for help fell silent. Ming-er, get back to the vehicle. For safety, Yi Chen promptly instructed Yang Ming-er to return to the car. He remained uncertain about the presence of wild animals on their island, and the vehicle was undoubtedly the safest refuge. In Yi Chen's domain, armed with a vehicle and weapons, safety was assured. However, other survivors were not so fortunate. Looking to purchase a dagger. Is anyone selling? The beginner weapon, the dagger, had suddenly become highly sought after. With his mountain-cleaving axe, Yi Chen had little interest in such a trivial weapon. Do you know how to use a weapon? Although he had little expectation that a celebrity would wield an axe or spear, he asked nonetheless. Yang Ming-er shook her head awkwardly. However, moments later, she exclaimed with excitement, I can use a bow. I've even won awards in competitions. To his surprise, the star had such an interest. Yi Chen immediately scanned the synthesis system. Indeed, it existed. Wooden bow, D-grade sign-in weapon, also obtainable through synthesis. Wooden bow requires 2 bamboo shoots and 1 rubber band. It would be challenging to acquire weapons directly from the trading system, yet Yi Chen noticed someone selling rubber bands. 5 rubber bands requires 2 bottles of drinking water. For rubber bands, requires 2 bottles of drinking water. Yi Chen, quick-witted, snatched both offers. Hey, who snatched my rubber bands? I was just about to pull them down. Darn it, my rubber bands were also taken instantly. Wow, you're incredible. When Yang Ming-er saw Yi Chen holding 9 rubber bands, she deduced that the individual who had seized others' business was the remarkable person before her. Thanks for the reminder. Yichen gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. The wooden bow was merely a D-grade weapon. 2 wooden bows could be synthesized into a crossbow. Furthermore, 2 crossbows, combined with firearm blueprints and metal blueprints, could create a handgun. With no bamboo forest nearby, it was impossible to craft a bow at the moment. Yichen took advantage of the daylight and drove his pickup truck around the lake. On the northern shore of the lake, he discovered a lawn spanning several thousand square meters, with a cave to the north. Passing through the cave from south to north led to a beautiful beach. Yichen surveyed the environment. This location was indeed ideal for establishing his base, with the cave acting as a natural barrier to the north and the lake safeguarding his backyard to the south. All he needed to do was erect fences along the pathways on either side of the lake and construct a wall with fencing along the northern shore of the cave. Thus, this expansive lawn could become his kingdom. As Yichen contemplated the future, suddenly, a low, haunting wolf howl echoed from afar. There truly were wolves. Chapter 6. A sleepless night with the beloved. The howl of the wolf startled Yang Ming considerably. Despite sitting securely in the sturdy pickup truck, she trembled all over. It's all right. This is a legendary pickup, quite robust. Besides, we have weapons, Yichen reassured her earnestly. It seemed imperative to establish a barrier to enclose this area. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the two exchanged bottled water for some food. The chat room buzzed with desperate pleas for help from other survivors, indicating that this night would be challenging for most. Yang Ming remained tense, her gaze fixed outside until the night completely shrouded the earth and all visibility vanished, at which point she began to relax. Yichen, however, remained unperturbed, turning on a light inside the vehicle to delve into the synthesis system. The synthesis system was extensive. It appeared that as long as the materials were sufficient, anything could be synthesized. However, it seemed that the synthesis system was linked to the sign-in level. Without adequate sign-in credentials, one could not synthesize even with ample materials. Currently, the most scarce resources for most survivors were food and water, yet for Yichen, it was a variety of blueprints and seemingly trivial, yet highly valuable items. These included simple tools, cooking utensils, daily necessities, and even the most basic materials such as ropes, iron wires, wooden planks, and plastic products. Yichen envisioned the development of his small kingdom in several phases. The primary task was to establish a defensive network to ensure complete isolation between the interior of his kingdom and the outside world. Next, he aimed to transform the cave into a second residence and storage area. Ultimately, he envisioned continuously upgrading his small kingdom to make it not only impregnable, but also a treasure trove of resources. At this moment, the most crucial step was, naturally, to establish the defensive network. Minger, get some rest. It's safe here. We have work to do tomorrow. This place will be our home, Yichen said. Yang Ming blinked her large eyes at him, seemingly understanding yet a bit puzzled. Tomorrow, we'll chop some trees to enclose the lawn. The exchange needs to focus on ropes, iron wires, and simple tools. Yichen briefly outlined the tasks for the next day while already searching for the necessary resources in the exchange. Suddenly, another howl echoed, seemingly closer than before. Yang Ming shivered and instinctively burrowed into Yichen's embrace. In that confined space, a stunning beauty clad in a maid outfit nestled against him. Even though Yichen was a gentleman, he found it slightly difficult to maintain composure. He gently patted Yang Ming's shoulder, reassuring her, it's fine. The glass is sturdy. Even a bare wound tea pose a problem. However, this remark seemed to have the opposite effect. Upon hearing bare, Yang Ming clung even tighter to him in fear. Yichen tried to calm himself, wrapping his right arm around her shoulders. Sleep, sleep, I'll keep watch. Rest assured. He had no desire to take advantage of the situation. After all, they were comrades under the same roof. If anything were to transpire between them, it should happen naturally and consensually. While Yichen struggled to suppress his hormones, other survivors were not faring as well. Help! I think I can hear wolves howling here too. I feel like they're close. The fear was contagious. Even in places devoid of wolves, many felt as though dark eyes were watching them. By midnight, Yichen remained undistracted in his embrace with the beauty, continuing to study the synthesis system. Yang Ming had completely turned Yichen's arm into her pillow, even mumbling in her sleep, hold me tightly, there are wolves, there are wolves. The poor girl was clearly having a nightmare. However, Yichen's situation was equally uncomfortable. His arm was nearly numb. Sign in. After finally adjusting his position, Yichen initiated his sign-in task for the new day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a C-grade excellent reward, a shovel. A shovel? Though it was an S-grade legendary reward, it was precisely the tool Yichen had longed for. With daylight, he would need to dig holes for the fence, making the shovel a veritable treasure. Yang Ming was still lost in her dreams, and Yichen had no intention of waking her. He immediately began checking the exchange for any new items. Given the presence of wolves, numerous survivors had remained awake throughout the night, even in the absence of such threats. Many were eager to claim their sign-in rewards at the earliest opportunity. Sure enough, just minutes past midnight, a variety of peculiar items appeared in the exchange. Drinking water, food, and weapons remained the three most sought-after commodities. Even when someone listed items in the exchange, they were nearly snatched up instantaneously. Yi-chun scanned the offerings and noticed a particularly special item. Chapter 7. A dog is signed in a roll of wire, 100 meters long. Caught Yi-chun's attention despite its unassuming appearance. His fence was in dire need of this wire for binding. Without hesitation, Yi-chun made the purchase. After scanning the trading post a few more times, which only displayed a hodgepodge of items, he decided to abandon his search. He closed his eyes and embraced Yang Ming'er as he drifted off to sleep. Yang Ming'er's sleeping posture was anything but ladylike. With her arms and legs sprawled across Yi-chun's body, there was no helping it. They would just have to sleep like that. Yi-chun had not anticipated that the dignified celebrity on television would have such a careless sleeping position. In a dreamy haze, he woke with the dawn. He noticed Yang Ming'er slowly opening her eyes, and he cleared his throat twice. Instantly, she realized her ungraceful posture and shrank back, her head lowered. Let us see what kind of fortune you, my beautiful lady, will bring today. After her remarkable display of luck the day prior, Yi-chun was filled with anticipation. He waited for a long while, but no notification from the system arrived. It seemed that hope was dwindling. He estimated that the reward would likely be an E-grade common item or perhaps a D-grade. Suddenly, two barks startled Yi-chun, causing him to shiver. Immediately after, a fluffy paw reached out toward him. What on earth? Where did this little dog come from? Yang Ming'er, however, looked delighted at the sight of a small Havanese that was now perched on Yi-chun's lap. You, signed in a dog? Yi-chun finally comprehended the situation. This stunning beauty had defied expectations and acquired a dog through the sign-in process. Could it be that living creatures could also be signed in? Indeed, it was a puppy from a herding breed. Although it was merely D-grade rare, the system indicated it could upgrade under certain conditions. Upgrade? A dog merely lives, ages, and dies. How can it upgrade? Truly, I am witnessing the unusual. Hey, don't chew on my bread. That is my breakfast. The puppy seemed unbothered, happily gnawing on Yi-chun's bread. Small in stature, but with a hearty appetite. It devoured a 100-gram piece in mere moments. Great, it just devoured my breakfast. But what can it actually do? Yi-chun was a practical individual. He had not come to the island for leisure, and even though he was more comfortable than most survivors, the unexpected arrival of a pet needing care was somewhat overwhelming. It's quite adorable, Yang Ming'er remarked, clearly unable to resist the charm of a cute creature. Let us name it Xiaoha. Yi-chun was at a loss for words. Naming a herding dog Xiaoha was almost comical. However, he couldn't bring himself to dismiss the beauty's idea, as he certainly wouldn't roast the dog. Fortunately, his supplies were ample. Yi-chun returned to the trading post, in exchange for a few loaves of bread and some biscuits. With a shovel in hand, wire at his disposal, and a hatchet in his grasp, he felt invigorated and ready to start working. On the other side of the cave, Yi-chun successfully located a grove of bamboo. He used the hatchet to fashion 2 bamboo poles for Yang Ming'er and then combined one with a rubber band to create a bow. The arrows posed a more complex issue, requiring bird feathers, which were currently unavailable. Yi-chun resorted to using thin bamboo as temporary arrows. Yang Ming'er appeared quite pleased with her bow, standing beside Yi-chun like a makeshift bodyguard. Meanwhile, Yi-chun swung the hatchet, diligently chopping bamboo. By midday, he had felled over 100 stalks of bamboo, and the two of them worked together to transport them to the pickup truck, destined for the right side of the lake. The lake had 2 narrow corridors, each about 5 to 6 meters wide. Yi-chun's plan was to seal one side and create a bamboo gate on the other for his formidable F-750 pickup truck to enter and exit. With a beautiful lady serving him, Yi-chun's efficiency skyrocketed. However, after a morning's effort, he had managed to complete only one corridor's fence. As noon approached, Yi-chun lay on the grass, basking in the sun with his hatchet in hand. Yang Ming'er set down her bow and ran to the lake with a fishing rod. The duo, 1 person and 1 dog, found great joy in fishing. I've got one. It's so heavy, I can't pull it in. Suddenly, Yang Ming'er exclaimed, struggling to reel in the line, which showed no signs of budging. Yi-chun immediately dropped his hatchet and rushed over to assist her. Together, they exerted considerable effort. What kind of fish is this? Bark, bark. Xiaoha barked a few times before leaping into the lake. Xiaoha, don't run off. Yang Ming'er cried out, visibly distressed at the dog's sudden plunge. Yet, the herding dog seemed to possess an innate talent for swimming, splashing around with ease. In no time, it dove toward the spot where the fishing line had entered the water. Once Xiaoha was in the water, the tension eased for Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er. Quick, pull hard. The two of them began to tug on the line with all their might. The line became taut as they coordinated their efforts to reel it in. Xiaoha occasionally surfaced, only to submerge again. It was evident that the dog was entangled with something substantial. It's almost there. It's coming up. Yuchen summoned all his strength for one final pull. The surface of the lake erupted in a splash, revealing a massive freshwater fish, measuring a staggering 1.5 meters long. Ding! Successfully caught an S-grade giant catfish. Wait. Chapter 8. The legendary S-rank giant catfish. When Yuchen widened his eyes upon seeing the weight displayed by the system, he was utterly stunned. 100 pounds. An S-rank legendary fish, weighing 100 pounds. Ming'er, you were truly remarkable. Overcome with excitement, Yuchen scooped up Yang Ming'er, nearly lifting her above his head. Yang Ming'er immediately lowered her head shyly. It was then that Yuchen realized he had perhaps lost his composure. For Yang Ming'er's figure was so delicate, likely weighing no more than 90 pounds. Gently setting Yang Ming'er down, Yuchen was confronted with a new dilemma. Ming'er, this fish is so large, how are we going to sell it? The last time we caught a 5-pound catfish, very few could afford it. And this one weighs 100 pounds. There's no way anyone could purchase it. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ming'er suddenly pointed at the massive fish and exclaimed, "We can roast it, cut it into small pieces, and sell it that way. Then more people will be able to buy it." Brilliant! Yuchen slapped his thigh, realizing how he had overlooked this aspect. It seemed that this stunning beauty was no mere ornament. Her mind was quite sharp. At that moment, the little hero, Xiaoha, had already jumped out of the lake. Yang Ming'er immediately picked him up, showering him with affection, making Yuchen feel a twinge of envy. When would he ever receive such treatment? The giant catfish was still flopping on the shore, though it appeared to be nearing its end. Yuchen traded 4 bottles of fresh water for a dagger. The two then divided their tasks. Yuchen swiftly dispatched the large fish, beginning to carve the flesh. He scraped off the slime from the catfish, severed its head, removed the bones, and ultimately cut the remaining meat into over 40 pieces. Yang Ming'er had already set up a barbecue grill and gathered a pile of firewood. "Xiaoha, this large piece of meat is a reward for you." Yuchen generously tossed a 2-pound chunk of fish meat to Xiaoha. This time, there was no reluctance from Xiaoha, who eagerly devoured the delicious morsel. I'm not hungry. How about we check the trading post first?" Yang Ming'er politely declined Yuchen's offer. He did not press further, as he too was curious about the potential price for such exquisite fish meat. Delicious. Juicy S-rank legendary giant catfish fillet, 500 grams, price to be estimated, private messages welcomed. To his surprise, the system automatically described the piece of fish. Upon seeing an S-rank legendary item listed, the chat room erupted once more. What? A legendary fish? Who caught this? This is unbelievable. It seemed it was that same esteemed individual from yesterday. This world is so unfair. Why is there such a vast disparity among people? Esteemed one, please adopt me. Brother, please spare some. I want to eat fish. Soon after, Yuchen's private message inbox was inundated. A barrage of messages arrived in quick succession. Great deity. I'll trade my light bulb for some fish. Esteemed one, do you need a telephone? Brother, would you accept Hawking's A Brief History of Time? Yuchen felt overwhelmed, and he couldn't help but empathize with these poor souls. What kind of rewards are these? A light bulb? A telephone? This is an island. Aside from lightning, there's likely no electricity whatsoever. A brief history of time? For most, the current moment is not a brief history, but rather a heap of waste. Without any rewards, they could only wait for a new day to dawn. These unfortunate souls would gladly trade a day for a minute, so they could continuously sign in. After half an hour of sifting through private messages, Yuchen's eyes were nearly glazed over, but he finally spotted a few useful items. 20 meters of hemp rope, a pair of scissors. Rope is versatile and useful, and scissors are a common tool that will undoubtedly come in handy. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Ming'er produced 4 more pieces of grilled fish, each weighing over a pound. Yuchen successfully traded these 4 pieces for a small bundle of hemp rope and a rather rough pair of scissors. The two had grilled nearly 20 pieces of fish, yet still had more than half of the catfish remaining. Xiaoha indeed had a hearty appetite, devouring 3 large chunks himself. Yuchen and Yang Ming'er consumed 3 pieces of fish, and he exchanged the remaining 10 for easily stored compressed biscuits. Although the fish was delectable, it was not suitable for long-term storage, especially under the scorching sun of the island. Even the most exquisite fish would spoil within 2 days. As Yuchen pondered how to deal with the other half of the fish, his private messages flickered once more. Upon opening it, he encountered an extraordinary item for trade. Chapter 9. Some awkward gifts. I would like to exchange a set of women's lingerie for 2 pieces of fish. Yuchen slightly turned his face to steal a glance at Yang Ming'er, who was playfully teasing little Ha. Yang Ming'er had changed back into the shirt she wore yesterday, putting away her maid outfit. What size is it? Yuchen inquired. Boss, it's a C cup, a black lace set from Victoria's Secret. Yichen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was rather unfamiliar with such matters. He glanced again at Yang Ming'er. It seemed he had seen her measurements on some gossip website. Fine, I will trade with you. Yichen decisively cut off 2 pieces of fish and snapped a photo of the exchanged item at the trading post. There is nothing particularly useful left. But this is something you might need. Yichen tossed the acquired item to Yang Ming'er. She opened it and froze. Yesterday, he gifted her a maid outfit. And today, a lingerie set. Things were certainly becoming more revealing. However, it was given out of kindness, and she couldn't act ungrateful. Thank you. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward again. Oh no. I think I just saw someone post a set of women's lingerie, but where did it go? Was it snatched up in an instant? It appeared there were quite a few idle people in the chat room. This set was posted for only a few seconds before being claimed. What the heck? Lingerie? On this desolate island, I could manage without it. Was it perhaps bought by that esteemed player? It seemed only the revered ones had ladies around them. Jealousy and envy surged. It seemed to be a C cup. Is the great sun and moon star present? Is he with a lady friend? The poor souls in the chat room were practically drooling with envy. Yang Ming'er felt embarrassed to continue watching and resumed pretending to play with Little Ha. To avoid further disturbances, Yichen shut down the private chat system. If there truly was something valuable, given these people's insatiable curiosity, he was certain it would soon become the talk of the town. And he would have no trouble finding out about it. After a hearty meal, Yichen took up his axe, ready to continue his work. He had to finish constructing the simple movable bamboo door before nightfall to ensure the safety of the lakeside. Yichen worked up a sweat. Not paying much attention to Yang Ming'er. Here is some water. By 3 in the afternoon, after wiping his brow, he accepted a bottle of water from Yang Ming'er, turning to face her. However, his gaze fell upon her, for the color of her thin shirt had changed to black. Oh no. Thankfully. Yichen was quite composed. Otherwise, a typical person would surely have nosebleeds. The white shirt was already sheer, and with the sudden appearance of a black garment beneath. It was rather. Was she afraid of being seen? Yang Ming'er bashfully covered her chest with her hands, murmuring softly, if there is a next time. Could you perhaps buy a lighter color? Yichen scratched the back of his head, realizing he was inexperienced and had not considered these details. Yang Ming'er was evidently a girl who valued cleanliness, promptly washing her previous shirt. Yichen then realized he was lacking many essentials. For instance, a washing machine. Of course, that was currently a pipe dream, but a plastic bucket, a bar of soap, and a washboard could certainly be considered. He needed to think ahead about his own trousers and shirts as well. In the blink of an eye, it was past 4 o'clock. And he had yet to complete his tasks for the day, as carpentry was not his main trade. It seems I won't finish today. Let us roast some fish, eat, and then rest in the car. Without needing further prompting from Yichen, Yang Ming'er had already started to kindle a fire. Woof woof. Suddenly, Little Ha barked a few times towards the southwest of the lake. Little Ha, stop barking. It's dinner time. You're not hungry. So why are you making a fuss? Yichen reprimanded the dog. Little Ha, however, held its head high, staring seriously at Yichen. What is wrong with you? Yichen continued to scold, but Little Ha suddenly lunged forward, grabbing onto Yichen's pant leg and tugging him towards the cave. Hey, don't pull. These are my only pants. Yichen panicked. He couldn't be like that guy in the chat room, running around the island without clothes. Especially with a stunning beauty beside him, he had to maintain his composure. Little Ha ignored Yichen and continued to tug at his pants, eventually turning to run towards Yang Ming'er instead. She was wearing shorts, and Little Ha proceeded to chew on her ankle boots. You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Yichen picked up a bamboo stick, ready to discipline Little Ha. Yang Ming'er seemed to understand and shouted to Yichen. Is Little Ha trying to lead us back to the car? Back to the car? Yichen was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, rustling noises came from the southwestern direction of the lake. Could it be that someone was there? Chapter 10. The beautiful archer slays the alpha wolf suddenly. Xiaoa dashed in front of Yichen, barking furiously towards the southwest. A chilling howl echoed closer and closer, sending a shiver down the spines of Yichen and Yang Ming'er. In that moment, Yichen comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wolves. Xiaoa truly was a remarkable dog. Ming'er, run. I'll cover you, Yichen declared, brandishing his axe while positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Ming'er alongside Xiaoha. However, when he laid eyes on the approaching pack, his bravado dissipated. It was not merely a single wolf, but a formidable group of 8. With only 2 humans and 1 dog, alongside a woman devoid of combat prowess, they stood little chance in a direct confrontation. Xiaoha remained undaunted, barking incessantly at the wolves. Realizing the futility of confronting them head-on, Yichen began to retreat slowly. The safest course of action was to return to his pickup truck. Xiaoha, don't be reckless, he cautioned gently, fearing that the brave dog might leap into danger. To his relief, Xiaoha seemed to understand, staying rooted in place and barking without advancing. Yichen and Yang Ming commenced their cautious retreat. A glance revealed that she was the closest to the truck, barely 50 meters away. With a fierce howl, the alpha wolf let out a chilling cry, signaling the pack to advance. "You go first," Yichen shouted to Yang Ming as he grabbed some fish from a nearby grill and hurled it towards the wolves. Although the fish was precious, he deemed it necessary to sacrifice it to buy time. As expected, the flying fish captured the attention of most of the wolves, causing 6 or 7 to abandon their pursuit of the humans in favor of the feast. Only the alpha and a smaller wolf kept their gaze fixed on Yichen. "Min retreat," Yichen urged, his eyes never leaving the two wolves. Xiaohao had locked eyes with the alpha. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ming complied and sprinted towards the truck. Seizing the moment, Yichen swung his axe, creating a resounding crash that startled the wolves, halting their advance. "Xiaoha, retreat." Taking advantage of their momentary fear, he called to Xiaoha and dashed towards the pickup. The obedient dog turned and followed suit. Upon reaching the truck, Yang Ming urged, "Hurry." As Yichen and Xiaoha turned, the two wolves recognized the ruse and sprang forward without hesitation. Xiaoha, despite his small stature, outpaced Yichen, leaping into Yang Ming's arms. This left Yichen lagging behind. With the wolves closing in, a sudden gust of wind brushed past Yichen's ear. He heard a sharp twang and a bamboo arrow slice through the air, striking the alpha wolf squarely in the chest. Awu the alpha let out a pained howl and collapsed. Yichen stood in shock. This beautiful woman had the audacity to shoot. He was still present, and she had fired, had she miscalculated. He might have been pierced by her arrow before the wolves could reach him. With no time for complaints, Yichen seized the opportunity and leaped onto his pickup truck. With a resounding slam, he shut the door, finally allowing himself to breathe deeply. They had escaped, albeit narrowly. Of the 8 wolves, the alpha lay gravely injured, and the remaining 7, now leaderless, scattered in disarray. Yichen lamented the loss of the half-S-grade giant catfish that now fed the wolves. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Yang Ming asked anxiously, inspecting Yichen from head to toe. He shook his head, bemused internally. If he were injured, it would likely have been from her arrow scare. This incident with the wolves served as a stark reminder of his carelessness. The defensive measures were not yet complete, and he had begun cooking fish with reckless abandon. The aroma had undoubtedly drawn the wolves, especially with the bloody carcass still lying by the riverbank. The scent of blood combined with grilled meat was likely detectable from afar. Finally able to exhale a sigh of relief, Yichen reassured, "I'm fine. Check on Xiaoha for any injuries." No longer would he underestimate Xiaoha. The shepherd dog had firmly become part of his family. Xiaoha appeared unscathed, though it seemed he was hungry again. Yichen turned, and sure enough, the little fellow had begun munching on his bread once more. Truly a good dog. Though his voracious appetite was a source of concern, having just consumed 3 hefty pieces of fish, it was remarkable that he was hungry again so soon. Congratulations, survivor. You, Ming, have slain the alpha wolf, earning 2 B-grade perfect wolf fangs and 1 wolf hide. Chapter 11. Redeeming B-class perfect seeds. Upon the emergence of this system notification, both Yichen and Yang Ming were left utterly astounded. The chat room erupted with excitement once more. What? The alpha wolf has been slain? Who is this formidable deity? It was astonishing. While we only knew to flee from wild wolves, someone dared to hunt them down, particularly the alpha. The alpha wolf's fang. It appears to be one of the components necessary for crafting the Ultra S-Class Divine Multifunctional Quantum Cutting Knife. Data enthusiasts immediately recognized its significance. Yichen, intrigued by the system's description, gently accessed the data regarding the fang. Alpha wolf fang, B-class perfect synthesis component, an essential part of the Ultra S-Class Divine Weapon. The Multifunctional Quantum Cutting Knife. Ultra S-Class Divine Weapon. Although Yichen could not fathom the function of this quantum cutting knife, the mere mention of an Ultra S-Class weapon sounded immensely impressive. For safety's sake, Yichen decided against venturing out of his sturdy pickup truck. The daylight was dwindling, and it was prudent to remain securely within his vehicle. The fang and wolf hide were automatically assigned to Yang Ming. Yichen examined the wolf hide, which appeared to be rather appealing. It could serve well as bedding once he acquired a bed of his own. Wow, another B-class resource has been posted. The chat room buzzed with renewed activity. Yichen and Yang Ming promptly entered the chat room. B-class perfect vegetable seeds. Upon seeing this item, Yichen's eyes lit up immediately. To survive sustainably on the island, one must eventually cultivate crops. Although he possessed a perfect fishing rod, ensuring a steady supply of fish, a prolonged absence of vegetables would undoubtedly be detrimental to his health. The seller, however, seemed rather unscrupulous, pricing a single seed at the equivalent of 2 bottles of fresh water. Wow, this price is outrageous. I simply cannot afford it. For such a minuscule seed, charging 2 bottles of water is absurd. Complaints erupted in the chat room from numerous individuals struggling to make ends meet. Yichen meticulously examined the system's description of the B-class perfect vegetable seeds. B-class perfect vegetable seeds, genetically enhanced vegetable seeds that, when planted in suitable soil with adequate sunlight and moisture, can yield 20 seeds of varying grades from C to A and at least 2 kilograms of vegetables ranging from D to C in just 7 days. Indeed, as a B-class seed, its growth efficiency was remarkable. Maturity in just 7 days, transforming 1 seed into 20. Yichen promptly sent a private message to the seller. Brother, how many seeds do you have in total? A swift response arrived. Not many. The system only rewarded me with 20 seeds. I'll take them all. What's the price? Yichen replied without hesitation. Brother, that won't be cheap. Yet Yichen countered with an even higher offer. For 20 seeds, I will give you 40 bottles of fresh water, plus 200 grams of bread and 2 fish weighing no less than 1 pound each. I believe my offer is unparalleled. Big shot. I need to save some for myself, you know? I'll cover your food for the next 10 days, providing you with at least 2 fish daily. Yang Ming'er gazed at Yichen's reply with wide, bewildered eyes. Clearly, the seller had initially proposed a deal of 20 seeds for 40 bottles of water, yet Yichen had audaciously inflated the price to an unimaginable level. All right. I won't fuss about it, but you must keep your word and not renege. Not a problem. I can provide you with the water up front, but I will need some time to catch the fish and prepare the bread. If you're uneasy, I can convert the fish into water for you. Yichen was quite straightforward, promptly listing the promised resources on the trading platform. Although Yang Ming'er was filled with doubt, she refrained from interjecting. It wasn't until Yichen received the 20 seeds that he smiled and explained, I decided to purchase them all. This is what we call monopolization. Monopolization? Clearly, Yang Ming'er, who had recently entered the entertainment industry, was unfamiliar with this intricate commercial strategy. Acquiring all 20 seeds was fundamentally different from merely obtaining 19. By monopolizing the market, Yichen would dictate the price of these vegetables once they became available. In a market devoid of competitors, he would be the sole arbiter of pricing. Hey, where did the seeds go? Why are they no longer listed? Brother, I want to buy. I also want to buy seeds, but I can't find them. Darn it. I just gathered 2 bottles of water, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. Soon, the chat room was filled with a chorus of frustrated voices. I'll offer 3 bottles of fresh water, brother. Relist them. I'll trade my 2 daggers for seeds, plus a bottle of water. I'll raise the price. As the clamoring for seeds escalated, Yang Ming'er began to understand why Yichen had been so decisive in purchasing all the seeds at such a steep price. She turned to him, her eyes brimming with admiration. This man was indeed impressive. If it were her, she would have spent ages haggling. However, it was evident that if the negotiations dragged on, new competitors would inevitably emerge, leading to even higher costs. Yichen's swift and decisive approach was undoubtedly the most effective strategy. At that moment, Yichen had already envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind. This island, this land, it would be his foundation for success. Chapter 12, A Pair of CK Men's Briefs. After a long day, Yichen and Yang Ming'er found themselves devoid of energy, struggling to stay awake until midnight for their sign-in. Upon awakening in the pickup truck, they discovered that dawn had already broken. Yang Ming'er, familiar with the surroundings, eagerly flung herself back into Yichen's embrace, her collar askew, revealing a hint of springtime allure. Yichen gently propped himself up, ensuring that the spirited Yang Ming'er was settled before checking the fuel gauge of his pickup. Although the vehicle had been gifted to him by the system, it did not come with a fuel supply. Upon acquiring the truck, Yichen had noted that the tank was only half full of diesel. Despite not having driven it much, most of the fuel had been converted into electrical energy, leaving the tank less than half full. It seemed he would need to find a way to procure more diesel, otherwise, this pickup would become an immobile fortress. Yichen opened the trading interface once more. The price of freshwater had begun to decline in recent days, evidently due to an increasing number of survivors obtaining freshwater through alternative means. In the trading post, Yichen also spotted fruits. 300 grams of coconuts required a dagger, while 300 grams of bananas could be exchanged for 300 grams of bread. The variety of food items had expanded as sign-ins accumulated, indicating that his days of relying solely on selling water for a living were numbered. Yang Ming'er appeared to awaken as well, rubbing her eyes and climbing out of her seat. Woof, woof. Little Ha, munching on bread, barked at them. Yichen felt a tinge of annoyance as his breakfast once again morphed into dog food. Time to sign in again. Mimicking Yang Ming'er's pre-sign-in ritual, Yichen clasped his hands together and offered a prayer to the heavens. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received a sea-level exceptional reward, 10 pounds of fertile soil. Please check your inventory. While he had not received diesel, he had obtained soil instead. Yichen opened the details to examine the reward closely. Fertile soil. Utilizing this sea-level exceptional fertile soil for crop cultivation will enhance efficiency by 50, with a 10 chance of producing crops of a higher grade. This seemed promising, especially as he had planned to attempt sowing today. The original maturation period was 7 days. With a 50 efficiency boost, he could reduce it by at least 2 days. The sooner he could grow vegetables, the higher the price he could command due to their scarcity. Having completed his sign-in, Yichen glanced at Yang Ming'er, who was now eagerly preparing for her turn, praying and kneeling. After a considerable wait, however, no system notification chimed. It was clear that her reward was likely an E-level or D-level item. It seemed that prayer was not always effective. Yichen maintained a positive attitude, not expecting Yang Ming'er's novice sign-in system to consistently yield B-level rewards. However, Yang Ming'er's expression had turned somewhat distressed. What's wrong? What did you receive? Your face? Yichen inquired, puzzled. After some hesitation, Yang Ming'er pointed to a small package on the back seat. Her brows furrowed and her tone shy as she softly said, this is for you. What is it? Yichen reached for the small package, and in an instant, he understood why her demeanor was peculiar. The package bore a bold inscription, CK Min's Briefs. The system certainly had a sense of humor. Yesterday, he had gifted the girl lingerie, and today she returned the favor with a pair of briefs. Truly, the exchange of gifts transcended gender boundaries. Thanks. Yichen managed a forced smile, stowing away the valuable branded briefs before having a light breakfast. The two then exited the pickup, with little how around. They did not need to worry about wolf attacks. Let us drive the pickup over. If we encounter wolves again, we can quickly take refuge in the vehicle. After yesterday's experience, safety was Yichen's top priority. Throughout the morning, Yichen and Yang Ming'er busied themselves with constructing a fence towards the lakeside. It must be said, teamwork between men and women made the labor less strenuous. By noon, the fence was finally complete, including the gate on the southwest side. The security of the lawn had significantly increased. Unless wolves were to swim across the lake, entering the lawn would be a challenge. However, the current fence was merely in its preliminary phase, capable of deterring wildlife but not humans. Yichen envisioned a final design featuring a towering 3-meter wall, equipped with an automatic alarm system and comprehensive surveillance cameras. Yichen, new items have arrived at the trading post. As Yichen pondered his fence's design, Yang Ming'er called out. He swiftly accessed the trading post. A candle requires 200 grams of bread or 2 bottled waters. A ceramic cup requires any food weighing 200 grams. A bottle of mosquito repellent requires a dagger. Indeed, numerous new items had been listed in the trading post. However, the focal point of discussion among the crowd centered around one particular item, the solar panel. Chapter 13. For essential conditions for leveling up sign-in B-grade perfect resource. Solar panels. The solar panel, miniature type, a B-grade perfect resource synthesized from basic materials such as silicon and aluminum, is capable of generating an average of 1 kW of power daily. Multiple panels can be upgraded and integrated. Although it is a miniature resource and a single panel does little on its own, it symbolizes hope for many survivors seeking a power supply. Hey, what's the price? How many do you have? Inquiries began flooding the public channel. A user named I am the most savage man responded, only one available, I don't know the price, but it's going to the highest bidder. Clearly, this individual possessed a certain business acumen, opting for a quasi-auction method rather than hastily setting a price. Should we buy it? Yang Ming'er recalled the occasion when Yichen exchanged for B-grade seeds and sensed that he might be inclined to make a move again. However, Yichen's actions left her perplexed once more. It's unnecessary. Buying 2 candles would be far more useful. With that, Yichen spent 4 bottles of fresh water to purchase 2 candles, took his shovel, and headed off to cultivate the land. The chat room buzzed with activity. I'll trade my kitchen knife and 500 grams of bread. I offer 10 bottles of water plus 2 fish and 300 grams of bread. I'll exchange my newly signed A-grade resource bicycle. The bids multiplied, with prices spiraling into absurdity. Meanwhile, Yichen, hoisting his shovel and dragging a bag of fertile soil alongside his precious 20 seeds, sought out a flat patch of grass in the southwestern area of the lawn to commence his cultivation. Yang Ming'er kept a watchful eye on the chatroom messages. After nearly 20 minutes, she made her way to Yichen, who had already cultivated a 10 square meter plot. It seems it hasn't sold yet? Yichen wiped the sweat from his brow, nonchalantly stating, it's normal. Rather than waste time in the chat room, it's better to get some work done. Yang Ming'er, mistaking his words as a comment on her own behavior, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Even if the solar panel were given to me now, it would be of no use. It's akin to receiving a pile of batteries. What can you do with them at this moment? Instead of spending a fortune on something currently impractical, we should invest our time in other pursuits. Come on, stop dawdling. I just exchanged for a plastic bucket. Go fetch some water, and soon we can plant our precious seeds. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Mingyu ceased her focus on the chat room and the marketplace, taking the bucket to fetch water. After a busy morning, Yi Chen successfully scattered the seeds and watered them, leaving only the harvest to await. They enjoyed a hearty meal. And to their surprise, the solar panel that I am the most savage man had offered was still unsold. Yi Chen scoffed softly, recognizing the insatiable nature of human greed. It seemed the panel would not be sold after all. In the afternoon, Yi Chen took a brief nap, only to be stirred awake by Yang Mingyu's gentle tap. Yi Chen, the system has new updates. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen abruptly became alert. Ding. System notification. The requirements for upgrading the sign-in system have been updated. 1. Kill or recruit other survivors. Killing one will upgrade the sign-in system by 2 levels, only applicable before level 7, and randomly reward a BS level special item. 2. Recruit 1 person. The sign-in system will upgrade by 1 level, only applicable before level 7, and allows priority access to C level and above rewards from the recruited individual. Special notice. Even if the recruited individual betrays, the recruiter retains priority rights to C level and above rewards. Requirements 1 and 2 cannot coexist. Choosing to kill another person will exclude the option of upgrading through recruitment, and vice versa. After hearing this news, Yang Mingyu glanced at Yi Chen with trepidation. Yi Chen smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, do you think I would harm you? Moreover, only short-sighted individuals would consider killing others. Clearly, the immediate gains from killing are far greater than recruiting, yet in the long run, recruiting offers more value. Besides, this is a world-class beauty. Which man would dare to kill? Over the days, Yang Mingyu had gradually come to understand Yi Chen's character, realizing there was no need for concern. Yi Chen continued to read the system notifications. 3. The first survivor to synthesize a C-grade exceptional item or higher will receive timely sign-in upgrade rewards based on the synthesis results. Yi Chen was a direct beneficiary of this provision. However, the last point garnered the most attention from everyone. 4. Successfully collect resources as issued by the system to upgrade the corresponding sign-in level. Note: all collected resources must be placed in a designated location specified by the survivor. Once designated, the location cannot be changed within 72 hours for submission. Upon reading this notification, the participants in the chat room immediately cast aside the unresolved matter of the solar panel. It was clear to all that elevating the sign-in level was of utmost importance. For all survivors, the majority of survival resources stemmed from the system's sign-in. Without elevating the sign-in level, one could not access higher-grade resources. Ding. The system has released the resource requirements for upgrading from level 1 to level 2. 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of any grade, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand or above, and 100 pieces of D-grade rare palm leaves or above. Ding. The system has released the resource requirements for upgrading from level 2 to level 3. 50 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks or above, 3 liters of any consumable fresh water, 2 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables or above, and 1 D-grade rare kitchen knife or above. Yi Chen's eyes widened as he stared intently at the system interface. The critical requirements for advancing from level 3 to level 4 were imminent. Chapter 14. The search for palm trees and sand. The system has issued a notification regarding the materials required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. 30 kilograms of any grade of sea salt, 10 kilograms of rare grade D clay or higher, 2 C grade exceptional freshwater fish or above, 3D grade rare bows, and 1 C grade exceptional pickaxe. Due to the fact that the highest level among all survivors is currently only 3, the system will not issue subsequent upgrade task lists for the time being. Once a survivor breaks through, the system will release them. The leaderboard will be updated in 72 hours. The last 2 messages from the system were of utmost importance to Yi Chen. We are currently the highest level, Yang Mingyu exclaimed, even more exhilarated than Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. Among the materials required for upgrading from level 3 to level 4, he could readily satisfy the last 3 items. Acquiring C-grade exceptional fish was no issue. He could craft the D-grade rare bows with available materials, and he already possessed a C-grade exceptional pickaxe. As for the sea salt, he had a pot for boiling soup. By collecting seawater and evaporating it, he would be left with sea salt. The system imposed no quality requirements, so obtaining the 10 kilograms of sea salt should pose no difficulty. The only concern weighing on Yi Chen's mind was the clay. Where could he possibly find that? He opened the clay data. Clay, mineral clay, or ocean clay. Mineral clay can be obtained from kaolin mines, while ocean clay can be found in shallow coastal waters. What on earth is a kaolin mine? Where could he find one? It seemed his only option was to venture into the sea to try digging for some. Having contemplated his upgrade plan, Yichen turned his attention back to Yang Minger. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" Yang Minger asked, puzzled. "Aren't you planning to upgrade?" Yichen inquired. "Me?" Yang Minger finally grasped the situation. Even though she had already been recruited, she could still upgrade her sign-in system. 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of any grade, 10 kilograms of rare grade D sand, and 100 pieces of rare grade D palm leaves. Yang Minger murmured as she listed the materials needed for her own upgrade. "Don't worry, we have that." Yichen raised his prized pickaxe high. For other survivors, palm leaves might be relatively easy to obtain. However, cutting down 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks and collecting 10 kilograms of sand was no simple feat. Firstly, the majority of people lacked suitable tools. Secondly, most did not have transportation means. The system had specifically noted that the collected materials must be centralized, and once the collection point was established, it could not be changed for 3 days. Both the 50 kilograms of trunks and the 10 kilograms of sand required manual labor to transport. Nonetheless, these challenges posed little concern for Yichen. He had an axe, a bucket, and a pickup truck capable of carrying several tons of cargo. Presently, with the system having released the task material list for the upgrade sign-in system, all useful materials related to the tasks immediately experienced a surge in prices. Freshwater resources. Crafting tools such as daggers and kitchen knives, containers like plastic buckets and ceramic jars for holding sand, and even the ropes for bundling palm leaves saw their prices skyrocket. Yichen, with ample supplies on hand, felt no anxiety. He had already prepared freshwater, axes, buckets, and ropes. In fact, he could cultivate the vegetables required for the 3rd level upgrade in a few days. After fishing, let's post our catch on the trading platform and go for a drive. Yichen said nonchalantly as he began to fish. "Aren't you going to upgrade your sign-in level first?" Yang Mingo observed Yichen leisurely fishing, seemingly unconcerned about upgrading her own sign-in level. "No rush. I still need to check the seaside for clay." "To the seaside? Because of clay?" "Yes. It's too difficult to find a mine on land. It's better to try our luck by the sea." As they spoke, another sea-grade exceptional fish was caught. Yichen was practically monopolizing the fish market on the trading platform. Although players had begun selling freshwater fish from today, their fish were of a significantly lower grade than his. It was evident that this was due to the quality of their fishing rods. While his was a B-grade perfect rod. After exhausting his fishing attempts for the day, Yichen kept 2 one-pound fish for dinner and listed the remainder on the trading platform. "Let us hop in the truck and explore. Perhaps we'll discover something valuable." Yichen stowed his fishing rod, gathered his pickaxe, bucket, ropes, and other supplies, and called for Xiaoha. The trio, 2 people and 1 dog, departed from their base in the pickup truck, heading away from the lake. "Where are we going?" Yang Minger asked, still somewhat bewildered. "We're off to find palm trees and sand. Perhaps we'll find them along the beach." Yichen pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck surged forward, racing through the jungle towards the beach. Tropical islands are likely abundant with palm trees, and upon reaching the seaside, Yichen immediately spotted numerous palm trees. With both sand and palm trees in sight, the only remaining requirement was a bit of physical effort. Yichen swung his pickaxe at a palm tree, striking it twice. With a resounding crash, a palm tree towering several dozen meters fell. To facilitate transportation, Yichen chopped the trunk into 7 or 8 sections, easily achieving the required 50 kilograms from a single tree. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly simplest tasks of obtaining palm leaves and sand presented unforeseen difficulties. Chapter 15. I could sell the trunk to Yichen plucked a few palm leaves, and the system prompted, E-grade ordinary palm leaves. This was rather embarrassing. It turned out that palm leaves had their own significance. Yichen squatted down to examine the trunk of the palm tree closely. The system displayed, palm tree trunk, E-grade ordinary palm tree. "Well, it seems we need to find another tree." Yichen scratched his head sheepishly. Having learned his lesson, Yichen decided to scrutinize the trees carefully before chopping any down. After inspecting 3 or 4 trees, he finally discovered one marked by the system as a D-grade exceptional palm tree. Yichen looked up and was quite impressed. It was indeed a higher grade and significantly larger. With great effort, Yichen managed to fell the trunk. "Let's take a sip of water, but what about that tree?" Yang Minger sweetly handed him a bottle of water. Yichen gulped down a few mouthfuls and glanced at the 2 trunks he had just felled. "Put it on the trading platform." "The trading platform? Is there really a demand for it?" "Of course, not only is there a demand, but it might even spark a frenzy." Yichen replied confidently. "A frenzy?" Yang Minger's expression reflected her disbelief. Yichen chose not to explain further and directly listed the D-grade exceptional palm tree trunk on the trading platform. D-grade exceptional palm tree trunk. 70 kilograms, price to be determined. Wow, someone is selling a trunk. 70 kilograms. D-grade. What's the price? I can't take it anymore. I've been chopping with a dagger, and my hands are about to break. You still have a dagger? I have nothing. I'm going crazy. To Yichin's surprise, the moment he listed the palm tree trunk, the chat room buzzed with excitement. Boss, I'll offer 500 grams of bread. Is that all right? Big shot. What price are you asking? How about I trade you a barbecue grill? Soon, Yichin's private mailbox was overwhelmed with messages. Yang Minga was stunned, not expecting that so many people would be clamoring for a mere trunk. Are they just lacking the tools to chop down trees? Yichin shook his head and replied with a smile, it's not just that. Even if they managed to fell a tree, they would have to consider transportation. However, if they exchange through the trading system, it alleviates the burden of transport. Yang Minga finally understood. The resources one harvested would have to be transported to a designated location, whereas the items traded through the system could be directly delivered, eliminating the need for transportation. No wonder so many people were eager to buy this truck. What if we list it and then take it down? Will the resources change location? The little girl was quite inquisitive. No, it will return to its original spot. It won't move an inch. Yichin had already contemplated this minor detail, but unfortunately, the system seemed to have thought it through much better than him. What if you sold something to me? That should allow for free transfer of goods, right? Yichin was taken aback, not expecting this girl to have even more devious ideas than himself. Why don't you try it? Yichin could not deny such a peculiar notion. Yang Minga listed an E-grade ordinary trunk, pricing it at 2 E-grade ordinary trunks. Such an absurd price would likely not attract any sane person's attention. Yichin clicked confirm, and the system prompted, illegal transaction, severe warning, do not repeat. As expected, the system was formidable, leaving no loopholes. It automatically deemed the transaction illegal, quashing Yang Minga's attempt to transfer resources through the trading system at its inception. Boss, do you need diesel? A new message immediately caught Yichin's attention. How much do you have? Yichin swiftly replied. Diesel was a treasure, and he was surprised someone had actually acquired it. Not much, just 10 liters, D-grade rare material. Can I trade it for your trunk? Absolutely. Yichin promptly sealed the deal. The transaction was successful, and he received 10 liters of diesel, although 10 liters was hardly sufficient for the gas-guzzling pickup truck. It was better than nothing, at least proving that signing in could yield diesel. Yichin casually listed a few bottles of water, specifically noting his desire to acquire diesel, treating it as a free advertisement. Having dealt with the palm tree trunk, he collected 100 pieces of D-grade rare palm leaves. All that remained was the D-grade rare sand. As he scooped up a handful of sand, Yichin discovered that even this small amount varied in grade. How do we deal with this? Sand has no clear distinction. Yang Minga also looked troubled by the sand. It seemed others in the chat room were beginning to voice their grievances. Damn it. After finally managing to get the palm tree trunk and leaves, I'm stuck with this wretched sand. What is happening? Do we really have to manually sort the sand? 10 kilograms. How long will that take? From E-grade to A-grade, there was all sorts. The system explicitly stated the need for 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand or higher. Some disregarded this and filled their containers with 100 kilograms of sand. But the system paid no heed to them. Clearly, without sorting the sand by grade, the system would not acknowledge it. This posed a dilemma for everyone. Unexpectedly, it was the most inconspicuous sand that obstructed everyone's advancement. Yichin squatted down and pondered the sand beneath his feet, ultimately directing his gaze toward Yang Minga. Chapter 16. While others seek basic needs, we strive for prosperity, Mayor. Where is your maid outfit? What? The maid outfit? Yang Minga was startled, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Go fetch it at once. This. Must I wear that? Yang Minga shyly lowered her head. Yichin was at a loss for words, pondering what this girl was thinking. I'm not asking you to wear it. Just bring it here. I have a plan. Finally, regaining her composure, Yang Minga hurriedly fetched the freshly washed and dried maid outfit. Yichin scooped up a handful of sand from the beach and sprinkled it over the maid outfit. What are you doing? It can still be worn. Women are like that. Moments ago, she thought Yichin wanted her to wear it and was blushing profusely. But now she hesitated to let it be ruined. Don't worry, once this is done, I'll give you 10 more. It's just a maid outfit. As long as you like it, I can get you racing suits, nurse uniforms, naval attire, anything you desire. As the sand fell, most remained on the maid outfit, with only a small amount slipping through. Yichin immediately crouched down to examine the sand that had passed through. An astonishing phenomenon occurred. The sand that came through was all of C-grade excellence or higher. Hurry, bring over the bucket. Yang Minga quickly brought a plastic bucket. Yichin started tossing sand onto the maid outfit. Although the efficiency was not high, the sand that passed through the maid outfit was no longer below C-grade excellence. An hour later, 10 kilograms of sand of C-grade excellence or higher was collected. The system merely stated that D-grade rare or higher was acceptable, without specifying a particular level. As long as no E-grade ordinary sand was mixed in, there would be no issue. You are amazing. Yang Mei genuinely admired Yichin at this moment. Such a daunting problem was effortlessly resolved by him. Where have you designated the resource gathering point? Yichin inquired. I haven't decided yet. I heard it can only be changed every 72 hours, so I didn't want to make a hasty decision. Well done. Let us transport the materials back first, and try to set the resource gathering point on the pickup truck. Yichin's idea was simple. If they could designate the movable pickup truck as the resource gathering point, it would make material collection much more convenient in the future. Before night fell, they returned all the required materials for upgrading to the lawn in front of the cave. Yang Mei set the pickup truck as the resource gathering point. Ding. Host Yang Mei has successfully set the resource gathering location. Yichin once again started the pickup truck, moving it forward by 50 meters. Alright, let us try upgrading the system and see. Everything was ready. Yang Mei attempted to open the system and submitted the upgrade material list. Ding. Material submission successful. The sign-in system is upgrading. Ding. Your sign-in system has successfully upgraded to Level 2. Level 2 sign-in system. 65 chance to obtain E-grade ordinary rewards, 15 chance for D-grade rare rewards, 13 chance for C-grade excellence rewards, 5 chance for B-grade perfect rewards, 1. 5 chance for A-grade epic rewards, 0. 5 chance for S-grade legendary rewards, 0 chance for divine level rewards. Success. We can indeed set the resource gathering point on the pickup truck. This will save us a lot of transportation time in the future. Yichin was increasingly satisfied with his S-grade legendary sign-in reward. While others had to fix their resource points at static locations, he could set his on a moving pickup truck. With such a marvelous tool, who could match his upgrading speed? That's enough for today. Let us call it a night. Once the vegetables ripen in a few days, we can directly elevate your system to level 3. Yichin was filled with confidence. Level 3. Shouldn't we upgrade yours first? That can wait. We need to make some profit first. Yichin had already devised his plan in his mind. As dusk gradually descended, protected by the fence and with little Ha on guard, Yichin and Yang Mei felt no lingering concerns. They set up a barbecue grill and began grilling fish. Looking for D-grade sand? What is going on here? Damn, I can't believe this useless sand is giving me trouble. How will I manage to level up if it's this complicated? In the chat room, a group of people was lamenting incessantly. You mean making money refers to this, right? Yang Mei seemed to have spotted an opportunity. What do you think? There's plenty of sand. This business is guaranteed to be profitable. Why not take advantage of it? Yichin wished he could exchange all the resources these people had for sand. This fish soup is quite delicious, just a bit bland. Yang Mei casually remarked. Yichin immediately sent a message, looking to purchase seasonings, salt, MSG, soy sauce, vinegar, and 6 flavor essence. Contact me privately if you have any. Once this message was sent, the people in the chat room were left dumbfounded. Seasonings? We haven't even solved our basic needs yet, and now we're looking for seasonings? Who is this person? Such a bold claim. However, when more people saw the ID Rising Sun and Stars, no one doubted that this person was indeed formidable. Boss, do you need a little brother? Please take me in. Rising Sun and Stars, I'm a girl too, and I want to pledge my allegiance to you. The disparity was evident. Yichin paid no heed to these individuals. Instead of wasting time chatting, he preferred to engage in meaningful work. Seeing the massive reaction her casual comment had incited, Yang Mei felt a bit embarrassed and said, Yichin, I was just speaking offhand. We haven't even solved our basic needs yet. How can we aspire for seasonings? Basic needs unresolved? Yichin looked perplexed. That's them. We have already resolved ours. We are pursuing a better quality of life, Yichin asserted confidently. By the way, let us gather a few sets of women's clothing, both innerwear and outerwear. The more, the merrier. Soon, another line of text appeared in the chat room. Everyone was utterly stunned. A girl wants to change clothes. Could it be? Chapter 17. Hui Wanshenbao tablets regrettably, despite Yichin's persistent calls. No one responded to him. It seemed even the system had not anticipated providing the current survivors with seasonings or clean clothing. Yang Ming, reclining in the comfortable pickup seat, soon succumbed to slumber. Eagerly, Yichin awaited the stroke of midnight. Check-in. The moment the clock struck 12, Yichin impatiently initiated the check-in process. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received an A-level epic reward. A blueprint for a jet ski. Please check your inventory. What is luck if not this? A blueprint. And not just any, but an A-level epic one. As a new day dawned, emotions were varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Damn it, another A-level reward. 3 bamboo sticks? Am I supposed to use these to dry my clothes? But I only have this one outfit. Are they suggesting I run around naked? Yichin exclaimed, exasperated. What is this? A night-use sanitary pad? For heaven's sake, giving me Lego bricks is absurd. I'm on the brink of starvation. Who has the leisure to build with Lego? Haha. I received a pack of chocolate. Hee. I've got 3 kilograms of mutton. Barbecue at last. Yichin once again posted 10 bottles of water, requesting a bamboo raft. After completing his transactions, he extinguished the candle and lay down. Yang Ming'er seemed to have drifted back into dreams as soon as Yichin lay down. Her delicate hands reached out, entwining around his arm. Truly, she was a clingy little sprite. With no other choice, he embraced her and succumbed to sleep. However, it wasn't long before the sounds of wind and thunder outside the window jolted him awake. A resounding crash echoed as lightning struck from the heavens. Oh no, a thunderstorm is upon us. Yang Ming'er, too, was startled awake by the thunder. Our vegetable seeds, she exclaimed. The precious seeds they had just planted weighing heavily on her mind. We can't go out. It's too dangerous in a thunderstorm. The seed area is small, and the likelihood of being struck by lightning is minimal. We need not take that risk. Yichin quickly interjected. Are we safe in the car? What if lightning strikes and damages it? Yang Ming'er looked anxiously at him. It won't. If a car is struck by lightning, the current will flow around the exterior and into the ground, keeping those inside safe. Yichin's physics lessons were not in vain. He retained this common knowledge. Before long, torrential rain began to fall, cascading down the car windows. Lightning flashed repeatedly, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Their pickup truck once again showcased its prowess as an S-level legendary reward. Despite the raging storm outside, the interior remained as steady as a rock. Not a single drop of water seeped in, and it was remarkably quiet. This sudden tempest arrived swiftly, but it departed just as quickly. Half an hour later, the clouds dispersed, and the moon peeked out. Yichin slowly opened the window, allowing the fresh air to rush in. How refreshing, Yang Ming'er exclaimed, inhaling deeply. All right, since we're awake, let's check in and then catch a bit more sleep. Tomorrow, we have a day of playing in the sand ahead of us. Sure thing. Yang Ming'er upgraded the check-in system to level 2, her confidence soaring. Check in. Without hesitation, she called out loudly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a sea-level exceptional reward, a Huiyuan Shinbao tablet. The once fresh air suddenly felt thick with tension. Yichun was taken aback. Could it be that the check-in system had sensed his needs? This gift arrived just in time. I'll sleep a little longer. Good night. Yang Ming'er turned her face away, her cheeks flushed, and lay down. The scene was undeniably awkward in this secluded, moonlit night. The system had bestowed such a gift upon a pair of individuals sharing the same space. How could he face it? Cough, cough. Yichin cleared his throat and lay down, trying not to rush things. What was meant for him would come in due time. That night, Yichin was unsure if Yang Ming'er managed to fall asleep, but he himself was wide awake. As dawn broke, Yang Ming'er eagerly exited the vehicle to explore outside. Good morning. Yichin called out from a distance as he stepped out of the car. Come quick, come quick. To his surprise, instead of avoiding him, Yang Ming'er waved enthusiastically from afar. What is going on? Yichin jogged over to her side. Looking down, he quickly grasped the situation. The seeds they had planted the previous day had sprouted. Such efficiency. A glance around revealed a system notification. The vegetable sprouts, nourished by the rain, are now B-level perfect quality. Harvesting will take 6 days. If D-level rare or higher fertilizer is applied, the harvest time will be expedited, and the quality and quantity will be enhanced accordingly. Fertilizer? Yichin immediately opened the trading platform, scanning it thoroughly. Chapter 18. I can sell sand at a high price. Regrettably, I do not have any fertilizer to sell at the moment. It appears that I lack quite a few essential items. Without mature vegetables, I cannot elevate Yang Ming'er's sign-in system to level 3, and I also require a vegetable knife. Currently, I possess only a dagger, and to craft a vegetable knife, I need to procure another one. Thus, I find myself in need of both a vegetable knife and a dagger. More is always better. While casually listing a few items, Yichin began to call out in the chat room. Isn't that a big shot? What do you need a vegetable knife for? To chop someone? At this moment, Yichin was the star of the chat room. Any utterance from him drew a multitude of inquiries and concern. Wait, the big shot is going to chop someone. Who's the unfortunate soul? You guys don't understand a thing. The big shot is preparing a feast. Indeed, with so many fish and beautiful ladies surrounding him, he must be cooking something delicious. Yichin could only shake his head in disbelief. It was clear that gossip was a physiological need for many. Even knowing they might starve tomorrow, they still sought to gossip. In private messages, he mentioned needing a vegetable knife and a dagger, as well as D-grade rare sand, stating that he would offer the best price. Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted once more. D-grade rare sand. Is this for real? Do you really have it? I need D-grade sand. Big shot, what do you need? I'll reserve it for you. Are we selling sand? Yang Ming'er hesitated for a moment before looking at Yichin. Yichin shrugged nonchalantly. I'm idle anyway. I might as well earn some extra income. Yang Ming'er looked at him with a bitter smile, realizing that he regarded this as a side business. In Yi Chun's mind, what was most abundant on the island? Perhaps it was sand. Selling sand to make money. Was there a better side hustle in the world? It was practically like picking it up for free. Before they could start sifting through sand, Yi Chen's private inbox was already overflowing with messages. As he leisurely sifted through the sand while donning a battle-hardened maid outfit, he read through the messages one by one. Big shot, do you need water? I can trade you for it. 10 bottles of mineral water, Kunlun Mountain mineral water, guaranteed quality. Yi Chen ignored the message. Did he need water? Apologies, but he had a lake of it. Yes, a lake, not just a jug. Whether it was Kunlun or Bai Shui, he didn't care at all. Do you need bread? I have compressed biscuits. Yet another offer of trade came through. Sorry, not interested. Yi Chen had absolutely no desire for dry bread or compressed biscuits at this moment. Big shot, I have a set of lingerie. Would you like it? Lace, bright red no. The color is not to my liking, Yi Chen regretfully replied. The girl said she wanted lighter colors. The other party was dumbfounded. Realizing that while they hadn't even escaped the poverty line, Yi Chen was already being picky about lingerie colors. Yi Chen had already sifted out 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand, yet nothing useful had appeared in the trading post. When the first bucket of 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand was produced, Yi Chen finally discovered something valuable, a mechanical watch. With his busy schedule, it was often difficult to distinguish between morning and afternoon. Having a watch would be extremely useful for keeping track of time. Hey, I'll trade with you. Upon seeing Yi Chen's reply, the other person was exhilarated. The first lucky recipient had emerged. The rest immediately began to clamor. Big shot, do you still have sand? What do you need? Just let us know. Yes, big shot, how much sand do you have? Is there any for us? For the sake of sand. These gentlemen were truly relentless. I produce only 20 kilograms daily, do not offer ordinary items. Prioritize blueprints, tools, seeds, and practical supplies. Dagger and vegetable knife were also negotiable. Yi Chen did not wish to overexert himself, nor did he want to tire Yang Ming'er out. This delicate woman should not be squatting on the beach for hours playing with sand. After sending out the message, some were elated while others were disheartened. Soon, the second batch of D-grade sand was traded for a vegetable knife. As for Yang Ming'er, she had everything needed to elevate her level from 2 to 3. Except for the still unripe vegetables. Yi Chen began preparing to dig for clay. Armed with a shovel, he approached the seaside and casually took a few scoops. Unfortunately, all he unearthed was sandy soil. There was no clay as required by the system. What's wrong? Is it not working? Yang Ming'er approached with a clean plastic bucket. It seemed more troublesome than he had anticipated. Yi Chen felt a headache coming on. He had initially thought that digging at the beach would suffice. But it was evidently not that simple. Anyone have a raft? I need a raft. Yi Chen called out directly in the chat room. Are you going out to sea? Don't worry, I'm just going to explore the nearby waters. Yi Chen's intention was straightforward. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. If he did not understand the small island he resided on, how could he speak of establishing his own kingdom? The idea of traveling around the island on a raft felt too distant for someone who had just begun to live comfortably. But a simple stroll along one side of the coast was still feasible. Moreover, to find clay, a necessary resource for upgrading the sign-in system. He could not just sit idly on the island and expect it to come to him. Big shot, I don't have a raft, but I have bamboo, 20 pieces. Do you need it? Another message popped up in Yi Chen's inbox. Chapter 19 Encountering an oddity. Yi Chen had waited for quite some time without receiving any news about someone selling rafts, but there was a person offering bamboo instead. Crafting a bamboo raft was not entirely out of the question. He happened to have some iron wire and rope. However, merely trading 20 stalks of bamboo would not suffice for 10 kilograms of sand. What else do you have? Yi Chen had never engaged in a losing deal. Boss, I'm also a poor man, and I have nothing else to offer. You wouldn't want this 1 or 2 bottles of water, would you? How about this? You take me in, and I can help out with menial tasks or hard labor. Yi Chen was taken aback by the other party's eagerness to pledge allegiance. However, he wasn't naive enough to trust someone based solely on a few words. Survival in this world was fraught with deception. Yang Ming'er, being a girl and a star who had appeared on television, did not require his constant vigilance. As for these strangers, prudence was essential. Moreover, the system had mentioned that there were a total of 888 islands. What were the odds that the person speaking to him was on the same island? Casually, Yi Chen replied, Let us discuss the matter of accepting people later. We might be separated by hundreds of islands. All right, boss, I'll give you the bamboo first. Before Yi Chen could respond, a notification chimed. Ding, transaction successful with the big boss. You have received 20 stalks of bamboo. Yi Chen was left speechless. When had he agreed to the transaction? Furthermore, what had he offered in exchange? He looked around and seemed to be lacking nothing. Upon examining the system notification again, he saw, ding, no items obtained. At this point, Yuchen was utterly at a loss for words. The other party had simply gifted him the bamboo. Brother, why did you just give it to me? Boss, it's no problem. If you need it, take it. I have no use for it. It's better to give it to someone who can make use of it. This left Yuchen feeling quite awkward. While he was being cautious, the other party seemed completely unconcerned. Do you need sand? It's too late today. I can get you 10 kilograms tomorrow. Since the other party was willing to help, Yuchen did not hesitate. After all, it was just 10 kilograms of sand. He could consider it a gesture of friendship. It's fine, boss. You can keep selling it. I don't need this little bit of sand. I don't even have a dagger, and I can't manage a tree trunk. However, I do have plenty of bread and found a cave. It must be said that this individual, referred to as Big Boss, possessed an exceptionally positive attitude. He appeared entirely devoid of desires for the future. Having bread alone was insufficient. It would be wise to focus on leveling up. Yuchen kindly reminded him as he began his journey back, carrying the 20 stalks of bamboo. One could only say that the world was vast and full of wonders. This survival realm was not solely a place of treachery, but also home to a few innocent souls. Yuchen did not wish to accept the bamboo without offering something in return, so he sent 3 bottles of fresh water back. Boss, you are truly generous. I only need 1 bottle. Subsequently, Yuchen received 2 bottles of water in return. What an eccentric individual. With the 20 stalks of bamboo in tow, Yuchen returned to his camp. The 2 of them prepared a fish soup, filling their bellies. Don't you want to change? After having his fill, Yuchen lay back on the seat of the pickup truck, dozing off, when Yang bashfully handed him an item. Upon seeing it, Yuchen realized it was a pair of high-end CK-S underwear. The girl was asking him to change. Was it possible? Yuchen began to let his imagination run wild. Yang seemed to understand Yuchen's thoughts and shook her head repeatedly, saying, changing frequently is beneficial for health. Yuchen sighed. It appeared he had overthought it. The girl was not suggesting anything intimate. She was merely expressing her disdain for his current state. After all, how many days had it been since they landed on the island? It was indeed time to freshen up. By the way, I've filled the water for you. It's outside. I'll lie down in the car for a bit with my eyes closed, so you can rest assured. Rest assured? What was there to be concerned about? Yuchen thought to himself that he would be more than happy for her to observe him, and he wouldn't even charge an admission fee. Yet, after Yang finished speaking, she lay down, not sparing him another glance. Alas, he was offering a free show, and no one was paying him any attention. Yuchen picked up the valuable CK underwear and approached the plastic bucket filled with water, leisurely beginning to wash his clothes. After washing, Yuchen discovered he was still lacking several items, such as a drying rack and clips. Requesting a drying rack, Yuchen half-heartedly typed a message in the chat room. The great sun, moon, and stars have arrived. What does the great boss need a drying rack for? You know nothing. The great boss is with the girl that's a perfect conclusion. Hee boss. How does it feel? These bored gossipers immediately began to let their imaginations run wild. It seemed that whenever Yuchen requested something, these people could conjure up all sorts of thoughts. With a resigned expression, Yuchen returned to the pickup truck. I've finished washing. Do you need to wash as well? Yuchen casually inquired. He did not receive a response, but instead heard the sound of crying. What was going on? He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Chapter 20. A young lady has been abducted. Mayor. What has transpired? Yuchen was utterly perplexed. Fortunately, it was just the 2 of them in the vehicle. Otherwise, passers-by might mistakenly believe he had done something to the young lady. Yang sniffled softly for a moment before wiping away her tears and whispering, I miss home. Upon hearing this, Yuchen finally let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely homesickness. Consider this a survival game. Besides, I am here with you. So what is there to fear? We have plenty to eat and drink. You can think of it as a vacation. He gently patted Yang on the back. Yang slowly turned to face him, her tear-filled eyes gazing intently at Yuchen. With a sudden burst of emotion, she threw herself into his embrace. Yuchen, taken aback, found it astonishing that in this day and age, a young lady would take such initiative. Please don't cry, be good now. Yet, seeing her in distress, he couldn't take advantage of the moment. Yuchen merely wrapped one arm around her. Unexpectedly, after a while of comforting her, Yang seemed to tire from her tears and simply laid her head against Yuchen's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Yuchen, at a loss, found himself dozing off while holding her. Suddenly, a notification from the system flashed before him. Ding! The Dawan has successfully completed a transaction with you. You have received 20 C-grade exceptional seeds. Yuchen glanced at the time. It had just passed midnight, and this benefactor had returned with another generous gift. 20 C-grade exceptional seeds, a treasure of immense value in the current age. My dear friend, you are far too generous. Yichen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dawan quickly replied, Boss, please accept these. Hee. By the way, why don't you plant them yourself? I've also sent you 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bag of bread. Yichen gently set young Maya down and tossed some items back to Dawan. One must reciprocate kindness. It is only proper. Thank you, my friend. The weather on my island is quite unpredictable, with winds and rain. I often find myself hiding in a cave. Thankfully, there are plenty of caverns and a towering mountain, topped with a grand pine tree. Dawan seemed to be quite the chatterbox, rambling on without pause. Well, I need to check in. Let us continue this conversation another day. If you need anything, just let me know. Yichen did not wish to engage in late-night banter with a man, as he needed to focus on signing in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a B-grade perfect reward, a high-powered binocular. A binocular? What a splendid item. He had been contemplating a leisurely raft ride along the shore, and this binocular would be an essential tool. Mayor, I've signed in. Yichen exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, waking her from her slumber. Young Maya rubbed her eyes and saw Yichen fiddling with a binocular. Is this what you received from signing in? Impressive. Just what I needed today. Yichen felt a swell of pride. Ding. Young Mayo has successfully signed in under your invitation. Congratulations. You have received an A-grade epic reward, a 4kW medium solar panel. Yichen was still basking in the delight of his B-grade reward when Yang Mayer had already secured an A-grade epic reward, a medium solar panel. Mayor, you are remarkable. Yichen expressed his admiration. It appeared that beauty truly correlated with character. Yang Mayer, still somewhat bewildered, murmured sleepily, what did I just receive? A solar panel. And it's a medium one, quite a significant find. Boss, something's wrong. Suddenly, Yichen's private messages lit up again. Opening it, he saw it was from Dawan. What is happening? Is there trouble? I saw a young lady who seemed to have been abducted on my island, and those 2 individuals are armed with knives. I must go rescue her. Don't act rashly. Tell me what you have with you. Yichen waited, but Dawan did not respond. Hey, where are you? Don't be impulsive. Yichen had come to regard Dawan as a comrade, and after 2 days of interaction, he realized the boy was quite innocent. The sudden silence from Dawan made Yichen genuinely anxious. What's wrong? Yang Mayer observed Yichen's grave expression and immediately inquired about the cause. A friend from the chat room seems to have spotted a young lady being abducted on his island, and he intends to rescue her. Upon hearing this, Yang Mayer trembled. She had been fortunate to encounter Yichen. Had she met 2 nefarious individuals like the ones described, she would have been in dire straits. Boss, he has disappeared. I can't find him. After another 10 minutes, Dawan finally sent a message, but it appeared to be grim news. Chapter 21. The first dive, you must prioritize your safety above all else. If you need anything, just let me know. Here, take this dagger. And I will also provide you with 3 bottles of fresh water. Yichen unconditionally handed the dagger and the 3 bottles of water to Dawan. Thank you. Big brother. If I see those 2 scoundrels again, I promise to deal with them. Don't be reckless. The dagger is for self-defense. Do not entertain notions of heroically rescuing anyone unless you first ascertain whether you are indeed a hero. Yichen exhibited a far greater composure than Dawan. While saving others is undoubtedly commendable, it must be predicated on ensuring one's own safety. If you cannot guarantee your own security, how can you hope to save another? All right. I will heed your advice and stay put in the cave. It's quite secluded here. Dawan complied without hesitation. The girl has vanished? Naturally, Yang Minger, being a woman herself, felt a deeper concern for the girl who had encountered those villains. Yichen patted her shoulder, offering solace, such as fate. Sleep a little longer. We have much to accomplish today. After ensuring Dawan was taken care of, Yichen reclined once more to rest. Yang Minger appeared to still be preoccupied with worry for the unfortunate girl. As dawn broke and Yichen opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a pair of beautiful eyes gazing at him. Yichen, do you think we should go rescue that girl? Is it feasible? Rescue? Yichen found himself at a loss for words. She truly was all form and no substance. In this unfamiliar island world, where would they even begin to search for her? They had yet to fully explore the island where they themselves were surviving, let alone venture to another island to rescue someone. It was a far-fetched idea, born solely from this Navi girl's imagination. Yichen, however, could not bear to dampen Yang Minger's spirits. She was remarkably innocent, and he wondered how such purity managed to thrive in the entertainment industry. Well, we happen to be planning to walk along the coast today. Let us see what fortune may bring. Great. If we find that girl, I will have a companion. The foolish girl genuinely believed it. Yichen felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After munching on a few crackers, he commenced a busy day of activities, fishing and watering the vegetables. He wielded a shovel and cultivated an acre of land. planting the C-grade seeds that Dadawan had given him. C-grade superior vegetable seeds, genetically modified olive vegetable seeds, given suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture. A single seed can yield 20 seeds of varying grades from D to B and 1 pound of olive vegetables ranging from E to D in 10 days. Although these seeds were less efficient and produced vegetables of inferior quality compared to the B-grade perfect seeds, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still flesh. In their current situation, how many could afford to be picky about vegetables? Let us go, we're setting sail. Young Ming'er, well-fed and exuberant, waved her hand at Yichun. Foolish girl, setting sail? The raft isn't even ready, yet Yichun shook his head helplessly, retrieving the steel wire to begin binding the bamboo raft. The two of them toiled until midday. Thus, the first bamboo raft of the island was born. Although Yichun himself found it quite unappealing, both clumsy and unsightly, he was eager to drag it into the water for a test. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Dadawan has successfully completed a transaction with you. You have received a bag of D-grade rare fertilizer. Immediately after, Dadawan's message arrived. Big brother, I found a bag of fertilizer at the trading post and exchanged it for a bottle of water. Since you're growing vegetables, I thought it might be useful. Yichun was overwhelmed with gratitude. This brother was truly attentive. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged the bottled water Yichun had given him for fertilizer. Yichun promptly took out 2 more bottles of water from the pickup truck and handed them to Dadawan. Brother, thank you so much. I have matters to attend to and will circle the sea. Please take care and stay safe. Understood, big brother. I'll keep an eye on the trading post. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm free anyway. Dadawan eagerly volunteered to be Yichun's assistant. All right. Focus on keeping an eye out for blueprints, seeds, tools, and rare supplies and equipment. Got it, big brother. You can enjoy your outing with the girl. I'll watch over everything. Yichun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did he truly come across as a wealthy second-generation heir going out on an excursion with a girl? Ming'er, you stay here in the pickup with Xiaoha and wait for me. I'll walk along the coastline and won't stray too far. I'll return after crossing that rocky outcrop ahead. Yang Ming'er, upon hearing that Yichun intended to leave her behind, wore an unmistakable expression of discontent, her brows furrowing tightly. Listen, this pickup is a treasure. If you accompany me out to sea and someone takes it while we're away, we would suffer a great loss. With gentle persuasion, Yichun managed to convince Yang Ming'er to remain on the shore. After all, with the pickup truck and Xiaoha watching over her safety was assured. Confident in his swimming abilities, Yichun dragged the bamboo raft into the sea and began his inaugural maritime venture with a makeshift bamboo paddle. The purpose of this expedition was straightforward. First, to attempt diving into the sea for the first time, preparing for future circumnavigations of the island and potential landfalls on other islands. Second, to traverse the rocky outcrop ahead to explore uncharted territories. Third, to seek out clay along nearby coastlines. And thus, he set forth. Chapter 22. Discovery of an island equipped with a shovel, a plastic bucket, a telescope, 2 bottles of fresh water, a piece of compressed biscuit, and a loaf of bread. Yichun set off alone on a bamboo raft. Prioritizing safety, he advanced closely along the shoreline. Every 500 meters, he would leap off the raft to dig a couple of scoops in the sand with his shovel. Unfortunately, even after surpassing the obstructive rock wall, he found no trace of clay. Beyond the wall lay the vast ocean, with a steep coastline to his right. Unable to land, he continued paddling forward. After 10 minutes, Yichun caught sight of the island's end. It appeared that going straight ahead would lead directly into the sea, prompting him to turn right along the coastline. The steep rocks soon vanished, revealing a broad expanse of white sandy beach. 50 meters inland stood a grand corridor of coconut trees, each laden with numerous coconuts. Though Yichun recognized the value of coconuts, he was aware that relying solely on them for hydration could be harsh on the stomach. Nevertheless, savoring a few sips of coconut water and bites of coconut flesh daily would be delightful. The trunks of the coconut trees were robust and without proper tools. Felling one would be impractical. Yichun was not in a rush to harvest coconuts, as his mission was not to gather them. He was aware that Yang Ming'er was anxiously awaiting his return at the far end of the island, and he had no time to squander. Yichun pulled the raft ashore and sat on the beach to replenish his hydration and energy. After a brief rest, he resumed his search for clay with the shovel. After laboring for some time, he had unearthed crabs hiding in the sand, yet still found no sign of clay. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he could not believe that clay could be so elusive. Inserting the shovel into the sand, he seated himself on the beach and surveyed his surroundings with the telescope. Behind him lay a dense thicket of jungle, a sea of greenery that he was reluctant to venture into alone. The thought of encountering venomous snakes or fierce beasts was daunting. After surveying the forest, Yichun shifted his gaze to the ocean. Unexpectedly, a casual glance led to a remarkable discovery. Through the telescope, he discerned what appeared to be an island in the distance. A slight mist hovered over the sea, reducing visibility. Yet with the telescope, he could ascertain with near certainty that it was indeed an island. Could this island be one of the 888 islands? If so, might it also harbor survivors? The revelation of an island so close elicited mixed emotions in Yichin. Like many survivors, he yearned to encounter others, yet simultaneously feared the potential dangers they might pose. Raising the telescope again, he scanned the area. The mist over the sea seemed to be gradually dissipating, and the outline of the island became clearer. Yichin noted a particularly prominent peak on the island, significantly taller than the surrounding terrain. Atop the peak stood a magnificent pine tree. Wait a moment. A towering mountain. A grand pine tree. Could it be that this is the island of Dedawan? Yichin immediately recalled Dedawan's words. I hide in a cave daily, fortunate to have many caves around, with a mountain that is very tall, topped with a large pine tree. He quickly opened the chat room and sent a message to Dedawan. Brother, are you there? However, after anxiously waiting for 10 minutes, he received no reply, causing his anxiety to deepen. What if this fellow had encountered those nefarious individuals? Feeling increasingly uneasy, Yichin decided it was best to return. His apprehension was mounting, not only for Dedawan's safety, but also for young Minger. He paddled swiftly back to the other side of the rock wall. Mingo? He called out, but received no answer. Running ashore, he glanced into the pickup truck, finding it empty. Now, Yichin was truly anxious. Mingo! Mingo! He shouted. I'm here. I'm here. 3 minutes later, young Minger emerged from the bushes. You scared me. Where have you been? I thought I told you to stay in the car? I went to the restroom. Yichin felt a bit embarrassed, realizing his outburst was somewhat unfounded. Big shot. I'm here. What's wrong? At that moment, a message arrived from Dedawan. I need to ask you, is there a very large pine tree on your island, atop a high mountain, with little around it? The branches on the left side of the pine are noticeably lusher than those on the right. Yes, there is a large pine tree, but as for left and right, I feel like the right side is more lush. The right side? Oh, right. I meant the north side is more verdant than the south side. Yichin quickly rephrased. North. South. Which way is north? Yichin was at a loss for words. It seemed this fellow truly lacked direction. Look up and find the sun. It's nearly noon. Which direction is the sun in? Above my head. Yichin, it surely cannot be directly overhead. After much back and forth, Yichin finally helped Dedawan clarify his location. Yichin was situated to the west of the pine tree, while Dedawan was to the east. Thus their descriptions of left and right were inverted. Big shot. Does this mean we are very close? Dedawan was quite excited to hear this news. It can't be wrong. Yichin was now nearly certain that island was indeed the one where Dedawan resided. Chapter 23. The Overseas Island Expedition. Stay put in the cave. I shall devise a means to reach your island. Yichin had resolved that since he had confirmed the island was indeed where Dedawan resided, he must venture forth to inspect it. Was that girl also on the island? Could they perhaps rescue her? Young Minger was still preoccupied with thoughts of the girl who had encountered danger. She was likely still on the island, as there were probably few capable of venturing out to sea at present. Yichin considered himself among the most resourceful of survivors. Yet he could merely circle along the coastline. Lacking a motorized vessel made the prospect of sailing fraught with immense peril. Yichin opened the synthesis system once more. 2 rafts, 1 kayak. 2 kayaks, motorcycle blueprint, 3 solar panels, 1 solar-powered motorboat. He had already crafted 1 raft and possessed the blueprint for the motorboat, but he still required 2 solar panels. Buying rafts, purchasing solar panels at high prices. Yichin immediately began to call out in the chat room. The big shots are preparing to set sail, while we haven't even secured our basic needs. Big shot, where are you headed? Upon Yichin's appearance, he swiftly became the focal point of the chat room once again. However, as the sun set, and he and young Minger returned to their dwelling, Yichin had yet to receive a single message regarding the sale of rafts. What if we can't get any? Young Minger seemed even more anxious than Yichin. He scratched his head, feeling rather awkward. He wished to upgrade the sign-in system, but lacked clay. Young Minger sought to upgrade the sign-in system as well, but she needed vegetables. They wanted to sail to another island, yet they were short on rafts and solar panels. Clay and vegetables could not be procured easily, so they resolved to craft a raft and synthesize a kayak the next day. I will go fetch Dedawan and perhaps check on that girl as well. If possible, I shall bring them both back. After a moment of contemplation, Yichin made up his mind. Isn't it a bit too dangerous to rely solely on a kayak? And you alone? What if you encounter those 2 villains? Young Minger was evidently quite worried. It should be fine. I will discuss the details with Dedawan tonight. As if summoned, Dedawan sent another message. Boss, I've spotted those 2 men again. Apparently on the eastern side of the island. Dedawan had even altered her address for Yichin, from Big Shot to Boss. This individual had yet to meet him, Yet she already regarded him as an elder brother. Did you see the girl? Yichen inquired urgently. Not yet. But since they are still around, the girl should still be on the island unless... Wan did not continue. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming'er frowned deeply, looking as though she might cry. Do not worry. I believe they would not resort to killing the girl. Yichen was convinced that no one would choose to commit murder to upgrade their sign-in system. Although the system indicated that killing one person could elevate one's level by 2 and yield reward materials. Recruiting someone also provided a level increase in rights to receive materials of C-grade excellence or higher on a daily basis, given that the individual in question was a female. Unless those two men were inherently murderous, a reasonable person would not choose to kill merely for an additional level. Yang Ming'er felt somewhat reassured after hearing Yichen's words. Wan, tomorrow I will start constructing the second bamboo raft, but it will likely take at least a day. I still need to find bamboo and bind it. I will send you the telescope first. Ding. The transaction with Ryu Xingchen is successful. You have obtained a high-powered telescope. Boss. What do you need a telescope for? I can't see far. It's all trees here. Wan looked perplexed. Tomorrow, provided you ensure your safety. Try to go up the mountain. It's the highest point, and you can use the telescope to observe the situation to the east. Once I have the kayak ready, I will come to meet you. Yichen had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Boss, you're truly impressive. All right, I understand. I will head to the mountaintop first thing tomorrow. Wan expressed her admiration for Yichen, as she had never thought of such a method. After their discussion was settled, Yichen did not remain idle as the sun descended. In preparation for crafting a raft the following day, he began to gather wire ropes throughout the night. Yichen and Yang Ming'er lit a bonfire on the lawn, cutting the wire into segments for easier binding the next day. Before sleeping, Yichen took stock of his total assets. In terms of freshwater resources, he remained well supplied. He had stored 10 large blocks of compressed biscuits and 2 large loaves of bread. S-grade legendary materials, 1 Raptor F-750 heavy-duty pickup truck. A-grade epic materials, 1 medium solar panel, 1 motorcycle blueprint. B-grade perfect materials, 1 freshwater fishing rod component, 1 high-powered telescope, loaned to Wan, vegetable seeds already sown. C-grade outstanding materials included a plethora, a mountain axe, fertilizer, vegetable seeds, bamboo rafts, scissors, a watch, a shovel, and 4 freshwater fish. As for the miscellaneous items, they were far too numerous to count. Daggers, ropes, steel wires, as well as women's clothing, his own CK brand high-end goods, including a box of Huayuan kidney tonic. Chapter 24. The Survivor Rankings. As the clock struck midnight, a message from the system ignited a flurry of activity in the chat room. The Survivor Rankings have commenced. The system will comprehensively score each survivor based on their sign-in level, resources acquired, and survival environment. The current leaderboard is as follows. First place, Sun and Moon Stars. Yichen's name proudly occupied the top position. The prominent figures in the chat room immediately began to shower Yichen with compliments. Yet, he remained fixated on the system. Second place, Survivor number 1. Third place, The Return of Death. Fourth place, 66th place, I Am the Abyss. Yang Ming'er ranked at 66th. This ranking suggested that a significant number of individuals had likely ascended to the level 2 sign-in system. Yichen scrolled further down, only to find the name of the notorious Big Roll at 823rd, indicating his dire financial state. Yichen also noted an intriguing phenomenon. The total number of survivors remained constant at 999. This presented 2 possibilities. Either no survivor had perished up to this point, or the system deliberately maintained the number at 999. Upon careful contemplation, Yichen dismissed the first possibility as exceedingly improbable, nearly approaching 0. Beyond the threat of other survivors, one must also consider unforeseen circumstances such as food shortages, scarcity of drinking water, or attacks from wild animals, any of which could lead to a survivor's demise. It was inconceivable that, as of today, not a single individual had met such a fate. With the first scenario ruled out, only the second remained. The system would perpetually sustain the count of 999 survivors. Should anyone unexpectedly die or be killed, the system would automatically replenish the number. As if on cue, a confused voice emerged in the chat room. Where am I? How did I end up here? I was just sleeping on a cruise ship. Another unfortunate survivor had arrived in this unfamiliar island survival world, utterly bewildered. Hey, another newcomer. Little one, bow before your elder, huh? Some displayed indifference, while others harbored goodwill. Such is the reality. Sign in. After reviewing the leaderboard, Yichen turned his attention to Yang Ming'er, who was still perusing the rankings. How many others do you think have reached level 3 like you? He mused, intrigued by her contemplative nature. I have no idea. The system only provided rankings without disclosing specific levels. Furthermore, The sign-in level is merely a fraction of the overall scoring. The system had made it abundantly clear that the factors influencing one's rank extended far beyond the sign-in system. The quantity of resources in the current survival environment were also critical determinants of the final score. Ding. Based on the current rankings, the system will distribute corresponding reward supplies. Please proceed to your designated collection point to retrieve them. The ranking rewards system updates weekly, with rewards issued each time. Rewards for rankings. As soon as the system notification appeared, the chat room erupted once more. Clearly, the leaderboard held genuine value. Ding. The first place, Sun and Moon Stars, has received an A-level epic reward, a solar panel. Second place, Survivor number 1, has received a B-level perfect reward, a multifunctional cutting knife. Third place, The Return of Death, has received a C-level exceptional reward. The chat room erupted again. However, the majority of participants received only items rated below C. I am the top 3 big shots. I only got 2 bottles of water. I have just 5 bamboo sticks. Those ranked lower naturally had little to boast about in terms of rewards. Yang Ming'er, ranked 66th, merely acquired some basic supplies, 4 bowls of instant noodles. As for the unfortunate Big Roll, languishing at 823rd, he received a rather polite gift from the system, a rag. Boss, do you want the rag? I also signed in for 2 rolls of Oreo cookies. The rather generous Big Roll offered to Yi-chun. Yi-chun, with a look of helplessness, replied, Brother, you should keep it for yourself. Meanwhile, Yang Ming'er began to pray again, indicating her intention to sign in for the day. Ugh, another useless item. She pouted, visibly displeased. What is it? Yi-chun inquired. An ear scoop. Yi-chun stifled a laugh. No laughing. Hurry and sign in. I refuse to believe you received anything above B level. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you have received a B-level perfect reward, 20 grape seeds. Apologies for disappointing you. I, too, have signed in for a B-level item. Yi-chun smirked at Yang Ming. This only caused her to pout even more. Get some rest. We still need to make a bamboo raft tomorrow. Yi-chun, someone seems to have obtained a kayak. Yang Ming'er suddenly exclaimed with excitement. A kayak. Yi-chun was equally astonished. 2 bamboo rafts could indeed be combined to form a kayak, and with 2 kayaks, along with the motorboat blueprint he already possessed and 3 solar panels, he could craft a motorboat. Chapter 25. A small man really? You should inquire if he is willing to sell it. If we acquire it, we merely need to procure another solar panel to synthesize a motorboat. Perhaps we might even receive a special reward. Yang Ming'er appeared quite exhilarated. Indeed, as she had stated, if they successfully obtained the kayak, they would be very close to synthesizing a motorboat. As the first survivor to synthesize a motorboat, the system was likely to bestow special rewards. All right, I will ask. Yi-chun promptly activated the chat system and located the survivor who had received the kayak as a reward. The survivor's name was Coca-Cola, ranked 28th. Excuse me. Are you selling your kayak? I can trade you resources. Yi-chun inquired with eager anticipation. No trade. Unexpectedly, 2 cold, dismissive words appeared before him. Well, the price is negotiable. Water, food, and D-grade sand are all acceptable. Yi-chun did not relent. Not needed. The other party succinctly rejected him once more, leaving Yi-chun feeling somewhat embarrassed. Please reconsider. The other party offered no further reply. It's hopeless. He is ignoring me. Yi-chun sighed. I'll give it a try. Yang Ming'er seemed undeterred and sent a message to that person. Heh, are you 2 in cahoots? She received an unexpected response. This has nothing to do with being in cahoots, does it? Heh. The other party appeared disinclined to engage with Yang Ming'er, merely scoffing before falling silent. Forget it. If necessary, we can always construct 2 wooden rafts later. Acquiring a bamboo raft directly is challenging at the moment. And I am eager to reach the island to retrieve Big, so I must abandon the idea of using a motorboat. In the chat room, numerous individuals continued discussing the leaderboard. Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er once again embraced and drifted into slumber. Wow, the disparity between the rich and the poor is astounding. The experts are truly remarkable. Indeed, an A-grade epic reward was directly bestowed upon him. We can only gaze in envy. All hail the experts. As Yi-chun slept, the chat room remained lively. It's merely an A-grade battery. It's pure luck. A voice of derision emerged amid the flattery, starkly contrasting with the surrounding admiration. Who are you referring to? My boss is exceptional. The night owl Big was online and immediately defended his leader upon hearing someone challenge him. What a fool. Calling yourself a leader. How embarrassing. What is your rank anyway? Show me. Oh, you're only 28th. Go strive for first place. Big examined the person's ID and rank. Coca-Cola, ranked 28th. Coca-Cola snorted again and fell silent. Yi-chun held the beautiful lady and slept soundly until dawn. Big's messages had already filled up Yi-chun's private inbox. Boss, boss, I have set out. Boss, boss, I am nearing the mountaintop. Boss, boss, I have reached the mountaintop. Boss, boss, I see nothing. Boss, boss, wait. I see something. In an eastern cave, that girl is still alive. Finally, a piece of good news emerged. All right, I estimate I will reach your island by tomorrow. What is her condition? Big raised his binoculars and responded. It appears she is not restricted in her movements. She can roam freely. Those two men likely think she cannot escape the island. Can you discern the relationship between those two men? Are they allies, or is it an alliance of recruitment? They seem like accomplices. They often go in and out together. Yi-chun contemplated for a moment, concluding that these two were likely in a standard alliance. Observe their routines and see if there are any patterns, like when the girl is alone. Since Yi-chun was considering going to the island to bring back Big, he naturally hoped to rescue the girl as well. Whether he could recruit her was uncertain, but it was certainly preferable to her being under the control of those two villains. Understood, boss. Rest assured, I have prepared my rations for today, if necessary. I can spend the night here. Big was industrious, setting out at dawn, and it was only now around 8 o'clock. He was even contemplating spending the night at the mountaintop. Do you have enough water and food? Don't worry, I have it all. Big had already exited his cave, and it was too late for Yi-chun to provide him with additional supplies. The resource distribution points were fixed and could not be accessed directly from the mountaintop. Fortunately, Big had made ample preparations. Yi-chun had conveyed all necessary instructions, and after a simple breakfast with Yang Minger, he set off in the pickup truck, taking all their belongings. The primary objective for today was to locate a bamboo grove to gather bamboo for constructing a raft. Boss, someone provoked you last night. And I retorted. Big, munching on compressed cookies while holding the binoculars, chatted with Yi-chun. Just ignore them. Yi-chun preferred to maintain a low profile, letting the strong be strong while he remained unperturbed. Such a fool. What kind of name is Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola? Upon hearing this name, Yi-chun felt a sense of deja vu. Chapter 26. The epic reward arrives. Yi-chun watered his cherished vegetables and cultivated a new plot of land to plant grape seeds. Minger, you should wait in the pickup for now. What's the matter? I need to fertilize them. The smell is quite unpleasant. Yi-chun dragged out a bag of fertilizer sent by Dewan. A star like Yang Minger probably couldn't even describe what a hoe looks like, let alone handle fertilizer. What does it smell like? It's just not pleasant. The naive girl seemed quite curious. Boss, there's a new development. Those two men have gone out. While Yi-chun was still fertilizing, Dewan brought more news. What about the girl? Is she still in the cave? I haven't seen her come out. She should be inside the grotto. As long as they are out, we can proceed. Yi-chun had already devised a plan in his mind. The system's chat room served as a gossip hub for many, but for him, it was merely a free communication tool. If he managed to land on the island tomorrow, he would instruct Dewan to scout from the mountaintop while he concealed himself near the cave. Once the others ventured out, he would slip into the grotto and rescue the girl. With his strategy set, only the final pieces were needed. Shortly after 10, the fertilization task was completed. Ding! You have applied C-grade superior fertilizer to B-grade perfect seeds and C-grade excellent seeds, successfully enhancing their maturation efficiency. The current B-grade perfect vegetables require 3 more days to mature, and the C-grade excellent olives need 8 more days. Though the fertilizer emitted an offensive odor, its effectiveness was undeniable. In 3 days, his first batch of vegetables would be ready for harvest. After tending to his beloved seeds, Yi-chun loaded Yang Minger, Xiaoha, and his belongings into the pickup and set off in search of bamboo groves. Master of the Sun and Moon Stars, when will the D-grade sand be available for sale? Yes, Master, I'm just short on that sand. Numerous buyers eagerly awaiting the D-grade rare sand grew anxious as they hadn't seen Yi-chun release any for sale. I have important matters today and won't be available until tomorrow morning. Yi-chun was acutely aware of his priorities. On a grand scale, he aimed to save the Dawn's populace, and on a smaller scale, rescuing these two individuals would significantly benefit his survival on the island. He was currently in dire need of manpower. Boss, what are you busy with? Yes, Master, just let us know what you need, and we will comply. At first glance, these individuals in the chat room appeared quite loyal. Nothing much, just some personal matters. However, Yi-chun was not foolish. He would never disclose his plans in the chat room. Who knew how many envious eyes were watching him? Boss, those two men are back. It seems they went fishing, and they have a large net. Dewan continued to relay information from his island. Okay, keep watching. I'll build a bamboo raft. Once it's ready, I'll kayak over to get you. All right. Boss, don't worry. I'll keep a close watch. It must be said that while Dewan might not possess high intelligence, he was diligent in his tasks. At this moment, he raised his binoculars every 2 minutes to observe. The instant there was any sign of movement, he promptly informed Yi-chun. With Do-won acting as an observer from a vantage point, Yi-chun felt he had a clearer understanding of the situation than the two men did. There's a bamboo grove. What a vast expanse. Yang Minger's keen eyes were not deceiving. From afar, she spotted a large bamboo grove to the left of the beach. All right. Yi-chun slammed on the brakes, grabbed his axe, and jumped out of the vehicle. Xiaoha, keep watch. Minger, help me sort the bamboo I cut down. Yi-chun was filled with vigor. Although he didn't have a ready-made bamboo raft, making one with his own hands would suffice. An hour later, with the assistance of his axe, he had gathered all the materials for the bamboo raft. Boss, they're back again. I even saw that girl. They're hitting her. Do-won was frantically relaying real-time updates from the eastern part of the island, his speech muddled with anger. What happened to the girl? It looks like she got slapped. They are absolutely despicable for hitting a woman. Do-won was clearly outraged. Minger, we need to finish this raft before sunset. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Yi-chun feared any further complications. It was imperative to rescue Do-won and the girl as soon as possible. Both of them had barely eaten lunch, nibbling on some bread before they hurried to assemble the bamboo raft. By 4 in the afternoon, this grotesquely crafted bamboo raft was finally complete. Let us go, lift it back, and combine it. The location for the combination was specified. Only at the designated resource collection point for survivors would the system accept the synthesis command. The two worked together to lift the raft onto the truck. Yi-chun pressed the accelerator and sped back to his camp. Upon returning, the sun had already begun to set. Minger, take advantage of the remaining daylight to catch today's fish. I'll handle the synthesis. After a long day of work, he still needed to complete his daily fishing task. He could not afford to waste the opportunity. System, synthesize the kayak. Ding. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. You have obtained B-grade perfect material, 1 kayak. Kayak. 2-person, length 650 centimeters, width 55 centimeters, weight 18 kilograms, equipped with 2 paddles. Ding. System notification. The Sun and Moon Stars chatroom has successfully synthesized a B-grade perfect material kayak. The system grants a special reward, A-grade epic reward. Running speed increased by 25. Chapter 27. Grade A skill reward. An epic reward. To think it is a skill reward. The chat room erupted once more. What? Skills can also be obtained. Is this a cheat? Oh no. I'm also crafting a bamboo raft, but I'm a step behind. Wow. The great sun and moon is truly aiming for the heavens. Yi-chun was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the system would offer skill rewards. The speed of running has increased by 25. It seemed rather ordinary at first glance, but anyone knowledgeable about the history of the world record in sprinting would understand. The human record for the 100-meter dash has been reduced from over 10 seconds to the current 9.58 seconds, a mere 0.42 seconds. It took humanity countless years to achieve this. The first record under 10 seconds was established at the 1912 Stockholm Olympics, and in 2009, the record of 9.58 seconds was set during the Berlin World Athletics Championships. Nearly a century passed, and human speed improved by less than a second. Yet, Yi-chun, with a simple synthesis of a kayak, has elevated his limit speed by 25. Not only the people in the chat room, but even Yi-chun himself was astonished. Yang Minger tossed her fishing rod aside, sprinting back to Yi-chun's side, her face a mixture of disbelief. Yi-chun warmed up a bit and took a few steps to test his speed. As expected, he felt a significant qualitative improvement in his speed. He was even tempted to win a sprinting championship at the Olympics. Boss, you're amazing. You're incredible. The enthusiastic Big Do-won began to flood the chat with messages. If anyone admired Yi-chun the most at that moment, it was undoubtedly Big Do-won. Is running fast really useful? Yang Minger asked Yi-chun hesitantly. Of course it is useful. It might come in handy tomorrow. Is running fast useful? What a silly question, of course it is. In martial arts, speed is paramount. In survival, speed is even more critical. As long as you can run fast enough, safety is ensured. With safety secured, one can then discuss the future. It's getting dark. Let's catch some fish first. Yi-chun urged himself to calm down. Yi-chao dashed towards the lake. His speed was astonishing, almost as if he could take flight. In the blink of an eye, Yi-chun reached the lakeside, casting his line. Boss, they are starting a fire on the beach. It looks like they are barbecuing. Big Do-won was diligent, cheering for Yi-chun a few times before focusing intently on supervising the two men. Big Do-won, it's getting dark. You should head down the mountain to the cave, and be careful. With the sun setting, Big Do-won was still sitting atop the mountain. Yi-chun was quite worried about his safety, fearing that he might be caught by a wild wolf before Yi-chun could reach him. All right, I'm coming down now. I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Big Do-won rolled up his bedding and obediently set off. Yi-chun took a quarter of an hour to finish his fishing task while there was still a hint of light in the sky. He caught 2 C-grade exceptional freshwater fish, 2 D-grade rare fish, and 1 E-grade ordinary fish, which was fairly decent. Let's grill some fish tonight, eat, and rest early. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Yang Ming'er nodded slightly but looked troubled as she stared at the kayak on the ground. Yichun, this kayak seems to only accommodate 2 people. What should we do? Yichun had already anticipated this issue after the system announced the successful synthesis. A dual-person kayak is typically designed for 2. However, with time being of the essence, everyday Big Dawan and that girl remained on the island increased the danger. Upgrading the dual-person kayak or simply enhancing it to an A-grade epic motorboat was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Time was running out. They would have to squeeze together, which should not pose a significant problem. If necessary, Yichun would bring some bamboo tomorrow to enhance the buoyancy. This was the only viable solution at present. Yichun could only hope that Big Dawan was not overly stout and that the girl on the island was slender. The 2 of them, along with Little Ha, had managed to catch 2 2-pound freshwater fish and return to their pickup truck early. Little Ha, I'm heading out tomorrow, so you must protect your mistress well. Yichun affectionately ruffled Little Ha's head. Little Ha obediently licked Yichun's palm a couple of times. You must stay safe tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you on the shore. Yang Ming'er looked at Yichun with reluctance. Seeing her like this, Yichun noticed tears welling in her eyes. This woman was truly sensitive. He hadn't even set off yet, and she was already feeling sentimental. Oh, it's not a big deal. I'm just going out to bring back 2 people. Yichun pulled Yang Ming'er close. They lay down together. Yichun continued. As long as we bring people back this time, we will have 4, and from then on, there will always be someone to lend a hand. The good days are just beginning. Yichun was discussing dreams and life with the girl when Big Dawan rushed back again without a moment's rest. Boss, there is fog on our island. Fog? That is not good news. Chapter 28. The night vision goggles in hand to ensure he had ample energy for the following day, Yichun and Yang Ming'er retired early for the night. Upon awakening the next morning, Yichun's first action was to activate the chat system, inquiring about the situation with the Dawan. What is the status there? Has the fog lifted? Boss, it seems the fog on the island is gradually dissipating, but the mist over the sea is exceptionally dense. Can you still make it over? Upon hearing this, Yichun promptly leaped from the pickup truck and made his way through the cave towards the beach. However, once he emerged from the cave, he was completely taken aback. Where was the sea? The view before him was engulfed in a thick haze. He couldn't even discern the coastline, let alone the island several miles away. In such treacherous weather, venturing out to sea could prove fatal. Boss, have you checked in yet? I signed in at dawn and received a box of chocolate pies. The Dawan's words sparked a reminder in Yichun. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to check in first. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received an A-level epic reward. Head-mounted night vision goggles. Head-mounted night vision goggles. Military-grade high-tech wearable binoculars that can see through fog and rain and swiftly locate targets in extremely dark environments. Ah, truly, heaven is on my side. Whatever I desire, the system provides. This was undeniably a boon. The Dawan, rest assured, I shall come to your aid today. With this remarkable artifact in hand. What initially seemed a disadvantageous foggy day transformed into an invaluable opportunity. While others were blinded by the mist, he would possess the clarity to see everything. Yichun hurried back to his pickup. The night vision goggles were already inside. He donned them and gazed once more into the fog-laden sea. The clarity through the goggles was astounding, surpassing even what his naked eye could see under normal conditions. Truly, a military-grade product. Yichun, it seems there is fog today. What shall we do? Yang Ming'er appeared to have sensed the unusual weather as well. Fear not, for I possess this. Ming'er, just wait for my good news at home. After filling his stomach, Yichun equipped himself with a dagger and several bottles of water, preparing to set off. Yichun, don't forget to bring Xiaoha along. Woo-woo. Xiaoha seemed to understand, barking at Yichun. The dog's keen sense of smell would undoubtedly prove useful. All right, Xiaoha, be obedient and don't bark unnecessarily. Ming'er, stay in the pickup and don't wander off. Yichun still felt a twinge of concern for Yang Ming'er. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. With all instructions given, Yichun drove the pickup towards the beach. Together, they unloaded the kayak. Yichun boarded the kayak and waved goodbye to Yang Ming'er. Return early. When you come back, I'll tell you what I signed in for today. By the time Yichun had paddled a fair distance, Yang Ming'er had already piqued his curiosity. He had completely forgotten about her signed-in supplies. At that moment, Yichun had no time to dwell on this. With the night vision goggles on, he effortlessly navigated through the fog ahead. Soon, he confirmed the direction of the island. Dawan, I'm setting off. Yichun sent a message to Dawan. Setting off? Boss, do you really know the way in this fog? Dawan appeared astonished. I have the equipment. I can see even clearer than without the fog. Is that true? Then I'll head to the mountaintop to observe their movements. Without further ado, Dodowon grabbed his binoculars and provisions and dashed up the mountain. Yichun and Xiaohua steadily advanced towards the island. Although lacking materials to successfully craft a motorboat, they had to paddle manually. However, it must be said that the kayak's speed was exponentially superior to his previously crafted bamboo raft. With the night vision goggles, even in the dense fog, he could discern his direction clearly, avoiding any unnecessary detours. The duo, a man and his dog, swiftly navigated through the sea mist. Dodowon, we estimate we'll reach the island in about 10 minutes. After paddling for 15 minutes, Yichun sent a message to Dodowon. That quickly. Boss, you're incredible. I'm still not at the mountaintop yet. Dodowon was not slacking off. Upon receiving Yichun's message, he had hurriedly ascended the mountain but found himself slower than Yichun. That's all right. Just let me know when you arrive. I'll continue paddling east along the coastline. Yichun aimed to leverage the fog to get as close to the cave as possible. After another 10 minutes of paddling, Dodowon sent another message. Boss, I've arrived, but I don't see anyone. Is it possible that they're not planning to venture out due to the fog? Dodowon delivered unwelcome news. I understand. Continue to observe. I'm nearing the eastern shore of the island. If I rescue the girl, you should immediately descend and wait for me at the northwest side of the island. Got it. Unlike Yichun, Dodowon was not burdened by possessions. He carried only a dagger and the binoculars Yichun had given him, along with some food and water. As they approached the cave, Xiaohua seemed to sense something, darting to the front of the kayak and wagging his tail vigorously. It appeared they were close. The rescue operation begins. Chapter 29, S-Class treasure map fragment in an effort to remain undetected. Yichun deliberately steered the kayak a considerable distance from the shoreline. Through the night vision goggles, an expansive cave came into view. Inside the cavern, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, were clearly visible. This was undoubtedly the location he had been searching for. With the aid of the night vision goggles, there was no need for elaborate navigation. His presence remained concealed while he effortlessly observed their activities. The woman appeared to be tending to the campfire, adding firewood, while the 2 men lounged comfortably, engaging in casual conversation. It seemed these men were living rather well, treating the woman as if she were their maid. Little Ha, I have a task for you. When the time comes, divert them towards the south while I rescue the girl and head north. After that, you can shake them off and return. Yichun regarded Little Ha as an equal. The dog wagged its tail vigorously, eager to comply. Clearly, the rewards from the sign-in were extraordinary. This canine was exceptionally capable. Yichun gradually maneuvered the kayak closer to the shore, setting Little Ha down 50 meters northeast of the cave. Once ashore, Little Ha dashed towards the cavern. To avoid detection, Yichun once again distanced the kayak from the coastline. Woof, woof. Little Ha arrived at the cave entrance and barked a few times. The 2 men, seemingly fatigued from their conversation, were oblivious to the commotion. However, Little Ha persisted. Hey, it seems there's a dog outside, commented a young man with bleached hair, nudging the middle-aged man who was peering at the girl with narrowed eyes. Let it be. It's just a stray dog, the middle-aged man replied dismissively, his focus entirely on the girl. Woof, woof. When Little Ha's barks went unanswered, it boldly entered the cave. Hey, you mangy dog. How dare you snatch my bread? I'll make you regret it, the young man exclaimed, now visibly agitated. Without hesitation, Little Ha seized a sizable piece of bread from in front of him. What is happening? The middle-aged man was bewildered, only to see the young man chase after the dog, disappearing from sight. Hey, hey. The middle-aged man immediately pursued him. However, his physique seemed to hinder him. He quickly found himself out of breath. Hearing Little Ha's barks recede into the distance, Yichun knew his plan was working and swiftly returned to the shore. He sprinted towards the cave, and the contrast between him and the middle-aged man was stark. The latter moved sluggishly, while Yichun dashed into the cavern within mere seconds. The girl was staring outside in confusion when an ethereal figure suddenly appeared before her like an arrow released from a bow. Don't scream. I'm here to rescue you. Before she could utter a sound, Yichun clamped a hand over her mouth. Why you? Who are you? The girl, though tall and fair-featured, appeared timid and wore somewhat incongruous glasses. I am known as Ryu Xingqian. My friend is aware of your predicament, and I have come specifically to save you. This is not the time for conversation. We must leave at once. Yichun had no time to waste, pulling the girl along as they exited the cave. The girl lacked the strength to resist Yichun's grip as they fled together. Once they reached the kayak, Little Ha quickly joined them. Jump on, Yichun urged. Little Ha leapt onto the kayak, and with their rescue mission nearly complete, they were just a step away from success. Suddenly, the girl pointed in the direction of the cave, exclaiming loudly, I forgot. I forgot. Forgot? What did you forget? Yichun was now thoroughly confused. The map, the drawing. The drawing? What drawing? Yi Chun was increasingly bewildered. It's the treasure map. A reward from the sign-in task. I hid it in the cave. A treasure map? Yi Chun was taken aback. Yes, an S-class legendary reward. Although it's just a fragment, the system said that if we gather all 8 pieces, we can find the treasure and locate the artifact. What? Yi Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. Treasure map fragment? Artifact? He could hardly believe his ears. The information was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had thought the items he had signed in for were impressive, but this was an entirely different level of intrigue. I must retrieve it. I can't allow those 2 villains to find it, the girl declared, attempting to leap into the sea. Yi Chun swiftly restrained her. Continue paddling north without stopping. Tell me where the treasure map is, and I will fetch it. Sending this petite girl back to retrieve the map would be akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. It's beneath the stone bench where the fat man is sitting, in a crevice. To Yi Chun's surprise, the girl had indeed hidden it well. Understood. I'll go get it right now. Relying on his remarkable speed, he leapt into the sea, heading straight for the cave. Chapter 30. Losing the lady and the troops. What the hell is going on? The middle-aged man, panting heavily, returned to his lair only to discover that the girl was missing. What is happening? The blonde fellow also rushed into the cave, breathless. Just as he intended to take a moment's respite, he found the middle-aged man cursing vehemently. It's you. That girl has slipped away. The middle-aged man shouted in frustration. Brother Cola, it's not that big of a deal. This isn't the first time. There are only the 3 of us on this island. She can't possibly escape the temple if she runs away from the monk. Can she sprout wings and fly away? The blonde replied nonchalantly. Honestly, why must you insist on competition? You're of an age where you could just let her go to me. Nonsense. Who's old here? Besides, what's the point of keeping a girl who cries all day? It's tiresome to watch. Just wait a few days until her spirit is worn down. Then you'll see how I handle her. The middle-aged man seemed to have a plan. Let us sit for a moment. There's no rush to search. She'll naturally return when she gets hungry. The blonde was more relaxed, settling down to rest. He reached for the piece of bread he had left on a stone, only to find it missing. Damn it. Where did that wild dog come from? It snatched my whole piece of bread. He recalled that the bite of bread he had taken was already gone, and frustration welled up within him. Forget it. It's just a piece of bread. Once I reach level 3, I'll show you an S-class legendary reward. As they continued their banter, a sudden movement caught the blonde's eye. A figure darted into the cave. Yi Chun had been observing from outside for quite some time, seizing the opportunity to rush into the cave with lightning speed. Snatching the fragment of the treasure map hidden beneath a stone bench before bolting away, the blonde and the middle-aged man were taken aback. What was happening? Their train of thought was completely derailed. A stranger appeared out of nowhere? Just moments ago. The middle-aged man had confidently asserted that there were only the 3 of them on the island. How had another person suddenly materialized? Yi Chun was indifferent to their confusion. With the treasure in hand, he sprinted away without a glance back. Brother Cola, it seems he's clutching something. The blonde, with his keen eyes, caught a glimpse of Yi Chun's possession, albeit vaguely. What is it? The middle-aged man, still dazed, asked. I don't know. The blonde surveyed the cave, seemingly finding nothing amiss. The valuable items in the cave appeared to be merely a few tools, an expensive mountain axe they had traded for, and some food and drink. Damn it. How dare he provoke me like this? Regardless of what he took, even if it's just a worthless stone, I'll retrieve it. Just watch. I'll beat him to a pulp. The middle-aged man was evidently furious. In broad daylight, someone had brazenly invaded his territory to steal. The nature of the theft had transformed into a sheer provocation. As the middle-aged man rushed after Yi Chun, the blonde grabbed the mountain axe beside him and followed suit. Damn it. If you have guts, don't run. The middle-aged man bellowed as he pursued Yi Chun. But Yi Chun was not one to be trifled with. Having secured the goods, why would he remain? To celebrate the new year together? The more the middle-aged man shouted, the faster Yi Chun fled. His speed rivaled that of Sonic. Damn it. This kid must have legs like a cheetah. The middle-aged man, not particularly skilled in running, was already gasping for breath after only a short distance. Brother Cola, where is he? The blonde called out, catching up. Up ahead. The middle-aged man, hands resting on his thighs, pointed laboriously. All right, I'll chase him. The blonde, feeling youthful and energetic, brandished his axe and ran after Yi Chun. Reaching the designated spot, Yi Chun dashed into the sea. Stop. Where do you think you're going? The blonde followed him into the water, but his short legs were no match for Yi Chun's speed. Moreover, wielding the hefty axe did not help his pursuit. Yi Chun's current pace could easily outstrip even Bolt himself. The blonde was nearly frantic, watching as Yi Chun approached a boat to escape. The thick fog enveloping the sea meant that if Yi Chun managed to row away, it would be as if a fish had returned to the ocean, or a bird to the forest. He would be lost forever. In a moment of desperation, the blonde hurled the axe at the back of Yi Chun's head. But Yi Chun, now enhanced in speed, reacted instinctively, dodging to the side as the axe whizzed past his right shoulder. Clearly, the speed enhancement skill was no exaggeration. Stealing a glance back at the blonde, Yichen noticed he seemed to have given up, hunched over and gasping for air. With no urgency left, Yichen casually pulled the axe lodged in the sand from the ground. The other party was being exceedingly generous, gifting him another axe. The girl was frantically waving to Yichen from the kayak. Calmly, Yichen boarded the kayak with his 2 spoils. It was only then that the blonde realized the girl had also been taken by this man. Damn it, he muttered, helplessly stomping on the beach in frustration. Meanwhile, Yichen leisurely paddled with the bamboo, or waving back at the blonde. Thanks, brother. I'll gladly take your axe. Come visit again. The blonde could do nothing but watch in fury as the pair, along with the dog, disappeared into the mist. This must surely be the legendary tale of losing both the lady and the troops. Chapter 31. Another stunning star arrives as Yichen climbed into the kayak. He promptly sent a message to Dawan. We're here. Where are you? Boss, did you finish that quickly? Dawan had already reached the northwest side of the small island, perched on a rock, munching on some bread. It had barely been a short while, and Yichen had already rescued someone. All done, and I even brought back a mountain axe. Yichen glanced at the axe he had tossed behind him in the kayak, its freshness evident. Boss, you're incredible. You saved someone and brought back goods? Dawan was completely in awe. His leader was simply exceptional. In just over 10 minutes, he had rescued a person and seized their belongings. Truly a rogue. The true rogue in Dawan's mind was currently rowing with a bamboo paddle while examining a treasure map. Miss, how should I address you? Yichen glanced at the young girl, feeling a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was his slight face blindness at play. I'm Deely. Deely Mulati. Yichen's jaw dropped in surprise as he regarded the young lady before him. So she was yet another big star. What was happening? She was here for survival on the island, and he seemed to be meeting one female celebrity after another. He scrutinized the beautiful woman once more. It was no wonder she looked familiar. She clearly belonged to a distinct ethnic background, exuding a rich, exotic charm. Ahem. I'm Yichen. By the way, what is the story behind this treasure map? Yichen cleared his throat, striving to maintain his composure. I'm not entirely sure either. I received it when I checked in. The system mentioned it could be combined for a divine-level reward, but it requires 8 fragments to complete. It appeared that obtaining this divine-level reward was no simple feat, yet it could be inferred that it was indeed extraordinary. By the way, I need to pick someone up ahead. It might get a bit cramped. Yichen returned the treasure map to the young lady and preemptively notified her. That's fine. Keep the map. I'll sit further back. It should be all right. Deely handed the map back to Yichen and gracefully retreated to the rear of the kayak, clearing a space in the middle. Yichen assessed the situation. It seemed manageable enough. Deely's petite frame was even more slender than Yang Minger's. As long as the Dawan wasn't overly large, fitting in another person shouldn't be an issue. However, it appeared Yichen's assumptions were overly simplistic. When he donned his night vision goggles again and scanned ahead, he spotted a burly figure seated against the rock wall, ravenously devouring bread. Is that you sitting there eating bread? Yichen messaged to Dawan. Yes. Boss, you've arrived. Where are you? I don't see you. Dawan exclaimed, bouncing up from the rock wall in excitement upon receiving Yichen's message. Yichen sighed in exasperation and added a note to the young lady behind him. Sorry, we'll really need to squeeze in a bit. As the kayak gradually emerged from the mist, Dawan waved frantically at Yichen. Deely now spotted the individual they would soon be sharing a vessel with. A towering figure standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, robust and brawny. Boss, I'm here, Dawan exclaimed with enthusiasm, hopping onto the kayak. The moment he boarded, Yichen felt the kayak dip noticeably lower in the water. He scratched his head, genuinely worried that all 3 of them might end up in the sea. Thankfully, they managed to navigate safely. An hour later, the heavily laden kayak reached their small island with great effort. Why is it taking so long? I'm dying of anxiety. Throughout the journey, Yichen had received multiple urgent messages from Yang Minger. This girl had been waiting for several hours. Let me introduce you. This is Dawan. Yichen began his introduction. Hello. I'm Qin Dezhuang. You can just call me Dezhuang. His name certainly matched his impressive stature. Minger? Deely exclaimed upon seeing Yang Minger, rushing forward to grasp her hand tightly. Deely, what a coincidence. Yang Minger responded, clearly delighted. Yichen found it puzzling. The entertainment industry seemed rather small, as these 2 stars appeared to be quite familiar with one another. Ahem. I'm Yichen. He offered a brief self-introduction. Boss, this island is way cooler than mine. It looks so comfortable. Dawan dismissed Yichen's introduction, having firmly recognized him as his leader. Thank you, Brother Yi. Deely bowed respectfully to Yichen. There's no need for such formality. This isn't the time for pleasantries. Dewan, help me carry the kayak to the car. We're heading back to the camp. Car. Both Dewan and Li exclaimed in unison. By the way, Minger, where's the pickup? Before young Minger could respond, the duo chimed in again. Pickup? Chapter 32. A dinner that envy others. Young Minger pointed towards the interior, saying, I was afraid parking by the beach would be too ostentatious. So I drove into the jungle. To her surprise, the girl could indeed drive. Boss, is it true? You have a car? And it's a pickup? Dewan stared wide-eyed at Yichin. Li also leaned forward with curiosity, eager to glimpse the true form of the pickup. Yes, it's a heavy-duty pickup. A Raptor F-750, Yichin admitted candidly. The Ford Raptor F-750 is the largest production pickup in the world, quite impressive. Dewan seemed to have some knowledge about vehicles. It is indeed large, the wheels are massive. Yichin, a novice in automotive matters, only knew that the vehicle appeared quite robust and was well suited to Dewan's stature. Where is it? Where is it? Dewan impatiently scanned the surroundings. Yang Minger led the trio in a small circle until they finally spotted the extravagant pickup. Wow, what an eye-opener. I wanted to see this car at the auto show last time, but didn't get the chance. Boss, can I take it for a spin? Dewan was exceedingly excited. Yichin shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the request. The four of them loaded the kayak onto the vehicle, with Dewan behind the wheel and Yichin giving directions. Half an hour later, they arrived back at the campsite. Boss, you have a door here? And there's a lake? And a lawn? Wow. Since entering Yichin's campsite, Dewan had not ceased his chatter. Yichin realized a problem. Now that there were more people, sleeping arrangements could become an issue. He would need to acquire a bed and perhaps renovate the cave. Well, I'll go fishing. Minger, you set up the barbecue. With a larger group, they needed to prepare more food. Fishing? Barbecue? Upon hearing Yichin's words, Li and Dewan were momentarily stunned. How could it be that they were on the same island? Yet their experience felt like a struggle for survival while Yichin seemed to be on a vacation. With luxury vehicles, a campsite, fishing, and barbecues, what was this place? A self-driving tour with a picnic? Xiaoha, this is for you. A treat. Yichin generously tossed a piece of dried fish jerky to Xiaoha. Dewan gazed at the sizable piece of fish, weighing over half a pound, and was nearly unable to contain himself from rushing over to snatch it from Xiaoha. Just a moment. It'll be quick. 10 minutes. Boss, where did you get this fishing rod? Dewan was increasingly perplexed. On the deserted island, he had nothing. And if it weren't for Yichin occasionally tossing him some food, he would likely have starved by now. His own meager possessions were utterly inadequate. In contrast, Yichin's supplies were abundant. It's all from signing in. None of it is particularly valuable. The only truly remarkable item is that vehicle, Yichin replied nonchalantly. Not valuable? Just a vehicle? If anyone else had said that, Dewan would have felt an urge to confront them. Did he not realize how fortunate he was? Every day I sign in, it's only worthless junk, while you're hoarding S-rank legendary items. What more do you want? A plane? Unaware of Dewan's thoughts, Yichin focused on fishing. In less than 10 minutes, after casting his line 10 times, he caught a C-grade exceptional fish and 4 2-pound D-grade rare freshwater fish. Dewan, take these 4 fish back. Today's luck is average. We can all have 1 fish to fill our stomachs. If we're really hungry later, we can settle for some bread. 4. Dewan stared blankly at the 4 fish, each about 50 centimeters long. 1 fish each. Li was equally astonished. She initially thought Yichin's mention of grilling fish meant merely a token gesture, something small to satisfy their hunger and welcome them. Now, seeing Yichin's demeanor, it seemed even 1 fish each was considered insufficient. Right, I'm truly sorry. My luck hasn't been great today, so I couldn't catch any big fish. We'll have to make do. I have plenty of bread and crackers. This isn't considered a big fish. Dewan gaped at the lively fish in his hands. These 4 fish weigh nearly 10 pounds combined, and this isn't even deemed large. Are you hoping to catch a shark? Don't worry, I saw someone at the market selling dried fruits, so I bought some. If we can't fill our stomachs, we can snack on those. By the way, Yichin, I also managed to get some seasonings. I have cumin powder and black pepper now. Oh, and I've secured some sea salt, which is in the back of the truck. Young Minger had evidently been productive throughout the day. At this point, she had set up the barbecue and brought out a pile of dried fruits and several bottles of seasonings from the pickup. Li looked at the array of jars and then at the sizable fish and the heap of dried fruits. Despite having eaten fish before at the hands of those 2 men, she had only ever received fish bones, and each day was a struggle for adequate food and warmth. Sometimes, she thought about ending it all, as living was truly arduous. Now, witnessing young Minger, her former colleague, thriving in comfort, grilling fish with spices, 2 pounds of fish per person, and still having dried fruits for dessert. Chapter 33. The Enchantress with dual S-class legendary artifacts. What are you standing around for? Help me with the barbecue. Oh, by the way, Minger, Bring me 8 bottles of fresh water. Eating barbecue will likely make us thirsty. Yichen was quite considerate in his thoughts. Yang Minga replied and returned to the car, emerging with 8 bottles of fresh water, distributing 2 to each person. De Douan eagerly gulped down his portion. Over the past few days, he had been well taken care of by Yichen. So seeing the fresh water now brought him a sense of calm. However, Dili trembled slightly as she held her 2 bottles of water. What's wrong, Xiaodi? Yang Minga asked in confusion. You gave me 2 bottles? Is there a lot of water here? Water? There's a whole lake over there. Yichen replied nonchalantly, pointing towards the lakeside. Only 1 jug? Then I should save some. I'll just drink half a bottle. Dili cautiously offered 1 bottle back to Yang Minga, cradling the other. No need. We have plenty of water here, Yang Minga said, shaking her head at Li in bewilderment. Did Brother Yi not say there's only 1 jug of water? At this, Yi Chun and Yang Minga exchanged knowing smiles. Understanding the mix-up. It's a lake, but it's lake water. Did you forget the lake where I was fishing earlier? That is a freshwater lake. Dili clearly had realized it was a freshwater lake. Indeed, we have a whole lake of water here. Drink as much as you like. Dili let out a bitter smile as she looked at her bottled water. It turned out they truly had an abundance of water. At this moment, Yi Chun had already become adept at using his dagger to prepare the 4 freshwater fish. Brother Yi, I have a spying mirror to give you, Dili said, evidently feeling a bit shy, as her life had been saved by him, and it seemed she would be consuming his provisions for the foreseeable future. A spying mirror? What is that for? Can it be used for peeping? The Douan remarked casually, not considering himself an outsider. Yichen didn't think much of it either and asked, Is this a sign-in reward? Yes. It's an S-class legendary reward, Dili replied, clearing her throat. Yichen's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to look at Dili. This girl must be extraordinary. He considered himself fortunate to have signed in for an S-class legendary vehicle and caught an S-class legendary fish, yet here she was, a hostage, possessing 2 S-class artifacts. What on earth was the spying mirror used for? Here, Dili said as she removed the glasses and handed them to Yichen. It turned out she didn't need them, and they were indeed a sign-in reward. Yichen held them in his hands and examined them closely. Spying mirror, S-class legendary item. When worn, it allows you to see all necessary resources within a 5-meter radius. The description was quite simple, and Yichen didn't fully grasp it until he put them on. To his astonishment, he realized it was an invaluable treasure. He glanced toward the cave, and the spying mirror indicated habitable cave. He then looked at the lake, and the mirror revealed drinkable freshwater resources. While these were apparent, when Yichen scanned the ground beneath his feet, the spying mirror outlined a large frame. The current 10m×10m land is classified as C-class superior land, suitable for planting various vegetables. Yichen took a few steps and scanned the earth again. The spying mirror displayed, the current 5m×5m land is classified as B-class perfect land, ideal for growing various fruits. This was indeed remarkable. Yichen excitedly rushed to the lakeshore and examined a section of water to the right. The spying mirror indicated, current water area has 2 D-class rare freshwater fish and 1 C-class superior freshwater fish. This was truly a game changer. With this mirror and a fishing rod, he had no worries about catching big fish. Yichen was elated as he dashed through the cave towards the beach. Upon scanning the beach, he nearly jumped 3 feet high. The spying mirror displayed, at present, 1m×1m of sand has 20 kilograms of D-class rare clay 1 meter below the surface. Holy moly! Yichen felt an urge to do a backflip. He had been digging everywhere, unable to find clay, and now it was revealed so easily. This spying mirror was simply divine. Minga, bring the shovel and plastic bucket quickly. I found clay. Yichen messaged Yang Minga. Upon receiving the message, Yang Minga swiftly arrived with a shovel and plastic bucket, having crossed the cave, followed closely by De Douan and Dili. Where is it? Where is it? Yang Minga asked excitedly. Right beneath here. Hurry, hand me the shovel. Beneath? Yang Minga looked confused. Yichen marked the spot with the shovel, offering no further explanation as he handed the spying mirror to Yang Minga. Once she donned the spying mirror, Yang Minga immediately understood. She turned around and excitedly hugged Dili. Xiaodi, you are amazing. This thing is simply magical. Just as expected from you. Dili appeared somewhat bewildered. She knew this item was indeed an S-class legendary artifact, but having struggled to meet her needs over the past few days, she had little concern for such matters. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Ding. You have successfully acquired 10 kilograms of clay. You now meet all the requirements to upgrade the sign-in system. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 34. Successful upgrade of the level 4 sign-in system. Yichen found himself somewhat bewildered. Was it really possible for him to upgrade just like that? Upgrade. Beat. Congratulations, host. The sign-in system has successfully upgraded to level 4. Current sign-in level, 4. Current sign-in system level 4. 50 chance of receiving an E-grade common reward. 20 chance of a D-grade rare reward. 15 chance of a C-grade exceptional reward. 10 chance of a B-grade perfect reward. 3. 45 chance of an A-grade epic reward. 1. 5 chance of an S-grade legendary reward. And 0. 0.5 chance of an ultra S-grade divine reward. Beep. The survivor, Sun and Moon Stars, has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 4. As the first survivor to achieve this, the system grants a special reward. 5 of the E-grade common reward probability is redistributed to the A-grade epic reward. Beep. Your current sign-in probabilities are 45 chance of receiving an E-grade common reward, 20 chance of a D-grade rare reward, 15 chance of a C-grade exceptional reward, 10 chance of a B-grade perfect reward, 8. 45 chance of an A-grade epic reward, 1. 5 chance of an S-grade legendary reward, and 0. 0.5 chance of an ultra S-grade divine reward. At this moment, the chat room erupted in excitement. Wow, it's Sun and Moon Stars again. Incredible! This sign-in probability is outrageous. Envy and jealousy abound. An additional 5 chance for epic rewards. How can the gap be so vast? I'm still at level 1. The members of the chat room could only express their envy. Let us have some barbecue first. I just fried a fish. Yang Ming casually interjected, unfazed. Fried fish. The three, including Yichin, were left speechless. What did you use to fry it? A pan, the one you got from the sign-in, the super pan. Super. De Wan and Di Li were utterly bewildered. Are we even playing the same survival game as these two? Isn't that just a soup pot? Besides, where would you get the oil to fry? For most survivors, it was merely barbecue. Only those as fortunate as Yichun, who possessed a soup pot, could enjoy a bowl of fish soup. As for frying, that was a challenge without cooking oil. Higi, I obtained this from the morning sign-in. Yang Ming playfully revealed the super pan. Inside, a perfectly fried fish lay waiting. Give me a piece. De Wan hastily swallowed the grilled fish in his hand and eagerly reached for the fried fish. Di Li, appearing somewhat reserved, awkwardly pointed at the fish in the pan. Shouldn't we save this for tomorrow? No need. Yichun has a B-grade perfect fishing rod. He can catch at least 5 fish daily. Oh, and with your spyglass, he'll likely catch even more and larger fish. Yang Ming clearly had no concerns about food scarcity. Ever since joining Yichin, she hadn't experienced hunger. While the others in the chat room lamented daily about their hunger, it seemed she had gained several pounds. Beep. System notification. Due to the current highest sign-in level among all survivors reaching level 4, the sign-in upgrade task list has been updated. Beep. The system announces the resources required to elevate the sign-in level from 4 to 5. 1 C-grade or higher crossbow, 1 kilogram of C-grade or higher vegetables. 2 D-grade or higher bamboo rafts. Self-made bamboo rafts are acceptable. 10 liters of D-grade or higher freshwater. With Yichun being the first to upgrade the sign-in system to level 4, the system updated the upgrade checklist. A crossbow? No problem. I have experience making bamboo rafts. Now that there are 4 of us, efficiency will only increase, so that is completely doable. As for C-grade vegetables, although I can't guarantee it, the vegetable seeds I have maturing in 2 days are B-grade perfect, which greatly increases the likelihood of yielding some C-grade grains. Regarding D-grade or higher freshwater, Yichin glanced at the freshwater he had collected from the lake. E-grade common quality. He hadn't previously considered the quality of water. It seemed there were nuances to it. Boss, didn't you say we could recruit others? Why not recruit me? That way you can level up again. De Wan casually tossed out the suggestion. This was a thought Yichin had entertained, but he found it difficult to articulate. After all, the newcomer had just arrived and hadn't even settled in yet. It felt premature to propose recruitment. Now, unexpectedly, De Wan brought it up himself. That should be feasible. Ming-er. Yichin hesitated, unsure how to continue. Yes, I've been recruited by Yichin. It's quite beneficial. He can level up further, thereby increasing the probability of receiving higher level sign-in rewards. It's a win-win situation. How about you both consider it? Yichin was left stunned. He hadn't known how to approach the subject, yet here it was, someone actively suggesting recruitment. Chapter 35. The Level 6 Check-in System. Splendid. Regardless, I will certainly follow the leader. Where the leader dines, I shall dine too. The great role enthusiastically applauded. You. Before Yichin could utter a word, the system's voice resonated. Ding, congratulations to the host. Survivor Qin Dazhuang has chosen to submit to you. Your check-in level has been upgraded to level 5. Special reminder, you may recruit a maximum of 3 individuals. Ding, congratulations to the host. The upgrade of the check-in system was successful. Current check-in level, level 5. Current check-in system, level 5. 35 chance of obtaining E-class common rewards. 20 chance of obtaining D-class rare rewards. 17 chance of obtaining C-Class Exceptional Rewards, 13 chance of obtaining B-Class Perfect Rewards, 11. 9 chance of obtaining A-Class Epic Rewards. 3 chance of obtaining S-Class Legendary Rewards, 0. 1 chance of obtaining Super S-Class Divine Rewards. Ding. Survivor Sun Moonstars has successfully elevated the check-in level to level 5. As the first survivor to achieve this, the system grants a special reward. 10 of the E-Class Common Reward probability has been redistributed to the B-Class Perfect Reward. Current check-in system level 5. 25 chance of obtaining E-Class Common Rewards, 20 chance of obtaining D-Class Rare Rewards, 17 chance of obtaining C-Class Exceptional Rewards, 23 chance of obtaining B-Class Perfect Rewards, 11. 9 chance of obtaining A-Class Epic Rewards, 3 chance of obtaining S-Class Legendary Rewards, 0. 1 chance of obtaining Super S-Class Divine Rewards. What on earth? What is happening? Another upgrade? Goodness gracious. I revere the Great One. This is remarkable. Have I stumbled upon a glitch? Is the upgrade code up, down, left, right, B, A, B, A? The chat room exploded. And Yi-Chun found himself momentarily frozen. He had yet to say anything, yet the Great Roll had already chosen to submit of its own accord. But the matter was far from over. Ding, congratulations to the host. Survivor Deely. Deely Mulati has chosen to submit to you. Your check-in level has been upgraded to level 6. Special reminder, you have reached the maximum recruitment limit of 3 individuals. Ding, congratulations to the host. The upgrade of the check-in system was successful. Current check-in level, level 6. Current check-in system level 6. 15 chance of obtaining E-Class Common Rewards. 20 chance of obtaining D-Class Rare Rewards. 20 chance of obtaining C-Class Exceptional Rewards. 25 chance of obtaining B-Class Perfect Rewards. 14. 8 chance of obtaining A-Class Epic Rewards. 5 chance of obtaining S-Class Legendary Rewards. 0. 2 chance of obtaining Super S-Class Divine Rewards. Ding. Survivor Sun Moonstars has successfully elevated the check-in level to level 6. As the first survivor to achieve this, the system grants a special reward. 5 of the E-Class Common Reward and 5 of the D-Class Rare Reward probabilities have been redistributed to the A-Class Perfect Reward. Current check-in system level 6. 10 chance of obtaining E-Class Common Rewards, 15 chance of obtaining D-Class Rare Rewards, 20 chance of obtaining C-Class Exceptional Rewards, 25 chance of obtaining B-Class Perfect Rewards, 24. 8 chance of obtaining A-Class Epic Rewards, 5 chance of obtaining S-Class Legendary Rewards, 0. 2 chance of obtaining Super S-Class Divine Rewards. At this moment, the chatroom fell into an instant silence. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone was left dumbfounded. In just a matter of 15 minutes, Yi-Chun had ascended 3 levels. Yi-Chun gazed at his check-in probabilities. The chance of receiving an E-Class Common Reward had plummeted to 10, and even the D-Class Rare Reward chance had diminished to 15. This implied that he now had a 3/4 probability of receiving rewards of C-Class Exceptional or higher. Such odds were simply astronomical. While others struggled in their level 1 check-in systems, barely scraping by with an E-Class Common Reward or, with luck, a D-Class Rare Reward, he, on the other hand, regarded receiving a C-Class Exceptional Reward as utterly ordinary. He boasted a 55 probability of securing a B-Class Perfect Reward, or even rewards of even loftier tiers. Leader, magnificent. Long live the leader. The Great Roll was the first to erupt in cheers. In his heart, whatever Yi-Chun possessed was also his own. If his leader was formidable, so too was he. After a brief moment of silence, the chat room erupted in a frenzy. Sun Moon Stars, Great One, please bestow your protection upon us. Great One, shall you accept disciples? I am willing to submit. Great One, where are you? I wish to come and seek your guidance. Yi-Chun's private inbox was bombarded to the point of chaos. He promptly decided to block all incoming messages. After all, the individuals he wished to communicate with were right before him, rendering any further chatter unnecessary. Time for a meal. Time for a meal. After closing the chat room, Yi-Chun plunged into a feast of grilled fish. He had not anticipated that what had once been a somewhat delicate issue would resolve so effortlessly. No, it hadn't merely resolved, it had concluded outright. Deely, you were previously captured by those 2 men and not recruited, were you? Yang Ming'er inquired curiously. Those 2 seemed to have a disagreement, each vying to recruit me. Eventually, they argued about who could procure the more valuable supplies within 3 days of check-in. Yi-Chun felt a wave of embarrassment. These 2 fools truly were something else. It was indeed a case of the clam and the snipe contending while he, the fisherman, reaped the benefits. Not only did he receive a beautiful woman without cost, but he also upgraded his check-in system. Ding. System notification, as the highest check-in level among all survivors has been elevated to level 6. The upgrade task list for check-in has been updated. Chapter 36. The bug in the girl's sign-in system. The system's voice resounded once more, evidently due to Yi Chen's influence, prompting an update of the upgrade requirements. Beep. The system announces the materials required for upgrading from level 5 to level 6. 2 ceramic products of any grade, 100 kilograms of C-grade exceptional birch logs, 5 C-grade exceptional freshwater fish, 2 kilograms of B-grade perfect vegetables, 2 kilograms of B-grade perfect fruits, and 1 B-grade perfect hammer. Beep. The system announces the materials required for upgrading from level 6 to level 7. At least 2 S-grade legendary items, at least 3 A-grade epic items, 1 A-grade epic motorboat, at least 1 fragment of an S-grade legendary treasure map, 100 kilograms of any grade iron ore, 20 kilograms of B-grade perfect fine sand, 30 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay, 3 B-grade perfect freshwater fish, 3 C-grade exceptional or higher sea fish, and 1 item of any A-grade epic material. As the system data updated, everyone widened their eyes at the information displayed before them. For most, having not even reached level 2, the subsequent data felt utterly irrelevant. 2 S-grade legendary items, 3 A-grade epic items. What a joke. It seemed they had never even seen what a B-grade item looked like. Only Yi Chen was genuinely focused on the system's final announcement. Now that he had reached level 6, he needed to prepare for the ascent to level 7. He already possessed 2 S-grade legendary items, including the spyglass and treasure map fragment gifted by Li. He had long since acquired 3 A-grade epic items. The motorboat posed no issue, as he already had the blueprint. As for the treasure map fragments, those were within reach. However, iron ore, B-grade fine sand, and B-grade clay were all new requirements. Moreover, he needed C-grade exceptional or higher sea fish. Yi Chen pondered deeply. Fishing in the sea was a different endeavor from fishing in freshwater. It appeared that acquiring even a single sea fish would not be as easy as anticipated. What exactly was a treasure map? Increasingly, more individuals in the chatroom discovered this novel item. What is this? Treasure map? Yang Ming'er inquired, her curiosity piqued. This is it. Yi Chen produced a somewhat crumpled piece of paper. Treasure map fragment 1-8. Where did you get this? Yang Ming'er was taken aback. It's from Li. This girl possesses a wealth of treasures. By the way, what level have you reached in the sign-in system? Only level 1. But my data seems a bit different. Different? Yi Chen was bewildered. How so? Li promptly revealed her sign-in probabilities. Current sign-in system, level 1. 65 chance of obtaining E-grade common rewards, 15 chance of obtaining D-grade rare rewards, 10 chance of obtaining C-grade exceptional rewards. For chance of obtaining B-grade perfect rewards, 0. 99 chance of obtaining A-grade epic rewards, 5. 1 chance of obtaining S-grade legendary rewards, and 0 chance of obtaining super S-grade divine rewards. Well, Yi Chen and Didawon were taken aback. This data. It must be a bug. While everyone else at level 1 had a 70 probability of receiving E-grade common rewards and a mere 0.01 chance of obtaining S-grade legendary rewards, this girl managed to elevate the probability for S-grade legendary rewards by 5 points. Now, Yi Chen understood why she possessed 2 S-grade legendary items. Incredible. He was now extremely curious about what her sign-in probability would look like if she advanced another 2 levels. Well, it's too late today. After dinner, Didawon and I will set up a makeshift bed in the cave, while Li and Mingo can sleep in the pickup truck. Tomorrow, I will assist you in leveling up. Brother Yi, is it really okay for you to sleep on the ground? How about I level up? Boss, you can help us level up? The two had entirely different thoughts, highlighting the disparity between boys and girls. No worries, the cave is quite comfortable. Besides, we have a wolfskin. Another day, I could gather some bed sheets, or perhaps even upgrade the vehicle. Yi Chen momentarily ignored Didawon. However, Didawon excitedly rushed over, tugging at Yi Chen's sleeve, exclaiming, Boss, how many levels can we reach? Can we achieve level 6 like you? Ahaha. This fellow was truly naive. Dreaming far ahead. Do not expect to achieve greatness in one fell swoop. Yang Ming'er had just reached level 2, yet she remained unperturbed, knowing that once the vegetables matured in a few days, reaching level 3 would be effortless. What intrigued Yi Chen most was Li's upgrade system. He was genuinely curious about the probabilities that would emerge if she reached level 6 or even 7 with her self-proclaimed bug-ridden upgrade system. You all have vegetables? Li and Didawon were left dumbfounded. They had not realized that this place was not merely abundant in fish, but also offered a delightful variety of produce. They have already been planted, along with grape seeds that were just sown, but they would need some time to grow. And fruits. You all truly have everything. Li gazed at Yi Chen and Yang Ming'er with a rueful smile. The disparity was astonishing. Boss, from now on, I'll take care of the fishing and the vegetable duties. I excel at this. Excellent. I am in dire need of assistance. Yichin eagerly welcomed the offer. Thus, tending to the vegetables and fishing became daily tasks, and it was indeed time to enlist some help, given the multitude of responsibilities he had. As they conversed, Yichin's business inquiries began to arrive. Big boss, when will the D-grade sand be available for sale? I've been waiting all day. Sun and Moon, it's me. I'm preparing to level up to 3. Do you have any D-grade vegetables for sale? What about D-grade logs? Chapter 37. A bathtub has been acquired. The demands of the crowd are ever increasing. Starting tomorrow, D-grade sand in 4-person quantities will be available for sale, with the highest bidder winning. Additionally, reservations for D-grade vegetables will commence, and those requiring D-grade logs must bring their own prices. I will also be collecting seeds, tools, blueprints, and various rare items. Yichin left 2 messages in the chat room. It is currently a seller's market, and he is not concerned about a lack of buyers. Rather, his worry lies in insufficient labor and production capacity. Big Brother Juan, make sure to rest early tonight. There will be plenty to do tomorrow. Sure thing, boss. You can count on me. Big Brother Juan remains confident. Yichin took the wolf skin to the cave. While the cave is pleasant, it pales in comparison to his own pickup truck, indicating that the living conditions need urgent upgrading. It's time to gather supplies, blankets, quilts, pillows, and various hides, including sheep wool, wolf skin, and bear skin. Yichin typed a flurry of messages in the chat room. If ready-made blankets and quilts cannot be found, he will have to craft them himself. D-grade rare sheep wool, synthesized into 1 C-grade exquisite wool blanket. D-grade rare wolf skin, synthesized into 1 C-grade exquisite wolf duvet. D-grade rare bear skin, synthesized into 1 C-grade exquisite bear coat. However, given the current circumstances, acquiring animal hides seems to pose considerable difficulty. Boss, can you collect lambs? What? Yichin felt a bit dazed upon receiving this message. It wasn't he until he spotted a little husky, who preferred to frolic outside rather than stay comfortably in the pickup, that he realized the sign-in system could yield anything. How big? Yichin inquired. Probably around 10 pounds. Just signed in today, C-grade exquisite, and can be upgraded. What's the price? Boss, would you trade a 2-pound fish along with 10 kilograms of D-grade sand? The other party was quite sincere. This price was fair and reasonable. No problem, I'll sell you the first batch of sand tomorrow. Yichin decided to accept all useful resources without hesitation. Boss, how about nails? Just as the first deal was concluded, another opportunity arose. Yichin opened the synthesis system. Nails were indeed necessary. D-grade rare nails, C-grade exquisite logs, C-grade exquisite wooden bed. D-grade rare nails, C-grade exquisite logs, C-grade exquisite table. D-grade rare nails, C-grade exquisite logs, C-grade exquisite chair. Setting aside other items, the bed was something he desperately desired. Sleeping on the ground every day was unbearable. Done. Yichin decisively confirmed the transaction. Nails are akin to tools. Better to be prepared. Where did you obtain that wolf skin? Big Brother One seemed quite pleased with the betting. Yang Minger killed a wolf. Big Brother One was stunned. This elegant lady, who seemed so refined, could actually slay a wolf. Yichin shrugged. In this era, even beauties are fierce. After feasting, Big Brother One fell into a deep slumber, while Yichin found it hard to sleep. Having grown accustomed to his pickup, suddenly having to sleep on the ground was quite uncomfortable. He endured until 11 p.m. before finally dozing off. Just as he managed to fall asleep, he was jolted awake by Big Brother One. Boss, it's midnight. It's time to sign in. Yichin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Brother, don't rush to sign in. Today you can level up, and the chances of receiving better rewards will be higher. Upon hearing this, Big Brother One nodded eagerly, finding the logic sound. Yichin also messaged Deely, advising her not to rush into signing in, though it seemed she had already drifted off to sleep. Since he was awake, he decided to sign in himself. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received a B-grade perfect reward, a bathtub. Yichin was taken aback. Hey, take it easy. He shouted at the system. A loud crash echoed in response. However, it was too late. Immediately, the piercing screams of the 2 ladies rang out. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's just a sign-in reward. Yichin rushed out of the cave. The 2 ladies were huddled behind the pickup, trembling in disarray. I apologize. I received a rather large sign-in reward. Yichin scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to explain. You scared us. What was that noise? It's a bathtub. A bathtub. This reward was likely beyond the wildest imagination of the 2 ladies. Yichin approached and, as expected, a substantial object was lodged at the back of the pickup, securely packaged. Upon closer inspection, it bore the brand name Villeroy Bach. The system is impressive. If it's going to deliver, it might as well be a top-tier brand. Ladies, I must find a place to store this. It weighs over 100 pounds and cannot remain in my pickup. Yichen called for Big Brother One. And together they exerted considerable effort to move the bathtub to the lakeside. Boss, this is a double bathtub. Hiki, boss, you've hit the jackpot. Big Brother One wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Yichen. Chapter 38. The bathing set go. Off to sleep. Young Minger, you can sign in first. Dealey is not in a hurry to check in. We can wait until dawn to elevate your and Dawan's levels before signing in. Yang Minger nodded and turned to begin the sign-in process. Ding. The Yang Minger you summoned has received a sea-level exceptional reward, 2 sets of the bathing set. Yichen was taken aback. It was truly a case of wishes coming true. Just as he had signed in for the bathtub, Yang Minger had secured the bathing set. Bathing set, shampoo, body wash, conditioner. Indeed, it was an essential trio for any hotel or inn. Yang Minger immediately cradled the bathing set in her hands, gazing at Yichen's newly acquired bathtub with hopeful eyes. How about we take turns showering tomorrow during the day? Although heating water could be quite a hassle, the island's daytime warmth would render an outdoor shower quite pleasant. Sounds good. The 2 beautiful ladies nodded with delight. Everyone has a desire to look their best, especially 2 stunning starlets like them. Yichen felt compelled to fulfill this small wish. Feeling rather fatigued, Yichen returned to the cave and lay down, sleeping soundly until the break of dawn. Don't move. Yichen was startled awake as he opened his eyes. Raising his head, he was met with a somewhat unfamiliar face. Upon closer inspection, he noticed long hair that seemed still damp and an exquisitely fair face that could only be described as flawless. Is this Yang Mingo? Beside her stood Dawan. Boss, we are under soft confinement. We are not allowed to move. Dealey is currently showering. You can only leave the cave once she is finished. So it turned out the girls were bathing. I understand. I won't look. Yichen lay back down, realizing he had missed something significant by sleeping through the night. Sister Mingo, I'm done. Yida go. Are you going to wash? Dealey's voice soon echoed through. It's your turn. I'll help you change the water. Yang Minger was quite enthusiastic. However, Yichen waved his hands dismissively. No rush. We have a lot of physical work to do today. Let's finish that before bathing. Yichen had a plethora of orders to attend to and needed to focus on completing them without the distraction of bathing or changing. Yida go, will you wash? I've already filled the tub and cleaned it. Dealey, drying her hair, dashed in. Yichen and Dawan were momentarily stunned. She truly resembled a water lily emerging from the water. Cough. Let's eat first, and then we'll return to shower. Yichen promptly pulled the dazed Dawan out. Boss, which one do you prefer? They are both so beautiful. Dawan grinned mischievously at Yichen. Enough chatter. Let us fill our stomachs first. I have several tasks for you today. First, water all the vegetables in the field. Second, accompany me to find at least 4 D-level rare palm tree trunks. Lastly, help the ladies with gathering sand. All right, boss. You can just relax and leave it to me. Dawan appeared eager to begin. Relax? I have no time to rest. I am now a capitalist, a self-producing and self-selling capitalist. Yang Minger and Dealey had already set up the barbecue grill, first roasting 2 or 3 pieces of bread. Cooking it this way enhanced the flavor significantly. New product, roasted bread. As Yichen chewed on the bread, he reopened the trading platform and chat room. He was overwhelmed with orders for D-level rare sand. Additionally, he had 2 companions in need of upgrades and had received 2 more orders yesterday. Regarding D-level sand, today is fully booked. Please come back another day. And refrain from private messaging. Yichen felt a bit exhausted as his inbox overflowed. Boss, 2 mink coats, approximately 2 square meters. Will you accept? Just as he was about to close the chat room, a new message caught his eye. Mink, that is indeed a valuable item. All right. Add me to that order. Naturally, Yichen would not miss out on good fortune, even if it meant more work for himself. Later, I'll go fishing. Dawan. You handle the watering. Ladies, clean up here, and we will head out to chop trees and gather sand. If time permits, I'll make a kayak for our next sea venture. Yichen outlined the day's tasks. Why do we need to go to sea again? Yang Mingo inquired, puzzled. Leveling from 6 to 7 requires ocean fish. I will attempt to catch some, but I don't hold high hopes. It's merely a shot in the dark. The system had made it abundantly clear that he was equipped with a freshwater fishing rod, yet Yichen was merely willing to test his luck. After breakfast, the 4 divided their tasks. Dawan happily watered the plants. The earliest planted vegetables indicated 1 day remaining until harvest. Once harvested, he would possess at least 400 seeds of no less than sea-level exceptional vegetables, along with 40 kilograms of D-level rare vegetables. With these vegetables, Yang Minger would be able to elevate her level and check into the system. The combat prowess of their team would be significantly enhanced. Chapter 39. Fishing with a cheating device. Yichen employed Dealey's S-rank legendary artifact, the scrying mirror, to commence his fishing expedition. With the mirror in hand, There was no need for trepidation. At 10 o'clock, 6 meters away, a C-rank exceptional grass carp was detected. No rush. A C-rank fish was hardly a rarity. Yichen resolutely chose to disregard it. At 2 o'clock, 8 meters away, a B-rank perfect bluefish was found, weighing approximately 5 kilograms. No need to hurry. Yichen once again opted to overlook it. Possessing both a fishing rod and the scrying mirror, he was confident he would land a worthy catch. Yichen leisurely strolled along the lake's perimeter, discovering 3 B-rank perfect freshwater fish and an abundance of C-rank exceptional freshwater fish. Ding! At 12 o'clock, 7 meters away, an A-rank epic silver carp was identified, weighing 8 kilograms. Goodness, this hefty fish, weighing 16 pounds, had arrived, perfect for a delectable fish head soup. Yichen decisively cast his line. "Dadawan, come help." To his surprise, the silver carp exhibited considerable strength. Once hooked, it clung tenaciously to the bait, leading to a fierce struggle. Before Dadawan could arrive, Xiaoha had already leapt into the lake. "Boss, I'm here." With Xiaoha now in the water, Yichen's reinforcements had finally arrived. "Boss, what kind of fish is this? It's so powerful. Let us go." With the help of Xiaoha and Dadawan, Yichen began to reel in the line. "Wow, it's so big." Dadawan was astonished. "Just average, last time. Minger caught an S-rank legendary fish that was much larger than this." Yichen brushed off the dust from his clothes, seemingly unimpressed with the A-rank epic fish. "Is there a bigger one?" Dealey was left speechless. Ding! At 3 o'clock, 10 meters away, an A-rank epic freshwater mandarin fish was detected, weighing 3 kilograms. A mandarin fish? Now that was a respectable catch. Yichen wasted no time in casting his line. "Minger, we shall have steamed mandarin fish for dinner tonight. Do we have scallions, ginger, and garlic?" A mandarin fish weighing 6 pounds leapt to the surface. Such a large mandarin fish. This species is commonly found on dining tables, yet even in fine restaurants, it is rare to encounter one exceeding 3 pounds. Let alone the 6-pound specimen Yichen had caught. No scallions, ginger, or garlic. Yang Minger had not anticipated the necessity for these ingredients. She had already managed to procure some seasonings, which was quite extraordinary, while others struggled merely to make ends meet. Was Yichen planning a grand feast? "Brother Yi, are we really going to eat such a fine fish ourselves? Are we not selling it?" Dealey gazed at Yichen and Yang Minger in astonishment as they fervently discussed their intentions to consume the A-rank epic fish rather than sell it for trade. Sell it? Who would buy it? Besides us, I reckon no one else could afford it. Yichen had considered selling. Yet it appeared that only he could truly afford such a fish. "Let us eat it. The silver carp will make a nutritious soup. And the mandarin fish can be steamed as a side dish." As a side dish? Dealey chuckled bitterly at Yichen. With these two fish weighing around 20 pounds combined, what more could he possibly desire? Well, it seems pointless to pursue better fish when dinner is already sufficient. Chasing after A-rank fish seems rather futile, and there is currently no market demand. Yichen decided to conserve his time after 10 minutes. He had caught 3 B-rank fish and 5 C-rank fish. He promptly listed them on the trading platform. C-rank fish were essential materials for advancing from level 3 to level 4 in the system, and their prices would only rise as more individuals upgraded to level 3. Yichen was not concerned about finding buyers. Who is this? So many C-rank fish, and even a B-rank perfect freshwater fish. Observant individuals quickly noticed the freshwater fish Yichen had listed on the trading platform. Another legendary figure, day and night stars. How do you have everything? They worshipped him. The moment Yichen appeared, the chat room erupted with excitement. However, a new voice emerged today. "That damn day and night stars, return my mountain axe." Message from Huang Mao Xiaoga. "That rascal stole my girl and my axe. I swear I will end you." Message from Coca-Cola. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. Yet, Yichen responded, "So you're a Coca-Cola? I didn't see your kayak around." "Damn it, boss. This is the fool who dared to challenge you earlier." Dadawan recognized the name and suddenly recalled something. The chat room grew even livelier as Dadawan engaged in a verbal battle with the opponent. "You coward. Come to my island and see how I deal with you." Coca-Cola was clearly agitated. "You have a kayak, so if you wish to find me, paddle over." Yichen remarked indifferently. "Damn it." Coca-Cola cursed but fell silent. Who told him to transfer his kayak? In exchange, he had received a mountain axe and 3 large fish. Now, with the axe taken by Yichen and the fish consumed, his girl had also been kidnapped. The two of them were likely on the verge of tears. "Dadawan, let's ignore them. We need to prepare to set off." Yichen was busy and had no time to engage in a war of words with these rascals. He had a significant order to fulfill. Day and night stars. "Come out." Coca-Cola continued to shout. "Boss, are we just going to let him insult us like this?" Dadawan appeared quite displeased. "No worries. There are plenty of people who will help us retaliate." Yichen remained unfazed. Then, Everyone present in the chat room witnessed a new line of text appear. To those wishing to reserve sand and logs, please help me berate these two fools. Whoever delivers the most creative insults will be granted priority in reservations. Chapter 40. Division of Labor Received, Boss. Understood. The survivors eagerly responded in the chat room as they awaited YACHT's goods. Soon, Huang Mao and Coca-Cola found themselves inundated with the crowd's vitriol. You two fools must have been calcium deficient as children and starved of affection as adults. Your grandmother never cared for you, and your uncle never loved you. Left cheek begging for a slap, right cheek begging for a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys, pigs trample pigs. Excuse me, everyone. I apologize, my pet Haba dog got loose. It's entirely my fault. No, it's my mistake. If I hadn't forgotten to buy a condom that night, these two would have long been swept down the drain. The atmosphere in the chat room shifted dramatically. Those with demands from YACHT unleashed a flurry of insults. Meanwhile, YACHT leisurely drove his pickup, accompanied by the magnificent Dedawan and two lovely ladies. Boss, how did you acquire this D-grade rare sand? Dedawan, having enjoyed the spectacle of the chatroom brawl, redirected his attention to YACHT. You'll understand shortly. Today, we have a formidable task ahead. We'll toil during the day and feast at night. YACHT wasted no words. Upon reaching their destination, everyone understood their roles and commenced work. Dedawan, with his imposing stature, swung his axe to fell palm trees. YACHT, now that we both have axes, can we combine them into a chainsaw? A blueprint is needed. YACHT was keenly aware of the situation. Do they sell it at the exchange? He nodded, having glimpsed it once, though the price was exorbitant, encompassing nearly all materials below level 4. Naturally, rare goods command a high price. The sole blueprint for the air kinetic chainsaw was priced exorbitantly. YACHT had merely glanced at it before dismissing it due to its outrageous cost. 100 kilograms of D-grade palm tree trunks, 100 D-grade palm leaves, 10 liters of fresh water, 10 kilograms of D-grade sand, 3 kitchen knives, 1 axe, and 10 C-grade fish. The list was extensive, and YACHT lost interest. Finding the pricing utterly outrageous, he decisively chose to forego it. After all, the efficiency of 2 axes might not differ significantly from that of a chainsaw. Compensating for the lack of tools with manpower. Boss, the tree must weigh around 70 to 80 kilograms. How much can it fetch? While chopping the palm tree into 4 or 5 pieces, Dedawan continued his incessant questioning. Let us not consider selling for now. You, young Minger, and Dealey all need palm trees for the upgrade system. Level 1 to level 2 and level 2 to level 3 require at least 250 kilograms. You'll be quite busy just chopping trees. 250 kilograms of palm trees is no small amount. It equates to 1/4 of a ton. I understand, boss. Rest assured, as long as there is food, I can keep going. Dedawan appeared to rival Xiao Ha in his willingness to toil as long as he was fed and watered. YACHT, what about our D-grade sand? We don't need much, only 20 kilograms, but the buyers are numerous. The more, the merrier. Currently, YACHT monopolized the D-grade sand market, and this opportunity must not be missed. Minger, what is that? Dealey watched as young Minger retrieved a cosplay-made outfit from the car, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Could it be? Brother Yi has such peculiar tastes, requiring the girls to dress as maids while working? Little D, this is for sifting sand. YACHT invented it. We can use this to filter the D-grade rare sand we need. What? Using this? Dealey could hardly fathom that this seemingly whimsical maid outfit served such a purpose. Dealey, pay attention. Pour sand onto the maid outfit. The sand that sifts through is the D-grade rare sand we seek. Young Minger, now adept at this task, proceeded with practiced skill. Dealey and Dedawan, who was still swinging his axe, were momentarily stunned. So, the highly sought-after D-grade rare sand sold in the chat room was produced this way. Boss, you're incredible. Who would have thought of this? Dedawan was nearly ready to worship him. Dealey, equally astonished, watched young Minger sifting sand. Although this method was not highly efficient, it was a zero-cost operation, merely requiring time. Minger, if you see any hourglasses at the exchange, grab a couple. It would make your work easier. However, YACHT felt there was a way to make this task even simpler. After several days of observation, the lack of sales indicated that hourglasses were too niche. Young Minger shook her head in regret. YACHT shrugged helplessly. At first glance, it appeared they were quite affluent, with ample food, drink, luxury vehicles, and pets. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were lacking essential living supplies. After a busy morning, Dedawan had successfully felled 2 palm trees, yielding a total of 140 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks and 300 palm leaves. Young Minger and Dealey had gathered 22 kilograms of D-grade rare sand. Let us take a moment to rest. Dealey, Dedawan, prepare for an upgrade. Chapter 41. The system bug continues. Ding. You have chosen to consume 50 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand, and 100 D-grade rare palm leaves to upgrade the sign-in system to level 2. Please confirm. The system notification chimed in the ears of Dedewan and Deely simultaneously. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Dedewan decisively opted for the upgrade. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded to level 2. You now have a 65 chance of receiving an E-grade ordinary reward, a 15 chance of receiving a D-grade rare reward, a 13 chance of receiving a C-grade exceptional reward, a 5 chance of receiving a B-grade perfect reward, a 1.5 chance of receiving an A-grade epic reward, and a 0.5 chance of receiving an S-grade legendary reward, with 0 chance of receiving a divine grade reward. Hee. It's done. The boss is magnificent. Dedewan was filled with joy. However, Yichun was more focused on Deely's situation. This extraordinary beauty might continue to defy the odds. Deely appeared somewhat anxious, her round eyes fixed intently on Yang Ming-er. Xiaodi, upgrade. Quickly. We are all eagerly anticipating it, Yang Ming-er exclaimed, evidently more excited than Deely. Upgrade. Deely said softly under the gaze of everyone's anticipation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded to level 2. You now have a 55 chance of receiving an E-grade ordinary reward, a 15 chance of receiving a D-grade rare reward, a 13 chance of receiving a C-grade exceptional reward, a 5 chance of receiving a B-grade perfect reward, a 1.5 chance of receiving an A-grade epic reward, and a 10.5 chance of receiving an S-grade legendary reward, with 0 chance of receiving a divine grade reward. Well, when Deely unveiled her latest sign-in attributes, the three of them were left utterly speechless. The system's bug continued to magnify. Yichun was astounded, realizing that this girl could enhance her probability of obtaining an S-grade legendary reward by 5 with each level upgrade. If she were to reach level 10 in the future, she would have a substantial chance of receiving an S-grade legendary reward daily. Could it be that the system was programmed by Deely? Xiaodi, you are incredible. You're even more impressive than Yichun, Yang Ming-er immediately remarked without reservation, bringing Yichun into the conversation. Yichun felt somewhat embarrassed. No matter how remarkable he was, he certainly didn't possess the unique advantage of a bug. Beauty, sign in. Sign in. If you don't, I'll go first. Dedewan was already impatient. Sign in. Sign in. With a command, Dedewan completed his sign-in. Unfortunately, his probability was rather dismal. Nothing was happening for Yichun. What is this? Dedewan looked at the system screen in bewilderment. What's wrong? Yichun leaned in closer. Dedewan's system screen displayed. You have left your birthplace, the island, and you must wait 48 hours before you can sign in again. After 48 hours, you can rebind your resource distribution center and the new island you have landed on. The four of them were collectively stunned. This situation was entirely beyond their imagination. Without further ado, Deely was in the same predicament. They had no choice but to waste 2 days. It seemed this system discouraged wandering onto others' islands. Not to worry. Tomorrow our vegetables will be ripe, and by the day after, I'll elevate the 3 of you to level 3. No, to level 4. Yichun declared confidently. For he was not merely boasting. The materials required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, clay, sea salt, bows, freshwater fish, and even mining axes, were all in his possession. However, the mining axes had other uses. If he consumed both as upgrade materials, he would be left without suitable tools. Acquiring mining axes at a fair price was feasible. Yichun decided to place his focus on the trading market. As long as there was stock available, he would procure it. The practical value of mining axes at this stage was immense. Boss, don't you already have 2? Why are you still collecting them? Are you going to let us poor folk survive? Upon hearing that Ryu Xingchen was looking to acquire mining axes, the impoverished souls in the chat room were on the verge of tears. They too desired mining axes, but acquiring them was exceedingly challenging. Thinking about the trees they would need to chop down and the upgrades that required axes, they felt like crying. Who would have thought that Yichun, already possessing 2, was still vying for resources? Apologies, everyone, but I have an urgent need for them. If anyone has stock, please bring your offers quickly. The scarcity of mining axes was closely tied to their required schematics for synthesis. At this stage, all items requiring schematics were of immense value. If any schematics came into Yichun's view, he would undoubtedly spend lavishly to acquire them. Unexpectedly, before the mining axes appeared, Yichun stumbled upon a new item in the trading market, the RV modification blueprint. This somewhat obscure blueprint was overlooked by others, as anyone who had perused the instructions would have disregarded it outright. S-grade legendary or higher heavy-duty pickup RV modification blueprint. 100 kilograms of iron or 100 meters of wire. An ultra S-grade divine level super luxurious 4-person RV. Chapter 42. A satisfying meal and a bath for the time being. The considerations of iron, ore, and wiring were set aside. The mere sight of a heavy-duty pickup truck was sufficient to deter nearly everyone. At this stage, it seemed that apart from Yichin, no one else possessed a pickup truck. This blueprint appeared to be tailor-made for him. "Brother, how much are you selling your RV modification plans for?" The other party had merely posted a blueprint with the price section marked as private message. Yichin promptly sent a message. "Are you interested in this blueprint?" The response was one of astonishment. "Yes, you named the price. I wish to upgrade to level 2, but I lack D-grade rare sand." It appeared that the other party was yet another unfortunate soul. "No problem, I'll get it to you by tomorrow. Just keep the blueprint for me." Yichin was troubled by the limited space in his current pickup, but if he could modify it into a larger RV, it would greatly enhance his convenience. The four of them casually enjoyed some lunch before returning to their tasks. Clay, sea salt, palm tree trunks, and sand. Better to gather a substantial amount of these items all at once. The Dawan continued to chop down palm trees. Deely was already capable of sifting sand independently. Yang Mingo took on the task of boiling water to gather salt, while Yichin donned his goggles and diligently began digging for clay. Wherever there was a clay deposit, Yichin was sure to be found. The four of them worked in perfect harmony, each fulfilling their roles. "Boss, I've secured 50 kilograms of D-grade palm tree trunks." The Dawan shouted. "Received." Beep. "You exchanged 50 kilograms of D-grade rare palm tree trunks for 2 packs of iron nails." "Brother Yi, I have 10 kilograms of D-grade sand ready." "Great. Let me see which buyer is next." "Wait, what is that?" Suddenly, a bleeding sound emanated from the pickup, startling the two girls. Deely nearly dropped all the sand in her hands. "My apologies, I traded for a sheep instead." Yi Chun, being true to his word, exchanged 2 live fish and 10 kilograms of D-grade sand for a little lamb. By the way, who actually raises sheep? Having brought the lamb back, Yi Chun realized he knew nothing about animal husbandry. He hadn't even owned a dog in the city. I can." To his surprise, Deely was the first to respond. "I raised sheep when I was a child, and I also had chickens and ducks." One would not have guessed that this top-tier celebrity came from humble beginnings. "Then this lamb shall be entrusted to you." Yi Chun sighed in relief, thankful that the lamb was not a wasted effort. "My sea salt is ready. Let us not rush the sea salt. We'll set it aside for now. In 4 or 5 days, we'll need it for the upgrade. Although it may not sell as well as the D-grade sand, it will still be good for some small transactions." Yi Chun had already begun to weigh his options. The four of them continued their industrious efforts until 4:30 in the afternoon. The Dawan had felled 4 large trees, yielding nearly 200 kilograms of palm tree trunks. Deely had sold 40 kilograms of D-grade sand. Yichin and Yang Mingo had each stored away 20 kilograms of clay and sea salt. The collective efforts of the four had resulted in the acquisition of a lamb, 2 pieces of mink fur, 2 packs of nails, 2 bed sheets, 2 plastic basins, 2 plastic buckets, a utility knife, and a dagger. "Well done, everyone. Today's work is complete. Let us head back for a sumptuous meal," Yichin declared, signaling the end of their labor. After tidying up their tools, the four of them climbed into the pickup, exuberantly making their way home. Yang Minger and Deely, seated in the back, seemed particularly enamored with the 2 pieces of mink fur. "Should we gather a few more and make you a skirt?" Yichin teased. The island's daytime heat persisted into the evening, making the prospect of wearing a mink coat unlikely. However, a mink skirt was indeed a feasible idea. "Can you really make a skirt?" Deely asked, half in disbelief. "Of course. Just check the synthesis system, but we'll need some thread and needles. I'll see if anyone is selling them. It shouldn't be a problem." Yichin's primary concern continued to be the upgrade of the sign-in system. Valuable items could only be obtained through personal diligence. The goods available at the trading post were mostly low quality. Any truly valuable item would undoubtedly be sold at an exorbitant price, provided everything went smoothly. Yichin's first batch of vegetables would be ripe by tomorrow, another lucrative item to be sold after the D-grade sand. Upon returning to their camp, the four of them set up a barbecue grill and began preparing their meal. Yichin glanced at the grill and noted that, with a larger group, they were short on dining utensils. After trading 2 D-grade rare freshwater fish and a few bottles of fresh water, he acquired another barbecue grill and several plastic bowls. Ceramic bowls seemed to be in short supply for the time being, so he settled for the plastic alternatives. "Let us eat. We have plenty." Yichun waved his hand, rallying the group to enjoy their dinner. The feast consisted of barbecued dishes, fish soup, and steamed perch. The four indulged heartily, and even the little dog was well fed, yet they still had not completely finished the large fish. Yichun decided to use the remaining fish as feed for the vegetables. If the unfortunate souls in the chat room, who were constantly struggling for their next meal, were to learn of Yichin's wastefulness, it would surely incite public outrage. After feasting, Yichin recalled his bathtub. "I'm going to take a bath. Here, use this." Yang Ming quickly dashed back to the pickup and handed Yichin the spare pair of underwear he had traded for. Didawon looked on, enviously. Boss, you have a change of clothes. The envy didn't stop there. Seeing this, Deely immediately grabbed a cloth and wiped down the bathtub. Brother Yi, I'll boil some hot water for you. The sun is about to set, and a little hot water will make it warmer. Didawon's eyes nearly bulged with admiration. The boss is truly the boss, taking a bath, with beautiful women providing spare clothes and boiling hot water. Thus, as the sun set, Yichin comfortably reclined in the bathtub, covered in bubbles. Brother Yi, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be waiting over there. Deely stood 3 meters away, ready to heed Yichin's instructions. This bath is truly delightful. Chapter 43, The Blueprint Researcher Under the Attentive Care of Two Enchanting Beauties. Yichin indulged in his first bath on the island. Draped in a wool fur blanket and covered with a mink fur throw, he drifted into a sweet slumber. As the clock struck midnight, Yichin was stirred from his repose once more. Hey, big guy, must you be so dramatic? Can't you wait until dawn to check in? Yichin, in a remarkably good mood, understood that sleep quality was paramount. A few hours delay in signing in would not cause any harm. No, boss. You need to get to the trading post and chat room immediately. There is something new. Big guy enthusiastically patted Yi-chun's shoulder, clearly excited about something significant being listed in the trading post. As expected, upon opening the trading post, Yichin discovered S-Class Legendary Item, Blueprint Researcher Upper Volume, Blueprint Researcher, an S-Class Legendary Item that allows the owner to synthesize corresponding items based on the materials specified in the blueprints. Limited to A-Class and below. The Blueprint Researcher is synthesized from the upper volume and lower volume of the Blueprint Researcher. It is well known that blueprints are among the most valuable items at present. Generally, items requiring blueprints for synthesis are of a higher grade. Even the most basic blueprints, such as that for the mountain axe, are at least of C-Class superior quality. Higher grade blueprints, such as those for jet skis and chainsaws, are even more prestigious. The higher the grade, the lower the chance of obtaining them, leading to their extreme scarcity. The trading post only featured the upper volume. However, the sudden appearance of an S-Class legendary item was bound to attract attention. How much for this upper volume? Who has the lower volume? Name your price. I'll take it. The allure of such exceptional items would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among capable survivors. Not to mention, this was a quasi-S-Class item. Even a previous B-Class solar panel had been fiercely contested by numerous survivors. Yichin was quite keen on this item. Although he already possessed 2 mountain axes, the system mandated that each crafted axe required a blueprint, and he needed 3 axes for upgrades. Mountain axes were essential survival supplies, and there was a significant demand for them. Yichin wished he could acquire 10. Aside from the mountain axe, many useful items within the synthesis system remained unattainable due to the lack of blueprints. B-Class Perfect Tool Hammer. D-Class Iron Ingots 10 kilograms, or 3 kitchen knives. C-Class Any Type of Tree Trunk 5 kilograms. B-Class Perfect Tool Hammer Blueprint B-Class Perfect Tool Shears. D-Class Iron Ingots 10 kilograms, or 3 kitchen knives. C-Class Any Type of Tree Trunk 5 kilograms. B-Class Perfect Tool Shears Blueprint B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel. D-Class Iron Ingots 10 kilograms, or 3 kitchen knives. C-Class Any Type of Tree Trunk 5 kilograms. B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint B-Class Perfect Tool Axe. D-Class Iron Ingots 20 kilograms, or 3 C-Class Superior Mountain Axes. B-Class Any Type of Tree Trunk 10 kilograms. B-Class Perfect Tool Axe Blueprint. A-Class Epic Multifunctional Construction Hammer, combining the advantages of various tools. It possesses a unique property that allows it to effortlessly accelerate the construction of various A-Class epic buildings. Synthetically derived from B-Class Perfect Tool Hammer, B-Class Perfect Tool Shears, B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel, B-Class Perfect Tool Axe, A-Class Multifunctional Construction Hammer Blueprint, C-Class Iron Ingots 100 kilograms, B-Class Perfect Sand 100 kilograms, A-Class Any Type of Tree Trunk 100 kilograms, A-Class Clay 100 kilograms. Yi-chun had long coveted this A-Class Epic Multifunctional Construction Hammer, but the requirements were excessively demanding. Despite being merely an A-Class epic tool, the difficulty of synthesis was several times greater than that of S-Class legendary items. The numerous blueprints needed for various tools alone would leave Yi-chun feeling overwhelmed. However, with the Blueprint Researcher, at least the blueprint hurdle seemed surmountable. Without hesitation, Yi-chun promptly messaged the seller. The response came swiftly. The seller demanded that he be granted access to the sign-in system up to level 3, along with 10 D-Class freshwater fish, 50 bottles of freshwater, at least 10 kilograms of dried food such as bread or compressed biscuits, and a kitchen knife and a dagger. Really? This is extortion. For a mere blueprint. The demands are outrageous. Big Guy glanced at the message and felt like cursing. Yangming, and Li, who were waiting in the pickup truck, appeared to have noticed the item as well. Yichen, are you going to take the blueprint? Yangming quickly messaged. I'm considering it. The demands are a bit excessive, Yichen admitted, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Well, I only signed in for a dagger today. My luck hasn't been great. Hearing this from Yangming, Yichen suddenly remembered he hadn't signed in yet. He casually signed in, and unexpectedly, ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-Class Legendary Reward, Blueprint Researcher Lower Volume. Seeing this message, Yichen nearly leapt for joy. Fortune favors me. The lower volume had been effortlessly acquired. Boss, how magnificent. Big Guy immediately cheered. With no further hesitation, Yichen proclaimed, no problem. I'll take your item, and we shall trade tomorrow. Initially, with only the upper volume, Yichen had some reservations, as exchanging resources for it would require substantial preparation. The upper volume would merely sit idly in his possession, yielding low value. However, the situation had changed. He now had the lower volume in hand. As soon as he obtained the upper volume, the Blueprint Researcher would be his. Here I come, Blueprints. Chapter 44. The first harvest of vegetables at the break of dawn the following day, Yichen rose early, while the sky was still dimly lit. He sprang up from his wolf fur blanket, seizing a high-value flashlight before rushing out of the cave and heading straight to his fields. The moment of harvest had arrived. Upon reaching his plot, he beheld the lush green vegetables sprawling across approximately 10 square meters of land. Congratulations! You have harvested a total of 230 C-grade exceptional seeds, 140 B-grade perfect seeds, and 30 A-grade epic seeds, 32 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables, and 8 kilograms of C-grade exceptional vegetables. Perfect. A total of 32 kilograms of D-grade rare vegetables, which would serve as excellent trade commodities. The 400 seeds could be replanted once again, without needing to call out. Yangming, and Li hurried over to inspect the harvest. Ming, Li, swiftly bring over those plastic buckets. Let us collect the vegetables. Let us preserve the C-grade and B-grade ones, while the D-grade vegetables will be sold after fulfilling our own upgrading needs. They will surely fetch a good price. The two young women promptly turned and dashed to retrieve the plastic buckets. D-grade rare vegetables were currently in high demand, so sought after that one hesitated to consume them, as they were essential for enhancing one's login level. At that moment, the upgrade systems of Yangming, Li, and Didouan were all contingent upon these vegetables. The three of them needed a total of 6 kilograms of D-grade vegetables for their upgrades. Yichen planned to divide the remaining 26 kilograms into 13 portions, each weighing 2 kilograms, to be listed in the trading market. A guaranteed profit awaited. Yangming, and Li swiftly returned with the buckets, and the trio began harvesting the ripe vegetables. Didouan, rise and assist us in gathering the vegetables. After 15 busy minutes with no sign of Didouan, Yichen sent a message. Only then did the slumbering Didouan arrive. By 7 in the morning, all the vegetables had been harvested. You all upgrade first. I will list a batch in the trading market. Congratulations! Yangming login system has upgraded. Now at level 3. Level 3 login system. 60 chance of receiving E-grade common rewards, 16 chance of D-grade rare rewards, 13 chance of C-grade exceptional rewards, 8 chance of B-grade perfect rewards, 2 chance of A-grade epic rewards, 0. 99 chance of S-grade legendary rewards, and 0.01 chance of divine level rewards. Congratulations! Qin Dazhuang's login system has upgraded. Currently, Yangming, and Didouan's login systems were progressing in a conventional manner, devoid of any anomalies. However, Li's was distinctly different. Congratulations! Li's login system has upgraded, now at level 3. Level 3 login system. 45 chance of receiving E-grade common rewards, 16 chance of D-grade rare rewards, 13 chance of C-grade exceptional rewards, 8 chance of B-grade perfect rewards, 2 chance of A-grade epic rewards, 15. 99 chance of S-grade legendary rewards, and 0.01 chance of divine level rewards. A bug had emerged once more. The nearly 16 probability of receiving S-grade legendary rewards was truly astonishing. Little D, you are remarkably impressive. Yangming was evidently so excited that her words faltered. With Yichen possessing a level 6 login system, coupled with Li's increase of 5 percentage points for S-grade legendary probabilities per level, the prospects for their group appeared exceedingly bright. The only regret stemmed from the fact that due to Didouan and Li relocating, they would have to wait an additional 24 hours before they could log in again. Yichen was determined to expedite Li's level increase. D-grade vegetables, 2 kilograms. Bring a price. Do not offer anything lower than C-grade items. Rarity lends value. Yichen listed merely 2 kilograms of vegetables. Yet this small amount was sufficient to ignite a frenzy in the chat room. Even at just past 7 in the morning, a crowd began to gather. Well, it's the esteemed day and moon. D-grade rare vegetables are finally available. Did you grow these yourself? I need these vegetables to upgrade my level 3 login system. Please don't compete with me. Yichin was in no rush to sell, opting instead to gauge the market price while simultaneously beginning to collect seeds. Dewan. Fetch the shovel, loosen the soil, and expand our land by 200 square meters. Let us plant all these seeds. This time, we aim to make a significant impact. With 20 seeds successfully multiplied to 400, additional land was indeed necessary for sowing. The tools at hand were insufficient. Let me outline the tasks. Today, we must gather 10 D-grade rare freshwater fish, 50 bottles of freshwater, at least 10 kilograms of dry rations including compressed bread, a kitchen knife, a dagger, and a complete set of items necessary for upgrading to level 3. In pursuit of the upper half of the blueprint for the research device, the 4 of them delineated their roles and began collecting materials. Let us set off. Chapter 45. Collecting leaves and sand. The 26 kilograms of D-rank rare-grade vegetables were swiftly sold out. Yichin accumulated a total of 1 C-rank mountain axe, 6 C-rank kitchen knives, 2 C-rank rafts, 3 large packages of B-rank fertilizer, 50 square meters of carpet, 2 kilograms of table salt, and 2 kilograms of sugar. The most valuable mountain axe was exchanged for 6 kilograms of D-rank rare-grade greens. The 4 of them were so busy that they hardly had time for lunch. And it was only around 4 in the afternoon that they gathered all the materials needed by the person selling the blueprint. Brothers, let us make the trade. Yichin opened the trading system and began to toss items into it. A system prompt sounded. Ping. You have successfully completed the trade with the boy who moves like the wind. You have obtained the blueprint research device. Yes. At this moment, Yichin was quite exhilarated. After a whole day's hustle, he finally accomplished his goal. He opened the synthesis panel once more and began to synthesize. Ping. Congratulations. You have successfully synthesized an S-rank legendary item, the blueprint research device. Ping. Congratulations to survivor Yichin for being the first to synthesize an S-rank legendary item, the blueprint research device. The system grants a special reward of an A-rank epic grade item, a freshwater purifier. Yichin was once again in the news, creating a sensation in the entire chat room. I'm truly in awe. Great master of the sun and moon. Are you aiming for the first kill all the way? Are you going to let us poor children survive? Wow. How could the upper half of this blueprint research device have been released for such a short time? And it's already synthesized? No way. Could it be that the upper half in the trading post was bought by that master? Of course. It must have been bought by the master. Who else can afford it now? The chat room remained abuzz with excitement. Yichin had no time to engage with these idle chatterers. He was also too preoccupied to study the freshwater purifier. At this moment, the blueprint synthesizer was his utmost concern. He eagerly opened the blueprint synthesizer. Blueprint synthesizer, C-rank excellent grade mountain axe blueprint, requires 10,000 D-rank leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, and 100 kilograms of D-rank rare grade sand from 5 different islands. B-rank perfect grade tool hammer blueprint, requires 20,000 C-rank leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, and 100 kilograms of C-rank excellent grade sand from 5 different islands. A-rank epic grade multifunctional building hammer blueprint, requires 50,000 B-rank leaves, any tree species, from at least 3 different islands, 100 kilograms of B-rank perfect grade sand from 5 different islands, and 100 kilograms of D-rank rare grade iron ingots or above from this island. Upon reading this, Yichin felt a headache coming on. It seemed that acquiring this blueprint was not as easy as he had imagined. Just the task of collecting leaves could exhaust him. Yichin, how is it going? The 2 girls looked at him anxiously. They saw Yichin's expression shift from excitement to astonishment, then from astonishment to distress. This blueprint is not easy to synthesize. We need to leverage external assistance. Yichin shook his head in frustration. Leverage external assistance? What do you mean? The girl named Didil looked at him curiously. Yichin sighed and shared the data. What kind of broken system is this? It's a scam. 10,000 leaves? What do they need that many for? They can't be eaten or drunk. That's not the main issue. The real problem is that the materials must come from multiple different islands. This was what truly troubled Yichin. Collecting 10,000 leaves should not be a monumental task. One tree yields at least a couple thousand leaves. The critical issue was that he could not solely use leaves from his own island. Do any of you have friends in the chat room who could help? Yichin estimated that his only acquaintances were the 3 in front of him, and this system was clearly urging him to develop a network. No. Other than you, boss, I don't know anyone. Dida replied honestly. I don't know anyone either. I only met you on my first day here. Yang Minger shrugged helplessly. Yichen had no choice but to place his hopes on Dili. Dili looked at Yichen with a bitter smile and murmured, "I only know those two bad guys who tied me up. Now there was no way out." It seemed Yichen had to develop his network on his own. He pondered for a moment. Considering that long-term cooperation required individuals with both integrity and a certain level of capability. This may sound simple, but implementing it was far from easy. Having integrity is useless without strength. Without a certain level of capability, one cannot manage basic needs, let alone provide labor. If one truly possesses strength, they may not be willing to offer their labor. After much contemplation, Yichen could not come up with a solution. It appeared that for now, he would have to cast a wide net, collecting leaves, any leaves, starting from 1,000 pieces. Collecting sand, any sand will do. Yichen first released the message. The crowd in the chat room was dumbfounded. What is this? The great master of the sun and moon is now collecting leaves and sand? Wasn't he just selling sand and logs? After calling out a couple of times, it seemed that only spectators were present. No one paid him any mind. Yichen decided to directly list his offer in the trading post. 1 D-rank rare-grade freshwater fish for 3 bottles of freshwater, in exchange for 1,000 pieces of D-rank rare-grade or above leaves plus 20 kilograms of sand of any grade. As soon as this message was released, Yichen's private inbox exploded. Chapter 46. The first blueprint successfully synthesized, my esteemed colleague. One cannot treat us as mere laborers. 20 kilograms of sand is a trivial matter. Yet 1,000 leaves of D-rank rarity or above is no small request. It appears that some are rather dissatisfied with the price proposed by Yichen. With no alternatives, Yichen realized he could not afford to offend this group. Should they unite against him, it would lead to considerable trouble. 2 fish, along with 5 bottles of water, in exchange for 1,000 leaves of D-rank rarity and 20 kilograms of sand. My esteemed colleague, the calories consumed in collecting leaves far exceed this meager offer. It is simply insufficient. The chatter in the chat room indicates lingering discontent. An additional 5 kilograms of D-rank rare sand. Take it or leave it. Yichen's tone turned resolute. Soon after, his private inbox received messages confirming that the price had indeed become enticing. My esteemed colleague, what is your intent? Selling sand while collecting it? The audience expressed their utter confusion. Yichen was simultaneously purchasing sand at a high price while selling D-rank rare sand. Queries arose. Who is this esteemed individual? Can he readily provide answers? Dear Day and Moon, how many orders would you like? Yichen calmly typed 1 followed by 4 zeros. The response was one of astonishment. All could place orders on a first-come, first-served basis. Yichen had no intention of providing further explanations. An hour later, Yichen completed his first transaction. You have successfully completed the exchange, acquiring 1,000 leaves of varying D-rank rarity and 20 kilograms of sand of various grades. As for the leaves, there was no issue. Yichen did not bother sorting them and simply piled them together as D-rank leaves. However, the 20 kilograms of sand posed a conundrum. He would need to trouble 2 young ladies to sift through it once more, for he could only accept D-rank or higher sand. This task was indeed monumental. It took Dilly and Young Minger nearly half an hour to sort out 6 or 7 kilograms of D-rank or higher sand from the 20 kilograms of ordinary sand. This was manageable for the time being, but the subsequent requirement for C-rank exceptional sand would prove to be insurmountable. Yichen surveyed the trading post, hoping to find something akin to a sifter. Regrettably, such items were exceedingly rare, and he was reluctant to draw attention by calling out in the chat room. After all, the technique for filtering D-rank sand remained his closely guarded secret. Although the truth would eventually surface, he could still profit from this unique knowledge for the time being. In the following hours, Yichen continued to exchange goods, nearly overwhelming his pickup truck with a mountain of leaves. Dilly and Young Minger were equally swamped with work. It required 70 to 80 kilograms of sand to yield 20 kilograms of D-rank sand. As for Didawan, he spent the entire afternoon tilling the land. Yichen used a spyglass to identify a prime piece of land for him. This seemingly inconspicuous plot was nestled in the farthest corner of the northwest. Yet its classification was A-rank epic land. A-rank epic land greatly increases planting efficiency, significantly boosts seed yield, and enhances the output of high-grade crops. Didawan worked vigorously, but the mere act of cultivating 200 square meters of land could keep him occupied for an entire day. Didawan, do not rush to finish tilling. Focus on planting the seeds first, and do not forget to water and fertilize them. Time is of the essence. I do not wish to waste a day. At the very least, plant the seeds in the tilled land. Didawan wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly began sowing the seeds as per Yichen's instructions. The 4 of them toiled until the sun set, finally managing to gather a complete set of materials. 10,000 peculiar D-rank rare leaves piled into a small hill, and 100 kilograms of sand of D-rank rarity or above. sourced from various islands. Synthesis. Yi-Chen exhaled deeply and commenced the synthesis of the blueprint using the blueprint research device. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10,000 D-rank rare leaves and 100 kilograms of D-rank rare sand or above, successfully synthesizing a C-rank exceptional mountain axe blueprint. Upon seeing the blueprint for the mountain axe, which had taken the group a full day of hard labor to obtain, Yi-Chen was nearly overcome with emotion. It was no small feat nevertheless. Every journey begins with a single step. With this blueprint research device, he would no longer worry about lacking resources to synthesize essential tools. This is our fourth mountain axe. After consuming 2 ordinary knives along with this hard-won mountain axe blueprint, Yi-Chen successfully crafted a purely handmade mountain axe, much to the excitement of the 2 young ladies. Boss, what shall we synthesize next? Dawan asked, his eyes fixated on the blueprint list. Yi-Chen sighed. The next items will be more troublesome? How so? Dawan, lacking in insight, failed to grasp the issue. The quantity of leaves had doubled, yet the required level continued to rise. However, the most troublesome aspect was yet to come. What is it? Yang Ming'er stepped forward, noticing Yi-Chen's dejection. We currently lack the method to filter C-rank exceptional sand, and above, just as Yi-Chen and Yang Ming'er lamented their plight, Dawan broke into a silly grin. I have a sand sifting net. Chapter 47. Securing B-level perfect sand. Do you have it? At this moment, both Yi-Chen and Yang Ming'er were utterly taken aback. This? I got it on my first day of signing in. I've kept it in my pocket. Dawan pulled out 3 or 4 pieces of mesh from his pocket. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Yang Ming'er grumbled as she accepted the mesh. Hee. I almost forgot. It was only after the boss mentioned it that I remembered I had obtained it on the first day of signing in. What is it called? A sand filter mesh. Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh. This quirky character truly knew how to surprise himself. Let us give it a try, though I'm not sure if it will work. Dealy, bring me a bucket of filtered sand. Yi-Chen held up a relatively sparse piece of the sand filter mesh. Dealy then rescreened the rare D-level sand and above. Sure enough, all the D-level rare sand remained on the filter mesh, while all the C-level and above exceptional sand was successfully filtered out. Brother Yi, we did it. We successfully filtered out C-level sand and above. Even Yi-Chen felt a surge of joy. He hadn't anticipated that the troublesome issue of filtering sand would be resolved so effortlessly. Quick, bring over the other 2 filter meshes to try. Yi-Chen eagerly began testing the 2 denser filter meshes. After a flurry of activity, B-level perfect sand, C-level exceptional sand, D-level rare sand, and E-level ordinary sand were all filtered out. What remained were sands from A to S levels, seemingly mixed with a few super S level sands. However, these higher grade sands did not require immediate assessment, whether for upgrading the sign-in system or for crafting blueprints. Yi-Chen had yet to find a use for sands of a level or above. Boss, does this mean we can freely create blueprints now? Dawan appeared exceedingly excited, as if he had struck gold, eager to devour the sands before him. Yet, this was not all. Leveling the 6-level sign-in system to 7 required B-level perfect sand. Yi-Chen had memorized this requirement clearly. B-level perfect sand was a prerequisite for upgrading. So, shall we sell it all? Not so fast. Currently, the demand for high-grade B-level sand is virtually non-existent, and we still need time to accumulate it. Even with the sand filter mesh, the higher the grade, the scarcer the sand becomes. To truly extract 10 kilograms of B-level sand is quite a laborious and costly endeavor. Based on the current sand extraction probability, obtaining 400 to 500 grams of B-level sand from every 10 kilograms of sand would be considered fortunate. It's getting late. Let us prepare to return to camp and rest. Rome was to build in a day. Everyone should have a good rest tonight. Yi-Chen was a pragmatic individual. Today had already yielded significant gains. Of course, the current number of mountain axes was far from sufficient for Yi-Chen. That night, Yang Ming'er, Dealy, and Dawan were set to upgrade to the 3rd-level system together. This meant 3 solid mountain axes. But Yi-Chen needed to reserve at least 2 for chopping wood, as the demand for mountain axes would only grow. After a hearty meal, Yi-Chen surveyed his pickup truck once more. He had obtained the blueprint for the RV transformation, yet to undertake the renovation, he required iron, ore, and wiring. Yi-Chen estimated he might still find hope for the wiring at the trading post, but acquiring iron ore, categorized as a raw material, appeared to be a challenge. Based on Yi-Chen's experience, any basic resources that could be directly obtained, such as sand, clay, and tree trunks, would rarely be rewarded through the sign-in system. This indicated that acquiring basic resources relied on the survivors themselves. Boss, what are you looking at? Are you missing your pickup truck? Dawan teased with a mischievous grin. Go play. Tomorrow we'll take a drive out. Where to? Aren't we chopping trees and filtering sand? We'll put tree chopping on hold for now. Yang Ming'er and Dealy can handle the sand filtering. There's plenty of sand on the southern beach. You and I will scout the area. Yichin had made his plans. He needed to venture out for iron ore, with the spyglass in hand. As long as he located the general area, finding iron ore would not be a concern. Dedawan, we currently have only these few mountain axes. Since you three need to upgrade to the 4th level, why don't you allow the 2 ladies to upgrade first? To be cautious, Yichin decided to keep 2 mountain axes as a backup, which meant Dedawan would have to delay his system upgrade. Additionally, in terms of the required bows for the upgrade, Yichin had only crafted 2, and rubber bands were also difficult to gather. Boss, it's all right. Ladies first. Dedawan was completely unconcerned. His sole intention was to follow Yichin, viewing his own sign-in system as merely a secondary one, not comparable to Yichin's. Mingo, Dealy, prepare yourselves to upgrade the system. Yichin commanded. Chapter 48. The terrifying probability of sign-in-ding. Your recruitment of Yang Mingo has successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 4. Ding. Your recruitment of Dealy Mu La T has successfully upgraded the sign-in system to level 4. Dealy's sign-in probability has undergone yet another transformation. The 4 individuals present were filled with curiosity and excitement. This young lady was nearing a 1/4 chance of signing in to obtain an S-level legendary item. As expected, the system had once again elevated the 5-point probability value, previously belonging to the E-level common category, to the S-level legendary tier. Current sign-in system level, level 4, 30 chance of obtaining E-level common rewards, 20 chance of obtaining D-level rare rewards, 15 chance of obtaining C-level excellent rewards, 10 chance of obtaining B-level perfect rewards, 3. 45 chance of obtaining A-level epic rewards, 21. 5 chance of obtaining S-level legendary rewards, and 0.05 chance of receiving super S-level divine rewards. Xiaodi, you are truly remarkable. At this rate, in just a few hours, you'll have a 1/4 chance of acquiring an S-level legendary reward. Yichin shared in the excitement. He was acutely aware of the significance that an S-level legendary reward held. Such an item could equate to several, if not dozens, of A-level epic or B-level perfect rewards. They were not even in the same league. What Yichin yearned for the most were the fragments of the treasure map and the multifunctional quantum cutting knife, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The treasure map fragments could be synthesized from 8 S-level pieces, making the difficulty of acquisition incredibly high. Yet, the challenge of obtaining such items was undoubtedly proportional to their intrinsic value. Brother Yi, thank you. Since I arrived here just 2 days ago, aside from enjoying your hospitality, I feel I've wasted so many of your resources on upgrades. Dealy, being new and still unfamiliar with Yichin, appeared somewhat reserved compared to Yang Minger. Please don't say that. We are now a team. As long as we think together, I believe that 1111 far exceeds 4. This sentiment echoed in Yichin's heart. Though he currently possessed a sign-in level significantly higher than the other survivors, the reality remained that one must constantly strive to advance, lest they fall behind. Only by continually enhancing their strength could they endure in this island survival scenario. Acquiring sign-in resources was certainly the most fundamental method to bolster their strength. But forming teams and gaining allies was also a valuable avenue. Dealy, you're being too modest. With the boss around, we have everything we need. So you can rest assured. Dedawan was naturally affable and could quickly get along with anyone, which was one of the reasons Yichin was inclined to befriend him. All right, it's getting late. Let us replenish our food supplies and retire for the night. Yichin observed the encroaching darkness and prepared to head back to the cave for some rest. Brother Yi, why don't you rest in the pickup while Minger and I sleep in the cave? Dealy seemed somewhat hesitant, as her presence had forced the original occupants into the cave. It's fine. Tomorrow, you both can stay at the camp to sift through sand. Dedawan and I will drive out to gather resources. Stay vigilant, and I'll leave Xiao Ha to protect you. Yichin outlined the plan for the following day. Wong Wong. Xiao Ha seemed to respond to someone calling its name and barked twice. With Xiao Ha around, there was an added layer of safety. Where are you two going? Yang Minger inquired promptly. We're going to search for iron ore to upgrade the pickup. Upgrade the pickup? The 2 ladies appeared somewhat astonished. I already have the blueprint. We just need wires and iron ore. Iron ore is a raw material, and I reckon we'll have to find it ourselves. Fortunately, we have the spyglass and the pickup, which should significantly increase our chances of locating iron ore. The spyglass enhances the probability of discovering iron ore, while the pickup would facilitate its transport with ease. These advantages were not available to other survivors. Brother Yi, what else can this pickup be upgraded into? Since Dealy first laid eyes on this pickup, she had been impressed, believing it to be the finest in the world. Now, hearing Yichin mention that such an extraordinary vehicle could be further upgraded left her in awe. A motorhome, a luxury model for 4 people. Yichin casually revealed. While Yichin remained composed, the other 3 were anything but. A motorhome? Is that for real? Dedawan exclaimed. Eyes wide with excitement, as if he could see the motorhome's silhouette reflected on Yi Chen's face. Well, I used to have a motorhome, but it wasn't a large one, just enough to sleep too. Yang Ming'er, a top-tier celebrity, found it unsurprising to have owned a motorhome, though she had never seen the larger models Yi Chen spoke of. How big can it be? Deely asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Yi Chen merely shrugged. I'm not entirely sure, but the blueprint states it can accommodate 4 in luxury. A motorhome for 4 people? So, Brother Yi, does that mean we won't have to sleep on the ground anymore? Dewan was nearly bouncing with joy. He had never ridden in any luxury vehicle, let alone a motorhome. He hadn't even been in a Mercedes or BMW. That sounds great. We're just the right number. Deely was particularly thrilled at the thought of not having to make the pickup's owner sleep in the cave anymore. However, acquiring iron ore would not be an easy task. Tomorrow, Dewan and I will first scout the area. Yi Chen was practical, acknowledging the necessity of obtaining resources. Yet he cautioned against daydreaming. Brother, the pickup's fuel gauge is just above a third full. What should we do? Dewan glanced at the fuel level. Worry etched on his face. It should last us tomorrow. I received 10 liters of diesel at the trading post, which at least indicates it can be obtained through sign-ins. If diesel cannot be acquired through sign-ins, that would truly trouble me. He had no means to locate an oil deposit and transform crude oil into diesel. This S-level legendary pickup, without a power system, would merely be a stationary hunk of metal, drastically devalued, likely worth less than a B-level kayak. Currently, the situation was dire. They were lacking in all basic resources. Chapter 49, The Reemergence of the S-Class Legendary Reward. As night fell, Yi Chen found himself brimming with excitement, yet sleep eluded him. Meanwhile, Dewan, along with Yang Ming'er and Deely, nestled within the pickup, each lost in their own thoughts and unable to drift into slumber. Sister Ming'er, Yi Gu is truly a wonderful person. We are fortunate to have encountered him. If it had been someone else, like those 2 villains from my island, we would surely be doomed, Deely recalled, still shaken by the memory. Little girl, are you perhaps smitten with Yi Chen? Yang Ming'er teased, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Deely instantly blushed, lowering her gaze. Sister Ming'er, please, not now. It's hard enough to survive. What use is there in discussing love or affection? Don't take it too seriously. I've missed home quite a bit too, but now that we are 4, our supplies and living conditions are improving. I believe we will be just fine. The 2 girls engaged in light conversation. In stark contrast, Dewan was filled with exuberance, having requested Yi Chen's watch and fixating intently on the ticking hands. It seemed as though he could will the hands to move faster with his gaze. Time's up. Time's up. Boss, it's time to check in. I haven't checked in for 48 hours. Dewan exclaimed, leaping excitedly from the wolfskin blanket. What is this about checking in? Yi Chen asked, casting a sidelong glance. Just some E-grade nonsense. Never mind that. Boss, hurry and check in. I want to see what you get. And then we can join Deely and the others. Dewan seemed to have entirely shifted his focus onto Yi Chen and the others. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yang Ming'er has successfully checked in, receiving a C-grade exceptional reward, a 4-piece bedding set. Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated by the reward. While it may seem trivial, it had its merits. Additional blankets and pillows were certainly welcome. Yet, it was hardly useful without a bed of their own. It appeared he needed to prioritize crafting a bed soon. Ding. Congratulations, host. Deely Mulati has successfully checked in, receiving an S-Class Legendary Reward, a complete solar photovoltaic power generation set. The S-Class Legendary item had arrived. Yi Chen seized Dewan and dashed toward the pickup, with Yang Ming'er and Deely eagerly following suit. A loud crash echoed as Yi Chen and Yang Ming'er were unfazed, while Dewan and Deely were taken aback. What was that noise? Our solar photovoltaic components have arrived, Yi Chen exclaimed, racing to the back of the pickup. Sure enough, a large package occupied the cargo area. What is this? Xiaodi, this is your S-Class Legendary Reward. Deely appeared momentarily dazed, while Yang Ming'er remained composed. Yi Chen approached the package, which bore information on it. Recipient, Deely Mulati. Cinder, Island Survival Check-in System. Yi Chen chuckled ruefully at Deely. This S-Class Legendary Reward was indeed exceptional. Boss, this thing is heavy. Dewan grunted as he struggled to lift the package, which remained immovable. Don't force it. I have scissors. They mentioned it's a solar component, so there must be several items inside. Yi Chen replied as he climbed into the pickup to cut open the package. Before long, several items came into view. Is this a solar panel? The 4 examined the contents, recognizing only about a dozen blue solar panels. Yi Chen leaned closer to inspect 2 larger items, reading the labels. Solar photovoltaic inverter component. Solar photovoltaic controller component. Beneath these substantial items lay a thick manual. Yi Chen sighed deeply. Assembling these items would undoubtedly be a challenging task. Boss. Do you? Understand any of this? Didawon asked, instinctively taking a step back upon seeing the manual in Yichen's hands. Yichen had no expectations of delegating such cerebral tasks to him. The four worked together to unload the solar photovoltaic components from the pickup in batches. Let us set them aside for now. I'll assemble them tomorrow and see how they work. It appears I must rely on myself in critical times. Boss, hurry and check in. Hurry, Didawon insisted, fixating his gaze on Yichen. The two girls also turned their attention to him. As he was the only one yet to check in, Yichen wasted no time and proceeded to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an A-grade epic reward, a solar panel. A solar panel? The third solar panel. Indeed, this was the final piece needed to synthesize the motorboat. Motorboat. Here I come. Chapter 50, the second fragment of the S-level treasure map, is finally in hand. Yes, Yichen leaped up with excitement, his heart soaring at the acquisition of the third solar panel. Although this reward appeared to be merely an A-level epic reward, its significance was profound. This marked the third solar panel he had obtained, and now he was nearly equipped with all the materials necessary to synthesize a speedboat. With 3 A-level epic solar panels and a blueprint for an A-level epic speedboat, he was only short 2 kayaks. While Yichen had only 1 ready-made kayak in his possession, the materials for the second kayak were already prepared. Time to synthesize the kayak. Yichen began to combine the 2 rafts he had exchanged for into a kayak. Boss, this is fantastic. Soon, we will have a speedboat, exclaimed Didawon. Yang Minger and Li, sharing in his exhilaration. From the C-level exceptional axe to the B-level perfect kayak, they were now finally poised to acquire an A-level epic speedboat. Yichen, do you think the system will grant us a special reward this time? Yang Minger recalled how, during the previous 2 syntheses of special items, the system had rewarded Yichen as the first survivor to create those items, with rewards for both C and B levels. It was only natural to expect one for the A level as well. Yichen was brimming with confidence. He could hardly believe how thrilling the night had become. First, Li had received an S-level legendary reward, then he had gathered the materials for the speedboat, and now he eagerly awaited the system's special reward. One surprise after another had even stirred excitement in the usually composed Yichen. Boss, hurry up and synthesize it. I've always wanted to ride a speedboat. Didawon tugged insistently at Yichen's arm. Yichen began to organize the materials. 2 B-level perfect kayaks, 3 A-level epic solar panels, and an A-level epic speedboat blueprint. Here it comes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing an A-level epic solar speedboat. Due to the size and weight of the speedboat, the host will receive 1 free opportunity to select a designated placement point for the speedboat. It seemed that the system was quite considerate. After all, this speedboat was quite substantial. If it were to crash onto his precious pickup truck, it could very well topple it over. Let us place it on the beach south of the cave, he decided. Ding. The speedboat has been successfully placed. Please check, host. The 4 of them rushed through the cave and arrived at the southern beach. Indeed, where the beach met the sea. A luxurious speedboat approximately 10 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide awaited them. Ding. System notification. The chatroom of Sun and Moon Stars has successfully synthesized an A-level epic item, the solar speedboat. Special reward. 1 fragment of an S-level legendary treasure map. This news caused the chatroom to erupt once more. Once again, it's the great Sun and Moon Stars. Is there any justice? The speedboat has been created. And I Haven T even managed to craft a simple bamboo raft yet. An S-level treasure map fragment. My goodness. The second fragment of the S-level treasure map had emerged. Yichen took out the earlier treasure map and compared the 2. It seemed that due to the limited number of fragments, he could discern no clear clues, only the blue ocean depicted on the fragment and a landmass obscured by clouds. Could it be that without collecting all 8 pieces of the treasure map, he would be unable to decipher it? Yichen reluctantly stored the treasure map away again. Damn it, Sun and Moon Stars, just wait. I will deal with you soon. Coca-Cola unexpectedly reappeared. Where did this fool come from? Didawon immediately retorted. Let him be. It was late, and everyone should focus on resting. If they got overly excited and didn't sleep, they would struggle to wake up the next day. Yichen urged the others to return and rest. Although today had yielded bountiful rewards, the more materials he obtained, the more work lay ahead. Around 1 in the morning, the 4 finally drifted back to sleep. Boss, wake up, wake up. Yichen rubbed his eyes. The glaring sunlight filtering through the mottled leaves into the cave. What's wrong? Yawn. What time is it? He said lazily. Boss. It's already 9:30. What? Hearing the words 9:30, Yichen sprang up from the ground in shock. How could it be so late? He could only blame their collective excitement the previous night for oversleeping. Yichen had meticulously planned the day's agenda. Boss, here's your watch. Yang Minger and Li don't seem to be awake yet. The car door is still closed, The Dawan pointed to the RV outside the cave. His hair tousled. Yichen gently tapped his forehead. It appeared they had truly gotten carried away last night. Let us tidy up first. Our main task today is to head out. They can catch up later. He strode out of the cave and was greeted by a floor covered with materials. The solar photovoltaic panels alone formed a small mountain. Sigh. While other survivors were struggling, he found himself overwhelmed by the abundance of resources. It was exhausting. Chapter 51. The search for iron ore. It was not until Yichen finished toasting the bread and satisfying his hunger that the two beautiful women groggily descended from the pickup truck. Rise and shine. Have some toast. The matters at home are entrusted to you. Remember to water the plants and tend to the sheep. If you find time, play with some sand, Yichen succinctly instructed before climbing into the truck with the Dawan. Just before they departed, he leaned out of the window to remind them. Stay safe, remain vigilant, and do not let your guard down. Don't worry, we'll take good care of ourselves. We have Shaha with us. Just be cautious out there. The Dawan replied, giving Yichen a reassuring smile. He could not help but chuckle at the irony. He had intended to remind them. Yet now they had become the ones offering advice. Equipped with a shovel, binoculars, a pickaxe, several plastic buckets, 5 or 6 bottles of fresh water, some bread, and 2 freshwater fish, the most crucial item was the magical spyglass. Yichen and Dawan set off on their journey. The purpose of this expedition was twofold. First, it marked their second exploratory mission, as Yichen intended to venture westward from the northern gate of the camp, traversing the beach to survey the terrain. Secondly, they aimed to discover useful resources, such as essential materials like iron, ore, and high-grade clay. Boss, shouldn't we take the jet ski? That would be so much cooler, Dawan remarked, clearly still dreaming of riding a jet ski. Have you learned how to operate one? Besides, it needs charging. Yichen replied, dispelling her enthusiasm. Oh, so that essay no? She conceded, disappointed. Don't worry, I'll let you take a spin another day. Yichen reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. It's just a jet ski. A trivial matter. Soon enough, we'll each have one to ride as we please. After traveling a couple of miles, Yichen spotted a small hill that wasn't too high. Boss, could there be iron ore over there? Let us go take a look. What iron ore looked like was a mystery to them, as they were city kids who had never encountered it before. With their sturdy pickup, they boldly barreled into the dense forest. It was likely only their robust Raptor F-750 could navigate this rugged terrain so effortlessly. The Dawan, stay alert. I'll scout ahead, Yichen instructed as he stepped out of the truck. He donned the spyglass, tucked a dagger in his pocket, and began his reconnaissance. While the Dawan followed closely with the pickaxe in hand. It was essential to remain cautious in the wilderness, but now, having a companion made the venture far safer than when he had explored alone. The Dawan was vigilant, turning back every few steps to scan their surroundings. Yichen, using the spyglass, surveyed the hillside. The spyglass revealed ordinary rock. Yichen shook his head at the Dawan. It seems this is not an iron or mountain. Let us get back in the truck and explore a bit further. Regrettably, the long-awaited iron ore had not revealed itself. Yichen and Dawan returned to the pickup, continuing their journey eastward. Boss, that fool is insulting you again in the chat room. Watch me retort. As Yichen drove, Dawan scrolled through the chat, realizing that some survivors treated the chat room like a social media platform. Ignore him. A dog doesn't spit out ivory. Such people are best overlooked, Yichen replied, his mind consumed with thoughts of iron ore, leaving no room for distractions. Haha. I can't stop laughing. This guy actually claimed he signed in and received a kayak and a compass, saying he would come to find us. How shameless. Why doesn't he just say he signed in a helicopter with global GPS? Dawan laughed heartily, clearly disbelieving the chat's claims. Yichen, however, was focused on the road ahead, where he spotted another small hill. Dawan, doesn't that hill look like it might have iron ore? Closing the chat interface, Dawan lifted the binoculars to peer into the distance. Boss, it's a reddish mountain. It seems intriguing. Yichen pondered for a moment. A red mountain. Could it possibly be hematite? His middle school geography book had described iron or colors. Quick, let us go check it out. Yichen pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck belched black smoke as it sped toward the hill. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the small mountain. Yichen donned the spyglass once more. The spyglass displayed iron ore detected, type, hematite, total volume, 1,250 cubic meters. 1,250 cubic meters of hematite. This could last a lifetime of mining. Yichen exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. Dawan, this is it. We've found it. The iron ore is right in front of us, and we're just 100 meters of wiring away from upgrading our pickup to a luxury RV. Eagerly, Dawan brandished the pickaxe and charged forward. With a series of clanks, she struck the rock. After 5 or 6 blows, her hands trembled. Yet the mountain showed no signs of yielding. Boss, it seems we can't chop it, she said, concern creeping into her voice. Well, Yichen appeared equally troubled. He realized he was too inexperienced to be attempting to chop down a mountain with an axe. This was indeed a predicament. As they fretted over the visible yet unattainable iron ore, a message from Yang Ming arrived in the system. Yichen, something terrible has happened. Chapter 52. Someone has arrived. Upon seeing these words, Yi Chun involuntarily shuddered. What was happening? What had occurred? They have come. They? Yi Chun and Da Wan were utterly perplexed, completely in the dark. Meanwhile, Yang Minger and Di Li were already too frightened to send any messages. After a moment, Yi Chun finally received a fragmented message. Those 2 men have arrived on the island. Yi Chun's heart began to race. Hurry, get in the car. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Da Wan and dashed towards his pickup truck. Boss, what on earth is going on? Da Wan, still oblivious to the situation, questioned, having only witnessed the private conversation between Yi Chun and Yang Minger moments earlier. Those scoundrels have set foot on our island. Yi Chun gritted his teeth in response. Damn it, Da Wan exclaimed, cursing outright. The two swiftly leaped into the pickup. With a roar, Yi Chun executed a sharp 180-degree turn, and the truck surged forward like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains. Billowing black smoke as it raced towards their camp. Da Wan, contact Yang Minger and Di Li, find out their specific situation, and prioritize safety above all else. In this urgent moment, Yi Chun was entirely unaware of the details. Da Wan called the 2 girls multiple times, yet there was no reply. Boss, I can't reach them. It's driving me crazy. Although Da Wan had only known the 2 girls for a short time, in his mind, they were part of his boss's circle, and thus his own. With the current predicament, Da Wan was anxious beyond measure. Yi Chun could only accelerate. The pickup was nearly airborne. Boss, there's a message in the chat room. Da Wan glanced at the chat room and noticed something. You scoundrel, Ryu Xingchun. I keep my word. Today, I will bring you to your end. The one making such brazen claims in the chat room was Kulu. Come out and meet your demise. But if you kneel and lick my shoes, then perhaps I shall spare your life. Of course, that woman and everything in your possession will belong to us. Huang Mao chimed in, echoing Kuli's threats. What is going on? What happened? What is the situation with Big Brother Ryu? The others in the chat room were utterly bewildered. They were at a loss, unsure if a conflict had erupted. The connection between Yi Chun and those 2 men was only vaguely understood by the crowd, as the 2 men were not the type to easily disclose their embarrassing failures. Consequently, the chat room was filled with confusion. You dare to lay a finger on the girls. Da Wan, don't send that message. Yi Chun quickly interrupted Da Wan. What's wrong, boss? Those 2 deserve a beating. Da Wan was burning with a desire to take his axe and chop the 2 men into pieces. Do not reveal our position. They might still be unaware of where we are, how many of us there are, or what equipment we possess. Yi Chun took a moment to think calmly. He realized he had been caught off guard, allowing the enemy to infiltrate his island without any defenses. However, the adversaries were equally uninformed about his situation, unaware of his strength, equipment, or even how many allies he had. Indeed, they likely don't know that you and I are together, Da Wan pondered. Recognizing this advantageous aspect for their side, Yi Chun's greatest concern remained the safety of the 2 girls. If they fell into the enemy's hands, he would be in a precarious position. Send another message to Yang Minger and Di Li, leave multiple notes, urging them to remain hidden if they haven't been discovered. We are en route at full speed. The supplies and equipment taken by the enemy are secondary. While they are indeed important, we can reclaim them later. However, the girls' safety is paramount. If they fall into the hands of these men, the consequences could be dire. These 2 men were evidently harboring ill intentions. And if they captured the girls, who knew what heinous acts they might commit? As Yi Chun approached his camp, only 500 meters away, Da Wan finally received a response from Di Li. Not good. Minga's sister was captured while trying to cover my escape. And Xiaohao has also been caught by them. The grim news struck Yi Chun like a thunderbolt. He struggled to maintain his composure, taking a deep breath. He parked the truck 300 meters north of their camp, concealed within the jungle. Di Li, your priority now is to protect yourself. We will handle everything else. After reassuring Di Li, Yi Chun turned to Da Wan. From here on out, we must rely on our combined efforts. Da Wan looked earnestly at Yi Chun, patting his chest. Boss, I'm with you. Just give the orders. Chapter 53. The bold and the skilled Big Dajwan take the dagger and the axe and stealthily infiltrate from the eastern fence of the lake. I will force my way in through the western gate. Boss, you're going alone? That is far too dangerous. Big Dajwan shook his head, resolute not to abandon the mission at the last moment. Yi Chun understood that this fellow had a simplistic thought process and likely misinterpreted his plan as a signal to retreat. With utmost seriousness, Yi Chun clarified, "I am not asking you to flee. They know me, but are unaware of your presence. We shall coordinate, one in the light and one in the shadows." Upon hearing this, Big Dajwan felt considerably reassured, realizing that his leader intended for him to provide covert protection. "Boss, at your command, I, Qin Dajwan, would brave mountains and seas without hesitation." Big Dajwan's spirit was rekindled. "It's not as grand as that. Once you infiltrate, seek out Dilly and ensure her safety. Then wait for an opportunity to act. I will park the pickup outside, which can serve as a surprise asset if needed. I shall first confront those two and check on Yang Ming'er." Yi Chun's tactics were clear. If he remained absent for too long, the two would inevitably trouble Yang Ming'er. The girl, after all, should anything untoward arise due to their impatience, it could lead to dire consequences. He needed to reveal himself swiftly. As for Big Dajwan and the pickup, they could serve as pawns in his strategy. With these two supporters at critical moments, he could ensure both offensive and defensive capabilities. With the plan set, Yi Chun left Big Dajwan behind and drove the pickup into the thicket, brandishing a dagger as he boldly returned to his camp. The two adversaries were indeed ransacking the area. Their confrontation was akin to sworn enemies meeting, filled with palpable animosity. "Hey, you little rascal. Didn't he expect us to reunite so soon, did you? Last time, you had us in a tight spot. Look who it is. Huh, the tides of fortune shift. You dare to lay hands on my woman? You must be tired of living." The yellow-haired thug ran his fingers through his sparse bangs, glaring menacingly at Yi Chun. This time, Yi Chun had truly underestimated the situation. The camp's defenses were only adequate against wild beasts and utterly ineffective against human intruders. It was evident that establishing proper fortifications was now paramount. As more survivors acquired high-level resources, this small island would inevitably attract unwelcome guests, making the enhancement of its defenses imperative. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Yang Ming'er, who was bound and struggling against her restraints. Surprisingly, she exhibited considerable fortitude. Yi Chun had not anticipated her growing maturity. Recalling their first encounter when she immediately submitted without a word, the current Yang Ming'er stood defiantly, head held high, unyielding even in captivity. "Release her. As for the goods, you can take what you want." Yi Chun's primary goal was to rescue her. Indifferent to his own supplies, with the signing-in system in place, he had little to fear. However, it was clear that the adversaries had plotted their course. "Release her? You think it's that simple? What do you take us for? Get your act together and stay put, while I'm still in a good mood. Hand over everything valuable." The Coca-Cola thug glared at Yi Chun. "I've got what I could find, and you can see for yourself. There isn't much space to hide anything." Yi Chun shrugged, feigning nonchalance, as if all his wealth lay before them. The two thugs exchanged glances, surveying their surroundings. It appeared that the scattered items were indeed numerous. Little did they know, Yi Chun's Raptor F-750 contained an abundance of treasures. "Brother Coca-Cola, stop wasting time with this brat. Let us just finish him off." Although the yellow-haired thug spoke softly, Yi Chun's keen hearing caught every word. "Finish me off? Sorry, but you'll have to catch me first." Yi Chun, emboldened by his skill that granted him a 25 boost in speed, was confident in facing them alone. Whether he could defeat them was another matter, but injuring him would not be so easy. Coca-Cola seemed to reconsider, not wanting to escalate the situation just yet. He scrutinized Yi Chun and coldly warned, "I suggest you obediently surrender everything valuable, or I'll break your legs." Yi Chun responded with an enigmatic smile, discreetly messaging Big Dajwan. Big Dajwan quickly replied, "Boss, I found Dilly and secured her in the thicket. I'm currently hiding in the western jungle of the camp, safe for now. What is the next move?" Yi Chun replied, "Wait for an opportunity." After sending those words, he shot a challenging glance at the two thugs. "Break my legs? I truly doubt that. Damn it. You refuse to heed the path of heaven and instead barge into hell. Today is your last day." This infuriated the yellow-haired thug and Coca-Cola. Yi Chun smirked. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Chapter 54. Dare to touch my woman and seek death. Yi Chun not only did not flee, but also picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely at the two men. "Damn it. I will not let you go today." This act completely enraged Huang Mao and Coca-Cola. Unfazed, Yi Chun turned and began to run. "Where do you think you're going?" Huang Mao and Coca-Cola chased after him in unison. Yi Chun glanced back with his peripheral vision and saw both of them hot on his heels, prompting him to gradually quicken his pace. This was a tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain. He needed to control his speed. If he sprinted at full speed right away, they would likely give up immediately. He had to keep them guessing. Coca-Cola, how can this guy run so fast? Huang Mao, who was relatively fast compared to Coca-Cola, realized after chasing for 300 meters that the distance between them seemed to be increasing. Is this guy playing with us? Huang Mao struggled to keep up. And Coca-Cola was gasping for breath. It dawned on them that this was not the first time they had been outsmarted by him on their island. After running nearly 500 meters, the two finally came to a halt. Yi Chun, however, remained calm and relaxed at his position. He was no longer anxious, as he had successfully rescued Yang Ming and received her message. In a flash, Yi Chun seized the opportunity and slipped into the woods while they were distracted. Hey, where did that guy go? Huang Mao exclaimed as he realized Yi Chun had vanished. Never mind, let us head back. We can escape the monk, but not the temple. Coca-Cola was utterly exhausted and was willing to do anything as long as he didn't have to continue chasing Yi Chun. Just as they prepared to return to Yi Chun's camp, they suddenly heard two piercing car horn blasts. Beep beep. The shrill sound of the horns gave them a headache. This pickup truck was not only large in size, but also boasted a horn that was impressively loud and powerful. Moments later, two beams of white light struck them, blinding their eyes. By the time they realized what was happening, the formidable F-750 was already a mere 10 meters behind them. What the hell? Is that a ghost? Huang Mao's eardrums buzzed, and his vision blurred from the truck's headlights. He could only see a massive silhouette appear behind him, prompting an instinctive scream. Car. Coca-Cola, who had better eyesight, soon deduced that the apparition behind them was no ghost, but a truck. A truck. Huang Mao, regaining his composure, stared in astonishment at the vehicle. The two men never would have imagined that there would be a vehicle on this island. Beep beep. Another two horn blasts echoed. As the pickup truck barreled toward them, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Ignoring their fatigue, they sprinted for their lives. Help! Help! They shouted as they ran. Yi Chun pursued them like a farmer herding chickens. Take this. Suddenly, Dawan sprang from the nearby thicket, launching stones at the two with great force. Whoosh! Huang Mao let out a cry of agony as a bamboo stick pierced his left leg, causing him to tumble over. Whoosh! Another projectile flew, striking Coca-Cola painfully in the rear. Wow, great shot. You could compete in the Olympics with those skills, Dawan exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to deliver a kick to each of the two moaning men on the ground. Now, the unfortunate duo had lost the strength even to cry out in pain. This is what you get for attempting to ambush us and for your arrogance, Dawan scolded fiercely, delivering a slap to each of them. Boss, what should we do with them? Dawan arrogantly stood over the two, awaiting Yi Chun's orders. Take them back first. Are all three of you uninjured? Yi Chun inquired with concern. I'm fine. I'm all right, the two girls replied, shaking their heads. Bind them and put them in the vehicle. Thus, Huang Mao and Coca-Cola became captives. Big brother, please spare us. Their earlier bravado had vanished in an instant. Humph, did you just call me big brother? Dawan delivered another slap without hesitation. Mister, please have mercy. The two were left with no choice but to elevate their tone of address. Call him big brother. Do you hear? Big brother. Dawan seemed to have watched too many gangster films. Big brother, now reduced to captives. They were willing to address him as anything, even ancestors. Yi Chun, how should we deal with them? The two girls observed the scene with a hint of fear. Dawan, stop messing around. Yi Chun intervened to halt Dawan's antics. The four of them escorted the two back to the camp. Hand over everything of value on you, Yi Chun commanded coldly. I'll give you everything. Just please spare us and let us go, they pleaded. Humph. Yi Chun snorted, already formulating his plans in his mind. Chapter 55. The consequences of following the current. We now find ourselves in an era of survival on treacherous islands, where deception reigns, and there is little room for mercy towards the wicked. The two captives were forcibly brought back to the camp. At Yi Chun's command, Dawan swiftly stripped them down to their undergarments. The two young women, having never witnessed such a scene, were summoned by Yi Chun to prepare lunch. Boss, I found something interesting, Dawan exclaimed as he rummaged through the pockets of the captives, discovering a compass and a serrated dagger. The serrated dagger, an advanced form of a regular knife, could be combined with another dagger to form a cleaver or upgraded to a C-class exceptional serrated dagger. While the serrated dagger's practicality may be less than that of a cleaver, it undoubtedly serves as a superior weapon. It was evident that these two individuals had come well prepared. As for the compass, Yi Chun scrutinized it closely, intrigued by its seemingly ordinary appearance. How did you find us? He questioned, his gaze cold and laced with malice. We, they stammered, unable to articulate their response. Not speaking? Yi Chun abruptly yanked the serrated dagger from Dawan's grip and plunged it into the arm of the blonde captive. Blood gushed forth instantly. Still not talking? Ah! The blonde cried out in agony, but remained silent. Yi Chun withdrew the dagger and mercilessly plunged it into each of their thighs 3 or 4 times. Their crimson blood streamed down to the ground, staining the grass a horrifying shade of red. The blonde, overwhelmed by pain, fainted. The Dewan, wake him up, Yuchen ordered. Does he think he can simply slip into unconsciousness? Such folly. With a bucket of cold water, the Dewan splashed it over the blonde, rousing him from his stupor. You seem tough, don't you? Let us see how you handle another stab. Yi Chun observed the blonde's resilience and, without hesitation, thrust the dagger into the only untouched area of his left arm, severing his tendons with brutal precision. Ah! The blonde screamed, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple as tears streamed down his cheeks. We used the compass. At last, they were compliant. Indeed, this compass was no ordinary one. Yi Chun inspected it again, and after a brief moment, the system provided a notification. Search compass. B-grade perfect resource. This compass allows for the rapid location of fellow survivors within a 5 nautical mile radius. It became clear to Yi Chun why these two had located him so swiftly. By inputting a name, the compass would guide the user if the individual was within the specified range. Boss, their kayak seems to be on the southern beach. The Dewan declared, determined not to relent until they had stripped the two completely. After removing their pants, leaving only their underwear, he didn't hesitate to deliver a kick to their vulnerable areas. It seemed their futures were irrevocably altered. Great leader, spare us. We won't dare cross you again, please. They pleaded, realizing their impending doom. Yi Chun had already amassed a group of 3, reaching his limit. Neither killing nor recruiting these two would elevate his standing. As for De Dewan and his companions, they were now bound to Yi Chun, ineligible to recruit or gain levels through the elimination of survivors. Yi Chun. Direct killings seem rather extreme. Yang Ming'er messaged him from a distance. Very well, since the lady has spoken, I'll grant her request. However, they merely asked that I refrain from outright murder. Instead, let us opt for a more agonizing fate. With a smirk, he declared, I shall not dirty my hands. However, whether they live or die rests with fate. Thank you, great leader. We shall serve you faithfully. The captives almost bowed before him. Serve faithfully? Humph. Yi Chun thought to himself, he would not harbor 2 treacherous individuals by his side. Who could guarantee that? Given time, their malevolent thoughts wouldn't resurface. De Dewan. Do we have any bamboo rafts left? Just one, came the reply. Bring it here. What do you mean by that, great leader? The two, tightly bound and kneeling, were bewildered. You are about to play a game called Drifting with the Current. De Dewan, understanding Yi Chun's intent, secured the captives onto the bamboo raft, ensuring they faced the current, providing them with 2 bottles of fresh water and a piece of bread. All right, this sounds fun, De Dewan exclaimed, eager to oblige. Great leader, please, spare us. We can serve you as subordinates. Don't let us drift aimlessly on the ocean. It will lead to our demise. The 2 captives, now comprehending Yi Chun's plan, were filled with dread. Drifting with the current. Such a euphemism. With their wounds bleeding profusely and bound, what could they do? Water? Bread? How could they consume anything? It was merely a slow watch as their blood drained away, a fate far more agonizing than a swift death. Most likely, they would succumb to blood loss long before drifting far from shore. De Dewan, seemingly invigorated by the task, dragged them onto the raft without concern for their pleas. Our leader is generous. He even provides you with water and bread. If it were me, you'd receive nothing. Farewell, De Dewan proclaimed, dusting off his hands. Let us go, De Dewan. We'll see how our jet ski performs. Absolutely. Hey, you two, consider yourselves fortunate. My boss will take you for a ride on the jet ski. Unbeknownst to them, the jet ski's maiden voyage would be with these unfortunate souls. As De Dewan skillfully maneuvered the jet ski, the wind whipped against the faces of the hapless duo, distorting their features. After traveling 2 nautical miles, Yi Chun deemed it sufficient, untied the raft, waved goodbye, and realized that the two had already lost consciousness, their blood staining the raft a deep crimson. It seems they've ceased to breathe, De Dewan remarked. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference. He had only promised Yang Ming'er not to kill them on the spot. As for what happened next, he felt no obligation to intervene. Should he be responsible for their lives indefinitely? They had only themselves to blame for their frail constitutions. Observing the drifting raft growing ever distant, Yi Chun and De Dewan began their return journey. Boss, what is the true purpose of this search compass? De Dewan inquired, now fiddling with the device. With keen observation, Yi Chun took hold of the compass designed for locating individuals, beginning to reveal the true utility of this remarkable device. Chapter 56. Enhanced Defensive Engineering. Yi Chun entered. Yang Ming'er. The locator compass immediately provided him with the right direction. Do you understand? If one were to lose their way at sea, having familiar companions within the expanse of the 5 seas would ensure one would not stray far. This device is indeed invaluable. With this locator compass, survivors have essentially acquired a lighthouse within a 5-sea radius, ensuring they will never go astray again. For Yi Chun, who yearns for deep-sea fishing, This is nothing short of a divine artifact. The weather at sea can change in an instant. To successfully catch fish, one must venture away from the shore. If a storm were to suddenly arise, this locator compass would prove indispensable. Boss, when can we go deep-sea fishing? Didawan gazed hopefully at the endless expanse of the ocean. Let us set aside the idea of fishing for now. All current matters must be prioritized. We nearly faced a grave loss this time. Fortifying our defenses is imperative. Yichin recalled the earlier events with a shiver of fear. Fortunately, their numbers were ample, and the adversary was uninformed. Had they discerned the state of Yichin's island beforehand, they could have easily overrun them. What use is a powerful sign-in system if they end up as captives? Even the most prestigious rewards would merely end up in someone else's possession. Determined, Yichin resolved to halt all ongoing tasks and swiftly establish a robust barrier. The two returned to shore on the jet ski. Yang Ming'er and Di Li were anxiously awaiting his return. Where are they? Drifting with the tide. Their fate rests in the hands of fortune. Yichin's expression remained impassive as he cast a glance over the vast ocean. This is the world of survivors, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Will they seek revenge upon their rescue? The girls pondered, torn between the horror of Yichin's decisive action against their foes and the fear of potential retribution. Do not fret too much. Even if they miraculously reach an island, their survival is uncertain. Even if they manage to find us, they must be prepared for the challenges ahead. Given their current state, it will likely take them weeks to recover. In a few weeks, our situation will undoubtedly improve significantly. However, we too were somewhat careless. Let us convene briefly to discuss the enhancement of our defensive structures. Yichin was not overly concerned about their adversaries seeking them out again. Their energy would be severely depleted, and surviving would be a stroke of luck. Yet, one could never be too cautious. If Coca-Cola does not come, perhaps Pepsi will, and if Pepsi does not, then perhaps something even more troublesome will arise. The establishment of defensive measures must be expedited. The four reconvened in the pickup truck to strategize. First, we must establish our power supply system to prepare for the construction of advanced defenses. Yichin gazed at the towering mountains of solar panels outside, feeling a mix of anticipation and melancholy. Once power supply is secured, it would mark a significant leap forward for his island. I believe we should erect a lookout tower at a higher elevation to monitor external conditions promptly, Yang Ming'er suggested. Boss, I think we should heighten the bamboo wall surrounding us, and additionally, erect a bamboo forest wall on the southern beach. This would not only prevent intruders from entering, but also provide concealment. Yichin was taken aback by Didawan's unexpected insight, which surpassed his usual demeanor. Boss, please do not look at me like that. It makes me feel awkward. This idea was actually Di Li's. I'm merely related. After all this, Yichin still held a higher opinion of this character. I concur with your points. We currently lack access to iron ore, and we are short on excavation tools. This will likely have to wait until we have our power system established. The lookout tower and bamboo wall can be integrated. He pointed towards the overhanging cave. This cave stands approximately 5 meters high, facing the vast ocean, with no obstructions around. The view is expansive. With slight modifications, it could serve as a natural lookout tower. We could erect bamboo walls above, and on the northern side, construct a bamboo ladder for easy access. Furthermore, we must heighten the original fences on the south side of the cave and the east and west sides of the lake. This way, even if the adversaries manage to approach our island unnoticed, we can slow their advance. Yichin outlined the general plan. Excellent. This would considerably enhance the safety of our camp. Moreover, with Xiaoha around, our defenses are significantly strengthened. We owe our safety to Xiaoha, otherwise, both of us would have been captured. At Di Li's mention of Xiaoha, Yichin recalled the little creature. Where is Xiaoha? Yichin surveyed the surroundings but found no sign of the creature. Yang Ming'er replied with a sorrowful expression. Xiaoha was injured while covering our escape. Thankfully, the wound is not deep. I have placed him in the pickup. So, the brave little creature had sustained injuries in valor. But Xiaoha has evolved. Yang Ming'er suddenly exclaimed with renewed excitement. Evolution? Yichin, Didawan, and Di Li stared blankly at the mention of the word. Chapter 57. The sea-level exceptional Xiaohai. Upon witnessing Xiaohai's current appearance, the group soon grasped the astonishing truth. Xiaohai had indeed grown up. It had been merely a few days, and yet, it had transformed remarkably. The three stood there, dumbfounded. Yichin cast a glance at Xiaohai's attributes. Shepherd dog, sea-level exceptional, in a state of continuous growth. What could it ultimately evolve into? I am uncertain. My Xiaohai should at least attain an S level, right? Yang Ming'er gazed at Xiaohai with a face full of affection. At least an S level, Yichin chuckled wryly and shrugged. Could a mere dog ascend to an Ultra S level? How immense would that be? Fortunately, Xiaohai's injuries were not severe, and Yichin rewarded the little creature with several chunks of fish, considering it a reward for its valiant efforts. Yichin, Did you not check the chat room? Deely furrowed her brows and pointed to the virtual screen before her. What's up? Yichin had been preoccupied throughout the day, leaving him no time to peruse the chat room. Boss, it seems everyone is requesting D-level sand, and there are requests for D-level vegetables and even clay. Dedowan promptly opened the chat room. As expected, the screen was filled with calls for the sun and moon deity. Yichin's private inbox was likely on the verge of overflowing. Do not concern yourselves with them. I shall provide a unified response. After saying this, Yichin typed a prominent message in bold letters in the chat room. Closed for 3 days. What? Sun and moon deity, what is happening? Why are you closed? Indeed. Great one, I am awaiting an upgrade. I only need D-level rare vegetables. Please, sell me some. I need D-level sand. I am so close to upgrading, deity. I implore you. Hearing of Yichin's impending closure, the group completely lost their composure. Yichin chose to ignore them, as he had a multitude of tasks to attend to. Business could wait until he had more time. Dedowan, please bring me the manual for the solar photovoltaic power generation. Certainly. Yichin's foremost intention was to establish a power system. Boss, I already have 2 light bulbs. Once we have electricity, we need not worry about the darkness at night. While Yichin had procured a few candles, their light could not compare to that of electric bulbs. By the way, that freshwater purifier seems to require electricity as well. Deely suddenly recalled the device that Yichin had overlooked. Boss, we have a lake full of water. Why do we need a purifier? Are we going to be picky about our drinking water, be it from Kunlun Mountain or Baishui Mountain? I am not fussy. Dedowan was rather nonchalant, content as long as there was food and drink, indifferent to living conditions. Yichin, however, shook his head with a smile. Do not be so narrow-minded. Come, observe this. He casually retrieved an empty mineral water bottle and filled it with water from the lake. What is this about? Dedowan looked at Yichin in confusion. Examine the quality of this fresh water. At this, the 3 understood. Yang Ming'er glanced at it and replied, the level ordinary. So, water also possesses levels. You have overlooked an important matter. Currently, among the 3 of you, aside from Dedowan who remains at level 3, both Ming'er and Deely are already at level 4. Have you considered what materials you need to reach level 5? Yang Ming'er and Deely promptly accessed the system. Sea level and above. A crossbow, sea level and above. 1 kilogram of vegetables, D level and above. 2 bamboo rafts, self-made rafts are acceptable, D level and above. 10 liters of fresh water. The 2 young women finally grasped the situation. How could they have forgotten this? How could there be D-level water? What should they do now? Dedowan's propensity for thoughtlessness had resurfaced. Yichin, feeling exasperated, shrugged and pointed to the freshwater purifier that he had discarded in the corner. Do not forget about that. This device can enhance water quality? Dedowan crouched down, examining the oddly shaped freshwater purifier with intrigue. Yichin, can this purifier truly enhance the quality of freshwater? Yang Ming'er also scrutinized the device that had long been neglected by the group. Well, I cannot guarantee it. But think about it. What constitutes the quality of water? It is merely its purity. The purer it is, the better it is. Thus, utilizing a purifier is undoubtedly the simplest method to enhance water quality. The 3 nodded in agreement. Though the power system had yet to be established and they could not yet utilize the freshwater purifier, they had to concede that Yichin's reasoning was sound. Then let us not hesitate. Swiftly construct the power system. Dedowan was filled with enthusiasm, eager to embark on their task. I have yet to fully comprehend this. Yichin scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had not finished reading the thick manual. Then, boss, you may remain here to read at your leisure. I shall go chop some trees to raise our wall. Let us go together. You drive, and I will sit in the passenger seat. Ming'er, Deely, let us go. We will head west. Yichin closed the manual, waved to the 3, signaling them to get into the vehicle. Where are we going? Dedowan, who had been planning to head east with her mountain axe, asked. Rabbits do not eat grass near their burrows. Why chop the trees right in front of our own door? To the east, there are bamboo groves. The 4 of them got into the vehicle and exited the camp from the northern side of the lake, setting out to seek suitable materials. Chapter 58. The Capitalist Mine Boss. Where did you see the bamboo grove? I don't see it at all. Weren't we supposed to mine this morning? Yichin, feeling exasperated, refrained from explaining to Dedowan, whose mind seemed too expansive to remember the terrain. It was only when, under Yichin's guidance, the pickup truck meandered to a bamboo grove that Dedowan recalled something. Oh, so this is the place. Boss, your memory is truly remarkable. Yichin shrugged and pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper, presenting it to the trio. Take a look at this. A map? The 3 were taken aback. I've only sketched a portion. There are still many areas on the island we haven't explored. Boss, you're incredible. When did you draw this? Dedowan gaped, nearly kneeling before Yichin in admiration. Yang Ming'er and Deely looked at Yichin with reverence. Yichen, is this where we will reside? Yang Ming'er inquired, pointing to a marked area on the map. Indeed, to the north of the camp lies a lake, with mountains flanking either side, and to the south are caverns. This, and this, are areas we must focus on, particularly where we need to reinforce the bamboo walls. Yichen elucidated while pointing at the sketch. Brother Yi, where did you get this paper and pen? I exchanged 2 bottles of water for them the day after I arrived. For most survivors at this stage, paper and pens hold little value and can be easily acquired. The 3 were genuinely impressed by Yichen's foresight, contrasting sharply with their aimless existence. All right, I shall need your assistance moving forward. I still have to study this manual for a day or 2. Our objective today is to cut bamboo. However, if the trading post offers a reasonable price for bamboo, we can consider selling it. It's already past 1. We will wrap up by 4:30. Yichen prioritized safety, emphasizing the necessity of returning to their camp before nightfall to avoid unnecessary risks. Boss, don't worry. I excel at cutting bamboo. Dewan, wielding a machete, was the first to leap from the pickup. Ming'er, Dili, you 2 will be responsible for transporting the bamboo. Please exercise caution. The girls had no choice but to tackle this straightforward task. Yichen grabbed another machete and followed Dewan down from the pickup. The 2 boys cut the bamboo while the 2 girls loaded the cut bamboo onto the truck, their collaboration proving remarkably efficient. This labor was for their sanctuary, fueling their enthusiasm. Their mindset starkly differed from that of working tirelessly for a capitalist. Boss, why don't you take a break? You're an intellectual. Let me handle this manual labor. Dewan, genuinely concerned for his leader, flattered him. Then I appreciate your effort. Yichen, acknowledging his own physical limitations compared to Dewan, realized he must acquire stamina-enhancing skills from the system at the earliest opportunity. While resting on the ground, Yichen opened the chat room and trading panel once more. The chat was still bustling, and he glanced over the usual items: sand, logs, and vegetables. The notable difference was that a certain number of individuals had leveled up to Tier 3 and were now seeking clay, freshwater fish, and bows. Clay, freshwater fish, and bows were indeed rare. Even Yichen lacked sufficient resources, particularly the rubber bands required for bow making. This scarcity was also hindering Dewan's ability to upgrade to Tier 4 in the sign-in system. Another sought-after resource that surprised Yichen was sea salt. With a pot, Yichen had never considered sea salt significant, while Yang Ming'er had independently secured the 30 kilograms required for the upgrade during his absence. However, it appeared that sea salt had now become a coveted commodity. Ming'er, how long did it take you to procure that sea salt the first time? Yang Ming'er recalled. It took about 3 to 4 hours. Our pot is large, and I used high heat, managing to produce 2 to 3 pounds of salt at once. Oh. Yichen seemed to grasp the crux of the issue. Most people lack pots. Despite its unassuming appearance, his pot was merely a D-grade rare soup pot. Yet, it had a significant advantage: its size. It could handle anything from fish soup to a turkey without issue. An idea struck Yichen, revealing a potential avenue for prosperity. I will create what you lack. Besides, I am also in need of pots, bowls, and utensils. Eating without ceramic bowls and drinking from plastic bottles is quite inconvenient. Yichen glanced at the upgrade list in the system. If he recalled correctly, upgrading from Tier 5 to Tier 6 required ceramic products. Since freshwater fish had a daily limit, rather than selling clay, it would be more prudent to upgrade it to ceramic products before selling. Survivors, prepare your coins. Chapter 59. B-Class Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint. The capitalist Yichen, having fulfilled his dreams of wealth, returned once more to the ranks of laborers. The 4 of them busied themselves with chopping trees and transporting materials, working diligently until 4:30 when they were finally allowed to finish for the day. Looking at the cart brimming with bamboo, though fatigued, they felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The fruits of their labor bestowed a unique feeling of accomplishment. Time to head home. Burdened with their plentiful harvest, the 4 made their way back. Boss, when we build the bamboo wall to 4 meters high and electrify it, let us see who dares to trespass. Dewan seemed to envision the embryonic form of their future camp's defense system. His idea was indeed ruthless, proposing to electrocute any intruder. Yichen had not deeply contemplated the necessity of the electric fence. However, he recognized the need for surveillance equipment. He had conceived this idea long ago. Given the vast expanse of their camp, which spanned several thousand square meters, it was evident that the 4 of them could not oversee everything on their own. They would have to rely on high-tech means for proper supervision. Yichen's ultimate vision was to have surveillance equipment equipped with an alarm system. Any intruder entering their camp would be detected by the surveillance apparatus, triggering an alarm to alert them, thus enabling them to prepare defenses promptly. Alas, the engineering task was daunting. They would have to dig and install bamboo again. Having experienced the arduous establishment of the initial bamboo wall, Yang Ming'er sighed. lowering her head. Constructing the bamboo wall was deceptively simple in theory, yet laborious in practice. They needed to fell a considerable number of bamboo stalks and then dig holes to plant them. The holes could not be too shallow, or the foundation would lack stability, failing to secure the bamboo wall. Yet, digging deeper would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. To fortify and elevate the bamboo wall, they specifically selected tall and robust bamboo. The height was sufficient, but the construction difficulty increased exponentially. Brother Yi, that B-class perfect tool shovel seems incredibly effective. If we had one, the task would be much easier, Dealey remarked, casting a glance at the B-class tool shovel within the system. B-class perfect tool shovel significantly reduces labor intensity and increases work efficiency by no less than 500. This was the system's description of the shovel. A five-fold increase in work efficiency was indeed astounding. It could only be said that the items produced by the synthesis system were exceptional, akin to a cheat code. However, acquiring such a cheat tool came at a considerable cost. Yichen naturally hoped to obtain one, or rather, 10, with a tool that could enhance efficiency five-fold. What would there be to worry about? He glanced at the worn iron shovel in his hand, sincerely wishing for its early retirement. Yet, alas, he lacked the necessary materials. At first glance, he appeared to be among the wealthiest of survivors, but every time he reviewed the materials required for synthesis, he found himself far from the notion of wealth. B-class perfect tool shovel, 10 kilograms of D-class iron ingots or 3 kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of any C-class tree trunk. B-class perfect tool shovel blueprint. Goodness. Iron ingots, C-class tree trunks, B-class blueprints. He had none of these. Setting aside the iron ingots, which he might substitute with kitchen knives, Yichen was confident he could procure a few more knives at the trading post. But the remaining two items posed a significant challenge. As for the C-class superior tree trunks, he was uncertain if anyone had found them, but to date, he had not encountered any C-class superior trees. What troubled him the most was the blueprint for the B-class perfect tool shovel. Blueprints, a commodity with no fixed price in the market. In the trading post, anything deemed a blueprint commanded exorbitant prices. It was one thing to pay a high price. It was another to expect quality. Yichen had scoured the market multiple times and found no blueprints of higher grade. Only the occasional C-class superior tool blueprints that he hardly regarded. For instance, a broom, a mop. The names were quite appealing. Multifunctional practical broom significantly reduces labor intensity, enhancing cleaning efficiency by 50. Solar-powered automatic mop frees your hands, effortlessly elevating your living environment to a new level. Yichen seriously suspected that advertisements had infiltrated this space. The question remained, what use did he have for such items? Were they to clean the island he inhabited? As for the B-class perfect blueprint, acquiring it was an even greater challenge. Aside from direct trading, the only remaining option was synthesis through his blueprint synthesizer. Yichen had indeed synthesized a C-class superior hatchet blueprint previously, but that endeavor had proven mentally and physically exhausting. The four of them had toiled throughout an entire day, and the girls were sore from sifting sand. They had barely managed to gather the materials required for the synthesis blueprint. Yet, all that effort had yielded merely a single C-class superior blueprint. Now, he sought to synthesize a B-class perfect blueprint, which was an entirely different level of complexity. B-class perfect tool shovel blueprint requires C-class leaves from at least 3 different islands, any tree species, totaling 20,000 pieces, and 100 kilograms of C-class sand from 5 different islands. 20,000 leaves? Yichen glanced at his pickup truck and estimated it could hardly accommodate that quantity. Additionally, he needed 100 kilograms of C-class superior sand, and it must come from other islands. Having sifted through D-class sand, he had only about 30 kilograms remaining. If he were to find C-class sand, he doubted he would even reach 1/10 of the requirement. To amass 100 kilograms of C-class sand would necessitate gathering at least 1,000 kg of sand, 1 ton. The four of them would then have to sift through the sand manually, an overwhelmingly massive undertaking. Before they could even create the blueprint, they might very well be buried under the sand. The mere thought of it gave Yichen a throbbing headache. He had initially believed that with the blueprint research device, everything would go smoothly, but it now appeared he had underestimated the challenges. The intricacies of island life were profound. He longed to return to the simplicity of rural life. As Yichen wallowed in despair, Dealey suddenly called out, Brother Yi, look quickly. The trading post just posted a blueprint. A blueprint? Yichen was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he opened the trading post channel. To his astonishment, there it was, the B-class perfect tool shovel blueprint. Chapter 60. Yichen's little fan. When Yichen beheld the demands made by the other party, he could not help but gasp in disbelief. The requirements for the B-grade perfect tool shovel included 2 mountain axes, 10 freshwater fish of C-grade or above, 20 bottles of fresh water, 10 kilograms of clay, and no less than 10 kilograms of assorted dry rations. Yet, what truly astonished Yi-chun was the stipulation for 5 kilograms each of B-grade perfect vegetables and fruits. What nonsense is this? B-grade perfect vegetables? Let alone B-grade. Even C-grade or D-grade vegetables, or any produce that can be merely classified as vegetables, are priceless commodities in this market. Even a wealthy individual like Yi-chun could not amass 5 kilograms of B-grade vegetables and fruits. During his initial harvest, he had fortuitously obtained a mere kilogram of B-grade perfect vegetables through fertilizer enhancement, which he had carefully preserved, unwilling to consume even half of it. To ask for 5 kilograms of B-grade vegetables outright was simply outrageous. What an audacious request. Does this person have a screw loose? Who possesses B-grade vegetables nowadays? Let alone 5 kilograms? Why not ask for 5 tons? Do scoffed disdainfully. Yi-chun, why does this person require such high-grade vegetables? Yang Ming'er evidently failed to comprehend. Yi-chun opened the upgrade list, pondering deeply. Could it be that this individual had already reached the 5th level of the sign-in system? Ming'er, can you check where Yuelan stands on last week's leaderboard? I have no recollection of that name, he requested. When the system revealed the rankings of the first week, Yi-chun recognized the names of the top contenders, but did not recall anyone named Yuelan. All right, let me look it up. Just a moment, Yang Ming'er responded promptly. Yuelan. Boss, that name sounds feminine. Yi-chun was non-committal. There were no stipulations regarding naming conventions in this chatroom. While Yuelan indeed sounded like a girl's name, it was entirely possible that a man might favor it. After all, even in reality, there were cross-dressers. Not to mention in this survival world on the island. Found it. She ranks 350th. 350th? Not much ahead of me, Do-one remarked shamelessly. Yi-chun felt embarrassed to look at him. This guy, did he perhaps learn his mathematics from a physical education teacher? While she was indeed in 350th place. What about you, brother? You are in 823rd. Yi-chun remembered that clearly. To equate 823 with 350 was truly a testament to Do-one's audacious mentality. 350th. This rank likely indicates that the sign-in system hadn't even reached level 2 when the leaderboard was announced, Dealey commented instinctively. Yi-chun nodded in agreement. Could it be that this person had advanced to level 5 in just 4 or 5 days? Such speed was simply astounding Yi-chun. Do you think she might have recruited other survivors? Or Yang Ming'er's words trailed off, but the implication was clear to everyone. Before reaching level 7 in the sign-in system, the quickest way to level up was indeed to recruit or eliminate other survivors. To leap from level 1 to level 5 with such efficiency was genuinely extraordinary. Even Yi-chun, a person of considerable means, had only just managed to elevate 2 girls to level 4. Surely not. The name seems quite gentle and refined. Could this girl actually be a killer? Do-one made a dramatic gesture of slashing his throat. Rather than making wild guesses, I might as well ask directly. Yi-chun had no desire to engage in riddles, so he sent a straightforward private message. May I inquire if there is any room for negotiation on the price of your B-grade perfect blueprint? To his surprise, a response arrived within 3 seconds. You are sun and moon stars. Yi-chun stared at the 3 exclamation marks, utterly baffled. Could it be that he had encountered an enemy once again? Pondering the matter, he could not recall having offended anyone since arriving in this survival world on the island with 888 islands and a total of just 999 people. Even if he were a magnet for hostility, it seemed improbable to encounter an enemy at every turn. I am indeed sun and moon stars, Yi-chun replied, still muddled, providing an honest answer. Before long, the other party replied again. You want my blueprint? Yi-chun was taken aback and could only respond with a simple, yes, no problem. I'll send it right over. By the way, could you teach me how to survive? I've only been here for a few days, and I'm lacking water and food. Also, why does the sign-in system require so many resources to level up? Yi-chun was utterly bewildered what was happening. The 2 girls and Do-one exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Just moments ago, they had suspected the other party of being a murderous maniac, only to find that she seemed to be an inexperienced novice instead. Boss, quickly asked if she is a girl. Do-one seemed particularly concerned about this question. Yi-chun glanced at Yang Ming'er and Dealey. The 2 girls appeared equally curious about whether this suspected killer was a male or female. With a shrug of resignation, Yi-chun decided to pose the question as the onlookers wished. May I ask, are you male or female? I'm female. My name is Ting Ting. Big shot. How did you level up? It's so impressive, ranking first. I've long wanted to learn your survival techniques but felt too shy to ask. I can't believe you reached out to me. I'm so happy it turned out that the survivor, initially suspected by his group to be a murderous maniac, was indeed a girl, one who was somewhat chatty. Yi-chun felt utterly flabbergasted. He never anticipated such a turn of events. What kind of people were being drawn in by this system? Casting a glance at young Minger, he noted her innocent, somewhat naive demeanor. He then turned to Dawan, who was staring blankly at the virtual screen with a silly grin. It was a mystery how someone like Dawan had survived in the real world. 1, 2, now a third had emerged? Was this truly the world of survival on an island? Yi-chun was deeply skeptical. At that moment, Dawan beamed at Yi-chun. Boss, you've really made a name for yourself. You even have a little fan now. Yi-chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ding. You have completed a transaction with Yulan. You have received 1 B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint. Yi-chun was utterly stunned. Was he truly experiencing a stroke of fortune? Had he encountered another Dawan? Chapter 61. Plans for another voyage. Yi-chun held this B-grade perfect blueprint. Feeling somewhat bewildered. Boss, your charm is boundless. Another girl has thrown herself at you. Dawan seemed eager to stir the pot, making such remarks in front of Yang Minger and Li. Consequently, Li's face turned as red as an apple. What on earth are you saying? Yang Minger, now referring to herself as sister, glared fiercely at Dawan. Yi-chun, isn't it inappropriate to take something for nothing? After reprimanding Dawan, Yang Minger turned her gaze towards Yi-chun, who was still in a state of confusion. However, Dawan, with a hint of pride, answered on Yi-chun's behalf. Don't worry, the boss treats someone as rough as me well. Those days when I was here, all my food and drink were supplied by him. Not to mention now that there's a girl involved. While this could be seen as a compliment, coming from Dawan, it felt somewhat off. Yi-chun ignored Dawan and sent a message to the girl. Let me know if you need anything. I want to take your things for free. The response left Yi-chun utterly dumbfounded. I've only just arrived a few days ago, master. Apart from food and drink, what else do I need for island survival? This girl appeared to be even more carefree than Dawan. Yi-chun, in his frustration, sought assistance from Yang Minger. Leave it to me. I will communicate with her. Yi-chun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, handing the girl over to Yang Minger. He finally had the time to scrutinize the invaluable blueprint he held, the B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint. At last, he had acquired the most challenging blueprint. He already had 3 kitchen knives. The only material he lacked was 5 kilograms of C-grade exceptional logs. Boss, I've chopped down quite a few trees in bamboo. Yet I've never seen a C-grade tree, Dawan, the most authoritative voice in tree felling, remarked. Yi-chun found himself at a loss, scanning the trading post. There were no C-grade logs for sale, nor even E-grade ones. It seemed he was the only survivor to have sold logs. The system required a mere 5 kilograms. Yet the grade was daunting. I don't think I've ever seen a tree above D-grade. It seems D-grade trees are already thick and sturdy. How robust must a C-grade tree be? Yang Minger pondered aloud. Thick and sturdy. Her words triggered a memory for Yi-chun. The first D-grade palm tree he had chopped was indeed much thicker than the surrounding E-grade palm trees. Dawan's D-grade trees were consistently thick and sturdy as well. Was it possible that a tree's thickness correlated with its grade? Dawan, if we're talking about thickness, what about that big pine tree? Dawan's reaction was instantaneous. He comprehended Yi-chun's implication immediately. Boss, that tree must be at least C-grade, possibly even B-grade or A-grade. But that tree is on my island. What Dawan said was indeed the most troublesome aspect for Yi-chun. The big pine tree was undeniably thick and sturdy, yet it was located on another island. Yi-chun, are you planning to set sail again? Yang Minger's concern was palpable. The last time Yi-chun had ventured out alone to fetch Dawan and Li, it had caused her great worry. Now, even with the addition of 2 companions, the vast ocean still filled her with unease. What is there to fear? We have a motorboat now. I managed to paddle across in a kayak before. Besides, that island is quite close. On a clear day, it's visible to the naked eye. By the way, I'll go to the east side of the island to gather some coconuts for you. There are plenty of coconut trees there. Yi-chun spoke lightly, not wishing to burden his companions with anxiety, even though he was well aware of the inherent risks of sailing. Coconut trees? Sounds great. I want to join you. Dawan eagerly volunteered. The 2 girls immediately raised their hands, expressing their desire to accompany him. Having too many people is pointless. You 2 should stay home. Besides, there is still plenty of work to do, fishing, watering vegetables, and continuing to sift sand. All of it requires time. Yi-chun resolutely declined the girls' requests. Brother Yi, those vegetables and fruits seem to be growing quite fast with the fertilizer, Li suddenly mentioned. That is true, which is why we need someone to stay behind. Rest assured, if all goes well, we'll return in half a day. Yi-chun tried to reassure Yang Minger. Well then, when do you plan to leave? Yang Minger asked, seeing that Yi-chun had made up his mind. Too late today, we'll set off tomorrow. Boss, I'll take charge of chopping down that tree. Yi-chun was at a loss for words. Come on, we only need 5 kilograms of logs. Just chop off a few low branches, and we'll meet the weight requirement. Dawan was once again drifting into fanciful thoughts. The big pine tree, with its lush foliage, covered an area of at least 1,000 square meters. If they were to chop it down, it would take years. Thus, to procure the materials for the B-grade perfect tool shovel, Yichin resolved on a second voyage. After completing the usual fishing tasks, the four of them retired to rest. With a pillow and blanket, Yichin felt rather comfortable in the cave. However, while he found solace, the other survivors who had been waiting for him in the chat room were expressing their grievances. "Boss, you're in the news again." GODvsCursed casually opened the chat room and found the screen filled with pleas for the day and Moon Master. These folks were unable to progress in the upgrade sign-in system without Yichin's materials. The longer they waited, the further away their dreams of high-level supplies became. Ignore them. It's just a day or two. Besides, leveling up 1T significantly increased the odds. Rather than wallowing in complaints, it's better to pragmatically consider future plans. Yichin was indeed formulating plans. "Boss, what are you drawing?" "This is our camp. This is the cave, with a lookout tower above it. I plan to place solar panels here, as the surroundings are open and can absorb sunlight effectively. As for this area, I used a periscope to survey it, and the overall land quality is high, so I'll designate it for future agricultural expansion. The cave needs at least 3 lamps, and once we have electric tools, I intend to smooth the ground and perhaps lay down a carpet." GODvsCursed listened, awestruck by Yichin's elaborate vision for their future home. Smoothing the ground? Laying down a carpet? What does our boss intend to do? Build a palace? "Yichin, I'm sending some water and food to Ting Ting." Yang Minger, who was in the pickup truck, messaged him. "Sure, do as you see fit." Yichin had plenty of food now, and besides, the girl named Ting Ting had generously gifted him a valuable blueprint. He wouldn't mind sending her a little water and food, even a small portion of his Lake-S water. "Boss, you're amazing. You've got 2 at home, and there's also a little third." GODvsCursed's sudden remark left Yichin bewildered. "What on earth? Little third?" Unexpectedly, GODvsCursed added, "Boss, it's impressive to see your wife supporting you in raising a little third." Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 62. The treasure-seeking albatross and the crop maturation accelerator. Yichin nearly choked to death because of this fellow. Fortunately, he managed to think of something. "I said, why not focus on something more meaningful? Why not go out and enjoy the sea breeze for a while?" Yichin kicked the big roll aside. "I'm not going. It's almost midnight, and I need to sign in." The big roll seemed to have an unusually good attitude. Every day, his sign-in rewards were of the lowest quality, yet this did not diminish his eagerness for the sign-in process. He counted down the seconds, eagerly awaiting the moment to sign in. "Boss, watch closely. This time I'll get you a Super S-level divine reward." Enough. If you can just manage a normal item for me, I'll be grateful." Yichin truly did not expect this guy to sign in anything valuable, given his luck. It was unlikely. As for what Yichin was currently hoping for, it was quite a list, excluding the treasure map fragments and various Super S-level divine supplies. He needed diesel, iron, ore, various power tools, and seawater fish, all of which were urgently required. The lack of some materials hindered his upgrades, while others delayed the progress of his defense projects. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the big roll eagerly began his sign-in. Ding! The Qin Dazhuang you recruited has successfully signed in, receiving a C-level exceptional sign-in reward, Shark Hook. A shark hook? Yichin was taken aback by the name. Boss, how amazing am I?" The big roll proudly patted his chest. Was the system suggesting he should go shark fishing? Yichin pondered this somewhat terrifying notion. Ding! The Dilly Delimurat you recruited has successfully signed in, receiving a B-level perfect reward, Treasure-Seeking Albatross. Treasure-Seeking Albatross? What on earth was that? Yichin was utterly confused. The reward system for Yang Minger did not announce anything, and Yichin understood that it was likely a low-level reward. Although Dilly's reward was somewhat disappointing, not an S-level legendary one, he acknowledged that a B-level perfect reward was still commendable. Yichin was realistic. One could not expect the girl to sign in S-level rewards every day. However, what exactly was this treasure-seeking albatross? Chirp! Suddenly, a bird's call echoed outside the cave. Following that, the voices of Yang Minger and Dilly could be heard. They're here. Yichin and the big roll immediately rushed out of the cave. Under the bright moonlight, a large white bird was circling low above their pickup truck. Yichin, can we keep this albatross? Yang Minger and Dilly seemed to have a great affection for animals. Yichin felt it ungracious to compete with the 2 girls for a bird and willingly relinquished his priority, allowing Dilly to claim the treasure-seeking albatross. He also took a moment to don his spyglass and inspect the attributes of the treasure-seeking albatross. Treasure-seeking albatross, the most loyal bird throughout history, unwavering in its love, possesses the innate ability to seek fish in the ocean, assisting its master in discovering rare and extraordinary creatures, particularly adept at locating fish in vast oceans. The treasure-seeking albatross has a chance to evolve under specific conditions. So that is how it is. It appears that this treasure-seeking albatross could rival his spyglass. However, the albatross was more proficient in discovering marine life. Yichen recalled the shark hook that the big roll had obtained. Shark hook, a tool for catching large marine fish. When combined with a shark net and a seawater fishing rod, can form a B-level perfect marine fish catching kit. So it turns out there is a set. This was getting exciting. The two girls went to play with the albatross, while the big roll was enamored with his shark hook. Yichen decided to embark on his own sign-in journey. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in, receiving a B-level perfect reward, crop maturation accelerator. Another intriguing item. Yichen immediately began to review the detailed explanation. Crop maturation accelerator can shorten the maturation cycle of all crops by 40 to 80. Note, can only shorten the maturation cycles of B-level and below crops. Fantastic! Yichen exclaimed. This reward was simply splendid. The lengthy maturation cycle of crops had been a source of frustration for him. Although he had fertile soil and fertilizer, which had increased the growth speed of crops, he still felt the pace was too slow. Besides, the fertilizer was a consumable. Once it was gone, it was gone. This accelerator had no specified lifespan. Now equipped with this accelerator, the maturation cycle of his crops would be significantly shortened. Yichen hurried towards his farmland to check on the status of the various crops he had sown. For the second sowing of cabbage, 3 days until harvest. Grapes, 2 days. Olive vegetables, 3 days. As expected, the growth speed of his crops had accelerated once more. Yichen was reluctant to consume the crops. Aside from a few high-grade cabbages he had set aside, the rest were either sold for materials or used as upgrade materials for the big roll and others. If he could accelerate production, well, what would he have to worry about? Boss, let us go chop down trees on my island tomorrow. And we can go shark fishing too. Look, I have a shark hook, and the two lovely ladies have a treasure-seeking albatross. We can have shark fin soup. Yichen was speechless. This guy really dared to dream. They had just begun to secure their basic needs, and he was already yearning for gourmet delicacies. Boss. What is that? The big roll seemed to have noticed the small square box Yichen was holding. This is the crop maturation accelerator I just signed in for. It can enhance the maturation speed of crops. Really? Then we won't have to worry about not having vegetables and fruits to eat. Yang Minger and Dilly were thrilled to hear this good news. The two girls touched their cheeks. As frontline artists, appearance had always been paramount. Since arriving on the island, exposed to the elements, they had not even had the luxury of skincare products, let alone fresh vegetables and fruits that could provide vitamins. On the surface, they wouldn't complain. After all, other survivors were struggling just to meet their basic needs. However, who wouldn't secretly desire some fresh vegetables and fruits? Yichen understood their thoughts. He nodded at them. Don't worry, with this, we should be fine. Besides providing for the 4 of us, there will be a surplus. The big roll seemed indifferent to the vegetables but was quite interested in the grapes that would soon appear on the vine. Boss, can we make raisins from these? Unexpectedly. This guy was thinking ahead. Instead of wanting fresh fruit, he was already considering raisins. Yichen was somewhat helpless, but upon reflection, the big roll suggestion was not without merit. Fresh fruit had a short shelf life, and if the yield of fruit increased in the future, it would indeed be worthwhile to consider drying them to make raisins. No problem. I promise you'll have as many as you want. But it's getting late. We have to go out to sea tomorrow, so everyone should rest early. The most anticipated brief sign-in time of the day had passed. However, the chat room remained bustling with activity. Yichen had already noticed that the prices of ordinary freshwater resources, common bread, and biscuits were plummeting rapidly as more survivors signed in for useful materials. The days when he could rely solely on this lake for sustenance were drawing to a close. Nonetheless, Yichen had already acquired numerous new products to offer for sale, from various grades of sand, freshwater fish, to clay and vegetables. There exists a myriad of ways to amass wealth. In this modern age, one must adapt to the times. Yichen, could you come over for a moment? We have matters to discuss with you. As Yichen completed his review of the exchange and chat rooms, preparing to retire for the night, a private message from Yang Minger arrived. You rest first. The young lady has something to discuss with me. Yichen greeted the Dawan. I understand. Boss. Go ahead. The Dawan smirked mischievously at Yichen. Yichen, disinterested in his antics, rose and departed from the cave, making his way to his pickup truck. What is the matter? What is it? The two young ladies exchanged secretive glances, each lowering their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yichen was perplexed. What is going on? Yang Mingo stammered for quite some time, and Yichen could only catch fragments of their conversation. It's all right. Just speak candidly. We are all friends here, Yichen encouraged politely. Could we perhaps purchase some women's items at the exchange? Chapter 63. Diesel on the shelf. Upon hearing this, Yichen found himself both amused and bewildered. Women's supplies. What could that possibly entail? Well, no problem. You may proceed with your purchases, he replied. As a long-standing patron of the trading post, he had never particularly focused on the so-called feminine supplies. Since the girls had brought it up, he had no choice but to acquiesce. It would be rather awkward to inquire further about their specific needs. The other party required some provisions, including some vegetables. Yang Mingo hesitated, somewhat embarrassed. Acquiring resources naturally required a price. As the undisputed lord of this island, Yichin's consent was essential. As for materials below grade B, you may make your own decisions. No need to notify me. Just purchase what you need. We have sufficient vegetables and provisions. Yichin appeared magnanimous, genuinely indifferent to materials rated below grade B, with the exception of 2 highly sought-after axes. Moreover, discussing such matters with the young ladies in the dead of night made him feel quite uncomfortable. It was better to let them handle it, as they were already his own people. There was no fear of items going astray. Thank you, Brother Yi. You are truly kind, Deely exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It seemed that had Yang Minger not shot her a glare, the girl would have rushed to embrace Yichun. In the pickup truck now sat 2 women and 1 man, both ladies dressed rather casually. Yang Minger was particularly carefree, with her collar unbuttoned. Though Deely wore a somewhat conservative outfit, her figure was such that it was impossible to conceal. Furthermore, with Yang Minger opting for only 2 candles to save on battery, the flickering light added an air of intimacy to the scene. Yichun glanced around the truck. He could not leave these 2 beauties unattended. He must find the time to convert the truck into a camper van soon. No matter how splendid the cave might be, it could not compare to his own vehicle. Found it, found it. While Yichun was lost in thought, Deely suddenly cried out in excitement, raising a sleepwear adorned with a Hello Kitty design. So, this girl had merely changed into pajamas? Brother Yi, when can we finish converting the camper van? Deely seemed quite eager about the project. Indeed, we feel rather guilty making you 2 sleep in the cave. Yang Minger added with a wry smile as she looked at Yichin. Let's wait a bit longer. We have blankets, quilts, and pillows now. The cave is quite decent for shelter, and as for the camper van conversion, we will need iron ore, which requires specific tools for extraction. It seems we can only rely on that A-grade epic building hammer. That building hammer? Yang Minger shook her head. The synthesis difficulty of that is even more daunting than obtaining a treasure map, although it is classified as A-grade. The challenge of synthesis is enough to make one want to give up. There's no need to despair. With that building hammer, many of our problems will likely be resolved. Let's tackle this one step at a time. For now, we should acquire some grade C timber and create a B-grade shovel. Rome wasn't built in a day. Some things cannot be rushed. By the way, what about that girl, Tingting? Yichin recalled the girl named Tingting. I sent her some food and drink. The little girl is only 18 and quite bold, but her self-sufficiency is lacking. Yang Minger seemed well informed. By the way, Yichin, is there a possibility we could bring Tingting back like we did with Deely? Yang Minga seemed to be thinking far ahead. That was a stroke of luck. Deely was nearby. However, we do have the person-finding compass, right? And we also have the treasure-hunting albatross. Yang Minger pointed earnestly at the albatross, peacefully sleeping on a tree outside. The bird seemed unafraid, having chosen its owner and not intending to leave. Yet, due to the cramped space in the truck, Yang Minger had designated a large banyan tree as its home. The person-finding compass can only locate individuals within 5 nautical miles. Beyond that, it won't work. As for the albatross, it is used to find rare creatures, not people. Yichin was far more pragmatic than Yang Minger. That may not be entirely true. Tomorrow you happen to be setting out to sea. Why not use the person-finding compass along the way? Perhaps Tingting is nearby. Yang Minger was still hopeful. All right, but I advise you not to hold too high expectations. Finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Yichun remarked, his words rough, yet sensible. In this world of island survival, there were a staggering 888 islands, and the distances between them were unknown. Locating a single individual among them was indeed a formidable challenge. By the way, Tingting's full name is Jiang Yuding. Be careful not to input it incorrectly, Yichin reminded, aware that the person-finding compass required precise input of names. Understood. Rest early. I shall return now. Yichin waved goodbye to the 2 ladies and, with a sense of duty, exited the truck, returning to his cave. Boss, why are you back? Dedowan asked. Isn't it obvious? The pickup is so small that even 2 people sleeping in it feels cramped. Where do you expect me to sleep? Yichin shot Dedowan an irritated glare. With a mischievous grin, Dedowan replied, cramming together always makes more space. You little rascal, are you tired of living? Yichin kicked Dedowan lightly, which finally silenced him. Boss, what did the girls want you for? Dedowan asked, unexpectedly curious. They wanted to exchange some supplies, and also asked me to look for that girl named Tingting. Look for someone? That's great. We have a jet ski and the person-finding compass. We can surely find her, Do-1 exclaimed. Yichun was speechless. There were 2 silly girls over there and 1 foolish boy here. He crawled into bed, leaning against the pillow with a yawn. Though Yichun hoped to increase the number of people on his island with his current equipment, he could not rely on sailing across the sea. Boss, look, someone is selling diesel. The mention of diesel jolted Yichun awake from his drowsiness. He immediately opened the trading post interface. The Reaper Returns is offering 100 liters of diesel. The Reaper Returns? This name might be unfamiliar to others, but Yichun recognized it well. He had noted this third-ranked individual on the survivor leaderboard when it was first announced. However, upon seeing the exchange materials listed by the seller, Yichun felt a mix of joy and concern. Boss, this person wants D-grade rare freshwater. D-grade rare freshwater. Yichun did not have any at the moment, but he did possess a freshwater purifier. Chapter 64. Back on the news, Yichun was acutely aware that the diesel left in his pickup truck was running low. Consequently, he had refrained from venturing out in it over the past couple of days. The vehicle had almost morphed into a stationary fortress, yet he lacked D-grade freshwater, rendering the exchange for diesel a matter of temporary postponement. Upon awakening early the following morning, Yichun was surprised to find that the 2 young ladies had risen even earlier. They were busy walking dogs and amusing birds. His location was rapidly resembling a zoo. You 2 are not going anywhere today. Just stay at the camp. I will be back in half a day at most after Big Do-1 and I finish chopping down some C-grade logs. Having experienced a previous ambush, Yichun felt a twinge of concern. Don't worry, Brother Yi, replied the girls. By the way, bring little Tian along. Dilly let out a sharp whistle towards the eastern mountain, summoning a large white albatross that soared down. Yichun was startled by its impressive size. Its wingspan exceeded a meter. With the large bird in tow, Yichun and Big Do-1 mounted the jet ski, equipped with 2 machetes, a climbing rope, a spyglass, binoculars, a compass, several freshwater fish, some provisions, and a few bottles of water. Had Yichun not intervened, it seemed Yang Mingo would have attempted to load every movable item onto the jet ski. We really don't need that much. We'll be back in half a day at most. After bidding farewell to the young ladies, Yichun and Big Do-1 set off towards the eastern islands on the jet ski. Big Do-1 had ingeniously secured his shark hook to the end of a bamboo pole, evidently intent on catching a shark with his makeshift apparatus. Meanwhile, Yichun's thoughts were solely focused on the towering pine tree. Successfully procuring the C-grade logs would significantly expedite the advancement of the high-grade fence project at their camp. The jet ski sped forward towards the east. The visibility was remarkably clear that day. Yichun gazed southward and caught a glimpse of other islands, faintly visible 7 or 8 nautical miles away. Boss, since we're out here, why don't we venture a bit further and explore the surroundings? Big Do-1, having fiddled with his shark hook, seemed to have lost his initial enthusiasm and began scanning the horizon from the front of the jet ski. All right, you take the helm. I'll draw a map. Yichun relinquished the driving seat to Big Do-1 and picked up his pen to begin sketching the surrounding area. Once in Big Do-1's hands, the jet ski's speed surged dramatically. Here we go. It must be said, the velocity of this synthetic jet ski was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Yichun and Big Do-1 had traveled 5 nautical miles. However, Yichun's compass for locating people lost track of Yang Minger's whereabouts. All right, let us not stray too far. We don't want to get lost on the way back. As they conversed, the chat room suddenly erupted with excitement. Am I seeing things? Is someone driving a yacht on the sea? Exclaimed a young, hot-tempered survivor, drawing the attention of many. A yacht? You must be mistaken. We've only just secured our basic needs. Who has the resources to build a yacht? I haven't even finished constructing half a bamboo raft. Exactly. Who could possibly be operating a yacht right now? That requires an abundance of materials. I haven't even set foot in the water yet. The young survivor faced a barrage of skepticism. Shut up. I truly saw it. I'm well fed and saw a speedboat heading east. This hot-tempered survivor, undeterred by the skepticism, responded defiantly, I saw it too. The visibility is excellent today. And I was scouting from the mountain. There truly is a yacht to the west of me. Another survivor chimed in, further validating the claim. The chat room buzzed with disbelief. Is it possible? Has someone actually constructed a yacht already? It's only been a few days. Who could that be? Meanwhile, Yichun remained engrossed in his mapping, while Big Do-1 exuberantly maneuvered the jet ski, oblivious to the unfolding drama in the chat room until Yang Minger sent a message. Yichun, it seems you are back in the news again. Being in the news was currently a hot topic, and Yichun was no stranger to it. In the news? What happened? He asked, momentarily pausing his drawing, a look of confusion crossing his face. Check the chat room for yourself. They're talking about you. After Yang Minger's prompt, Yichun opened the chat room and was taken aback by what he saw. The entire discussion revolved around someone navigating a yacht across the sea. Could it possibly be the esteemed Day and Moon? As expected, when the majority of survivors engaged in the conversation, someone mentioned Yichen's ID. Soon after, his personal inbox was inundated with messages, as was Big Dawan's. Big Dawan, you're acquainted with Day and Moon, right? Is the one piloting the yacht Day and Moon? The implications of Big Dawan's numerous endorsements of Yichen had piqued the interest of the astute observers. Boss, it seems we may have drawn too much attention. Yichen shot him a disapproving glance. And whose fault is that? You were the one driving so exuberantly. Ignore them, just keep your eyes on the direction. We can't afford to lose our way without GPS navigation. Rest assured, I'm back on the original route. The compass indicates Yang Minger is right behind us. Fortunately, they hadn't strayed too far off course, as Big Dawan circled back to the original path. After another 10 minutes heading northeast, Big Dawan excitedly exclaimed, Boss, look, that pine tree is enormous, it's magnificent. Yichen sent a message to Yang Mingo to inform her that they were about to land on the island and raised his binoculars to survey the northeastern horizon. Prepare to dock. There seems to be a small cove at 2 o'clock where we can anchor the jet ski. Understood, boss. Big Dawan began to reduce speed, gently steering the jet ski into the cove. Yichen held up his binoculars to examine the surroundings once more. However, as he peered towards the eastern sky, his brows furrowed in concern. Chapter 65. A-Class Epic Podocarpus with great urgency. We must act swiftly upon our arrival. Boss, what's the rush? I was hoping to catch a shark as well. We only just set out. Dawan appeared perplexed. Look to the east. Yichen gestured toward the sky in that direction. What was once a brilliant blue expanse had transformed ominously. A clear line of dark clouds loomed on the horizon. By heavens, a torrential downpour is imminent. Hurry, gather your gear, and let's ascend the mountain. We must complete this within an hour. Without hesitation, Yichen seized his axe and provisions, racing toward the shore. The treasure-hunting albatross, Xiao Tian, chirped excitedly, soaring ahead to the mountaintop, with Yichen closely following. Wait for me, boss. Dawan, armed with another axe, hurried to keep pace with Yichen. As they ran, Yichen sent a message to Yang Minger and her companion. It looks like a storm is brewing. Quickly move all essential supplies to the pickup truck. And you too. Be careful. Don't worry, we'll return as soon as possible, Yichen reassured Yang Minger. Though he couldn't help but glance at the rapidly approaching storm clouds to the east. The ominous clouds were racing toward them with alarming speed, and Yichen felt an unsettling pressure like a dark cloud looming over a city. The two men sprinted up the mountain, reaching the summit 15 minutes later. Breathless yet triumphant, Yichen immediately began to examine the stout Podocarpus tree. Podocarpus, A-Class epic tree, lush and verdant, serves as a fundamental material for crafting high-grade items. Indeed, this tree not only met the C-Class exceptional requirements, but was a true A-Class epic specimen. This is the one. Boss, this tree is rather tall, Dawan noted. Sensing a challenge ahead. However, they encountered a dilemma. Yichen had initially planned to gather a few small branches to meet the 5-kilogram requirement and return home. Upon arrival, he found the tree's massive stature made it impractical. Aside from the trunk being under 10 meters, the remaining branches soared high above. Let me give it a try. Dawan, without a second thought, swung his axe toward the tree's trunk. Be careful. Yichen's initial concern was that Dawan's powerful strike might fell the tree, which would spell disaster for them both. However, he clearly overestimated the situation. The tree remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Dawan, on the other hand, was sent tumbling back by the axe's recoil. What sort of tree is this? Dawan was taken aback, dusting himself off and inspecting his axe, which had somehow become dulled. Yichen was equally stunned. His axe, though a C-Class tool, had barely made contact before it was compromised. Was this tree made of some kind of alloy? Sorry. Boss Dawan scratched his head in regret. Yichen was more concerned about how to secure the 5 kilograms of wood than the loss of a C-Class axe. Wait, let me use my spyglass to investigate. Yichen donned the spyglass and scrutinized the magnificent tree. Podocarpus main trunk, S-Class legendary trunk, possessing extreme hardness. Impervious to anything less than A-Class epic tools. Now Yichen understood why even a C-Class axe was powerless against it. Suddenly, Xiao Tian, who had been perched on a branch, flapped its wings and took to the air. Yichen instinctively looked up. Wait a moment, Yichen realized something peculiar. An A-Class epic tree with an S-Class legendary trunk? Could it be that different parts of this tree possessed varying grades? Yichen resumed his careful examination of the towering Podocarpus. Looking up, the spyglass revealed more data. First level branch, A-Class epic, high hardness, impervious to anything less than B-Class perfect tools. He scanned the smaller branches next. Second level branch, B-Class perfect, relatively high hardness, impervious to anything less than C-Class exceptional tools. At last, Yichen had identified their target, Dawan. It seems we must climb the tree. Climb? Boss, with my physique, that might be a challenge. Dewan acknowledged his own limitations. His robust frame ill-suited for such an endeavor. Just tie the rope around me. Boss, you can climb trees? Dewan inquired, though Yachin did not openly admit that he had never climbed before. However, the tree's sturdy branches appeared promising, and he felt confident in his ability. Treating the climbing rope as a safety line, he secured one end around his waist while the other, with Xiao Tian's assistance, was tied to a first-level branch. Be careful. Dewan, unable to contribute further, took on the role of cheerleader. Yachin climbed cautiously, the main trunk nearly 10 meters high. In 10 minutes, he reached the first-level branch. Dewan carefully passed the remaining unscathed axe up to him. Yachin adjusted his balance and began to swing the axe toward the second-level branch. With a resounding crack, a 1-meter-long second-level branch fell to the ground. Success. Well done. Boss. Dewan cheered from below. Yet that solitary second-level branch weighed far less than 5 kilograms, merely about 1 kilogram at best. With no choice, Yachin would need to replicate the process. As he chopped the fourth branch, the sky darkened significantly. The eastern horizon was engulfed in thick, black clouds. Yachin, it's about to rain. When will you be back? Stay safe. Yang Ming'er and Li anxiously awaited news from their island. Yachin had no time to respond. He was precariously perched at a height where a moment's distraction could lead to disaster. Boss, that makes 4. Just one more should do it. Dewan shouted, clearing the excess twigs and leaves from the second-level branches that Yachin had cut down with his now dulled axe. Yachin tightened his grip on the axe, taking a deep breath to steady himself as he moved toward the next second-level branch. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated half the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Yachin stumbled slightly, regaining his footing and shifting closer to the first-level branch. With a final swing, he severed the last second-level branch. All done. Hurry down, Dewan exclaimed, visibly excited. Dewan, secure the other end of the rope and lower me slowly. Descending is often more challenging than ascending. With dark clouds closing in, Yachin chose the quickest descent method, a rapid vertical drop. Chapter 66. The storm approaches quick. Retreat. Yachin leapt down from the rope and glanced skyward once more. The ominous clouds loomed perilously close. Boss, what about this rope? There is no time. Let us go, Yachin urged. If the rain were to descend, their return would be impossible. The island beneath his feet was not their home, and he hadn't brought enough provisions. On foreign land, he could not procure supplies. If they were delayed and stranded here, the potential loss was secondary to the grave risk posed to their lives. They must return immediately. Without hesitation, Yachin seized his trusty axe and picked up 2 branches from the ground, rushing down the mountain with Dewan. Dewan, gathering the remaining branches, cast a glance at the battered axe. Boss, what should we do with this axe? Leave it, Yachin decisively declared. Every item they could forego was crucial. The binoculars and spyglass were treasures, lightweight and convenient for travel. The damaged axe, however, was of no further use. The two hurriedly made their descent. Xiao Tian flew low along the slope, guiding their path. Boom. The thunder began to rumble ominously overhead. Yang Ming'er and Li, anxiously awaiting Yachin's return, were in a state of distress. They had already loaded all movable items into the pickup truck as per Yachin's instructions. Yet, as the dark clouds encroached, Yang Ming'er worried not only for Yachin and Dewan, but also for the crops they had planted. With the harvest just days away, a storm would spell disaster for their group. Where's Xiaoha? Yang Ming'er scanned the area around the truck, but found no trace of the little creature. On the beach south of the cave, although Xiaoha belonged to Yang Ming'er, its time spent with Yachin had led it to regard him as a second master. Now, realizing the absence of its male master on the island, it was more anxious than the 2 girls. Xiao Di, while it's still dry, grabbed that wolfskin blanket. Let us set up some bamboo poles to create a shelter for the crops. We must protect them as best we can. Yang Ming'er was deeply concerned for their precious harvest. Yichin had planted nearly all of their seeds, and should a flood occur, the losses would be catastrophic. A breeze began to rise, as dark clouds loomed overhead. The 2 girls hurriedly uprooted a few unstable fence posts to serve as supports for their makeshift rain shelter. Sister Ming'er, this patch of land is several hundred square meters, but that wolfskin blanket is only a few square meters. It's not enough. We can't worry about that now. We must safeguard the most precious A-grade seeds, and the rest is up to fate. At this point, it was a matter of sacrificing the less valuable to protect the vital. They had only harvested 30 A-grade epic seeds, the most precious of their collection. If those were lost, acquiring more would be nearly impossible. 10 minutes later, they had managed to cover all the land containing A-grade seeds thoroughly. Above them, the dark clouds now obscured 2/3 of the sky. Yichin, have you finished? If you're running out of time, just hurry back. Yang Ming'er sent another message to Yichin. 3 minutes later, she finally received a response. We just got on the jet ski. Yichun and Dadawan hopped onto the watercraft, and Dadawan immediately turned it around. Yichun finally had a moment to reply to Yang Ming'er. Boss, it seems the battery is running low. Dadawan's words caused Yichun's brow to furrow in concern. Turning to check the electrical system, he found it was indeed below a quarter of its capacity. It was all due to the wretched weather. Yichun had calculated that even if they took a slight detour, they could recharge the jet ski with solar energy once docked. Now, however, not only was there no sun to absorb, but he could hardly even tell where it was. Maintain a steady course. Don't go too fast. Yichun had no choice but to conserve energy as much as possible. He had taken up the axe to carve down the branches, even though the wind was favorable. The remaining power was insufficient to guarantee a safe return to camp, and he had to prepare for manual paddling. 5 minutes later, the rain began to fall. And the most disheartening part was the slight change in wind direction. Boss, the battery is down to 1/5, and the system is alerting us. Dadawan frequently monitored the remaining power. Once it fell below 20%, alarms would sound. Yichun regretted not being better prepared, after all. This was his first trip on the jet ski, and he had no idea how far the power system could take them. Plus, the jet ski was new. Whether the charging system was genuinely full remained uncertain. All these factors, combined with the sudden shift in weather, had led to their current predicament. We're still 2 nautical miles from camp. It's not a big deal. Worst case, we'll paddle. As long as the wind didn't change further. Yichun was confident he could row back slowly. However, if the wind turned against them, they would be in trouble. Yichun surveyed his surroundings. Their island was clearly visible to his right. Dadawan, stay close to the shoreline. Yichun needed to prepare for the worst. As if fate had conspired against them, the wind suddenly shifted in the last nautical mile, causing turbulent waves to rise. The speed of the jet ski noticeably slowed, and the power system was nearing depletion. Yichun and Dadawan attempted to paddle manually, but the weight of the jet ski combined with their own made it nearly impossible to change their fate. With just 2 rudimentary wooden paddles Yichun had crafted. Dadawan, head for the shore. There's a beach at 2 o'clock. We need to land. In this dire moment, the only option was to reach the shore quickly and return to camp on foot. Boom. The thunder grew increasingly intense, and torrential rain began to pour. Streaks of lightning illuminated the dark sky intermittently. Crack. The jet ski drained its last ounce of power and automatically entered sleep mode. Yet, driven by a final surge of inertia, Yichun and Dadawan forced the jet ski onto the beach. Boss, will the jet ski be washed away? They jumped off, clutching all their belongings, while Dadawan hesitated, reluctant to abandon the precious watercraft. Forget about that. It's too dangerous outside. Yichun was clear-minded about what mattered most. Though the jet ski was valuable, it paled in comparison to their safety. Thunder and lightning showed no mercy. If struck, they would be obliterated. Boom. Another deafening clap of thunder echoed in their ears. Run. Throw everything into the jungle first. Yichun shouted at Dadawan. Chapter 67. 100 kilograms of iron ore acquired. Woof, woof. Little Ha, on the beach south of the cave, suddenly began to bark. Little Ha, come back. It's raining. Yang Ming'er and Dilly did not retreat into the pickup truck, but instead stayed at the mouth of the cave, anxiously awaiting the return of Yichun and Dadawan. Little Ha, who had been pacing back and forth on the beach, abruptly dashed eastward, alarming the 2 girls. Sister Ming'er, could it be that Brother Yi has returned? Dilly quickly deduced. With a chirp, Xiao Tian soared toward them. Sister Ming'er, it's Xiao Tian. Brother Yi is back. Indeed, Yichun and Dadawan's figures appeared. Soaked to the skin, they rushed into the cave just as another thunderclap echoed. Yichun felt a blinding flash illuminate half the sky behind him, and an enormous banyan tree was instantly split in 2. That was close, boss. Dadawan wiped his forehead, unsure whether it was sweat or rainwater. Yichun exhaled deeply, relieved that their swift escape had spared them from disaster. Let's take shelter in the pickup until the rain eases. The cave may shield us from the rain, but its ability to protect us from lightning is uncertain. The 4 quickly returned to the pickup. Boss, do you think our belongings will be blown away by the wind? Dadawan was still worried about the C-grade logs they had fought hard to retrieve. They should be fine. Besides, the downpour is likely to subside soon. Yichun said, gesturing out the window. Sure enough, the once dim sky gradually brightened. Did you manage to locate Ting Ting's whereabouts this time? Yichun felt a twinge of guilt as he shook his head. I'm sorry, there were too many unexpected events this time. We didn't think things through. This adventure was quite perilous, and it seems that going out to sea without adequate preparation is unwise. Although they had indeed secured the C-grade logs and gathered all the materials needed to craft a B-grade perfect tool shovel, the risks they took were substantial. Hearing that there was no news about Ting Ting, Yang Ming'er felt a bit disheartened, but they had all mentally prepared for this. Boss, the rain has stopped. Let's hurry and retrieve those logs so we can craft the tool shovel. I'm on my way. Dida1 excitedly jumped down from the pickup. After the thunderstorm, the air felt exceptionally fresh. Little Ha and Xiao Tian were busy grooming their fur. Yichin had no time to attend to the two little creatures and, along with Dida1 and the two girls, hurried back to the landing site. Boss, I found one. Once in the jungle, the four split up to search. And Dida1 was the first to find a branch. Brother Yi, the hatchet is here. Dilly discovered the hatchet Yichin had discarded in the jungle. Here's another one. Could this be the C-grade log you were looking for? Yang Minger seemed to have found a log as well. After half an hour of searching, they gradually gathered all the items they had temporarily left behind. That's right, 5 logs in total, and all the tools are here, they confirmed, ensuring nothing was missing. Yichin, what about this jet ski? Yang Mingo looked at the jet ski stranded on the beach. Upon seeing it, Yichin's mood soured. The system displayed, damaged A-grade epic jet ski. Repair required, 50 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ingots. Well, great. We sacrificed our precious A-grade epic jet ski for 5 C-grade rare logs. Damn it, more iron ingots? Boss, we can't even handle iron or right now, let alone acquire iron ingots. Iron ingots are produced by smelting iron ore, which requires a furnace. Different levels of furnaces yield varying quantities and qualities of iron ingots. Never mind, it's not a total loss. Let's take these items back. Dida1. Find a rope to tie the jet ski up. We'll come back to repair it once we have iron ingots. Without the jet ski, venturing out to sea would indeed be a challenge. Boss, what about our sea fish? Dida1 was still eager to fish for sharks from the jet ski, only to find it gone now. We still have the kayak. While they couldn't go far out to sea, they could still manage in the near shore. Back at the camp, Yichin eagerly began crafting the B-grade perfect tool shovel. Host chooses to consume 3 C-grade kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprint, and confirms the synthesis of the B-grade perfect tool shovel. Do you wish to proceed immediately? Confirm. Yichin responded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing and obtaining a B-grade perfect tool shovel. Ding. System message. As the first survivor in the chat room to synthesize a B-grade perfect tool, the system grants a special reward. 100 kilograms of E-grade ordinary iron ore. The screen lit up with the announcement. Has the Great Daemoon gone berserk again? They already have B-grade tools? How can anyone survive like this? I don't even have a single C-grade hatchet. The disparity between people felt insurmountable. 100 kilograms of iron ore? E-grade? What use is that? It seems the system's special reward this time is rather underwhelming. Some continued to admire Yichin, while others felt a tinge of sympathy for him. However, who said 100 kilograms of iron ore was useless? While it may be of little value to others, Yichin was in dire need of those 100 kilograms. The luxurious RV for the 4 heavy-duty pickup RV modification blueprint. 100 kilograms of iron ore, 100 meters of wire. Apart from the 100 meters of wire that could be obtained from the trading post, he was just short of the 100 kilograms of iron ore. Truly, it seemed he had stumbled upon a windfall without even searching. He remembered the arduous efforts spent scouting the terrain and chopping mountains, all for the sake of this iron ore. Now it had come knocking at his door. What good fortune this was. Boss, we can upgrade the pickup. Dida1 appeared even more excited than Yichin, as he had long wished to leave the cave behind. No matter how comfortable the cave was, it couldn't compare to a luxury RV. Dilly also looked thrilled, feeling guilty for having made Yichin sleep in the cave for several days. Just a moment. I'll check the trading post for wire. The only thing they lacked now was that 100 meters of wire of any grade. Yichin had not been paying much attention to the wire, as there had been plenty available in the trading post for several consecutive days. It seemed there was a surplus with no market demand. However, as Yichin scanned the trading post, his brows furrowed. How strange. Why is there not a single seller of wire? Chapter 68. The first kill was stolen in the grand expanse of the island. Yang Minger and Deely observed Yichin standing motionless, prompting them to access their trading systems. Boss, have you bought up all the wires? I don't see a single one. Yang Mingo exclaimed, perplexed. I haven't seen any either. I distinctly recall spotting several E-grade wires this morning. She continued, equally bewildered. None left. Yichin sighed as he closed the trading interface. What do you mean, none left? The trio stared at Yichin in unison. Confusion etched on their faces. He nodded. It seems they have all been purchased by someone else. Purchased? By whom? Who else would need wires? What purpose do they serve? Dida1, seemingly skeptical, reopened the trading platform for another search. The utility of wires extended beyond merely upgrading the pickup truck. They had other functions as well. Yichin cast a regretful glance toward the barriers by the lake. Ding. Congratulations to the chatroom user Death Reborn for being the first survivor to synthesize a power system. The system bestows a special reward of 100 kilograms of C-grade superior iron ingots. With this announcement, the four finally grasped where the wires had vanished to. Damn it, someone has stolen our first kill. Yichin, who had consistently claimed the first kill rewards, found himself missing out on the system's special bounty, which included the very iron ingots he desperately needed. Who could it be? How outrageous. Yang Ming'er stomped her foot in frustration, while Deely furrowed her brows in discontent. Yi Chun, however, remained remarkably composed, betraying no signs of emotional upheaval. In the face of adversity, we must forge ahead. There is no one to blame but ourselves. We have possessed the solar photovoltaic system for quite some time. Yet we have failed to establish the power system. Survival on the island mirrored reality. One should not lament the heavens, but rather reflect on personal inadequacies. So, what will we do about our wires? The current predicament was somewhat awkward. Not only had they missed the special reward, but without the 100 meters of wire, Yichin could not upgrade the pickup truck. Yet, the absence of wires was not insurmountable. Since the other party had already completed the construction of the power system, it was likely they would not require wires for some time. Furthermore, the supply of wires remained sufficiently ample. After all, they were a party of four, and they would guard the trading post. Yi Chun was acutely aware of his greatest advantage, their numbers. The strength in numbers extended beyond merely acquiring more items. Indeed, we are four in number. I refuse to believe that he can outmaneuver us without us being able to do the same. Yi Chun nodded, etching the name Death Reborn into his memory. This individual appeared to be his most formidable rival in the near future. Suddenly, a soft chirp emanated from the direction of the cave. What is wrong with Xiao Tian? Yi Chun pondered, perplexed. It seems Xiao Tian has discovered something. Let us hurry and find out. As the true master of Xiao Tian, Deely appeared to understand the bird's behavior well. The four traversed the cave and emerged onto the southern beach, where they found Xiao Tian flying low over the water in circles. De Dewan, fetch the kayak. We shall venture into the water. Boss, are we going back into the water? De Dewan protested, recalling their earlier near disaster just 2 hours prior. If you want to go, I shall. Yi Chun, without looking back, seized the kayak from the beach and sprinted toward the sea. Wait, don't leave me behind. De Dewan, seeing Yi Chun's determination, discarded his earlier trepidation. Be careful. Yang Ming'er called after them as Yi Chun and De Dewan paddled toward Xiao Tian's location. As they approached, Xiao Tian began to narrow its circling range. Ding! The treasure-seeking albatross has discovered 2 D-grade saltwater fish near the shore. De Dewan grabbed the bamboo spear. Yi Chun, lacking proper tools, had only a few makeshift fish spears at his disposal. Although Xiao Tian had identified merely 2 rare D-grade saltwater fish, it marked Yi Chun's first attempt at capturing such creatures. Guided by Xiao Tian's signals, Yi Chun soon spotted 2 half-meter-long fish leaping above the surface. With a swift plunge of his spear, he missed as the fish evaded him. Let me try. De Dewan, eager and impatient, seized another spear and plunged it into the water. Got one. To Yi Chun's astonishment, De Dewan had successfully caught a fish in a single attempt, revealing a hidden talent. Successfully captured a D-grade rare saltwater fish, yellowfin snapper, weight 0.5 kilograms. Boss, this is only a pound. De Dewan expressed his discontent with the weight. This is just the first one. The other seems larger, he declared confidently. All right, my turn. De Dewan plunged the spear once more. Incredibly, he struck again with precision. Yi Chun could only watch in disbelief at De Dewan's unexpected prowess. Successfully captured a D-grade rare saltwater fish, stone snapper, weight 1 kilogram. As anticipated, the second fish was indeed heftier. Xiao Tian, having fulfilled its purpose, chirped softly before flying back to its owner. Deely, tonight, we feast. Yi Chun and De Dewan returned triumphantly. De Dewan tossed the 2 fish onto the ground. Is this saltwater fish? Yang Ming'er gazed in astonishment at the 2 nearly lifeless fish. Indeed. Thanks to Xiao Tian and De Dewan, Yi Chun replied. Xiao Tian, you are truly remarkable, Deely exclaimed, cradling the bird in her hands. De Dewan looked on with envy, while Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Yi Chun, do these have any other uses? Yang Ming'er inquired, pointing at the fish. Their level is too low for now. Besides, with Xiao Tian, we need not worry. I am confident greater saltwater fish await us. Exactly. I am still looking forward to catching a shark. De Dewan proudly displayed his prized shark hook. Though Yi Chun had no immediate plans for sharks, he eagerly anticipated C-grade superior saltwater fish. Aside from iron ore, C-grade fish remained the primary obstacle to his upgrades. As dusk fell, the four began grilling a delightful combination of freshwater and saltwater fish. The taste of the saltwater fish was unlike anything they had experienced. Yi Chun. The wires. I see wires in the trading post. Yang Ming'er suddenly exclaimed, her attention divided between dinner and the trading platform. Chapter 69. The simultaneous appearance of two titans. Yichin promptly opened the trading platform, and as expected, there were indeed electrical wires available. E-grade ordinary electrical wire. 50 meters. Exchange for 2 C-grade extraordinary freshwater fish. Dedawan, grab 2 of the C-grade freshwater fish and bring them to the pickup truck, quickly. Understood. Dedawan tossed aside the half-eaten grilled fish and swiftly dashed toward the drying fish. Yichin bounded up to the RV, fixated on the trade interface for the electrical wire. Boss, the fish is here. Dedawan tossed the rare C-grade freshwater fish into the truck as cargo bed. Yichin immediately and decisively placed the order. Ding! You have successfully completed a transaction with YACHT, acquiring 50 meters of E-grade ordinary electrical wire. Yes, Yichin exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. Although it was merely 50 meters of wire, insufficient for the RV renovation. The rapid acquisition boosted the confidence of Yichin and his companions. Damn it, where's my wire? At that moment, someone in the chat room began to curse. Yichin. It seems Death God returns is back. Yang Mingo anxiously remarked, observing Yichin's silence as he monitored the chat room's activity. Damn it, who snatched my wire? Which scoundrel has the audacity? With no response forthcoming, Death God Returns unleashed a torrent of insults. Wow, this guy seems even more arrogant than that blonde earlier. Dedawan, filled with indignation, felt like charging into the system interface to confront him. It appeared this individual still required electrical wire. Yichin, however, remained unfazed by the vitriol, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Oh, Death God, who has displeased you? You are undoubtedly among the top 3. Who would dare to steal from you? Indeed, indeed. Aside from the Sun and Moon and #1 Titans, I only bow to you. Tell us, which brat has taken your belongings? We shall ensure he returns what he has taken. With Death God Returns' authoritative tone, a swarm of sycophantic survivors emerged. A gaggle of flatterers, utterly shameless. Dedawan disdainfully glanced at these individuals. Boss, should I help you retaliate? Just mention your name, and let us see who dares to speak again. Yichin was now recognized as the foremost survivor, his reputation resounding. These braggarts likely only bullied the weak. If they encountered someone formidable, they would surely flee faster than anyone else. Yichin shook his head, reasoning that as long as others did not easily expose themselves, there was no need to stir trouble unnecessarily. It was wiser to avoid conflict. However, Yichin underestimated the situation. Soon, a trembling voice emerged in the chat room. The wires, they were listed by me. The message came from YACHT. Yichin narrowed his eyes at the message. Quick. Tell us who stole from the Death God. We'll bring that rascal to justice. Though Death God Returns remained silent, the sycophants began to issue commands as if they were titans themselves. YACHT was now at a loss for what to do, seeing that he had not responded. The flatterers grew bolder. Hey, kid, we're asking you a question. Have you gone mute? Speak up. Death God Returns, emboldened by the support, was no longer courteous. Speak up. I want to make trouble for that person. Just let him return the wires. I can even offer double the price as compensation. Such generosity from the Death God. Come on, kid. What is taking you so long? The esteemed Titan has spoken. Yes. Speak up quickly. The chat room buzzed with excitement. It was merely me wanting to exchange for 2 fish. At that moment, a message interrupted the chaos. Damn it, that kid is here. Yichin's 8 words were followed by an unfinished line, leaving everyone hanging. The previously boisterous chat room fell into an eerie silence, as all eyes were drawn to the ID that followed those 8 words. Sun and Moon stars. Boss, weren't you supposed to stay low-key? Why the sudden appearance? Dedawan found himself puzzled. Yichin, who typically preferred to remain under the radar, had unexpectedly made his entrance. Calmly sipping water, Yichin remarked, They've come knocking at my door. What can I do? Besides, do you think the one selling me the electrical wire can keep quiet? Yichin's intuition was spot on. YACHT let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that casually listing electrical wire would stir such a tempest. Upon discovering that the survivor he was trading with was Sun and Moon stars, he was taken aback. Before he could recover, the third-ranked Death God Returns came looking for him. Fortunately, the Titan Sun and Moon stars had intervened, saving him from trouble. Now, the once boisterous survivors in the chat room found themselves bewildered. Little did they expect that a mere roll of electrical wire would provoke the appearance of 2 titans, the top and third-ranked players. Yichin's sudden presence rendered the chat room astonishingly quiet. Continuing to collect electrical wire, prices are negotiable via private message. Now that he had revealed himself, Yichin wasted no time and boldly announced his intent to gather electrical wire. He was in dire need of that final 50 meters, and he would not shy away from competition. Sun and Moon, isn't this a bit excessive? Death God Returns, who had been silent for a long time, could no longer contain himself. He had initially thought this trivial matter could be resolved by his sycophants, but now a formidable opponent had emerged. The sycophants fell silent, their bravado extinguished. While the chatroom quieted down, countless eyes were still glued to the unfolding drama. The audience eagerly awaited the showdown between the two titans on the leaderboard. Continuing to collect electrical wire, prices are negotiable via private message. Everyone expected a war of words to erupt, but instead, YACHT simply copied and pasted his earlier message. Hey, Sun and Moon, I'm talking to you. Death God Returns was incensed by being so blatantly ignored, nearly typing his words incorrectly in frustration. Oh, you're looking for me? Selling me electrical wire? The crowd was once again left speechless at YACHT's response. At that moment, the chat room fell into complete silence. Chapter 70, the betting agreement. The chat room once again fell into a profound silence. After a moment, the Grim Reaper returned to speak. Sun and Moon, are you preparing to oppose me? YACHT casually replied, you think too much. This is an exchange. Everyone simply trades resources based on demand and capability. Seeking death. The Grim Reaper, seemingly impatient, found YACHT's nonchalant responses infuriating. Sun and Moon, you have two choices. Either obediently hand over the wires, or await my arrival on your island to deal with you. You fool, understand the situation. You ranked third. Just dared to provoke my boss. It is you who is courting death. Dedewan, also an impatient character, witnessed his leader being taunted and, unlike YACHT, did not maintain a calm demeanor. He immediately retaliated. All right, let us compare our rankings. We shall see the results in 3 days. The opposing party seemed quite confident. Let us do it then. I'm not afraid of you. Dedewan quickly shot back. Instantly, the chat room buzzed with excitement. This was a showdown between two titans of the leaderboard. Dedewan, don't act on your own. YACHT hasn't even spoken yet. Yang Minger shot a glare at Dedewan, who was speaking for himself. What is there to fear? My boss has already reached level 6. What is there to worry about? Dedewan appeared even more confident than YACHT. Fine, since you are willing to engage in a challenge, let us wager. The Grim Reaper seemed even more eager than Dedewan. These two were indeed a pair of live wires. What shall we bet on? This time, Dedewan did not need to waste words. YACHT spoke up himself. If we are to bet, let us wager something substantial. What do you have in hand? The other party was fishing for information, but YACHT was no fool. There are many items, provided you have something worthwhile to offer. All right, since the stakes are set. I have 100 liters of diesel. I believe you will find this intriguing. YACHT was surprised that the other party seemed to be aware of his needs. Okay. But what do you want in return? I want your A-grade epic resource, the water purifier. It appeared the opposing party had come well prepared. YACHT felt no need to be polite any longer. Marvelous. Marvelous. Come and witness. The two great leaders are about to wager. Front row sunflower seeds and almonds are now on sale. Wow, they're betting such a large amount right off the bat. By the way, why does the Sun and Moon want diesel? You don't get it, do you? The items in the hands of the Sun and Moon are beyond your comprehension. The chat room was suddenly flooded with many onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. In fact, these individuals had been watching from outside, but had fallen silent upon the leader's declaration. Now the show was about to begin, and they were no longer polite, rushing in eagerly. Two leaders. You must keep your word. No cheating. It seems some spectators, wanting more excitement, intentionally stirred the pot. I will serve as the notary. Both of you are reputable individuals. So I trust you will keep your promises. To everyone's surprise, a survivor took it upon himself to become the notary. Go away. We don't need you as a notary. The system automatically provides a betting agreement. Suddenly, a voice emerged in the chat room. A betting agreement? YACHT had not previously paid attention to this. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found such an option. Betting agreement. Both parties will engage in a wager under system supervision. The pledged resources will be managed by the system. After both parties accept the betting agreement, the pledged resources may continue to be used but cannot be consumed. Upon completion of the wager, the system will redistribute the pledged resources according to the terms of the wager. In essence, the system acted as a third-party escrow service. YACHT found this agreement rather amusing as it favored him. According to the agreement, his water purifier could still be utilized during the betting period, while the opposing party's diesel would be sealed, as it was a consumable item. Boss, even if we lose, we can deliberately damage the water purifier, right? Dream on if you want to take our things. Dedewan, who had initiated the situation, was now coming up with dubious ideas. Do you think the system is foolish? Look at the last special note. YACHT pointed to the small print at the bottom of the agreement. If the system detects malicious violations by either party, it will automatically impose penalties, including but not limited to the following: directly depriving the violating party of all resources, permanently banning the violating party from the exchange, directly determining the death of the violating party. Upon reading the third point, De Dewan could not help but gasp in shock. This system is formidable. The cost of crime is indeed too high, including a direct determination of death. Yichun, do we have confidence in winning against him? Yang Ming'er, being a girl, naturally felt somewhat intimidated by this seemingly ominous betting agreement. What is there to fear? At worst, we lose a water purifier. Besides, we have 4 people. I refuse to believe he has more people than us. Yichun remained quite confident, as he was. After all, the first survivor to elevate his sign-in level to 6. This alone would likely intimidate most survivors. As for why the Grim Reaper dared to provoke Yichun, Yichun understood. First, this fellow believed himself to be the first to establish an electric grid system, thinking that his survival environment had improved qualitatively, thus securing high scores. Second, he genuinely desired that water purifier. Diesel was not particularly critical for most survivors. What did it matter if he lost? To outsiders, this betting contest appeared thrilling. But both parties involved were remarkably composed. Under the supervision of the system, the first betting agreement in the island world officially came into effect. The sole criterion for determining victory was the ranking on the leaderboard 3 days later. Whoever ranked higher would be the victor of the betting agreement. Well, the leaders are betting so high. Does anyone want to bet against me? I'll wager a kilogram of bread. I'll bet 2, just on the rankings. I'll wager a C-grade freshwater fish. Count me in. It seemed that witnessing the leader's wager had ignited the gambling spirit in many survivors. And they began to place their own bets. The great leaders had money to wager high. Those who were less fortunate opted for smaller stakes. As the saying goes, small bets bring joy, while large bets may lead to ruin. Betting on harmless items could indeed be quite entertaining. As a result, Yichun and his companions saw a myriad of agreements beneath the system's built-in betting agreement. Various whimsical items began to emerge one after another. Yichun scratched his head, surprised that the situation had developed in such a direction. Boss, we are about to get diesel, 100 liters. Now we need not worry about having a vehicle without fuel. De Dawan was indeed quite optimistic, seemingly believing they had already won the betting agreement. With his demeanor suggesting preparations for a celebration. Yichun, we have wires again. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Yang Ming'er made another discovery. Chapter 71, Self-Production and Self-Sale. Yichun promptly logged back into the system. As anticipated, there was yet another request for 20 meters of wire in exchange for 2 kilograms of provisions and 5 bottles of fresh water. Confident in the abundance of supplies in the back of his pickup truck, he decisively clicked the transaction button. Congratulations! You have successfully completed a transaction with the Raisin. Acquiring 20 meters of E-grade wire. Damn it! Who is it this time? Who dares to steal my wire? Soon, the familiar voice of the Grim Reaper returned, filled with curses. Ha ha ha, foolish boy, your speed is lacking. De Dawan immediately switched to taunting mode. Shit, you all better watch closely. The Grim Reaper was evidently furious after losing 2 consecutive wire transactions to Yichun. Although he had successfully established a power grid system, it was only capable of generating electricity, and many vital components were still missing, the most critical of which was wire. Boss, we are just 30 meters short, De Dawan said with palpable excitement. Indeed, with 4 of us stationed at the trading post, we stand a good chance, Yang Ming'er added confidently, bolstered by their numbers. Yet, Yichun furrowed his brow. He received private messages regarding wire, and the prices were negotiable. As he had feared, the Grim Reaper had openly begun to offer exorbitant prices for wire. A price war over wire was the last thing Yichun wished to see. But the last 30 meters were indeed hindering his ability to upgrade the pickup. The pickup could not be upgraded to a luxurious 4-person RV, which not only affected the leaderboard but also significantly inconvenienced their living situation. Why worry? Does he think he can outspend us? He's delusional. De Dawan remained unfazed. The 2 girls exchanged worried glances, turning to Yichun. Although wire did not initially appear scarce, it had become so after the Grim Reaper acquired a batch. Despite being E-grade, a common material, it was still a tangible resource that was limited in supply. However, if we rely on synthesis, Yichun immediately scrutinized the synthesis system. E-grade ordinary wire, E-grade ordinary copper ingot, E-grade ordinary plastic. Indeed, wire could be synthesized through the system, but both copper ingots and plastic required separate synthesis. E-grade ordinary copper ingot, produced from copper or in a furnace. Different grades of copper or yield different grades of ingots in various furnaces. The synthesis method for copper ingots closely resembled that of iron ingots. As for plastic, it was relatively easier to procure. E-grade ordinary plastic can be exchanged for any plastic products within the system. Do we have any useless plastic products on hand? Yichun inquired of his companions. It seems we don't have much. Dealey glanced around, noting that aside from the plastic panel in the pickup, there was nothing else readily available. Surely, they wouldn't dismantle the steering wheel for a bit of plastic. No worries. We can't acquire it. Yi Chen surveyed the trading post again. While ready-made E-grade plastic was unavailable, there were plenty of trading goods containing plastic. Yi Chen, even if we managed to get plastic, what about the copper ingots? Unlike plastic, copper ingots are the real obstacle to synthesizing wire. Look at this. Yi Chen pointed to 2 listings for copper ore in the trading post. Someone is indeed selling copper ore? Boss, you are incredible. In truth, it wasn't that Yi Chen was exceptionally skilled. At this stage, few paid attention to such resources. Aside from seasoned players like Yi Chen, who were already dealing with metals like iron, who would notice the more elusive copper ore. Yi Chen effortlessly traded some provisions for 10 kilograms of E-grade ordinary copper ore. Brother Yi, how do we transform this copper ore into copper ingots? Once one challenge was resolved, another arose. To synthesize wire, copper ingots were essential. To create copper ingots, not only was copper ore required, but a furnace was also necessary. Yes, Yi Chen, we don't have a furnace either. A furnace. At that moment, Yi Chen and his companions indeed lacked one. However, the absence of a furnace did not imply they couldn't create one. E-grade ordinary furnace requires 10 kilograms of D-grade rare clay or higher, 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand or higher. Just because others couldn't create a furnace didn't mean they couldn't. D-grade rare clay and sand were currently scarce resources, though clay and sand appeared commonplace. Acquiring higher-grade materials was not easy. The challenge lay in exploration and filtration. Clay lay beneath the beach, but without a tool like a viewing lens. Finding it would require significant effort. As for D-grade rare sand, only Yi Chen's group could currently filter it. Can we really synthesize a furnace? De Wan seemed bewildered. Indeed, not only can we synthesize one, but perhaps we can produce a higher-grade model. Since they had decided to synthesize a furnace for melting copper ingots, they might as well aim high and directly create a superior furnace. D-grade rare furnace requires 10 kilograms of C-grade exceptional clay or higher, 10 kilograms of C-grade exceptional sand or higher. C-grade exceptional furnace requires 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay or higher, 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect sand or higher. Yi Chen had no means to create a furnace of higher grade, as he currently could not filter A-grade epic sand. Thus, synthesizing a C-grade furnace would suffice, if necessary. A D-grade one would be adequate as well. It seems we genuinely might be able to synthesize it. Yang Mingao scanned the synthesis system and realized that the 4 of them had the capacity to obtain the required materials. It's getting late. The sun is about to set. Tomorrow morning, we will divide tasks. Minger, you, and Deely will work hard on the beach to try and filter out 10 kilograms of B-grade perfect sand. If that proves too difficult, getting 10 kilograms of C-grade sand will suffice. De Wan, you, and I will search for clay, aiming to bring back some high-grade clay. Yi Chen promptly assigned the task for the following day. All right. Obtaining 10 kilograms of B-grade sand in a day may be challenging, but C-grade sand should be manageable. Filtering sand was labor-intensive and time-consuming, requiring sheer persistence. The time needed for 10 kilograms of B-grade sand far exceeded that of C-grade. Pragmatic Yang Minger refrained from making any rash promises. Boss, don't worry. With me around, I guarantee I'll secure 10 kilograms of S-grade clay. De Wan boasted confidently. Yi Chen, do we really need to make such a fuss for just 30 meters of wire? Yang Minger asked, her brows furrowed in confusion. Initially, it wasn't necessary. But now it has become imperative. Yi Chen had already devised a meticulous plan in his mind. Chapter 72. The journey of crafting electric wires. As the night deepened, the exchange ceased to showcase even a single meter of electric wire. No matter how the Grim Reaper bellowed in vain, there was simply no supply to be found. While the shortage of wires was a primary factor, Yifeng believed that the real reason lay in their rarity. The necessity for wire among the 2 titans atop the leaderboard indicated its status as a coveted commodity. Even if some wires were available, certain individuals would hoard them, watching the prices soar, unwilling to part with them hastily. At this moment, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Not only did he have no concerns about obtaining the wires he needed, but his mind also wandered to other ambitions. Boss, in 3 days, our second batch of fruits and vegetables will be ripe. Should we fear it? Moreover, by then, we'll have upgraded our pickup truck and improved the power system. Oh, and the fence. This can also be upgraded in the next few days. I refuse to believe that kid can outdo us. Big Roll remained brimming with confidence. Yi Chen was well aware of the circumstances. He never engaged in a battle unprepared. If the Grim Reaper thought that completing the power grid first would allow him to surpass Yi Chen, it merely demonstrated the youth's naivety. Get some rest. We have plenty of work tomorrow. The initial plan for swiftly reinforcing the fence could not be delayed any further. Establishing the furnace, securing the wires, and upgrading the pickup truck were all vital for enhancing their defenses. Both tasks were imperative. That night, the 4 were exhausted and could not stay awake until midnight to sign in. They all fell into a deep slumber until dawn broke. Yuchen was roused only by Big Roll's urging. Boss, that kid seems to have called out all night for electric wires. Yuchen casually glanced at the chat room. The Grim Reaper was indeed persistent, still fervently advertising for wires. Have you all signed in? As Yuchen got up, Li and Yang Minger were already tidy, waiting at the cave entrance. Sorry, Brother Yi, but it seems today is not my lucky day. I received an E-level sign-in reward. Li lowered her head, embarrassed. It's all right. Although the sign-in system is impressive, the probability of getting something good is only a quarter. We can't expect an S-level reward every day, Yuchen reassured her. Exactly. My luck is also lacking today. Also an E-level reward. Look at me. I'm not bothered at all, Big Roll chimed in shamelessly. Yuchen shot him a glance. The probability of his sign-in rewards could hardly compare to Li's completely different tiers. Well, I only got a D level, just a Pikachu onesie. It seemed the group was collectively experiencing a streak of bad luck. Boss, it's up to you now. Hurry and sign in. With their hopes dwindling, Big Roll placed all his faith in Yichun. I'm not Li. Don't have too high expectations of me. It's all right. Your sign-in probability is impressive too. Yichun ignored Big Roll's chatter and proceeded to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received a C-level extraordinary reward, a 2,000-watt induction cooker. Yichun displayed his sign-in reward and shrugged. Sorry. My reward doesn't seem that great either. He accepted it nonchalantly. There are good days and bad days. I acknowledge both. It seems everyone's luck is lacking today. Big Roll scratched his head. An induction cooker. If we establish the power system, we won't have to make fires anymore. That would be much more convenient. Making fires had become a daily necessity. While the flavor of fire-cooked food was exquisite, it was quite a hassle. Even with a lighter, one still needed to gather firewood and manage the flames, which was certainly less convenient than an induction cooker. Boss, let us go. It's getting late. Today we need to search for high-grade clay mines. Big Roll was already prepared, shouldering the hard-earned B-level perfect tool shovel. The two girls also looked ready, with plastic buckets and sand filters at the ready. All right, let us set off. We need to return this afternoon to build some bamboo walls. The four divided into two groups and headed towards the beach south of the cave. In the chat room, the Grim Reaper was still clamoring for electric wires at exorbitant prices, while Yuchen had embarked on his journey to craft wires. Equipped with the magical spyglass, Yuchen began searching for clay along the coastline, while the two girls collected sand on site. You two don't need to follow us too far. Just stay at the cave entrance and sift the sand. Xiaoha, you're in charge of keeping watch. Woof woof. Xiaoha barked smartly. Having learned from past experiences, Yichun prioritized the safety of his companions in every decision. Protecting their stronghold and ensuring the safety of his friends was paramount. Leaving Yang Minger and Li at the beach to sift sand, Yichun and Big Roll ventured east along the coast. Why is clay so hard to find? It seems to be nowhere. Big Roll had already snatched the spyglass from Yichun and dashed ahead. Although clay seemed worthless, it was indeed difficult to locate. Especially high-grade clay. No rush. We haven't thoroughly explored this route before. Let us go east and see. Yesterday, during the storm, they had fled back to the cave along this path, but in their haste, they had no time to observe the terrain and vegetation. As Yuchen walked, he kept an eye on his surroundings. The sandy path was picturesque, with soft white sand beneath his feet, palm trees lining the left, and a brilliant blue sky above. The refreshing sea breeze was truly invigorating. Boss, slow down, let me check ahead. Big Roll, being impatient, surveyed the area for clay but found none. So he ventured eastward alone without waiting for Yichun. While Yichun observed the terrain and nearby vegetation, he also kept an eye on the chat room and the exchange. The Grim Reaper was indeed in a foul mood, cursing for not receiving any wires throughout the night. Damn it. If I find out who's hoarding wires and not selling them, I'll make them pay. Yichun snorted, shaking his head in sympathy. This was a world of survival on an island. Did he really think himself the king of the beach? How childish. Boss, I see our jet ski. Big Roll, having run ahead, dashed back excitedly. Upon seeing the jet ski in need of repair, Yichun couldn't help but feel distressed. Repairing the jet ski required iron ore. He was lacking many essential items. Boss, come quickly. I've made a discovery. Just as Yichun lamented over the jet ski, Big Roll suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 73. Discovery of the clay deposit. Yichun hurriedly approached. At that moment, the Dawan was already ecstatic, flailing his arms in excitement. Boss, come quickly. We struck it rich. This time, we're going to make a fortune. Fortune? Yichun asked, perplexed. Dawan handed him the spyglass. Boss, put this on and take a look. So much clay. Yichun couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. One would think they had unearthed a gold mine. He took the spyglass and scanned the ground. Indeed, there was clay quite a substantial amount. The discovery of the clay mine revealed 1,500 kilograms of E-grade ordinary clay, 450 kilograms of D-grade rare clay, 150 kilograms of C-grade exceptional clay, 80 kilograms of B-grade perfect clay, 30 kilograms of A-grade epic clay, 8 kilograms of S-grade legendary clay, and 800 grams of super S-grade divine clay. Yuchen's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the clay deposit beneath him. This was truly a vein of clay, over 2 tons, and it even included S-grade and super S-grade clay. With this, what could he possibly worry about? Furnaces, porcelain, wires. All within easy reach. Dewan, start digging. Without hesitation, Yuchen declared the excavation to commence. He glanced once more at the damaged motorboat, realizing that what was lost had been replaced with something greater. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 kilograms of E-grade ordinary clay. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 kilograms of D-grade rare clay. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional clay. After just 3 shovels full, Dewan effortlessly collected 8 kilograms of clay, including 1 kilogram of C-grade exceptional clay. In less than 10 minutes, Yuchen filled a plastic bucket he had brought with him. Boss, this is too heavy. A small cart would have been perfect. The bounty was so great that it seemed to wear them out. The two of them struggled to carry the 45 kilograms bucket of clay, fearing it might crush under the weight. How did you come back so quickly? Di Li and Yang Ming who had just begun their work on the beach, were surprised to see Yuchen and Dewan laboriously returning with a plastic bucket. Ming do you have any empty plastic buckets left? Yang Ming stared blankly at the empty bucket beside her. I'm exhausted, boss. Let me rest for a moment. Dewan wiped the sweat from his brow. They had trudged a kilometer with the filled bucket and were quite fatigued. What is this? The two girls looked at the bucket in confusion. Clay, all clay. It's just too heavy. I'm worn out, Dewan panted. Clay, you found it so quickly? Yang Ming and Di Li exchanged incredulous glances. The girls had prepared for a long battle, even bringing snacks to sustain them through the morning as they sifted sand. Not expecting Yuchen and Dewan to return with a full bucket in less than an hour. Is this all clay? Di Li leaned closer to peer into the bucket, her expression one of bewilderment. Yes, and it likely contains some higher-grade clay as well. We need to sort it out. Sorting clay was far simpler than sifting through sand. Of course, there was a prerequisite. One must have a spyglass. With this marvelous tool, one could effortlessly categorize the clay by its varying colors with just a blink. How high-grade? Just how high-grade is it? Where did you dig this up? How did you manage to gather so much? The two girls were filled with disbelief. Is there more? There's still 1 or 2 tons left. We probably won't finish digging until dawn. I need a breather. This is exhausting. Dewan plopped down onto the ground. And there's more? The girls were utterly astounded, realizing that the overflowing bucket of clay was merely an appetizer. This time, our harvest is bountiful. For a considerable time to come, we need not worry about lacking clay. Indeed. We have more than enough, even some super S-grade clay. By the way, how's the sand sifting going? When can we synthesize copper ingots? Dewan was eager, almost impatiently wishing to create copper ingots on the spot. We. The two girls lowered their heads in embarrassment. It had barely been a while since Yuchen and Dewan left, and they hadn't even warmed their seats. Yet how could they have finished sifting the sand? Not to worry. Today we have exceeded our goal of finding clay, and we have ample time. Dewan, I'll hand the B-grade shovel to you. You'll be responsible for constructing the reinforced fence while I assist Ming and Di Li with sifting sand. Yuchen allocated the tasks once more. All right, boss. Enjoy your beach carnival with the beauties. I'll handle the heavy lifting. Haha. Dewan flashed a cheeky grin at Yuchen before scampering away. Brother Yi, why don't you take a break? The sand sifting is more than enough for the two of us. Di Li felt a bit guilty for troubling Yuchen again, as the task was originally hers. Yuchen glanced at the two beautiful girls engrossed in their work, realizing he was indeed superfluous. He decided not to linger on it, instead retrieving the wolfskin blanket and pillow from the cave. He munched on the snacks Yang Ming had traded for while browsing the chat room and marketplace. Yuchen was enjoying his time immensely, almost wishing he had sunglasses to soak up the sun. In the chat room, the user Death God Returns was still clamoring for attention. I'll trade a C-grade mountain axe for 100 meters of wire. Any level will do. Is there anything for sale? Wow, Death God is generous. Trading a mountain axe for wire. Impressive. A true big shot. Unfortunately, despite his repeated calls, Death God attracted a swarm of sycophants, but no sellers. Add 2 D-grade freshwater fish. No. 3. Anyone willing to sell? Amidst the flattery, Death God raised his offer even further. Yuchen, chewing on nuts, scoffed at the antics of this fool in the chat room. Go ahead, raise it higher. I hope you drive the price to the heavens. An hour later, Yang Ming approached Yuchen, carrying a small bucket of sand. Yuchen, We've gathered 10 kilograms of D-grade sand. How about you synthesize a furnace to try it out? The two girls were eager to create wires. They had just finished collecting the D-grade sand and brought it to Yi-chun. That works. I have a simpleton waiting for supplies. Yi-chun smirked as he looked at the chat room where Death God returns awaited. Chapter 74. Synthesizing copper ingots. 10 kilograms of D-grade rare sand and 10 kilograms of D-grade rare clay were required to synthesize an E-grade ordinary furnace. Without hesitation, Yi-chun opted for the synthesis. Thus, the E-grade ordinary furnace was born. Although it was merely an entry-level furnace, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. With this furnace, could he possibly fear the inability to synthesize wires? Dealey cleverly brought over the 10 kilograms of E-grade copper ore that Yi-chun had collected from the pickup truck. Yi-chun meticulously examined the usage instructions for the furnace, E-grade ordinary furnace, a fundamental tool for smelting various ores and crafting pottery and glass. Method of use. Insert the materials to be smelted into the furnace, ignite the base, and maintain the flame for 1 hour. The furnace will automatically complete the smelting process. The instructions were quite straightforward, with the only caveat being to ensure the flame at the furnace's base did not extinguish. The Dewan, gather the bamboo we replaced. We need to start a fire to melt the copper ingots. Yi-chun shouted to the Dewan, who was busy digging holes and inserting bamboo. Boss, I'm coming. Upon hearing that Yi-chun was preparing to smelt copper ingots, the Dewan hurried over, carrying a large bundle of discarded bamboo. Boss, take a break. I'll handle the fire. With great thoughtfulness, the Dewan quickly began stuffing bamboo into the furnace's base. As the crackling sounds of the bamboo igniting filled the air, the Dewan tossed the entire 10 kilograms of E-grade copper ore into the furnace. Now, all that was left was to watch over the furnace. The two girls observed the situation while continuing their work. It seemed that having multiple furnaces would significantly enhance efficiency. The prospect of smelting with 3 or 4 furnaces at once was exhilarating. You keep watch. I'll go gather more bamboo, the Dewan said. Boss, this B-grade tool shovel is incredible. I've already dug dozens of holes with it. It's so efficient. Yi-chun was eager to experience the prowess of this B-grade perfect tool shovel, for its synthesis was no simple task. Grabbing the shovel from the ground, Yi-chun plunged it into the earth, and instantly, a deep hole approximately 1 meter in depth appeared. He exerted too much force and nearly stumbled. This shovel was truly remarkable. Even a strong man could not manage to dig a hole with a single strike using an ordinary shovel. The 5-fold efficiency was indeed as impressive as advertised. After Yi-chun dug 70 to 80 holes, the Dewan was nearing completion as well. Congratulations, host. Using the E-grade ordinary furnace, consuming 10 kilograms of E-grade ordinary copper ore, successfully synthesized 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary copper ingot and 200 grams of D-grade rare copper ingot. The moderate quality and quantity of the copper ingots were likely due to the low levels of both the furnace and the copper ore. Nevertheless, the 4 of them were quite satisfied. This was their first successful synthesis of copper ingots. With the copper ingots secured, the wire seemed like a mere formality. Boss, let us continue synthesizing. We are about to get our wires. The Dewan looked at Yi-chun with eager anticipation. Yi-chun combined the prepared plastic with the 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary copper ingot. Congratulations, host. Consuming 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary copper ingot and 1 kilogram of E-grade ordinary plastic. Successfully synthesized 100 meters of E-grade ordinary wire and 10 meters of D-grade rare wire. The first synthesis of wire was a success. Ha ha ha. We did it. Now we will never be short on wires. Let that fool keep shouting. The Dewan exclaimed excitedly, while also taking a moment to deride the returning Grim Reaper. Yi-chun, we can upgrade the pickup truck now. Yang Ming gazed hopefully at the vehicle that had accompanied their group for many days. Yi-chun exhaled in relief. They were only one step away from upgrading the pickup truck into a luxurious RV. Boss, look. That fool actually traded 2 mountain axes for 30 meters of E-grade wire. It's hilarious. Yi-chun glanced at the chat room and, unsurprisingly, saw that the Grim Reaper had indeed made a deal that would leave him at a significant loss. A C-grade excellent mountain axe was undeniably a rare item. The Grim Reaper had quite the wealth to be able to afford 2 of them. The Dewan, you assist the girls with screening sand. I will sort the clay. Since this fool is so wealthy, let us burn through his money. Brother Yi, aren't we upgrading the pickup truck? Dealey inquired, her brow furrowed with confusion. There's no rush. Before upgrading the pickup truck, we need to make some profits. Upgrading the pickup truck would likely trigger a system notification across the entire survival island. And Yi-chun preferred to keep a low profile while quietly amassing wealth. Yi-chun, are you planning to sell? Yang Ming seemed to catch on to Yi-chun's intentions. Yi-chun nodded and said, one party is willing to buy, and the other is willing to sell. If he wants to pay a high price, Then we shall sell at a high price. An hour later, they acquired another batch of D-grade rare sand. And Yuchen had also cleared out all the copper ore from the trading post. 50 kilograms of E-grade copper ore, 20 kilograms of D-grade copper ore, and 5 kilograms of C-grade copper ore. Yuchen also made some unexpected gains. 50 kilograms of E-grade iron ore. Dewan, let us move the copper ore off the truck. Wow, boss, you cleared out so much copper ore. What is this? Why is there also red copper ore? That is iron ore, a pleasant surprise. The two chatted as they began to unload the copper ore. It was exceedingly heavy, and both Yuchen and Dewan were drenched in sweat from the labor. Boss, we really should get a cart after an exhausting session of physical labor. Both of them were panting heavily. A flatbed cart Yuchen had longed for one. Having a small cart would resolve all short-distance transport issues. However, with none available for purchase at the trading post, Yuchen had to check the synthesis system. Indeed, it existed. E-grade ordinary flatbed hand truck. Cargo capacity, 200 kilograms 10 kilograms D-grade rare plastic, 2 kilograms D-grade rare rubber, 5 kilograms C-grade excellent iron ingots. D-grade rare flatbed hydraulic hand truck. Cargo capacity, 500 kilograms 10 kilograms C-grade excellent plastic, 5 kilograms C-grade rare rubber, 10 kilograms B-grade perfect iron ingots, hydraulic system blueprint. C-grade excellent flatbed solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic truck. Cargo capacity, 2 tons, with electric lifting function. 2 D-grade rare flatbed hand trucks, 10 kilograms B-grade perfect plastic, 10 kilograms B-grade perfect rubber, 10 kilograms A-grade epic iron ingots. C-grade excellent flatbed solar-powered electric cargo hydraulic truck blueprint. 3 medium solar panels. Chapter 75. Awaiting my slaughter. As Yuchen progressed deeper into the synthesis system, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The system truly encompassed a myriad of possibilities. However, the challenge lay in the high demands for materials. Rubber? What even is that? The requirements included high-grade plastics, superior iron ingots, solar panels, and blueprints. Such a headache. It appeared that constructing a cart would be a formidable task, leaving him reliant on manual labor. Having set up the furnace beside his pickup truck, Yuchen commenced his smelting work. The young ladies had toiled throughout the morning, successfully sifting out a batch of C-grade extraordinary sand. They also gathered a portion of D-grade rare sand, along with an additional C-grade batch. Without hesitation, Yuchen utilized the sand and clay to synthesize an ordinary E-grade furnace and a rare D-grade furnace. Now, he had 3 furnaces at his disposal. Each furnace could process a maximum of 10 kilograms of copper ore per unit of time. Yuchen stored away the mere 5 kilograms of C-grade copper ore he possessed, consuming 2 portions of 10 kilograms of E-grade copper ore and 1 portion of 10 kilograms of D-grade copper ore instead. Dewan was promptly assigned to dig holes and set up bamboo. Yuchen, Yang Minger, and Li each took charge of 1 furnace. An hour later, the results emerged. The 2 E-grade ordinary furnaces collectively produced 200 meters of E-grade ordinary wire and 25 meters of D-grade rare wire. The D-grade rare furnace yielded 140 meters of E-grade ordinary wire, 30 meters of D-grade rare wire, and an additional 10 meters of C-grade extraordinary wire. Now, combined with the previously acquired 100 meters of E-grade wire and 10 meters of D-grade wire, the 4 of them had a total of 440 meters of E-grade wire, 65 meters of D-grade wire, and 10 meters of C-grade wire. Over 500 meters of wire not only resolved the issue of upgrading the pickup truck, but also left them with a surplus. Boss, what is the purpose of having so much wire? Dewan clearly remained oblivious to Yuchen's intentions. To sell to the return of the Reaper. Yuchen grinned as he opened the trading platform. Why sell to him? That fool. Just as he began to voice his confusion, Dewan seemed to connect the dots, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Since this fool is buying at a high price, let us sell to him at an exorbitant rate. Ha ha ha, we'll make a fortune. No, we'll fleece him." However, the issue lies in the fact that you and Dewan are acquaintances. Yuchen leaned closer to Yang Minger and Li, mischievously proposing, "Then we must rely on the 2 lovely ladies." We? Li and Yang Minger exchanged bewildered glances, pointing at themselves. "You 2 shall proceed as suggested." Yuchen conveyed his plan with an air of mystery. "Boss, you're utterly wicked, but I like it." Ha ha ha. After hearing Yuchen's scheme, Dewan erupted into laughter. Soon after, the colleagues in the trading platform were astonished by an outrageous exchange rate. 50 meters of E-grade ordinary wire, requiring 1 blueprint for a B-grade perfect tool hammer, 1 for a B-grade perfect tool shovel, 1 for a B-grade perfect tool axe, 1 for an A-grade epic building hammer, 3 C-grade extraordinary mountain axes, 1 kayak, 100 seeds of B-grade perfect vegetables, and 20 C-grade extraordinary freshwater fish. Who on earth is this? Is he mad or foolish? Is this wire made of 24K pure gold? The price. Why not just buy the moon outright? Some survivors immediately began to curse. This seller is beyond black. In everyone's eyes, this is pure insanity. Oh dear, precious commodities are hard to come by. This era is incomprehensible. You know nothing. Value lies in rarity. The sought-after items by the big shots naturally carry a hefty price tag. So what is the fuss about? Indeed, all you paupers should cease your clamoring. If you possess wire, sell it. The likes of Day and Night and the Reaper are vying for these items, which naturally elevates their worth. As the chaos ensued, the high demand for wire became common knowledge. The Reaper had been calling out for nearly an entire day, yet had only managed to acquire a handful of meters of wire, underscoring its scarcity. Amidst the discussions, everyone turned their attention to the seller's name. Little D. This ID seems unfamiliar. Haha. Boss, you're incredible. This price is so steep, I'm almost embarrassed to set it. D. Lee shared the same sentiment, having doubted herself multiple times before finally entering the exorbitant price. This ISNT selling, it's outright robbery. For 50 meters of E-grade wire, for blueprints alone, are demanded. If someone actually buys this, they must be completely deranged. Minger, it's your turn. With D. Lee's task complete, it was young Minger's moment to shine. Look, someone else is selling wire. Selling wire, bring your prices. The news was propagated by none other than Ming. Young Minger opted not to list the wire directly, but instead chose to announce it. Reaper, someone is selling wire. Hurry and procure it. In no time, a swarm of sycophants clamored for the Reaper's attention. Within 3 minutes, young Minger received a private message from the Reaper. I'll trade you 2 pounds of rations and 10 bottles of fresh water. Upon seeing this message, Yichin chuckled coldly, waved to young Minger, and resumed his digging. What a fool. Does he think we're beggars? Clearly, the Reaper had underestimated young Minger, attempting to bamboozle her with the value of the mountain axe, which was still quite significant. Yichin, how should I respond? Young Minger appeared perplexed. Without turning back, Yichin gestured dismissively with his shovel. No need to reply. In less than 2 minutes, he will raise the offer. Sure enough, before Yichin could even strike the ground, young Minger relayed the message. Yichin. He increased the offer. Ignore it. He raised it again. Continue to ignore him. Yichin didn't even glance at the new offer young Minger reported. Within 3 minutes, GODvsCursed sent another message. Boss, you're truly remarkable. He has indeed raised the offer again, this time promising 3 C-grade freshwater fish and a mountain axe. Ignore it. Yichin replied succinctly. Still ignoring him? GODvsCursed and the 2 ladies appeared anxious. Yet, Yichin remained composed, digging away with his shovel. Boss, another message has arrived. 5 minutes later. GODvsCursed rushed over. He wants us to name our price. Yichin calmly set down his shovel, having anticipated this response. The Reaper. Prepare to become my little lamb. Chapter 76. The Art of Deception. 100 kilograms of iron ingots, a B-grade blueprint, perhaps a dozen kilograms of grain, and 50 liters of diesel. Yichin nonchalantly began to make his audacious demands. Young Minger and D. Lee were taken aback. It seemed that his price was not much more courteous than D. Lee's previous offer. Yichin, will they realize we need diesel? Young Minger, ever meticulous, looked at him with concern. Not to worry, Yichin replied calmly. If they inquire, just say you've signed for a broken diesel boat that needs repairs, requiring iron ingots and diesel. It was clear that Yichin had come prepared, not even needing to draft a script for his bluff. Young Minger reluctantly conveyed this proposal to the other party. What the hell? Are you robbing me? Do you think you're selling a gold mine? The Grim Reaper promptly erupted in fury, hurling a barrage of profanities. However, he soon received a composed response drafted by Yichin and input by young Minger. My offer is already quite reasonable. Have you checked the prices listed at the exchange? GODvsCursed, now fully aware of his boss's intentions, chuckled to himself. Boss. You're utterly shameless, haha. He had long harbored a dislike for that foolish Grim Reaper. A moment later, young Minger received another reply from the Grim Reaper. This time, although the response appeared aggressive, it was noticeably more conciliatory. You have no use for such high-end wires. Your price is sheer nonsense. I'm willing to offer you 20 kilograms of iron ingots, 10 kilograms of grain, and 50 liters of diesel. This deal is absolutely fair. Yichin was surprised by how readily the other party agreed to the exchange of 50 liters of diesel. Boss, it seems this guy has quite a stock of diesel. Even GODvsCursed recognized the implications, and Yichin understood as well. Where could he have acquired so much diesel? Even if he signed for it, it was unlikely he could do so every day. The 2 young women also found the situation quite peculiar. Yichin pondered, hard to say, but I suspect he has some special channel or tool to refine diesel. Realizing why this fellow dared to gamble, Yichin remained unfazed. As the other party possessed something he desired. Minger, ignore him, let him stew. Yichen's mindset was far more composed than that foolish individual ass. Meanwhile, the four of them continued to smelt copper ingots. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you selling or not? The impatient Grim Reaper, not receiving a reply, pressed further. Yang Ming'er, following Yichen's lead, completely disregarded the other party. Hello? Where are you? Hey, how about adding 10 kilograms of grain? Or 20 kilograms of iron ingots? Just as Yichen was halfway through smelting the third batch of copper ingots, the price had already surged several times. The Grim Reaper, seeing Yang Ming'er's indifference, even messaged Deely privately. Your price is exorbitantly high. Is there any room for negotiation? To his surprise, under Yichen's guidance, Deely said nothing and doubled the already outrageous exchange rate. 50 meters of E-grade ordinary wire requires 2 B-grade perfect tool hammer blueprints, 2 B-grade perfect tool shovel blueprints, 2 A-grade epic building hammer blueprints, 6 C-grade excellent mountain axes, 2 kayaks, 200 B-grade perfect vegetable seeds, and 40 C-grade excellent freshwater fish. Seeing this price, the Grim Reaper nearly exploded with rage. This person named Deely was not merely selling items. It was a blatant provocation. The onlookers in the chat room immediately chimed in. Wow, the price has gone up again. Truly living up to the saying, there's always a higher price. This is absurd. I bet this wire is made of gold. Its conductivity must be unparalleled. The onlookers could do little more than stir the pot. The Grim Reaper was nearing a breaking point. After hitting a wall with Deely, he turned back to Yang Ming'er and finally received a response. See? This wire I'm selling is truly not expensive. Once this opportunity passes, there won't be another. The four of them appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, while the Grim Reaper grew increasingly anxious. At most, this is my final offer. 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 50 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of grain, and 6 C-grade freshwater fish. Upon receiving this latest reply, both Yang Ming'er and Deely turned to Yichen expectantly. Yichen shrugged. This price seemed to align with his expectations. With the scarce 50 kilograms of iron ingots and 50 liters of diesel secured, he declared, all right, that seems about right. Yang Ming'er finally breathed a sigh of relief, only for Yichen to add, let us ask for another 50 liters of diesel. Still want more. The three of them were left speechless. If there was a competition for shamelessness, Yichen would undoubtedly be a top contender. Let us give it a shot, after all. There is no tax to pay. Yichen wore a carefree expression. Left with no other choice, Yang Ming'er replied to the Grim Reaper as Yichen instructed. Seeing the other party making yet another outrageous demand for 50 more liters of diesel, the Grim Reaper nearly fainted from anger. His two subordinates were equally incensed. Boss. It's just wire. If he doesn't want it, let it go. It's better than being extorted. Are you serious? Do you understand how crucial this wire is to us? Without wires, electricity is useless. All those electric lights, induction cookers, and that washing machine you signed for would become mere decorations. Moreover, without wires, we can't synthesize advanced items. What good is S-grade to me if it doesn't help improve my ranking? Boss, what exactly is this thing? One subordinate pointed at a small object on the ground, puzzled. This is high-end merchandise. Once the internal circuits are connected and paired with a camera, powered by a solar battery, there's no way I can't track that fool. Is it really that powerful? Of course. If this is synthesized into a finished product, it will be an ultra S-grade resource. The item the Grim Reaper pointed to was indeed a treasure. High-altitude reconnaissance recorder component, S-grade legendary resource. Combined with 200 meters of wire, it can be synthesized into a high-altitude reconnaissance recorder. High-altitude reconnaissance recorder, S-grade legendary resource. Combined with an S-grade legendary high-definition camera, it can be synthesized into an ultra S-grade divine-grade resource. High-altitude reconnaissance device. High-altitude reconnaissance device. Ultra S-grade divine-grade resource, capable of deployment to scout conditions within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Gathering information on all survivors, with a chance of receiving special mysterious rewards. The reason the Grim Reaper was so eager to collect wires was primarily due to this precious item. Chapter 77. Unexpected Gains. Blueprint for the B-Class Perfect Tool Axe. In addition to wires, the Grim Reaper was also gathering various resources such as B-Class Perfect Grade Glass, B-Class Perfect Grade Silicon Aluminum Alloy, and electronic chips, all in pursuit of synthesizing a high-definition camera as soon as possible. However, he had another plan, to make direct acquisitions. What he did not expect was that, despite his attempts, he had yet to synthesize the camera, and merely collecting wires left him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. How much diesel have we converted today? He inquired. Boss, the diesel converter needs repairs, but we have already stored 500 liters of diesel. What materials are needed for the repairs? At that moment, the diesel converter was yet another miraculous tool in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It was instrumental in securing his position at third place on the leaderboard during the first week. Diesel Converter, S-Class legendary equipment, capable of transforming a mixture of fresh water and seaweed into diesel. The conversion ratio is 100 liters of E-Class fresh water, 10 kilograms of E-Class seaweed, yielding 1 liter of E-Class ordinary diesel. In other words, 100 liters of fresh water combined with 10 kilograms of seaweed would yield just 1 liter of diesel. Naturally, if one were to utilize higher-grade fresh water and seaweed, the conversion ratio would significantly improve. His two subordinates scratched their heads and murmured, "We need 100 liters of D-Class fresh water and 50 kilograms of copper ingots." D-Class fresh water? Who the hell possesses such a thing? The Grim Reaper kicked a plastic barrel across the ground. What he initially thought was a miraculous tool now seemed like a ravenous devil that devoured without mercy. "Bring over another 50 liters of diesel to prepare for the trade." "Boss, are we really going to trade?" His subordinates felt the sting of sacrifice for the sake of just 50 meters of wire, just as he was about to respond to a call from Mingming. The latter unexpectedly approached him. "I have another 50 meters of wire. Do you want it?" 50 more meters of wire? The Grim Reaper was no fool. He suspected the other party would impose new conditions. Sure enough, the conditions soon emerged. "Do you have any blueprints? A B-Class blueprint, or even an A-Class one will do." Upon reading this message, the Grim Reaper nearly trampled the crops he had just planted. "Damn it, an A-Class? Do they think I'm a cash cow? We don't have any blueprints. Is there anything else we can offer?" Despite his frustration, the Grim Reaper knew he needed something from the other side. So he refrained from being too harsh. "That S.A. pity. I was hoping to offer you a discount if you had a blueprint." He ground his teeth as he read the message. "You too, go and tally how much more wire we need, quickly." The Grim Reaper, filled with ire, had no choice but to vent his frustration on his two subordinates. The two subordinates, equally frustrated but unwilling to show it, entered the storage area. A relatively slender youth complained to a more robust companion, "Zhang, I really don't understand why the boss insists on getting that thing." "Xiaohei, do you not understand?" "Haven T, you heard the boss. That thing is Super S-Class. The leaderboard updates in 2 days. If we can't suppress that sun and moon, it all hinges on this. So what if we lose 100 liters of diesel? It's better than paying high prices for wire now. You know nothing about reputation. Do we not care for our faces?" Zhang, the middle-aged man, lightly slapped his own cheek. "Damn it. How many meters of wire do we have? Have you measured it yet? Stop dawdling, you useless fools. What good are you to me?" Seeing that the two had been gone for 5 or 6 minutes without returning, the Grim Reaper exploded in anger. "Ah, always taking it out on us. If you're so capable, fix the wires yourself. Forget it, let us just get this done. We are the ones who signed up for this after all." What bad luck. The two unfortunate souls bowed their heads and measured the wire. "Boss, we now have a total of 120 meters. Damn it, only 120 meters. Even with the previous 50 meters added, we still need 30 meters more." The Grim Reaper stomped his foot in frustration. "Boss, what about the high-definition camera? Without it, we still can't synthesize anything. I have my ways. By the way, bring me that B-Class perfect-grade tool-axe blueprint." "Boss, what are you planning to do?" "That S.A. treasure. We're just missing the B-Class tool-axe for synthesis. If we manage that, we'll be very close to creating the A-Class epic-grade construction hammer." Upon hearing that their leader intended to trade the currently invaluable B-Class perfect-grade tool-axe blueprint for wire, the two subordinates panicked. "Come on. Do you think I don't understand? Out with the old and in with the new. Besides, I have no high-grade locks. Keeping this blueprint is a waste. It's better to trade it for something useful like wire." "Boss, this is too unwise. This blueprint is worth its weight in gold. Despite being B-Class, it is worth far more than some A-Class items." The two subordinates were nearly in tears. The Grim Reaper was not oblivious to the blueprint's value. He already possessed a B-Class perfect-grade tool hammer, tool shears, and tool shovel, but was just missing this final tool axe. If not for the urgency to synthesize the reconnaissance device, he wouldn't dream of sacrificing such a precious item for E-Class wire. "Boss, think twice. This blueprint is likely the only one of its kind in this entire survival world." Zhang was genuinely alarmed. This blueprint seemed like a stroke of luck from his ancestors, one he had worked tirelessly to obtain. Now, his leader was about to hand it over without a second thought, and his heart felt as though it were bleeding. "Stop stalling. Look at their name. I am Mingming. It is clearly a young girl. This blueprint would be mere scrap paper to her. Once we make it big, we can easily acquire high-grade items, and she will surely hand it over willingly." The Grim Reaper was thinking far ahead. However, he could never imagine that I Am Mingming was indeed a girl, but behind her stood a cunning merchant. If this blueprint fell into Yi Chen's hands, what hope would there be for redemption? What could be offered in exchange? Even if he offered half an island, Yi Chen would likely not even glance his way. In such circumstances, the Grim Reaper boldly displayed the precious B-class perfect-grade tool-axe blueprint. This is, when Yachin and his companions laid eyes on the blueprint, their eyes collectively sparkled with excitement. Chapter 78, 101 meters of wire boss. This kid is impressive. He actually has the blueprint, exclaimed Dawan, astonished. Yang Minger and Li were equally taken aback. Brother Yi, if I recall correctly, this blueprint is for the tool axe. The most elusive item in the B-grade tool set, isn't it? Yichin nodded. This perfect-grade tool axe was indeed something he had long coveted. The tool hammer, tool shears, tool shovel, and tool axe were the 4 divine artifacts among the B-grade tools. Only by gathering all 4 could one aspire to synthesize the A-grade epic building hammer. Yichin, should we respond to him? One of his companions inquired. No need. Let's leave him hanging for a while. Yichin waved dismissively at Yang Ming. Hee, boss is playing hard to get again. I understand. Dawan remarked with a mischievous grin, having grown cunning from spending time with the shrewd Yichin. As anticipated by Yichin, the Grim Reaper had expected that revealing the blueprint would prompt an enthusiastic response to his trade proposal. However, after half an hour had passed with no reply, he began to wonder. Boss, what did they say? His 2 underlings were more anxious than the Grim Reaper himself. Humph. Probably just a naive fool who doesn't recognize the value of this blueprint, he muttered, seeking to save face. Meanwhile, he resumed messaging Yang Minger. Little girl, this blueprint is a rare treasure. I dare say no other survivor possesses a second one. After a brief wait, he received a rather dismissive response. What's the use? It's just a blueprint for a broken axe. Truly a naive one, the Grim Reaper scoffed under his breath, puffing up with pride as he replied to Yang Minger. This blueprint is for the most difficult to synthesize item among the 4 B-grade divine tools. If it weren't for you selling me the wire, I wouldn't part with it so easily. Yichin and his companions watched the Grim Reaper boast. Let him brag. The blueprint will eventually fall into our hands, they thought. Fine. Then throw in a mountain axe and 50 liters of diesel. And I'll trade with you. What? The Grim Reaper nearly smashed the system interface with his axe. Has this woman lost her mind to demand more? His 2 underlings were equally furious. Forget it. This Navi girl probably doesn't understand the trade. Just bring me my last mountain axe and the 50 liters of diesel. Despite his anger, the Grim Reaper managed to suppress his fury, considering her a foolish girl. His 2 underlings, seeing their boss's decision, complied and fetched the last mountain axe along with the diesel. Boss, this is our last mountain axe. We've used up 3 today. Zhang Ge lamented, recalling the absurd luck the Grim Reaper had when he obtained 3 mountain axe blueprints in one go, leaving him questioning his own fortune. Never mind. We still have B-grade tools to manage for now. Once we redeem the tool axe blueprint and synthesize the tool axe, we won't have to worry. The Grim Reaper envisioned a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, Yichin and his companions were unable to contain their laughter. The 100 meters of E-grade wire had been exchanged for 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 100 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of rations, a mountain axe, 6 C-grade freshwater fish, and, most importantly, the invaluable B-grade perfect tool axe blueprint. Ding! You have successfully traded with I Am Ming and received 101 meters of E-grade ordinary wire. 101 meters? Upon hearing the system announce this figure, the Grim Reaper was baffled, as was Yang Minger. Yichin, did the system bug out? Why did we lose an extra meter of wire? It's just a meter. We have plenty of wire now, so it doesn't matter, Yichin reassured. Having an abundance of wire as long as he could gather copper ore. Boss, why did we receive 101 meters of wire? The Grim Reaper's 2 underlings were equally perplexed. It's fate. Heaven is on our side, he boasted, not forgetting to inflate his own ego. Indeed, boss is destined for greatness. Our reconnaissance drone will soon be ours. Having made a hefty profit, Yichin was eager to conclude the remaining task of reinforcing the fence. Hiki, the Dawan chuckled mischievously as he worked. What are you laughing at so lewdly? Yichin murmured, ignoring him and focusing on planting bamboo. While the Dawan dug holes, Yichin inserted bamboo into the ground. The 2 girls were sent to prepare lunch. Although food was plentiful, the recent acquisition of various ingredients from the Grim Reaper had diversified their meals. Big Sister Minger, they even have tomatoes and eggs. We can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Li exclaimed, rummaging through the bounty. Let us save 2. Don't use them all up now. We can save some for tomorrow, she suggested. Hee. You're becoming more like a housewife, Sister Minger, Li giggled, covering her mouth. You silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking? Go fetch some water, Yang Minger chided. The 4 of them busied themselves, while the Grim Reaper, having spent a fortune on wire, made yet another discovery. Look, what is this? He picked up several shards of glass from the resource distribution center. Wow, boss, where did you find this? With glass, we're one step closer to synthesizing a camera. The Grim Reaper was thrilled with the hard-earned wire glass, and the aerial reconnaissance recorder component. Once he synthesized this Ultra S-grade divine resource, he couldn't believe anyone could surpass him. After all, he had received special rewards for merging a C-grade axe previously. Surely synthesizing an Ultra S-grade resource would yield even greater rewards. When the world announcement came, he wouldn't be able to hide from the spotlight. Chapter 79. Some people are at a great loss. Gather around, everyone. Let us first assemble the aerial reconnaissance recorder, commanded the leader. To ultimately synthesize an Ultra S-level divine-grade aerial reconnaissance device, it was imperative to first create an S-level aerial reconnaissance recorder. The Reaper had acquired a 200-meter wire along with that S-level recorder component, leaving only the synthesis to be completed. The two subordinates, brimming with excitement, retrieved the component, eager to assist their leader in the synthesis. Boss, why does the system indicate that the wire quality is poor, suggesting a possibility of synthesis failure? Queried one, as Zhang placed the several hundred meters of wire alongside the component, prompting warnings from the synthesis system. That's to be expected, it's just E-grade wire. If it fails, we can always cut off a few meters and try again. We have plenty of wire, and with multiple attempts, we will surely succeed, the Reaper responded nonchalantly, patting his chest. Seeing their leader's calm demeanor, the two subordinates squatted down to connect the wires. The synthesis process for this component was markedly different from the usual, likely due to the legendary S-level materials involved, requiring manual wiring. The system provided the Reaper with a wiring diagram and a few small flathead screwdrivers, necessitating the connection of 200 wires totaling 200 meters according to the diagram for successful synthesis. After 3 hours of diligent work, they finally completed the wiring as per the instructions. Boss, it's done. We finally did it. An S-level material. This must be the first S-level material in the island survival world. They exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Indeed, haha. The trio appeared quite elated. Although the S-level material was still a far cry from the Ultra S-level divine grade, no one in the island survival world had ever synthesized S-level materials before. Boss, we've done it. So why hasn't the system rewarded us? The two subordinates waited eagerly, but the system remained silent regarding any rewards. This is an S-level material, and it's highly likely the first of its kind in the entire island survival world. Surely, there should be a special reward from the system, the Reaper pondered. Brow furrowed. Wait, perhaps it needs power. Hurry, connect it to the generator. Got it. The two rushed off, clutching their precious find towards their cave. The solar generator, which they had seized from Yichin's first kill, lay dormant in the cave. Only a solitary lamp hung on the wall, illuminating the space. However, they should not underestimate this lamp, for it was thanks to the Reaper that it was lit, earning him a special reward. Pay attention. Make sure not to reverse the positive and negative connections. As they neared completion, the Reaper's anxiety grew. He could not let a minor error squander their hard work. Boss, we're done. The two subordinates had worked diligently and finally finished. Power it up. The Reaper took a deep breath and commanded them to activate it. Ha ha ha, my S-level reward. Here I come. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The generator and the component erupted with sparks, extinguishing the lamp in an instant. What happened? The Reaper was taken aback, nearly stumbling. I don't know. Oh no, it's on fire. Quick, put it out. Sparks began to fly in the cave. You fool, don't douse it with water. The Reaper nearly lost his mind as one of his dim-witted subordinates rushed in with a bucket of water. The fire is too intense. Help. The cave, already ventilated, faced strong winds from the island that day. With heaps of flammable grass and clothing piled next to the generator, the flames quickly spread throughout the cave. And there's diesel in here. Although diesel is not as volatile as gasoline, once it ignited, it would spell trouble. With a whoosh, the canister containing diesel was ignited. 3 minutes later, the rapidly rising temperature caught the diesel aflame. Now, even the Dragon King would struggle to save the belongings in the cave. The three, realizing the imminent danger, abandoned the firefighting efforts and scrambled for the exit. The poor generator and reconnaissance recorder component were reduced to ashes. Damn it, how did you connect the wires? I told you to be careful. The Reaper's fury was palpable, wishing he could strike down his two disheveled subordinates. Boss, we can't be blamed. We were very careful. Then what happened? How could it possibly catch fire? We don't know. The three stood there, disheveled, watching helplessly as the flames consumed their cave's contents. The Reaper felt despair creeping in. He had synthesized an S-level material, just a step away from the top of the leaderboard. Now, not only had he failed to create the S-level material, but he had also lost nearly all his possessions to the flames. Boss, could it be the wire's fault? The system did warn about its poor quality. Zhang recalled the system's earlier notification. The Reaper clenched his fists, teeth gritted in anger. Damn it. That woman must have tampered with the wire. I will kill her. Finally, the Reaper realized his folly. He had been too impulsive, disregarding the system's warnings in his eagerness to synthesize the S-level material. I want to kill her. The Reaper, in a fit of madness, brandished the only remaining utility knife as if he would leap into the sea to drag Yang Ming'er, the one who sold him the faulty wire, out of the depths. Boss, don't act rashly. There's still plenty of wood left to burn. His two subordinates desperately tried to dissuade him, pulling him back from the brink. Meanwhile, the commotion went unnoticed by Yi Chun and his trio, who were instead observing the gleeful antics of a chuckling De Dewan. What's wrong with you? De Dewan, why are you grinning like a fool since the wire transaction? What gives? Yi Chun asked, striking De Dewan playfully. Boss, heh. I reckon the Reaper is probably finished now. Finished? What do you mean? I made a slight adjustment to the wire, and if he connects it without a care, it's guaranteed to end badly for him. Yi Chun was taken aback. You sabotaged it secretly? De Dewan nodded vigorously. Just a little. Less than a meter of wire. I made some adjustments. Less than a meter of wire? 101 meters? Yi Chun suddenly connected the dots, realizing why the system had awarded the Reaper 101 meters. The extra meter was the system's compensation for the wire tampered with by De Dewan. Chapter 80. The arrival of the RV. After a day of toil and tumult, Yi Chun found himself reaping bountiful rewards. He had acquired wires and blueprints, a furnace, copper ingots, and iron ingots for repairing the motorboat. He could now synthesize tools and upgrade the pickup truck. Yet, the poor figure of the Reaper had plummeted from paradise straight into the depths of despair. Not only had the Super S-class divine artifact he had hoped would surpass Yi Chun been utterly rendered useless, but nearly all his possessions had been reduced to ashes, leaving him homeless as well. Damn it, I am Ming, and you shall face my wrath for this. He seethed. Consequently, the unfortunate Yang Ming'er became the target for the Reaper's frustrations. Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chun with pleading eyes, but Yi Chun merely waved his hand dismissively. Let him wail. Ha ha. Boss, look. It seems this guy's house has caught fire. The news has spread through the chat room like wildfire. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, while bad news travels fast. In this world of survival on an island, the tale of the Reaper's home ablaze had spread like a plague. Reaper, who has wronged you? Allow me to avenge you. Someone offered. Indeed. Who would dare to play such tricks? Just wait until I deal with that scoundrel. Yet, even today, some continued to flatter the Reaper. You've ruined the Reaper's brother? That seems a tad challenging. I can't manage that. What trickery could there be? If one fails to guard against misfortune, one has no one to blame but oneself. Exactly. Transactions are fair and just. There's no trickery involved. However, many quickly turned against the Reaper upon witnessing his complete downfall. Ignore them. While there is still light, let us hasten to upgrade the pickup. Yi Chun had no time to engage in verbal skirmishes. The foremost task at hand was to finally secure the long-awaited RV. For-person luxury RV, heavy-duty pickup RV modification blueprint. 100 kilograms of iron ore, 100 meters of wiring at this moment. All the necessary materials for the upgrade had been gathered. Yi Chun wasted no time, moving all the supplies to the pickup's bed. Synthesize, he commanded. With his words, a radiant golden light enveloped the front of the pickup. The four instinctively took a few steps back. Ding, the host has chosen to consume one S-Class legendary heavy-duty pickup Raptor F-750, one A-Class epic RV modification blueprint. 100 kilograms of E-Class common iron ore, and 100 meters of E-Class common wiring. Upgrading the pickup. They watched as the golden light expanded, ultimately engulfing the entire vehicle. 2 minutes later, the light gradually faded, revealing a stunningly luxurious RV before their eyes. Is this an RV? Even the most worldly among them, Yang Ming'er, stood dumbfounded. The vehicle measured at least 13 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width, boasting a cutting-edge, stylish design that exuded elegance far beyond conventional RVs. Suddenly, the RV's door opened automatically. Cautiously, the four peered inside before stepping in. The interior was tastefully decorated, with soft, comfortable carpeting underfoot and high-end European cabinets lining the walls. The entire space felt spacious and bright. At the front was a small lounge akin to a bar area, with a single bed above it. The central section boasted a generously spacious living room, albeit with a somewhat empty feel. On either side were a kitchen and a bathroom, while the rear featured a grand bedroom, complete with a luxurious double bed and a single air mattress positioned to enjoy the view from the back window. Boss, I'm claiming this bed, declared the enthusiastic Dada Wan, patting the single bed at the front. Compared to the other two beds, this one was the simplest. The most comfortable bed in the RV was undoubtedly the air mattress, excelling in both positioning and comfort. Brother Yi, this air mattress is for you. We'll take the other one, all right? Dealey appeared somewhat bashful, as Yi Chun was undeniably the leader both on the island and in the vehicle. Yang Ming'er also felt a bit shy, not because she was embarrassed to ask for a bed, but because the double bed was uncomfortably close to Yi Chen's air mattress. All right. I'll take this bed, Yi Chen replied, not one to be shy himself, lying down with a flourish. The luxurious RV bed was indeed extraordinary. Its softness was unparalleled. Boss, you've truly hit the jackpot. Dad Awan tiptoed over to Yi Chen and whispered. It dawned on Yi Chen that having two stunning beauties gazing at him from across the way was rather pleasant, though it left them both feeling rather awkward. Let us put up a curtain here later. A private space is essential. I'd rather not have my every move exposed, Yi Chen mused. Boss, was there any system reward for this upgrade? Prompted Dad Awan, reminding Yi Chen that the usually proactive system had been unusually silent this time. Brother Yi, it seems this vehicle is still lacking many essentials. Can it be upgraded further? Yang Ming'er noted as she wandered about the RV. Ding, S-Class Luxury RV upgrade complete. Special reminder, the internal space and facilities of this RV, including the RV itself, can be further upgraded by the host. Currently, it only provides basic beds and infrastructure. It appeared that this was not its final form. Yi Chen surveyed the interior, which was indeed tastefully decorated, yet as a top-tier RV, it lacked many amenities. No sofa, no audiovisual equipment, not even basic household items like a refrigerator, washing machine, or microwave. Clearly, the journey towards perfection was still ongoing, and efforts were required. Yi Chen maintained a positive outlook. At least he now had a comfortable bed and would no longer have to sleep in a cave. As for the rest, he would take it step by step. Rome wasn't built in a day. As Yi Chen reclined on the comfortable air mattress, the Reaper continued to vent his frustrations in the chat room. I am Ming, come out. You burned my Super S-Class artifact. I will have your head. Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chen with a face full of grievance. Li inquired on her behalf, Brother Yi, what is wrong with him? Yi Chen shrugged, pointing at Dad Awan, implying that it was all his doing. Dad Awan, brimming with excitement, explained, I tampered with the wires. But I didn't expect this fool to use them without checking. Tampered with. The two girls looked at Dad Awan with astonishment before turning back to Yi Chen. Yi Chen shrugged again, genuinely unaware of this turn of events. After all, who could have foreseen that the Reaper possessed such prowess to set his own house ablaze? Meanwhile, the Reaper, having finally extinguished the flames, assessed the damage, and found himself at a loss for tears. Chapter 81. Wealth beyond measure according to incomplete statistics. Aside from preserving the yet-to-mature fruits and vegetables, the return of the Grim Reaper has also salvaged some rudimentary tools placed outside the cave. Almost all other supplies in hand were incinerated. Given his current predicament, was there any hope of contending with Yi Chen for a ranking position in 2 days? What a jest. Boss, it seems this vehicle can upgrade its energy system, Dadawan remarked, rummaging through the driver's cabin and appearing to make a discovery. Yi Chen pressed the ignition switch, and instantly, the entire vehicle's lighting system sprang to life. The two young women marveled at the splendid interior illumination, while Yi Chen continued to uncover more information on the RV's control panel. Currently, the RV was equipped with a diesel power system, featuring a single wooden bed, a double wooden bed, an air mattress, luxurious interior decor, a European-style cabinet, a simplified kitchen, and a basic bathroom. The systems available for upgrade included power system, solar-assisted power generation system, enabling the RV to operate entirely on solar energy without consuming diesel. Requirements for the solar-assisted power generation system: 3 A-grade EPIC solar panels, medium size, 1 A-grade EPIC solar converter specifically for RVs, 1 A-grade EPIC solar-assisted power generation blueprint, 20 kilograms of C-grade superior iron ingots, 20 kilograms of C-grade superior copper ingots, and 3 A-grade EPIC glass sheets. Living room suite, B-grade perfect sofa, C-grade superior coffee table, B-grade perfect refrigerator, B-grade perfect audiovisual equipment. All living room suite components could be obtained directly through signing in or synthesized independently. B-grade perfect sofa, 3 C-grade superior leather pieces, 5 kilograms of C-grade superior logs, and 1 B-grade perfect sofa blueprint. C-grade superior coffee table, 5 kilograms of C-grade superior logs and 25 D-grade rare nails. B-grade perfect refrigerator, 5 kilograms of C-grade superior iron ingots, 1 B-grade perfect compressor, 5 kilograms of C-grade superior plastic, and 1 B-grade perfect refrigerator blueprint. With just this array of living room suite upgrade information, Yi Chen discovered a plethora of options within the RV's built-in system. Further details regarding upgrades for the bathroom and kitchen awaited him. The most astonishing feature of all was that this RV could even be converted into an amphibious vehicle, though the cost for such an upgrade would be substantial. Yi Chen rubbed his forehead, initially thinking that upgrading to an RV would liberate him, but now he realized that the upgrades were an endless abyss. However, the prospect of a solar-powered RV, capable of traversing both land and water, sounded incredibly appealing. Yet, for the moment, he had a myriad of pressing tasks to attend to: repairing the jet ski, establishing an electric system, further enhancing the campsite's infrastructure, sourcing sea fish to prepare for the Level 7 sign-in system upgrade, filtering out D-grade rare freshwater, and assisting his 3 companions in upgrading to the Level 5 sign-in system. There was a plethora of responsibilities awaiting him. Boss, there's a bathtub here. We no longer need the one outside. Let's sell it. Although the RV's bathroom was defined as basic, the term basic was merely a system customization. Upon inspection, it was nothing short of opulent. With a circular massage bathtub, it was more than sufficient for one person to bathe, even accommodating 2 lovely companions simultaneously. The gleaming floor tiles boasted an array of bathing supplies. For someone like Yi-chan, a mere commoner accustomed to urban living, it was difficult to fathom that this was categorized as a basic bathroom. What then constituted a high-end bathroom? Had his previous urban bathroom been akin to a latrine? Now that this exquisite bathtub existed, the outdoor one could indeed be retired. Yi-chan casually listed it on the trading platform with a price. B-grade perfect bathtub, requires copper ore, iron ore, rare materials. Specific pricing available via private message. Yi-chan's casual listing was not intended to attract attention. However, to the onlookers in the chat room, it sparked fervent excitement. Impressive. The illustrious Day and Moon, selling a bathtub? Day and Moon, is this a discarded bathing item? Nothing can compare to the Day and Moon. Their treasures are simply beyond measure. For the vast majority of survivors, having been in this island survival world for quite some time, their basic sustenance issues had been resolved. Yet, when it came to bathing, few had contemplated this necessity. The bathtub was akin to carrying a mobile phone back to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, an utterly unimaginable luxury. Some audacious individuals began to compare Yi-chan with the return of the Grim Reaper. What was there to compare? On one side was a figure drenched in wealth, with treasures so abundant they overflowed, while casually listing B-grade perfect materials in the trading platform. On the other was the Grim Reaper, whose stronghold had been reduced to ashes, uncertain of how to spend the night. With less than 2 days until the leaderboard update, what comparison remained? The contest was undoubtedly in favor of Day and Moon. Day and Moon, you arrogant scoundrel. Is flaunting wealth all you can do? What is so remarkable about selling a mere bathtub? Pa. The Grim Reaper, seething with anger, was further incensed by the chatroom's raucous comparisons. His dignity lay in tatters. You impoverished wretch. If you could, you would flaunt too, wouldn't you? Oh, wait. You probably don't even know where you'll sleep tonight. Should we offer you some food? Come on, call me daddy, and I'll send you a roasted fish. The Dawan reveled in taunting the opponent. Ha ha. The Dawan, you're magnificent. The poor Grim Reaper now faced an inevitable demise. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Grim Reaper's stature in the chatroom plummeted. In contrast, Yi-chan's name, Day and Moon, hung prominently like a golden sign, universally acknowledged and lauded with respect. They say that when one achieves greatness, even their pets will rise to prominence. As Yi-chan's subordinate, the Dawan was increasingly recognized among survivors. Presently, the Dawan was merely a small fry in Yi-chan's entourage, but in the chatroom, apart from Yi-chan and a few other top-ranking figures, anyone who encountered him would undoubtedly refer to him as the Dawan, the Great. Day and Moon, don't get too cocky. The time has yet to come. Do you truly believe I will concede defeat? Humph. Chapter 82. The attentive beauty service Yi-chan was not easily intimidated by such threats. Please. This is a world of survival on an island. It is those with resources who hold the power. What significance does your ominous name hold? Do you truly believe that naming yourself the Reaper's Return could summon the Grim Reaper? The Dawan, I have received the bow and arrows, as well as the axe. You should seize the opportunity before midnight to elevate your sign-in level. Ah, I almost forgot about that, huh? The Dawan has now become a level 4 survivor with the sign-in system. In high spirits, the Dawan swiftly gathered all the necessary materials to upgrade on the grassy expanse outside the cave. With the pickup truck now successfully transformed into a camper van, Yi-chan had to relocate the resource distribution center. The current camper van was no longer the casual storage pickup it once was. He designated the resource distribution center to be on the lawn outside the cave. The Dawan had no need for assistance and quickly procured all the required materials. Ding. Congratulations, host. Upgrade of the sign-in system successful. Current sign-in system level, level 4. 50 chance to receive E-grade common rewards, 20 for D-grade rare rewards. 15 for C-grade exceptional rewards, 10 for B-grade perfect rewards, 3. 45 for A-grade epic rewards, 1. 5 for S-grade legendary rewards, and 0. 0.5 for super S-grade divine rewards. The Dawan had successfully caught up with the pace of the 2 young women. Boss, when can we level up again? The impatient Dawan, having just completed the system upgrade, was already contemplating ascending to the next level. Without D-grade water, we cannot level up for now. Our first priority is to complete the power system, which is one of tomorrow's 3 tasks. Yichin had already organized the agenda for the next day in his mind. 3 tasks? What else is there? The carefree Wan, unlike Yichin, did not think too far ahead. Repairing the jet ski, constructing the power system, and finishing the remaining upgraded fences. Oh, boss, don't worry, I've got this. It must be said, although Wan was not particularly cerebral, he was quite adept with his hands. Such tasks that could be resolved purely through manual labor were best entrusted to him. The 4 of them completed their daily tasks before nightfall, fishing, watering vegetables, under the leadership of the 2 young women. Yichin enjoyed his first taste of scrambled eggs with tomatoes since arriving on the island. Tonight's meal was diverse: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, steamed bream, braised eggplant, grilled carp, and even a bowl of scallion tofu. This is delicious. Where did this tofu come from? Wan stuffed his mouth with food while incoherently praising the dishes before him. We found it among the supplies we traded for. But there wasn't much, only a few eggs and just 1 piece of tofu. Yichin and Wan did not bother to count the exact amount of supplies they had traded for, instead tossing everything into the resource distribution center upon receipt. The system would not deceive them. Whatever amount was stated would indeed be the amount received. Just like earlier, when Wan tampered with the power lines. The system immediately compensated. After all, the Reaper's return was rather foolish, automatically overlooking the reasons for the system's compensation. Truly, a pitiable person often has their own flaws. Big brother Yi, can we? Dealey hesitated, glancing over at the equally shy young Minger beside her. Yichin frowned slightly. Could it be that these 2 young women were once again seeking to purchase feminine products? Feel free to speak. We are all family here. Wan, quite unreserved, politely encouraged them to continue. The 2 young women simultaneously looked at Yichin. He nodded, indicating for them to proceed. We would like to take a shower. The original outdoor bathtub has been put up for trade. If you want me to take it down, just say so. No need for that. We can use the massage bathtub in the camper's bathroom. Yichin initially thought the 2 young women were hoping he would retrieve the outdoor bathtub from the trading post. But it seemed they had their sights set on the massage bathtub instead. Feel free to use it. Just know you'll have to fetch the water yourselves. As the boss, Yichin certainly would not be responsible for fetching water. No worries. Just drive the camper to the lakeside, and we'll handle it ourselves. The 2 young women had no intention of burdening their boss. They merely hoped Yichin would agree to move the camper. All right. Yichin waved his hand. He was eager to test the camper's performance. As the engine roared to life, the camper began to move slowly. Yichin, does this vehicle consume a lot of fuel? I suppose so. Yichin, lacking knowledge in such matters, could only infer from the size of the vehicle that its fuel consumption would be considerable. The camper traveled a few dozen meters before stopping by the lake. The 2 young women immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Yichin turned his attention back to the system upgrade interface. If every shower required this much effort, it would surely be exhausting. Upon reaching the 5th page, Yichin discovered a new item available for upgrade. Built-in water pump for the camper. A-grade epic material, consumes electricity to extract fresh water. Synthesizing this item would not be easy. C-grade exceptional iron ingots, 10 kilograms. C-grade exceptional copper ingots, 5 kilograms. C-grade exceptional clay, 5 kilograms. B-grade perfect water pump blueprint. E-grade common wire, 50 meters. D-grade rare wire, 10 meters. In terms of materials, with a little effort, it was indeed feasible to produce this. Yichin had a furnace to refine iron and copper ingots, and he had already located a clay deposit. He also had some wire on hand. The only missing component was the blueprint, which, although complicated to synthesize, could be managed with his blueprint synthesizer, requiring merely some energy and resources. Having a camper without a water pump, relying solely on manual water carrying, felt exceedingly primitive. The water pump must be crafted. Yichin, our grapes can be harvested tomorrow. Yang Minger busied herself with the water and took a moment to check on the crops. Indeed, as Yang Minger stated, the grapes would be ready for picking tomorrow, and the vegetables planted the day after could also be harvested. Once all of this was completed, the week would come to a close. With the survivor rankings updating weekly, Yichin had no doubt he could maintain his championship status. Not only could he claim the top spot, but he also hoped his 3 companions would secure commendable rankings. After all, few could elevate their sign-in levels to 4. Big brother Yi, I boiled a pot of water. The temperature in the bathtub is just right. You should go take a shower. Yichin had not anticipated that the 2 young women had been toiling away for his benefit. Big brother Yi, please check if the water temperature is suitable. I've placed the shower gel and towels by the tub. Just call out if you need anything, and I'll fetch it for you. The 2 young women stood respectfully outside the camper, awaiting Yichin's entrance for his bath. Such treatment, such service. It was truly attentive to the highest degree. Chapter 83. This bath is quite awkward. Yi-chan, do you need hot water? Brother Yi. Is the water temperature still suitable? The towel is on your right side. Yi-chan, who was luxuriating in the bath, was momentarily taken aback, devoid of any masculine pride. With a sudden clatter, he instinctively covered his body with the towel. Yang Ming'er burst in, carrying a basin of hot water. What are you doing? He was caught completely unawares, standing there in the nude as the stunning beauty entered without hesitation, as if she were a character from Hello Kitty. Tomorrow, are you going to? The girl fumbled for words, but Yi-chan remained oblivious to her intent. Brother Yi, here is a dry towel for you. Just then, Deely rushed in with another dry towel. Yi-chan was at a loss. What were these two girls up to while he was still soaking in the bath? Hey, if you have something to say, say it. I'm taking a bath here. While Yi-chan was indifferent to the prospect of a three-person bath, he felt it should be a more proactive affair. The scene felt as if he were being cornered by these two girls, leaving him utterly defenseless. Are you and Dawan going to repair the jet ski tomorrow? Jet ski? Yes, why? Yi-chan still didn't quite grasp what they were getting at. Are you going out to sea? Out to sea? Upon hearing those words, Yi-chan began to understand what the two girls were implying. You're counting on me to go out to sea to search for that girl? Yes. The two girls nodded vigorously. Yi-chan let out a long sigh, shaking his head in resignation. I probably won't have time tomorrow. But I will consider going out to sea again the day after to try my hand at fishing. That is wonderful. So, Brother Yi, you're agreeing to help me find Ting Ting. This. Yi-chan felt a bit weary. He hadn't actually agreed to anything. As he stood there, still in surprise, the two girls rushed towards him. Hey, don't come over. It's fine. You can't see anything. There are bubbles. We're here to help you. Yi-chan felt a flush of embarrassment. The two beauties promptly knelt by the bathtub, each holding a towel and assisting him in washing. This treatment was surreal, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of being utterly passive in the situation. The two ladies attended to him with great care, adding hot water to the tub and scrubbing his back. I only agreed to try and look for her. I never promised to bring anyone back. He had to make that clear. The vast ocean, and he was just one jet ski. Where could he possibly find someone? It's all right. I believe brother you can find Ting Ting, just like he found me and did Dawan. Deely seemed to have great confidence in Yi-chan. He couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was genuinely innocent. Boss, there are quite a few people looking for you in the chat room. Dawan, seemingly dissatisfied with the current atmosphere, barged in. Upon witnessing the enviable scene, she seemed momentarily taken aback, scratching her head and grinning awkwardly at Yi-chan. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. With a loud thud, Dawan shut the bathroom door. Immediately after, the chat room erupted with a flurry of messages. My boss is currently busy, bathing with beauties. The lively chat room fell into stunned silence. 10 seconds later, a barrage of exclamation marks filled the screen. The survivors reading the message were left speechless, overwhelmed by the implications of the 3 exclamation points. Bathing? After a minute of exclamation marks flooding the chat room, someone finally posed a question. Yes, my boss is temporarily unavailable. About sand, clay, freshwater fish. We can discuss those after he finishes his bath. Dawan replied calmly to the group of men. Bathing? With beauties? Some individuals could no longer contain their astonishment, expressing the most mind-boggling question. While bathing itself may be acceptable, given that this person was the wealthiest in the island survival world, the notion of bathing with multiple beauties was a bit excessive. Just as we were struggling to make ends meet, he was indulging in a lavish 3-person escapade. Was there no room left for others to survive? Yes. 2 girls are helping my boss bathe. Dawan answered sincerely. Helping? The chat room erupted once more. I once believed that socioeconomic disparities existed only in the real world, but it seems the island world mirrors this as well. Some lamented their plight. The desire for carnal pleasures is inherent in humanity. It's a sin, truly. Others complained, beauties? Damn, I haven't even seen a female crab since I arrived on this island. Yet, many more were consumed by envy and jealousy. While they struggled to find their next meal, here he was, being pampered by not one, but 2 lovely maidens. Achoo. Yi-chan sneezed repeatedly in the bathtub. Deely, hurry and bring another pot of water. The temperature might be too cold. We can't let Yi-chan catch a chill. The caring Yang Ming'er attributed Yi-chan's sneezing to the water temperature, unaware that it was actually provoked by the chat room banter. 10 minutes later, Deely returned with a pot of hot water. As the water was poured in, the bubbles floating on the surface gradually dissipated, exposing Yi-chan. Deely caught a glimpse of something she shouldn't have and instantly turned her face away in embarrassment. Yi-chan, equally flustered, hastily reached for the soap. Boss, are you done yet? Someone is looking for you. Not now. Yi-chan shouted back. feeling the awkwardness of the situation as the Dawan continued to call from outside. The Dawan, has the great Yichin finished yet? The chat room members were eager for Yichin's return. For the past 2 days, he had been preoccupied with his own affairs, pausing transactions for essential supplies like sand, logs, and freshwater fish, all of which the survivors desperately needed. Today, they could no longer hold back and had to seek him out, only to find him indulging in the company of lovely ladies. The Dawan replied matter-of-factly, "My boss said he is busy, engaged in something important." Busy? The group was utterly speechless. Just what could 3 people, a lone man and 2 women, be so occupied with? It was impossible not to speculate. Chapter 84. The unparalleled treatment of the Big Shot. Big Shot. May I enter to report something? We are anxiously awaiting these items to be upgraded. A restless survivor pleaded earnestly. I dare not, came the hesitant reply. I was just scolded by the boss. All I hear is water. Perhaps he is bathing. Water sounds. Each careless response from the Big Shot stirred the imaginations of the survivors. Surely, there must be water involved. With a bathtub and 2 beautiful women. How could there not be some playful splashing? What a scoundrel. How dare he mistreat women, a disgrace, lower than a pig or a dog. A familiar idea emerged. You fool, you're not dead yet? What are you shouting about? By the way, have you thought about how to handle your funeral once the leaderboard updates? If you can't fulfill your betting agreement, the system might just take you. Having spent too much time with the Big Shot and Yichin. The way of speaking had gradually taken on Yichin's flavor. Oh dear, how pitiful. Their whole family is burned down, and they are still in debt. Truly unfortunate compared to this unfortunate soul. I seem rather fortunate. Let us hope for the best. Speaking of which, what punishments does the system impose for unpaid debts? When the wall falls, everyone pushes. The Grim Reaper's sudden emergence was unwelcome, and now the group had fresh fuel for their disdain. You opportunists, ungrateful wretches. Bah. The Grim Reaper was furious. Yet, the chatroom's inhabitants showed no mercy. Originally, they had only hurled a few jibes, but after being insulted by the Grim Reaper, their words became even harsher. Bah. Who the hell knows you? How shameless, showing your face here. You've embarrassed yourself. Damn you. The system should take this nuisance away. It's just disgusting to look at. The atmosphere in the chatroom shifted dramatically. Everyone had been waiting for Yichin to log on, but after an interminable wait, they were instead greeted by the Grim Reaper. These individuals, already in foul moods from the shortages, directed all their pent-up frustration towards the Grim Reaper. The Big Shot had initially prepared a barrage of text to confront him. However, before sending it, he realized there was no need for his intervention. The Grim Reaper was nearly drowned in a deluge of vitriol. Every imaginable lowly insult was hurled his way, enough to drive him to the depths of despair. Who was looking for me? Suddenly, a familiar ID appeared. Sun and Moon is logged on. Wow, long live the great Sun and Moon. My dear, you've finally arrived. Great one, I seek your patronage. Boss, I've been waiting for you. Greetings from your humble follower. As soon as Yichin logged in, the tone of the chat room shifted once more. The survivors, who were ready to unleash their venomous remarks, suddenly acted as if they had collectively consumed honey, showering Yichin with compliments. The Grim Reaper, who had been ready for a confrontation, found his momentum abruptly stolen by Yichin's unexpected arrival. His prepared insults were swiftly drowned in a sea of flattery, leaving him seething. Great Sun and Moon, have you finished bathing? One gossip seeker couldn't resist the urge to pry. Oh, not yet. I'm still soaking, Yichin replied candidly, having received the token of attention from the 2 girls. They had already left, allowing him some peace to enjoy his bath. Soaking, those 2 casual words from Yichin reignited the imaginations of the others. This is the life. Bathing with 2 lovely ladies, surely he must linger a while longer. The disparity is overwhelming. This is what a truly charmed life looks like. Everyone now harbored a singular thought. While the Great One luxuriates in the embrace of beautiful women, they must flatter him to secure their needed supplies at favorable prices. Great Sun and Moon, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you is like the endless waters of the Yangtze River, esteemed Great Sun and Moon. I wonder when I might have the honor of serving you tea whenever you command. I would traverse mountains and seas without hesitation. Yichin felt bewildered. Was he the Big Shot saying someone was looking for him? Why was the chat room filled solely with praises? Had they all been injected with enthusiasm? Damn you. Sun and Moon, the Grim Reaper managed to insert a comment amidst the flattery. However, this was merely an invitation for more ridicule. The eager flatterers were more concerned about their compliments than acknowledging the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, a chance to retaliate arose. You fool, you're still alive? Why don't you dig your own grave? How dare you provoke our great Sun and Moon? You must be tired of living. Plan your own demise wisely. The great Sun and Moon has no time to waste on trash like you. Where did this stray dog come from? Whose door was left ajar? Please, dog owner, keep your pup in check, or I'll catch it for dinner, damn it. Can't you just shut up? Our great Sun and Moon is a busy one. You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Get lost as far as you can. Yichen remained silent while the Grim Reaper was bombarded with insults. Only after the unfortunate Grim Reaper was driven offline did they recall that seeking supplies from Sun and Moon was their primary concern. Great Sun and Moon. I'm short on sand for my upgrade. When might you provide more? Great One, could you spare a couple of sea-grade freshwater fish? I'm about to level up to 4. Please, I beg you for some good items. Yichen scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Why did he have to log in while enjoying a bath? I'm busy for now. I'll be going out to sea tomorrow. Let us talk another day. Having arranged his plans for tomorrow, he would not compromise his desires for these individuals. Out to sea. Great One, are you taking the ladies for a joyride? Are you off on a yacht again? How enviable it seemed that anything Yichen said could be automatically embellished by this group. Yichen grew weary of the banter. He casually browsed the marketplace, finding nothing of value, and decided to log off. Great One, please don't go. Why is the Great One leaving? Big shot. Why is the Great One departing? Yichen slipped away, leaving the group in a frenzy as they quickly latched onto the still online Big Shot. My boss has business to attend to. He busy business? The group's imaginations began to run wild once more. Chapter 85. The two women bathe together. Don't disturb my boss while he is bathing, declared Dawan, the spokesperson for Yichen, tossing out the remark with a casual air. The Great Sun and Moon Master won't be with the ladies, that's obvious. This prompted a flurry of chatter among the group, praising Yichen's prowess and vigor. While the chatroom buzzed with admiration, Yichen had just finished drying himself, donned a fresh pair of shorts, and stepped out of the bathroom. Yang Ming'er had already placed a change of clothes on Yichen's bed. As he was about to exit the mobile home, he noticed 2 sets of ladies' lingerie on the double wooden bed, one in soft pink lace, and the other in creamy beige lace, alongside 2 adorable nightgowns. Clearly, these 2 young women had prepared their garments in advance. Only these 2 could enjoy such privileges, as Yichen had previously stated that lower-tier resources could be exchanged by the ladies. However, the sight of the lace was rather suggestive. Yichen, are you done? As he was lost in thought, the 2 young women rushed towards him eagerly. He nodded, and they immediately began to busy themselves. The girls certainly had more meticulous bathing rituals than men, even on such an island. Observing their diligent activity, Yichen stifled a yawn and reclined on his comfortable inflatable bed. Dawan, do we have any food left? After a bath, he often felt tired and hungry, so he sent a message to Dawan, who was busy below the vehicle. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. My boss has called for me. Dawan, who had been grilling fish while chatting with the others in the chat room, promptly stood up to attend to Yichen. What is the Great Sun and Moon Master up to? They inquired, eager for details. My boss just finished bathing and is hungry. I'm off to deliver food. The chat room fell silent, astonished by the lavish treatment Yichen received, bathing, changing, and now even ordering takeout. Boss, open a window. I'm right here. Just as Yichen was about to close his eyes, he heard a knock at the back window of his mobile home. Looking up, he saw Dawan waving through the glass. Yichen opened the window, looking perplexed. Why don't you come inside? Boss, since you are busy with important matters, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to intrude. Important matters? Dawan was indeed considerate of Yichen. Boss, are we still selling sand and clay? Many people are asking, and the prices are skyrocketing. Having spent considerable time together, Dawan had become quite astute, his merchant instincts sharpened. I'm currently occupied. We have a lot to do tomorrow, and the 2 ladies are counting on us to set sail once more. Set sail? That's wonderful. We didn't catch a shark last time. This time, I want to bring one back. Dawan's excitement at the prospect of shark hunting was palpable. They are primarily hoping I can locate a girl named Ting Ting, which is quite the challenge. Yichen felt no confidence in this underwater needle-in-a-haystack endeavor. Yichen, we forgot our clothes. Could you please pass them to us? As Dawan continued to boast about his shark-catching plans, Yang Ming'er's voice drifted from the bathroom. Where's Deely? Let her get them for you. Deely is in there too? Yichen was taken aback. Evidently, the 2 had bathed together. Boss, I won't disturb you any longer, he. Dawan chuckled and promptly closed the window. Clothes? These 2 really are something. They've busied themselves so long that they forgot their garments outside. Yichen called towards the bathroom. Where are they? On our bed. Just bring them over. On the bed? Could it be? A glance revealed that indeed. Those were the very garments. Dawan, have you finished? What is the Great Sun and Moon Master up to? The chatroom's occupants lingered, evidently waiting for Dawan to provide live updates. Stop shouting. My boss is helping the ladies change. What? Change? I'm bleeding from my nose. The chat room erupted into chaos, their imaginations running wild with the implication of Yichen merely passing the ladies their clothes. Knock, knock, knock. Yichen rapped on the bathroom door. Yang Ming'er poked her head out, her damp hair cascading over her chest, artfully concealing her modesty. Here you go. Yuchen offered the clothing, turning away to grant her privacy. Yi De Good truly is a gentleman. If it were anyone else, we would be in trouble. Dili, comfortably soaking in the bathtub, received the garments from Yang Ming'er, adding a compliment for Yi Chun. It's not my fault. You forgot to grab the clothes. And now it's awkward. We had to wash together, so we had no choice but to ask Yi Chun for help. Yang Ming'er's cheeks were still flushed with embarrassment. It was the first time a boy had handed her intimate clothing. It's getting dark. Washing in 2 rounds will take too long. Dili pouted playfully in the bathtub. Sister Ming'er, do you think Yi De Good can find Ting Ting? She must be so lonely. That is uncertain. No one knows just how vast this survival island is. Although we have a motorboat, our range is limited, and locating a single person is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Hearing this, Dili pouted. Then what will happen to Ting Ting? Don't worry too much. That girl has a good mindset. Besides, we still send her supplies from time to time. I trust her well-being is secure. Girls tend to overthink. Yi Chen mused, feeling quite overwhelmed himself. With less than 2 days left before the latest ranking announcement, he still had a myriad of tasks unfinished. His plan to elevate the sign-in system from level 6 to 7 had been stalled. And the girls and Dowan's ascent from level 4 to 5 was also on hold, showing no progress after all this time. As for the treasure map and that elusive A-grade epic building hammer, they remained distant dreams. The power system had yet to be established, and defensive measures were consistently delayed. He truly found himself lacking in manpower. Chapter 86. Distribution Map of S-Rank Legendary Resource Islands After Midnight. Yi Chun, lost in sweet dreams on his air mattress, was abruptly awakened by the sound of raindrops striking the window. Rising to take a glance, he observed the torrential downpour relentlessly drumming against the car windows. Boss. Thank goodness we have a motorhome. The other survivors are in dire straits. It seemed that Dadawan was also awake. Upon hearing activity from Yu Chen's side, he promptly sent a message. Are other survivors' islands also experiencing rain? Indeed, the chat room is filled with lamentations. The rainfall is so intense that many have seen their sleeping areas submerged. Evidently, the extent of this heavy rain was considerable. Yi Chen cast a glance at Dadawan, who appeared quite at ease, reclining on his wooden bed while watching a live stream, casually munching on sunflower seeds. What kind of weather is this? Is it impossible to sleep? My cave is about to be flooded. You still have a cave? I'm sleeping in a tree, and now my shorts are completely soaked. When will this rain cease? I just sowed some vegetable seeds. Damn it, is this never ending? If it keeps up, I might have to sleep in the sea tonight. The survivors in the chat room had no motorhomes. Some didn't even have a proper cave to shelter in. This sudden downpour sent many into despair, their gathered supplies drenched, their shelters inundated, and some were even left floating in the water, unable to find refuge. In stark contrast, Yi Chen's situation was quite favorable. The sturdy motorhome stood firm like a rock, with tightly sealed windows that let not a single drop of rain inside. The girls seemed still lost in dreams. Dadawan, having finished the sunflower seeds he procured from the trading post, produced a jar of preserved fruits, shoveling handfuls into his mouth. Haha, boss. This guy said he likes to sleep in the nude, and when he woke up, he found his shorts washed away. I'm dying of laughter. And this other fellow made a hammock on the beach, only to discover it had turned into a waterbed. Haha. This guy was truly oblivious to the plight of those suffering. He treated the chat room as if it were a live news broadcast. The 2 girls, instead of being awakened by the sound of rain, stirred at the commotion caused by Dadawan. Yi Chun, this rain is quite heavy. Our grapes might be in trouble. Yang Ming'er's first concern upon waking was for the grapes on their island that were nearing maturity. Yi Chun shrugged, his expression calm and untroubled. While the grapes might suffer some loss, their situation was nothing short of heavenly compared to those survivors desperately seeking shelter from the rain. Hiding in a luxurious motorhome, with a bed to sleep in, food to eat, and the ability to watch live streams. What more could one desire? Just a few bunches of grapes. Yi Chen felt no remorse. If they were lost, he could always plant more. He had ample food, and was not relying on those few grapes to stave off hunger. Boss, it seems half of the survivors claim their islands are experiencing rain. Dadawan remarked nonchalantly after a burp. Half? Yi Chen turned to young Ming'er and Dili. Dadawan had finally uttered something of slight significance. Ask Ting Ting if her island is dry, he suggested. Dadawan's words reminded Yi Chun of Ting Ting. I left her a message, but she seems to be offline. Young Ming'er said, shaking her head. Offline. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. It appeared that Ting Ting's South Island was not close to theirs. What does she need? You can pass it along. It seems finding her 1T be easy for now. The 2 girls understood the current predicament. Though somewhat disheartened, they accepted the situation. Boss. Will we still set sail another day? Of course, but we still require a fishing net. A fishing net? The 2 girls looked puzzled. We're just one fishing net short of a B-grade perfect fishing kit. Brother Yi. Doesn't that fishing kit also require a C-grade excellent fishing rod in addition to the shark hook? Dilly recalled. Yes, you're correct. I just received the fishing rod. Yang Ming'er and Dilly exchanged glances in astonishment. They had barely slept, yet Yi Chun had managed to acquire the fishing rod. Was his profession procurement? Boss. It's a minor matter, merely a fishing net. What is there to fear? Just sign in quickly, it might arrive soon. Dada Wan, after another burp, abandoned the jar of preserved fruits and eagerly approached to check Yi Chen's watch. It was already nearing 4 or 5 in the morning. Yi Chen shot him a glance. When it came to signing in, this fellow ranked the lowest, and in terms of character, he was even worse. Yet, this did not dampen Dada Wan's enthusiasm for signing in. He rubbed his hands together, assumed a prayer-like pose, and began mumbling incantations. Ding! You have successfully signed in with Qin Dazhuang, earning C-grade excellent materials, 20 sunflower seeds. Haha boss, I also received C-grade materials. Dada Wan, known for his poor luck, had miraculously secured 20 C-grade excellent sunflower seeds for Yi Chun, a rare occurrence indeed. We're going to have watermelons. Aren't I impressive, boss? Praise me. Yi Chun looked at him with a wry smile, reluctantly replying, thanks. No need for thanks, boss. What are you being so polite for? It's just 20 seeds. Tomorrow, I'll sign in for you 10 acres of fertile land. No, wait, 100 acres. Ding. You have signed in with Dilly Dillamurati, earning S-grade legendary materials. Current island resource distribution map. And just like that, before Dada Wan could finish boasting, Dilly delivered a reality check. Difference. This is what we call a difference. Once again, Dilly, with her built-in bug system, had activated her cheat mode. An S-grade legendary material. The third one. Dilly, I'll take that material. Seeing the S-grade legendary material, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. All right, Brother Yi. I don't want it, it's all yours. Yi Chun accepted the S-grade legendary material without hesitation, acknowledging Dilly with a nod. Ding. You have acquired S-grade legendary material. Current island resource distribution map. It has been automatically imported into your system. You may access this resource distribution map at any time. Incredible! This system is truly remarkable. The map is even digital. Yi Chun promptly opened his system interface, revealing an ultra-high-definition vector map before his eyes. Chapter 87. The Complexity of Destiny. The map clearly marked Yi Chun's current location. What thrilled Yi Chun most was that all the resources on the island were distinctly labeled. Whether it was the most basic E-grade trees, D-grade sand, or the more advanced iron and copper mines, even the higher-grade clay mines hidden deep within the island, as well as a superior tree nestled in the forest, were all displayed on the map. To Yi Chun's astonishment, the map could also be zoomed in and out, ensuring that they would no longer struggle to locate high-grade timber. Yang Ming'er immediately recognized the true significance of this map. Although Yi Chun currently possessed a spyglass, its observational range was limited. If something was beyond visual range, it would remain undiscovered, no matter how valuable. With this map, coupled with the spyglass, all the available resources across the island would be at Yi Chun's command. Boss, we no longer need to venture to my island to chop wood. Look. It shows there's a C-grade extraordinary birch tree right here. The astute Dada Wan had already spotted a high-grade tree. Although a C-grade extraordinary birch tree didn't seem immediately useful, it was essential for upgrading the sign-in system from level 5 to level 6. Look here. There's a vast copper mine. Yang Ming'er exclaimed, having discovered a large expanse of copper mine on the western side of the island. Is that a diamond mine? Di Li's eyes widened in awe at the sight of a breathtaking diamond mine. While diamonds were indeed precious, they appeared to have little immediate utility, especially since Yi Chun lacked the tools to mine iron, let alone diamonds. After surveying the map, Yi Chun felt a pang of regret. This resource distribution map only pertained to his island and did not encompass the entire island world. If he could obtain the resource distribution map for the whole island world, that would truly empower him to navigate freely. Big Star, have you signed in yet? Dada Wan, brimming with excitement, urged Yang Ming'er when she hesitated. I'm scared it might be E-grade resources. I'm sorry, everyone. Dada Wan and Di Li had garnered ample rewards, all C-grade or above, leaving Yang Ming'er feeling the pressure. Don't worry, we're all part of the same team. There's no distinction between yours and mine. Right, Brother Yi? Yi Chun nodded. It's fine. We will have plenty of opportunities to sign in for good resources. We can't expect everyone to sign in with S-grade items. Yang Ming'er sighed, casting a glum glance at Yi Chun before beginning her sign-in. As expected, there was no system notification for Yi Chun. Yang Ming'er hung her head, puffing her cheeks in despair. Don't fret. I might not fare better than you. Yi Chun reassured her before starting his sign-in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a D-grade rare item, a small fishing net. See, I'm just a D-grade too. It's no big deal. Yichun lightly patted Yang Ming'er on the shoulder, lifting her spirits a bit. Yichun examined the fishing net. D-grade rare small fishing net. Can only be used to catch C-grade extraordinary or lower freshwater fish. Can be used 5 times a day. With a 25% success rate for catching E-grade ordinary freshwater fish. At first glance, this seemed far less practical than the fishing rod, given the level disparity. The fishing rod was a B-grade perfect item, while this fishing net was merely a D-grade rare item. However, as Yichun continued to scrutinize, he realized he should not underestimate this fishing net. 2 D-grade rare small fishing nets, C-grade hemp line, 50 meters, B-grade plastic, 1 kilogram, C-grade extraordinary tree trunk, 2 kilograms, B-grade perfect shark net. After reviewing these, Yichun suddenly slapped his thigh. Who said this was just a broken fishing net? Yonger, what did you sign in for? Di Li queried Yang Ming'er about her sign-in rewards. Yang Ming'er frowned and mumbled, a fishing net, D-grade. Wait. Yang Ming'er's soft exclamation caught Yichun's attention. This sign-in system truly was remarkable. It provided exactly what one lacked. Yang, is it the D-grade rare small fishing net? The items from the sign-in were automatically stored in the grassy area north of the cave. And with the darkness enveloping everything outside, only the sign-in individual was aware of the contents. Yes, Yichun, how did you know? Yang Ming'er looked at him, puzzled. Who said this was trash? This fishing net is a treasure. A treasure? It's only a D-grade item. I checked the description. And it pales in comparison to our freshwater fishing rod. Did you not continue reading? Yichun smiled at Yang Ming'er. It dawned on Yang Ming'er to look again at the system's description. 2 D-grade fishing nets combined with can be synthesized into a shark net. Upon realizing this, Yang Ming'er seemed to recall something. The Dewan, hearing the term shark net, bounced over excitedly. Shark net? Where? Where is it? Who signed in for the shark net? Yichun, the problem is that I only have 1 net, and it seems the trading post doesn't have any for sale. Where can we find a second fishing net? Hee. While others may lack it, I have one. Yichun wore a mischievous smile, pointing toward the cave. Boss, are you telling me you had the foresight to buy a fishing net in advance? The Dewan's intellect was rather limited. You can't mean. Yang Ming'er seemed to grasp Yichun's implication, staring at him incredulously. Di Li, also coming to her senses, pointed toward the cave, astonished. Brother Yi, you can't be serious. Did you also sign in for a fishing net? This is too coincidental. None of them were strangers to signing in, and the items varied greatly. The system provided resources that spanned every conceivable category, from impressive pickups, motorboats, various tools, essential supplies, to basic necessities like food and drinking water. It seemingly encompassed all worldly items, suggesting that with enough luck, one could even sign in for an aircraft carrier. However, to sign in for identical items in a short span was exceptionally challenging. The odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. Yet, such improbable fortune befell Yichun and Yang Ming'er, as they both signed in for the same item on the same day. Boss, you two truly are fated. To meet on the island and sign in for the same item is simply a match made in heaven. The Dewan rambled on, leaving Yang Ming'er's cheeks flushed. All right, enough chatter. Let us head to the trading post, search for hemp rope, gather some scrap plastic, and complete the shark net. Who knows, we might soon be fishing for sea fish. The Level 7 sign-in system awaits my collection. Chapter 88. A favorable weather exchange. The hemp rope was not a scarce resource. On the first day of his arrival, Yichun witnessed someone trading climbing ropes for a mere bottle of fresh water. With little effort, he exchanged some inconsequential items for nearly 100 meters of hemp rope. Acquiring scrap plastic was even easier. The Dewan quickly gathered a haphazard assortment of plastic products. The remaining challenge lay in obtaining sea-level superior-grade timber. Originally, this was a difficult task, as the trading post did not have any for sale. To venture out and locate sea-level trees for logging was almost an insurmountable endeavor. This island was abundant in trees, yet Yichun calculated that without a resource distribution map, finding a single D-level rare tree among 10 would be considered fortunate, let alone a sea-level superior tree. However, things had changed. With the resource distribution map in hand, Yichun could accurately pinpoint the nearest sea-level trees from the comfort of his RV. Boss, leave the tree cutting to me. Once I finish with the fence, I'll head out to chop down some trees. Just tell me the direction, and I'll find my way, the Dewan confidently declared, slapping his chest. In pursuit of his dream of catching sharks, he was willing to search through a vast expanse of beach for a single grain of sand. Come look at this map. From the northern lake, walk straight to the northern beach, then turn east. You'll reach the rock wall, and from there, enter the jungle. Walk about 100 meters south and then another 200 meters east, and you should be right there. Tomorrow, wear the spyglass for better efficiency. Yichun sketched a rough map for the Dewan and handed him the spyglass. Take the mountain axe and a plastic bucket. But don't chop too much, Just 3 kilograms will suffice. Concerned about sending Da-1 out alone, Yichin reiterated his instructions. Boss, you can rest easy. I've got this. Da-1 continued to exude his carefree demeanor. The group completed their daily check-in as dawn approached. Yet Yichin found himself troubled by the relentless rain. This rain won't stop. We can't go outside. It's so frustrating, Yang Ming'er complained, puffing her cheeks. The four of them had plenty of tasks to accomplish, and even a full day of work might not suffice. Now, they were trapped inside the RV by the downpour. Unfortunately, we must prioritize safety. With this heavy rain, we'll have to cancel our original plans. The torrential downpour severely hampers our progress. Yi-chun, look at the chat room and the trading post. The system is selling weather. Upon hearing Yang Ming'er's words, Yi-chun and the others thought they must have misheard. Though the trading system was extensive, selling weather was an unusual concept. They quickly accessed the trading post. Weather conversion. Instantly transform the weather on the island where the host resides into the desired state. Each type of weather requires different materials for exchange. For the sunny weather Yi-chun craved, it required 5 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 2 kilograms of any food, and 30 meters of any grade of hemp rope. Can we really do this? The Da-1, ever the optimist, was surprised by the system's intriguing offerings. Brother Yi, should we buy it? Dealey inquired, looking at Yi-chun. Yes, we must. Time is money, and with 4 of us, while others waste a day. We waste 4. Yi-chun decisively prepared to make the exchange. Can you believe it? We can buy weather. This rain is driving me mad. But the materials required for the exchange are beyond my reach. The rain had poured all night, and Yi-chun lamented the seeds he had finally acquired, which were now soaked. The chat room echoed with discontent. It seemed the heavy rain affected many. Continuous rain was detrimental to crops, yet excessive rainfall could be counterproductive. Moreover, the deluge severely restricted the survivors' mobility, leading many to wish for clear skies on their island, while hoping others would endure 3 days of rain, thus granting them a competitive edge. However, acquiring favorable weather was not an easy feat. Aside from the affluent Yi-chun, few could meet the required materials. System. Exchange for good weather. Yi-chun braved the rain, exited the vehicle, gathered the necessary materials, and began the exchange. Beep. The host has chosen to use 5 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 2 kilograms of any food, and 30 meters of any grade of hemp rope to exchange for 1 day of sunny weather. Exchange successful. As the system announced the completion, the rain outside ceased instantaneously, and the sky, once shrouded in dark clouds, revealed itself again. Within a minute, the clouds dissipated, and the azure sky embraced the earth once more. Wow, the sky is so blue. Indeed, Sister Ming'er, I haven't seen such a blue sky in ages. It's breathtaking. The clear day bestowed by the system was truly magnificent. The 4 of them stepped out of the RV, reveling in the pristine sky. Beep. Survivor Sun and Moon successfully exchanged for a sunny day. Current requirements for exchanging sunny weather have escalated. 6 kilograms of D-level rare clay, 3 kilograms of any grade of drinking water, and 31 meters of any grade of wire. The great Sun and Moon has already made the exchange. No wonder he is so impressive. He has all the resources. Why do I feel like the exchange demands have increased? While Yi-chun and his companions admired the blue sky, the system's voice resounded once more. Since Yi-chun exchanged for good weather, the system has elevated the requirements for exchanging sunny weather. Yi-chun, does this mean that with each additional person exchanging for good weather, the system will continually raise the demands? This was not a favorable development. Beep. Survivor 1 successfully exchanged for a sunny day. Current requirements for exchanging sunny weather have escalated. 7 kilograms of D-level rare clay for kilograms of D-level rare or higher food, and 5 kilograms of D-level rare or higher sand. Someone else exchanged. It's Survivor 1, the second-ranking expert. The system's demands have increased again. Damn. It's raining here too. What is going on? It was just clear skies. The second individual to exchange for weather was none other than Survivor 1, ranked second. After reviewing the chatroom's conversation, Yi-chun pondered quietly, murmuring to himself, it seems that for every individual who gains good weather, someone else must lose it. Is there a balance at play here? The Da-1 expressed his confusion. This is a double-edged sword. The disparity among survivors hinges entirely on it. Chapter 89. The unyielding merchant. At this moment, Yi-chun could no longer afford to be distracted. Having finally procured favorable weather through the system, he was determined not to squander this rare opportunity and promptly set about making the most of it. The Da-1, you continue with the defensive engineering here. Ming'er, Dealey, accompany me to establish the power system. Following their distribution of tasks from the previous night, the 4 of them quickly consumed a simple breakfast before embarking on their respective duties. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding. The grapes you have cultivated have matured, yielding a total of 12 kilograms of D-grade rare grapes, 8 kilograms of C-grade exceptional grapes, 130 seeds of C-grade exceptional grapes, 30 seeds of B-grade perfect grapes, and 20 seeds of A-grade epic grapes. Due to the effects of the harsh weather, your total harvest has suffered a loss of 6 kilograms of D-grade rare grapes, 6 kilograms of C-grade exceptional grapes, 1 kilogram of B-grade perfect grapes, 65 seeds of C-grade exceptional grapes, 15 seeds of B-grade perfect grapes, and 20 seeds of A-grade epic grapes. Good news accompanied by bad news came hand in hand. A torrential downpour had not only obliterated the bonus grapes but had also have the original harvest. The final harvest data is as follows: 6 kilograms of D-grade rare grapes, 6 kilograms of C-grade exceptional grapes, 65 seeds of C-grade exceptional grapes, and 15 seeds of B-grade perfect grapes. The long-awaited A-grade grapes and A-grade grape seeds were rendered completely useless. Yichin sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that the weather was indeed a critical factor. He resolved to stockpile more resources in the future, so that in the event of inclement weather, he could immediately exchange for favorable conditions to protect his harvest. Boss, why are there only so few grapes? I was planning to dry some to eat as raisins. Dadelwan expressed her profound disappointment after picking the grapes, her expression a portrait of dismay. Yet Yichin remained quite composed, reflecting, at least we did not suffer total loss. Thankfully, we procured good weather. Had the rain persisted, our other vegetables would likely have met the same fate. Yang Ming'er looked sorrowfully at the vegetables that had already been submerged. The greens and olives that were due to ripen tomorrow would now probably also face a halved yield. All right, what's done is done. There is no need to dwell on it. Once the water level recedes a bit, we can replant the seeds. Dadelwan, I leave the defense project to you. We shall take our leave now. Yichin left Dadelwan by the lake and returned to the grassy expanse north of the cavern with the two girls. I will handle the wiring. You two will have to put in some hard work. Assemble the photovoltaic solar panels in this manner. Both young women, having debuted as stars, were unaccustomed to manual labor, likely having been accustomed to servants catering to their every meal at home. Now, on this island, aside from attending to Yichin's daily needs, they were required to exert physical effort. Don't worry, Brother Yi, Deely replied, appearing quite confident. Yichin felt a touch of helplessness. It was not his intention to burden the girls, but he was short-handed. He dare not entrust the wiring to them. A careless mistake could not only ruin the entire setup, but could also potentially endanger the girls, which would be a grave loss. The four were engrossed in their tasks, while the other survivors were left to anxiously await the cessation of the relentless downpour. It was uncertain whether this island world truly experienced more rain, or if the system was coercing survivors to purchase weather. Today, it seemed as though the rain fell in an unending cascade. Will this ever end? I'm practically turning into a swamp. The sea level has risen nearly a meter, and my cavern is on the brink of being submerged. Help! My crops! Who can sell me some clay? I need to summon fair weather. The chatroom was filled with the lamentations of various survivors. Yichun, it seems someone is calling for you in the chatroom, Yang Ming'er said, taking a moment to glance at the trading post and chatroom amidst their busy schedule. I know, just hold on. Yichun was no different. The chatroom and trading post were akin to a virtual realm in the real world. Regardless of whether one had pressing matters, they often found themselves checking their phones intermittently. Hold on. Perhaps someone will soon offer a high price for our clay. Moreover, every minute of rain is costing them time, Deely remarked with a wry smile. While Yang Mingo vocalized what Deely had been thinking, you truly are a shrewd merchant. Indeed, without cunning, there is no commerce. Yichin boldly acknowledged his role as a merchant. The world of survival on this island was not significantly different from the previous human world. To grow strong, one must strive to suppress their competitors. Having secured favorable weather, he was diligently enhancing his capabilities, while those trapped in the cavern by the downpour were rendered unable to act. In the face of adversity, one either progresses or regresses, as others remain stagnant. He was continuously expanding his advantages. Sure enough, within 15 minutes, someone in the chatroom offered various rare blueprints in exchange for high-grade clay and sand. The price for favorable weather had surged several levels once again. It appeared that the torrential rain had affected all the islands occupied by the top 10 survivors. Some of the wealthier players were hastily purchasing good weather. Consequently, the price of favorable weather continued to climb. Yichin remained unfazed as he waited until noon, and the two girls managed to complete the assembly of the solar panels just before midday. Brother Yi, someone is offering a B-grade perfect tool hammer blueprint in exchange for clay. Deely exclaimed excitedly, oh no, it seems to have been snatched up. Yichin smiled nonchalantly and indicated toward the resource distribution center. The astute Deely quickly grasped the situation and gasped in astonishment. Brother Yi, did you snatch it? Yichin nodded with a smile. He had not merely been occupied with wiring. The price of weather offered by the system had been steadily climbing. Much like stocks, the more the price surged, the more eager the individuals became to invest. Indeed, the B-grade perfect blueprint had been unveiled. Once again, a B-grade tool blueprint was secured, leaving only the B-grade perfect tool shears remaining among the 4 blueprints. Chapter 90. D-Class Rare Freshwater. Having acquired the blueprint, others may find it challenging to synthesize the item due to the scarcity of C-Class logs and D-Class iron ingots. Even possessing the blueprint would be futile without these resources. However, Yichun was in a different position. He already had some D-Class iron ingots stored away, and he had more than enough substitutes for iron ingots in the form of kitchen knives. Even if he ran out of kitchen knives, he could easily smelt iron or in a furnace to obtain iron ingots. As for the logs, although he currently lacked C-Class logs, he possessed 2 S-Class artifacts, a resource distribution map, and a scrying mirror. Finding C-Class logs, which would be a Herculean task for others, would merely require some laborious effort on his part. With splendid weather enhancing his mood, Yichun and his companions worked diligently until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Dadelwan finally completed the defensive structure, and Yichun finished his wiring tasks, while the 2 young women had already set up the solar panels ahead of schedule. "Boss, I'll head out to chop some trees now," Dadelwan announced after a simple lunch, shouldering a mountain axe and carrying a plastic bucket to commence her next task. "Not so fast. Let us first test our power system." Yichun called out to Dadelwan, then connected the light fixture and flipped the switch. For the first time, artificial light illuminated the island. "Wonderful. Now our cave has light." Yichun and his companions had not been in dire need of light, given that they had a luxurious mobile home equipped with an array of exquisite lighting fixtures. Nonetheless, witnessing the glow of the light they had labored to create was undeniably gratifying. "Boss, can our freshwater purifier be used now?" Dadelwan was eager for an upgrade. "Well, perhaps by the time you return with C-Class logs, we will have D-Class freshwater," Yichun replied, filled with confidence, as the most challenging part, the power system, was already established. The subsequent tasks would be mere trifles. Dadelwan happily ventured off to chop trees. Yichun instructed the 2 young women to continue sifting through sand, as high-grade sand was always in demand. He then powered up the freshwater purifier. The only thing left was a water pump. Without it, they would have to resort to manual watering. Yichun poured a bottle of freshwater into the powered purifier. Within seconds, purified freshwater flowed from the outlet. He filled a bottle, took a sip, and felt that the water tasted significantly sweeter than that drawn directly from the freshwater lake. Whether due to psychological influence or actual improvement, after drinking half, he decided to list the remaining half on the trading post. Sure enough, the system automatically assigned a grade to it: D-Class Rare Freshwater, 500 milliliters. Yichun casually listed the 500 milliliters of D-Class Rare Freshwater. Yet he could not evade the keen eyes of the survivors. D-Class Rare Freshwater. Am I seeing things? Is this real? Freshwater has grades? There were both astonished exclamations from the knowledgeable and puzzled inquiries from the novices. Damn, it's that renowned figure, Ryu. Soon, everyone in the chat room realized that the one who listed the D-Class Rare Freshwater was none other than the affluent trader, Ryu Xingchen. To level up from the 4th level, the signing-in system required D-Class Freshwater. What a treasure. Big shot. What price are you asking? Do you have any left? Can I reserve some? Yes. Even though I'm only at level 3, I have everything prepared for level 4. I just need this freshwater. I was worried about where to buy it, and here it is. What is the price? Yichun's casual listing once again captured everyone's attention. The chat room, which had been filled with trivial chatter, now shifted dramatically, with D-Class Freshwater becoming the hottest topic. If this were the real world, the phrase D-Class Rare Freshwater would surely trend on social media. Yichun understood that this D-Class Rare Freshwater was anything but ordinary. Yet he had not anticipated that a mere inquiry about its grade would spark such a commotion. Not for sale, Yichun bluntly stated in the public channel, dismissing the hopeful requests of many eager survivors. Not for sale? Why not, Dada? Exactly. I need this for my upgrade. Big brother Ryu. We can negotiate the price. The eager survivors were relentless in their pursuit of an explanation from Yichun, who calmly replied, limited quantity, scarce. Scarce? Yichun, is this purifier cumbersome to use? Does it have special requirements? Yang Ming Air, who had been observing the chat, was perplexed by Yichun's response and promptly messaged him. It's not troublesome at all, nor does it have any special requirements. It's quite simple. We could produce a ton a day without issue. Then why do you say it's scarce and refuse to sell? Yang Ming Air was thoroughly confused, unable to comprehend why Yichun would forego profit. Patience. Rarity increases value. If they knew how easily I could produce D-Class Rare Freshwater, how could I convince them to pay a premium for my water? Yichun unabashedly revealed his mercantile nature. Hee, Sister Ming Air, don't fret. Brother Yi is a shrewd businessman, always ensuring a profit. By the way, Sister Ming, have you inquired about what Brother Yi did before? He is remarkably skilled in business. Li, still sifting sand, couldn't he resist gossiping. This question stumped young Ming. Although she had met Yichen upon arriving on the island and had spent nearly 10 days with him, she had never pried into his background. You should ask him. I believe Brother Yi is undoubtedly a young and talented figure in the real world, 100 times better than those wealthy heirs who only seek superficial beauty in women. Hey, little girl, do you have a crush on Yichen? Should I play matchmaker for you? I do not. The two young women teased each other on the beach when Yichen approached with the purified D-class rare freshwater. The two ladies quickly composed themselves and politely nodded at Yichen. Give it a try. I think it tastes quite good. See how you like it. With a slight sweetness and a smooth texture, it was indeed delightful. Li took a sip, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Follow me, Yichen beckoned to the two. Where to? They asked, puzzled. To the signing-in upgrade system. Chapter 91. The girls level up again. Brother Yi. Is the D-grade freshwater ready? Of course. It's just 20 liters of D-grade freshwater. Didn't I tell you? There's plenty to go around, Yichen replied casually. Although the electrically powered water purifier was merely a basic model capable of filtering D-grade rare freshwater, its output efficiency was remarkably high. As long as you kept feeding it water, it could churn out D-grade rare freshwater in no time. Have you prepared the crossbow required for the upgrade? Along with the C-grade rare vegetables and the 2 wooden rafts? Yang Mingo distinctly remembered that leveling up from the 4th to the 5th level of the sign-in system was no easy feat, of course. Did you think I was idly wandering around the trading post? Everything is ready. We were just waiting for the right moment. Now that the moment has arrived, what are we waiting for? Long live Brother Yi! Li exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Yang Minger, however, was surprised by Yi Chen's attentiveness. He had quietly prepared all the necessary materials for their upgrades. Should we wait for Wan to return and upgrade together? Yang Minger felt it was somewhat inappropriate that they always leveled up first, leaving Wan behind. No need. I haven't gathered all his materials yet. I still need one more crossbow. Crafting a crossbow requires 2 bows, and making bows necessitates cowhide elastic, which is not easy to collect. It took me quite some effort to barely gather 2 crossbows, Yichen explained. How about I give mine to Wan? Last time, we leveled up first. Yang Mingo felt a bit shy. Really? No need. I know Wan well. Even if he were here, he would insist that you level up first. Yichen reassured her. Having spent ample time with Wan, he understood the boy well. Although he was not particularly bright, he was straightforward and would never sulk over trivial matters. Even when they had first met, Wan had shown complete trust in Yichen. It was unlikely that he would concern himself with merely falling a level behind. With that, the 2 girls decided to proceed with the upgrade of the sign-in system. Ding! You have successfully upgraded Yang Minger's sign-in system to level 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 40 chance to receive E-grade common rewards. 20 chance to receive D-grade rare rewards. 17 chance to receive C-grade exceptional rewards. 13 chance to receive B-grade perfect rewards. 6. 9 chance to receive A-grade epic rewards. 3 chance to receive S-grade legendary rewards. And 0. 1 chance to receive super S-grade divine rewards. Yang Minger's sign-in probabilities followed the standard rules. She lacked the first kill rewards that Yi Chun had, and did not possess the extraordinary advantages that Li had. Nonetheless, upon seeing her sign-in system reach level 5, Yang Mingo was filled with excitement and instinctively hugged Yichen. Yichen, I've reached level 5. After uttering those words, Yang Minger suddenly realized she might have acted a bit impulsively. She quickly retreated several steps, her face flushed, while Li stifled a laugh. Don't laugh. It's your turn now. Hurry and upgrade. Yang Minger, blushing to her neck, had no choice but to pull Li out as a shield. Initially, Yichen was a bit taken aback, as he was still a somewhat innocent young man. However, once he regained his composure, he found himself lingering on the moment. This stunning beauty had unexpectedly thrown herself into his embrace, and Yang Minger's figure. Fortunately, the system notification chimed again, pulling Yi Chun back to reality. Ding! You have successfully upgraded Li Mu La T's sign-in system to level 5. Current sign-in system level 5. 15 chance to receive E-grade common rewards. 20 chance to receive D-grade rare rewards. 17 chance to receive C-grade exceptional rewards. 13 chance to receive B-grade perfect rewards. 6. 9 chance to receive A-grade epic rewards. 28 chance to receive S-grade legendary rewards. And 0. 1 chance to receive super S-grade divine rewards. Li continued to showcase her extraordinary sign-in system. With a 28 chance to receive S-grade legendary sign-in rewards, she was undeniably formidable. Upon hearing Li announce her sign-in probabilities, Yang Minger looked at her enviously. Despite both having level 5 sign-in systems, the disparity was striking. Not even Yichin, who possessed a level 6 sign-in system, could compare to Di Li in this regard. Yichin's anticipation for Di Li's upgraded system had even surpassed his own. After all, she was one of his own. In the real world, if a romantic relationship faltered, couples would part ways, and even married couples could divorce. However, in the realm of survival on the island, once you chose to submit to another, unless you completely perished or left the island world, you remained bound to your master in life or death. Yichin had no worries about her harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, he treated others with kindness and always considered the girl's well-being. Where else could one find a master as benevolent as himself? With the power system in place and the 2 girl systems upgraded, the only task left was to repair the motorboat. 50 kilograms of D-grade rare iron ingots. Fortunately, Yichin had amassed a considerable amount over the past few days. However, the D-grade ingots were just enough to meet the 50-kilogram requirement. Handing them all over left Yichin feeling a pang of regret. "I'll go repair the motorboat. You two stay here," he said, though he felt reluctant. He couldn't simply abandon such a valuable asset. "We want to go too. We haven't ridden on a motorboat yet." The 2 girls clamored to accompany him upon hearing that he was going to fix the motorboat. It seemed they had only heard the word motorboat and completely missed repair. Unable to refuse them, Yichin sent a message to Dewan. "I'm going to repair the motorboat with the 2 girls." At that moment, Dewan had already arrived at his destination, albeit a bit slower than anticipated, as he had been caught up in chatting. Several eager individuals in the chat room were impatiently waiting for Yichin to log in, seeking assistance. "Dewan, where has the great brother Yi gone? We're still waiting to receive our goods. I signed for quite a lot of supplies yesterday. If brother Yi sees anything he likes, just let us know." My boss took the girls to ride the motorboat. Motorboat? Dewan had altered repair to ride, and now the crowd erupted in blind admiration. Brother Yi is living the good life, making everyone envious. "Ah, a motorboat. I haven't even managed to get my hands on a shabby bamboo raft. I want a motorboat too. I want the girls too." Chapter 92. Synthesis of B-Class Perfect Shark Net. Meanwhile, Yichin was oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. Laboriously hauling iron ingots towards the motorboat, the 2 young women, with their petite frames, struggled to carry a mere 10 kilograms each, becoming breathless in the process. The dilemma was that there lay an entire 50 kilograms of iron ingots to be handled, with the remainder inevitably falling to Yichin. Halfway through, he regretted his haste, wishing he had waited for the others to return and share the burden. It seemed imperative to procure a handcart at the earliest opportunity. After much effort, he finally transported the 50 kilograms of iron ingots to the motorboat. The system, as expected, responded succinctly to his toil. Ding. The host chooses to consume 50 kilograms of D-class rare iron ingots to repair the damaged motorboat. Ding. Repair complete. With just a few brief notifications, his hard-earned 50 kilograms of D-class rare iron had vanished. Although a twinge of regret lingered, seeing the once dilapidated motorboat now gleaming brought Yichin a sense of satisfaction. "Wow, amazing. Yichin, take us out for a ride," one of the girls exclaimed. "Yes, brother Yi, I've never been on a motorboat before," the other chimed in. Yichin was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed only he would be thrilled by such an outing, yet these 2 starlets appeared equally eager. "All right then. Let us see how well this repaired motorboat performs. Make sure you're seated securely." As the engine roared to life, the 3 of them set off southward. The motorboat's system displayed, battery sufficient, current range 30 nautical miles. Yichin glanced at the sky, while rain persisted in the west. Both the south and east basked in sunshine. He navigated southward, relishing the splendid weather and excellent visibility. The 2 ladies, exhilarated by their first motorboat experience, were in high spirits. "I think I see the sun and moon," someone shouted in the chat room. Where? I can't see anything," came the replies. "Me neither. It's still raining here." Upon hearing of the celestial sighting, the chat room buzzed with excitement. The excited observer added, "It's truly the sun and moon. Just the other day, I happened to sign for a telescope. Are there any girls with you?" The gossipers continued. "Yes, there are 2. Thus, Yichin's motorboat adventure transformed into a live broadcast. "Wow, the sun and moon really do what they say. They're truly out on an excursion with girls." Yichin, focused on piloting the motorboat, missed these comments, which would have certainly given him a headache. He never claimed he would take girls out. He merely mentioned going out to sea. After all, big brother Dewan, it seems I'm quite close to your and the sun and moon's island. Could you persuade the sun and moon to accept me? I'd gladly submit. One eager participant implored, adeptly climbing the social ladder. "I can't decide that. It's up to my leader," Dewan replied, having just finished felling a C-class exceptional tree and preparing to return home. After a brief rest, he opened the chat room only to be bombarded with messages. "Big brother Dewan, Please ask the sun and moon for me. Someone began to plead. Understood. I'll ask. Upon hearing Dadelwan's promise, the chat room erupted once more. Count me in, I want to join. I'm signing up too. What had started as a simple chat room had turned into a registration rally. The name of the sun and moon was exalted, its status clear. While all were survivors in this island world, the disparities were stark. Somewhere, one was just managing to sustain themselves, while others were living the life of the affluent. While one faced endless clouds, another beckoned forth sunny skies. While one was solitary, others surrounded themselves with companions. To truly align oneself with the sun and moon would undoubtedly resolve the mundane issues of sustenance. Quiet down, everyone. Form an orderly queue. Dadelwan, seemingly invigorated, suggested a reservation system. After navigating 5 or 6 nautical miles, Yichun was quite pleased with the motorboat's repairs. This system was remarkable. What was described as a repair felt more like a complete replacement. The young women, brimming with excitement, even began to sing. Had they possessed a selfie stick or a phone, they would undoubtedly have snapped hundreds of photos to share on social media. At 2 in the afternoon, Yichun returned to his camp, parking the motorboat on the beach. A glance revealed that, in due time, he would need to build a dock. The motorboat could not afford any further mishaps, as his fishing endeavors depended entirely upon it. Boss, I'm back, Dadelwan exclaimed, returning to the camp with a whole barrel of logs and an axe slung over his shoulder, visibly elated. Why did you take so long? Was it hard to find? Yichun noted that Dadelwan had been gone for 4 to 5 hours. Not really. The chat room was looking for you. I saw you were busy, so I handled it for you, Dadelwan replied shamelessly. Looking for me? More supplies? Someone claimed to have seen him taking girls out on a joyride, expressing a desire to submit to him. Yichun felt a rush of embarrassment. This guy was truly something else. How many logs did you gather? Let us see. Yichun had no time for idle banter and reached out for the logs. Boss, we need to build a flatbed cart. This plastic barrel can't carry much at all. Dadelwan emptied the barrel of logs and Yichun weighed them, estimating they were about 2 kilograms, adequate, yet only about 6 or 7 kilograms at most. He needed just 2 kilograms of C-class exceptional logs to synthesize a B-class perfect shark net. However, the C-class logs were required for more than just the shark net. B-class perfect tools like hammers and shears also demanded these logs as materials. As for the materials required to upgrade the level 5 sign-in system to level 6, the demands were even more extravagant. 100 kilograms of C-class exceptional logs. The system also specified the tree species, birch. The difficulty level had increased exponentially. Yichun, however, had no time to dwell on such concerns. He needed to focus on synthesizing the shark net as soon as possible. With 2 D-class rare small fishing nets, 50 meters of C-class hemp line, 1 kilogram of B-class plastic, and 2 kilograms of any C-class exceptional logs all prepared, he declared, commencing synthesis of the B-class perfect shark net. Chapter 93. The 4-kilogram B-class perfect sea fish. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing the B-class perfect shark net. With the perfect shark net in hand, Yichun wasted no time and immediately began to synthesize the sea fish fishing kit. Beep. The host has chosen to consume 1 C-class excellent shark hook, 1 C-class excellent saltwater fishing rod, and 1 B-class perfect shark net to synthesize a B-class perfect sea fish fishing kit. Although Yichun was somewhat perplexed as to why this fishing kit was merely a B-class item, he thought little of it. Synthesis first, questions later. Beep. The synthesis of the B-class perfect sea fish fishing kit is successful. B-class perfect sea fish fishing kit, a tool capable of capturing C-class and below sea fish. After capturing 20 C-class excellent saltwater fish, this fishing kit will unlock upgrade mode. Gather the required materials for the upgrade, and it can evolve into an A-class epic sea fish fishing kit. Now it all made sense to Yichun. He understood why this seemingly impressive item was only classified as B-class. It was capable of evolution. Dadelwan, let us head into the sea. Our goal is 3 C-class excellent sea fish. Received. Boss. Upon hearing that they were about to venture into the sea, Dadelwan was even more excited than Yichun. However, their motivations diverged. Yichun aimed to catch those 3 C-class sea fish before the leaderboard updated at midnight to expedite upgrading the sign-in system to level 7. Dadelwan, on the other hand, was still lost in his dreams of catching sharks. Can we go to? The girls. Upon hearing Yichun and Dadelwan's plan to fish, seemed eager to join in on the excitement. You stay at home. The jet ski can only carry 4 people, and it's unsafe while fishing. Yichun declined the girls' request and brought along the treasure-seeking albatross Xiaotian, the spyglass, binoculars, 2 plastic buckets, a small bottle of bait, and the freshly synthesized fishing kit onto the jet ski. The small bottle of bait in his hand was no longer the freshwater bait he had previously used. Yi-chun had made preparations in advance and had procured a bottle of C-Class excellent bait from the trading post. As twilight approached, Yi-chun set the jet ski southward. This was his first expedition into deep waters to catch sea fish, and although he felt a bit uncertain, he reassured himself by glancing at the fishing tool in his hand and then at Xiao Tian, who was already observing the surrounding waters. Donning the spyglass, Yi-chun bolstered his confidence. With such ample equipment, if he could not catch any sea fish, how would he ever make a name for himself? Dadawan's eyes widened as he eagerly scanned the surface of the water, practically ready to leap into the sea. With a sudden flap of its wings, Xiao Tian took off towards the southwestern waters. Yi-chun instantly understood that Xiao Tian must have spotted something. He gently adjusted the jet ski's course toward the southwest, focusing intently through the spyglass on the movements of the sea surface. Xiao Tian's vision was far superior to that of ordinary people. Yi-chun watched as Xiao Tian's figure grew increasingly distant until it became a mere speck. Boss, where did Xiao Tian fly off to? Is it catching fish by itself? Dadawan anxiously inquired, glancing towards the southwest. Not at all. Yi-chun had unwavering confidence in the system. Unlike interpersonal relationships, the rewards from the system did not come with loyalty clauses. As expected, 5 minutes later, Xiao Tian reappeared. With a chirp, Xiao Tian returned to the side of the boat, flapping its wings toward the southwestern direction. Dadawan, continue southwest. Accelerate. It's almost 5 o'clock. We must hurry to catch 3 fish before sunset. Boss, aren't we catching sharks anymore? That silly giant was still daydreaming about catching sharks. It's too late today. We'll come back another time. Yi-chun could not be bothered to argue further, opting to coax him instead. Understood, boss. Hold on tight. Let us speed up. Dadawan complied, and the jet ski sped southwest. After about 3 minutes, Yi-chun stood at the right side of the boat, observing. The spyglass began to reveal some activity within its range. There. Dadawan, 2 o'clock. Slow down. We don't want to scare the fish away. This was Yi-chun's first time fishing in the ocean, so he had to be cautious. Xiao Tian had already begun to circle above, clearly indicating that the fish school was within the area. Xiao Tian's skill was in locating the fish, but whether they were of high quality was uncertain. That depended on the spyglass in Yi-chun's hand. When the jet ski was within 400 to 500 meters of the fish school, Dadawan shut off the engine, allowing the jet ski to coast closer to the fish school. 3 minutes later, the fish school came within Yi-chun's reach. It was a considerable school, with the spyglass indicating over 500 fish, though fewer than 10 were C-class excellent or above. Dadawan, prepare to fish. The target was set, and now it relied on the newly synthesized sea fish fishing kit. Following the system's instructions, Yi-chun first lowered the large fishing net, encircling the fish school within it. Then, Dadawan took out the saltwater fishing rod, attached a large shark hook, and began spearfishing. If not for the system's explanation, Yi-chun would never have conceived of such a method. The fishing rod was indeed used for spearing fish. It must be said, the items provided by the system were remarkable. This peculiar method proved to be exceptionally effective. Dadawan first speared a few E-class ordinary fish, then, equipped with the spyglass, focused on spearing the C-class excellent larger fish. Boss, this one looks good. It must weigh around 2 pounds. The first C-class excellent sea fish was caught. As dusk approached, Dadawan hurriedly sought to catch 2 more before they returned. Yi-chun was clear about his objectives. There would be plenty of time for fishing later. But today's main aim was to secure 3 C-class fish to upgrade the sign-in system. All right, watch my excellent spear technique. As soon as Dadawan finished speaking, he thrust down with force. In less than 5 minutes, not only did they catch 3 C-class excellent saltwater fish, but Dadawan also managed to spear a B-class perfect saltwater fish weighing 4 kilograms. Boss, what do you think this fish could sell for? While piloting the jet ski back home, Dadawan couldn't help but sneak glances at the fish he had caught. Currently, saltwater fish held little demand for most people. The cost of consumption was too high. However, they could try listing it in the trading post. Yi-chun did not expect to get rich from selling sea fish. Nevertheless, this was the first decent sea fish he had encountered in the survival world of the island. Let us go. The first sea fish is ready to be listed. Chapter 94. The arrival of the level 7 sign-in system. Yi-chun held little hope for selling this B-level perfect sea fish at a high price. The majority of survivors were stuck at sign-in levels 2 to 3, and he estimated that those who had truly advanced to level 4 were exceedingly rare. As for the notion that someone might purchase this fish to satiate their hunger or enhance their meals, that seemed utterly far-fetched. At this moment, apart from Yi-chun, who possessed the means to indulge in grilled fish, Yi-chun casually listed the B-level sea fish at the trading post. Initially, no one noticed. The entire chat room continued its aimless banter. Some were hurling insults at others in the announcement channel, while others, who clearly could not afford it, fixated on haggling over an item. There were even those brazenly flirting with girls. In short, there was no limit to the antics of this group. It was entirely normal for prominent figures like the Day and Moon Star to have items listed at the trading post, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. It seems the Day and Moon Star is selling fish again, someone murmured. Indeed, it's another B-level freshwater fish, impressive, weighing 4 kilograms. Wow, 4 kilograms. That's enough to feed me for several days. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? It seems it's not a freshwater fish. After some time, a few began to realize the discrepancy. The Day and Moon Star was not selling freshwater fish. It was evidently a sea fish. Had they never seen a pig run if they hadn't even tasted pork? The sign-in upgrade system clearly stated that to progress from level 5 to level 6, one must possess 3 sea-level excellent sea fish or above. At this point, let alone B-level fish, how many survivors had even encountered sea fish? It seemed that even an E-level fish had never graced the trading post. What? Sea fish? What? A B-level perfect sea fish? Is the system mistaken? How could such a large sea fish exist? More and more survivors began to notice the conspicuously listed B-level perfect sea fish at the trading post. Day and Moon, are you really selling sea fish? Someone, seemingly in disbelief, even messaged Yichin directly. Yes, sea fish. Yichin calmly replied with 3 words. Wow, it really is sea fish. The person went utterly wild. News of the Day and Moon Star selling sea fish spread like wildfire. And it was a B-level perfect sea fish. Day and Moon, where did you catch it? I don't even have a bamboo raft and have never been to sea. I haven't even seen a single sea fish. For most survivors, the number who could craft a bamboo raft was already scant. Having a raft and going out to catch fish were 2 entirely different matters. Who had ever seen someone paddling a bamboo raft out to catch fish? A bamboo raft could at most help one navigate nearshore waters. No sea fish ever appeared in those areas, let alone a hefty B-level perfect sea fish weighing 4 kilograms. Day and Moon, you haven't already reached level 7, have you? A clever survivor seemed to have pieced something together. The sea-level excellent sea fish was one of the essential materials for upgrading from the level 6 sign-in system to level 7. The fact that Yichin was now selling B-level perfect sea fish indicated that he had more than just this one. Level 7. Are you out of your mind? I'm only at level 2. What the heck, level 7? It's only been a few days since we arrived on the island. And someone is already at level 7? Why are you all shouting? Don't you see who this person is? Day and Moon. The top player in the island survival world. Who knows, maybe Day and Moon has already reached level 10. The chat room buzzed with all manner of speculation, with some even praising Yichin to the heavens. Boss, you're killing me with laughter. They say you're at level 10. Haha. Yichin, did you catch sea fish? Why is everyone discussing you in the trading post? Yang Ming'er and Deely seem to have seen the chatter in the chat room. We secured 3 sea-level excellent sea fish. That B-level sea fish was a surplus. If no one buys it, we might as well grill it for dinner tonight while it's still fresh. Eat it. The 2 girls gasped in astonishment at those words. This was a B-level perfect sea fish. It was estimated that no other survivor on the entire island survival world could find a second one. Yet Yichin intended to eat it for dinner. Surely, wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Half an hour later, Yichin returned to his camp with a bountiful harvest. The 3 sea-level sea fish were nearing their last breath. But the system had not stipulated that they had to be alive. As long as they were sea-level sea fish, they would be recognized by the system. Dadawan, help me move all these supplies to the resource distribution center. I'm preparing for an upgrade. To ascend from the level 6 sign-in system to level 7 required a significant amount of resources. The requirements were divided into 2 parts. The first part consisted of resources that did not need to be submitted, at least 2 S-level legendary items, at least 3 A-level epic items, 1 A-level epic motorboat, at least 1 fragment of an S-level legendary treasure map. Yichin met all 4 conditions. The second part required resources to be submitted, 100 kilograms of iron or of any level, 20 kilograms of B-level perfect sand, 30 kilograms of B-level perfect clay, 3 B-level perfect freshwater fish, 3 C-level excellent sea fish or above, 1 A-level epic item. These 6 items were to be submitted to the system. Yichin actually did not possess much E-level ordinary iron ore. Due to the lack of appropriate tools, manually extracting iron ore was exceedingly difficult. Most of the iron ore in Yichin's possession was procured from the trading post, which had taken considerable effort. Fortunately, the current demand for iron ore was low, allowing Yichin to seize the opportunity. As for the B-level perfect sand, when Yichin first encountered it, he thought it was some novel item. However, upon closer inspection of the system description, he realized it was merely B-level sand, automatically categorized as fine sand due to its higher grade. Regarding the B-level perfect clay, since discovering the clay mine, clay had ceased to be a scarce resource for Yichin, although there were only 80 kilograms of B-level perfect clay in the entire mine. It had to be excavated for the sake of upgrading. As for the B-level freshwater fish, it went without saying. With a B-level freshwater fishing rod and the support of a viewing lens, catching 3 B-level freshwater fish was a piece of cake. At this point, the 3 C-level excellent sea fish that had been a headache for Yi-chun were also secured. Now, the only remaining issue was the final requirement. The system necessitated that Yi-chun submit an A-level epic item. At this juncture, Yi-chun furrowed his brow. While he possessed several A-level epic items, the dilemma lay in deciding which one to submit. Each was a cherished treasure, and it felt like a loss no matter which he chose. This predicament left Yi-chun in a quandary. Chapter 95. Exploiting system loopholes. The speedboat is classified as Class A. Yet the question remains, how could one bear to surrender such a treasure? The night vision goggles are also Class A, but they seem to be of future utility. The skill that enhances running speed by 25. For heaven's sake, this is a life-saving technique. Without it, whether I could successfully rescue Di Li was a matter of uncertainty. Let alone donating it now, Yi-chun wished he could sign in for another 10 or 8 skills. A myriad of Class A epic treasures flashed through Yi-chun's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed one after another. Since the system classified these items as Class A, they must possess considerable value. How could Yi-chun part with them so easily? Those solar panels were indeed Class A, but we have already used them up. Yang Ming reminisced and pointed towards the speedboat situated south of the cave. Indeed, Class A items hold great worth. How could one bear to surrender them? Di Li pouted, shaking her head repeatedly. Valuable. Yi-chun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. It seemed he had recalled something. He could go fishing. If he could catch a Class A fish to surrender, it would solve the issue, especially since he possessed the S-class artifact, the peeping mirror. Catching a class of freshwater fish should not pose a significant problem. How could he have forgotten such a simple method? Have we finished fishing for today? Yi-chun asked. He had completely delegated the fishing duties to Dawan and the 2 girls. I didn't have time today. I didn't fish at all. Dawan waved his hands repeatedly. He had been quite busy and had no time for fishing. Upon hearing that Dawan had not fished, Yi-chun felt a surge of excitement, fearing that Dawan might have exhausted the fishing quota for the day. Brother Yi. I caught fish today. Di Li shyly raised her hand. Have we exhausted the quota? Yi-chun inquired. Di Li frowned and nodded. Didn't he catch any Class A fish? Yi-chun pressed on. Today was rather hectic, and I didn't specifically aim to catch large fish. The highest grade was merely a Class B. Do we have any stock left? Yi-chun remained optimistic, feeling as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. None left. We are 4 people now, plus 2 pets, and our food consumption is considerable. Freshwater fish is our primary sustenance, and we have practically no reserves. Moreover, we sold the better fish. Yang Minger, now the logistics manager, was more aware of the details than Yi-chun. This was troublesome. The method of using a class of freshwater fish as a substitute had been thwarted. Brother Yi, I have a solution. Di Li suddenly stepped forward, her large eyes sparkling with excitement, pointing towards the direction of the lake where their group had planted crops. A genius. How did I not think of that? Di Li, you truly are a talented individual. Yi-chun instantly understood. However, it seemed we had no reserves left. Yi-chun recalled that they had planted everything. This was problematic. Just when he thought of a backup plan, it was thwarted again. Hey, boss. What are you 2 talking about? I don't understand a word. Dawan was utterly baffled. It seemed as though they had said nothing, yet were suddenly praising Di Li as a genius, and then sighing. At this moment, Yang Minger, without a word, immediately turned and dashed towards the RV. Moments later, she jumped out, hands outstretched, presenting a seed about the size of a pea to Yi-chun. Now Dawan understood. The Class A material required for surrender was the vegetable seeds harvested during their first yield. The system merely stipulated that one must surrender a Class A epic material. It did not specify quality, size, or value. A pea-sized Class A epic vegetable seed perfectly fulfilled the System S requirements. Even a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Minner, weren't all the seeds planted initially? How do you still have a stock? Yi-chun distinctly remembered that all had been sown during the second planting. Haha. I secretly kept one. Yang Minger smiled brightly, winking at Yi-chun. Stashed away, splendid. Excellent. Yi-chun praised, giving her a thumbs up. It seemed Yang Minger had not anticipated being commended for her resourcefulness. In truth, Yang Minger had not been hoarding. She had merely taken precautions, fearing that the seeds planted might be lost to inclement weather, so she retained a small portion of each type of seed. Little did she realize that this would become a crucial resource for Yi-chun's upgrade to the sign-in system. Although Yi-chun and his companions only had these few Class A epic seeds left, surrendering just 1 seed would suffice to pass the requirement. Such a nearly underhanded approach was certainly acceptable to Yi-chun. It turned out the system wasn't infallible. We had discovered such a loophole. Boss, quickly upgrade. And while you're at it, give that Reaper Returns a good slap. The Dewan, who had not forgotten the now-defunct Reaper Returns, still hoped for Yichin to deliver a heavy blow to him. Just then, as if summoned, the Dewan glanced at the chat room and seemed to spot something. Exclaiming loudly, "Boss, that fool is provoking you again." Yichun and the two girls logged on to check. Sure enough, Reaper Returns was making a ruckus in the chat room. "Come out, you son of a dog. The 6th level sign-in system is impressive, huh? I'll reach level 6 in no time. It'll take mere minutes to surpass you. So what if you burn my resources? I signed in for a Class B perfect multifunctional super large tent yesterday. Wow, another 6th level sign-in system. The Reaper indeed has some clout." Reaper Returns' loud proclamation had once again caused many survivors to revere him. After all, at a time when most survivors only had 2nd or 3rd level sign-in systems, a 6th level sign-in was far ahead of the majority. "Haha, sun and moon, just you wait. I will absolutely surpass you." Hearing the flattery from the crowd, Reaper Returns grew even more emboldened. "Haha, that fool is bragging about having a tent. Does he have no shame?" For Dewan, who had already settled into the RV, a mere tent was inconsequential. He wouldn't even spare it a glance. "Show us your level, and then show us where you sleep. I bet you're on the open grass." Ahaha. Beep. Survivor Sun and Moon has successfully raised their sign-in level to 7. As the first survivor to elevate their sign-in level to 7, the system grants a special reward, one S-Class legendary material, a trailer-style RV compartment. Just as Reaper Returns continued to mock Dewan, the system's voice rang out. Chapter 96, a magnanimous dinner. At this moment, the entire chat room fell into an abrupt silence. 5 seconds later, Dewan muttered, "Why is it again about the RV?" Upon uttering this, no one dared to speak again. Just a moment before, the Grim Reaper had been boasting about soon achieving a level 6 signing-in system, only to be met with a resounding retort from Ryu Xingqian. The first level 7 signing-in system in the entire survival island world has been born. As for the B-level multifunctional tent that the Grim Reaper had previously exalted, how could it possibly compare to an S-level legendary RV? A camping tent that one could acquire for a few hundred in the real world pales in comparison to a trailer that costs no less than several $100,000. This was truly a slap in the face. The Grim Reaper was utterly speechless. What could he possibly use to compare himself to Yichun? In Yichun's presence, he was nothing but a beggar. Even more astonishing was Dewan's use of the word again. This disdainful expression indicated just how unremarkable the S-level legendary RV was before Ryu Xingqian. 3 minutes later, someone finally spoke up. Again. "May I ask where the esteemed Ryu is currently sleeping?" a brave survivor inquired. Dewan answered with remarkable candor, "Sleeping in the luxurious RV with the ladies once again." Dewan's words rendered the chat room completely silent. Luxurious RV. Luxurious RV. Luxurious RV. A minute later, the chat room was flooded with the words luxurious RV. What an international joke. Just moments ago, these individuals were envious of the Grim Reaper for acquiring a mere tent, and now it was revealed that the great Ryu was residing in a luxurious RV. For most people, let alone in the survival island world, even in real life, they had never stayed in an RV. Dewan, is it true that the great Ryu lives in an RV? Someone boldly asked for further clarification. Of course, a super luxurious RV. And I reside within it as well, alongside the boss and the ladies. The ladies? Dewan, you also live in there? How can so many people fit in this RV? The lifestyle of the great Ryu must be incredibly opulent. At this, 1,000 thoughts raced through everyone's minds. Dewan, you must not speak so indiscriminately. You might expose our privacy, Yang Ming Air admonished. Hey, I'm just casually chatting. Dewan replied sheepishly. Grinning at Yichun, "Brother Yi, quickly check the upgraded attributes." Li Ku was uninterested in the gossip circulating in the chat room. She was merely curious about the signing-in probability of this level 7 system. Current signing-in system level 7. 5 chance of obtaining an E-level ordinary reward. 15 for a D-level rare reward. 23 for a C-level excellent reward. 25 for a B-level perfect reward. 26. 2 for an A-level epic reward. 5. 5 for an S-level legendary reward. And 0. 3 for an ultra S-level divine bestowed reward. The probabilities for lower-level rewards had once again diminished. Yichun furrowed his brow. He was not pleased with this data. The chances for S-level and ultra S-level rewards were still too low. Given the presence of Li, who was akin to a bug in the system, Yichun felt this probability was far from satisfactory. Currently, the signing-in probabilities were primarily concentrated in the C, B, and A categories, while what he truly desired were S-level and ultra S-level resources. Ding! Due to the host successfully upgrading to level 7 of the signing-in system, the function to combine Ultra S-level Divine Bestowed resources and above has been unlocked. While Yichun was still lamenting his signing-in probabilities, the system's voice resonated once more. Gather the corresponding resources, and the host is now qualified to combine Ultra S-level divine bestowed resources and above. Yichen was taken aback. It turned out that only upon reaching level 7 was one eligible to combine Ultra S-level divine bestowed resources. Furthermore, it seemed that Ultra S-level divine bestowed resources were not the ultimate resources. This system appeared to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Ding! Due to a survivor upgrading to level 7 of the signing-in system, the system announces the requirements for advancing from level 7 to level 8. Must possess at least 5 S-level legendary items, at least 5 A-level epic items, at least 3 fragments of S-level legendary treasure maps. Submit 20 kilograms of C-level iron ingots, 20 kilograms of A-level epic fine sand, 20 kilograms of A-level epic clay, 3 A-level epic freshwater fish, 100 kilograms of B-level perfect or higher sea fish. Submit any one S-level legendary resource, and either kill or recruit at least one survivor. The system promptly announced the requirements for advancing from level 7 to level 8. The sheer volume of these requirements was enough to make one's scalp tingle. What on earth were these demands? I can't even meet half of them. Indeed, it's too stringent. Are we even allowed to live? 5 S-level resources, 5 A-level resources, and I haven't even managed to acquire a B-level resource, yet the prospect of a level 8 signing-in system is beyond my imagination. How envious. How resentful. Upon witnessing these terrifying system requirements, the individuals in the chat room expressed their dissatisfaction. I reckon, to quickly advance to level 7, we'll have to resort to murder and arson. This is compelling us to become thieves and bandits. Damn you little rascals. All of you better clean your necks and wait for me. It was uncertain who initiated it, but the chat room's atmosphere abruptly shifted. It is said that regardless of one's location, money, power, and women are forever the instigators of strife. Yichen. These people are quite frightening. The ladies trembled upon hearing this exchange. The ones who truly pose a threat are often those who remain silent, lurking in the shadows. Yichen was not easily intimidated. He had no fear of those who babbled nonsensically in the chat room daily. The so-called barking dog seldom bites. Those truly vicious individuals often hide in dark corners. Stop dawdling. Let us have dinner and rest afterward. Boss, aren't we waiting for the leaderboard to update? The Dawan had been eagerly anticipating the leaderboard. Moreover, the wager between Yi Chun and that foolish Grim Reaper was about to be revealed. Although it seemed there was no real suspense. Enough waiting. What's yours is yours. No need to dwell on it. Ming Air, D. Li, roast that B-level sea fish. Yi Chun promptly removed the 4-kilogram B-level perfect sea fish from the shelf. Where has the great Ri-US sea fish gone? As soon as Yi Chun retracted the B-level sea fish, a keen-eyed survivor noticed the discrepancy. No one wants it. So we'll roast it and eat it. Da Wan had already begun preparing to roast the fish while responding in the chat room. Roast it. Everyone was nearly driven mad. Just how extravagant was Ryu? This was the most valuable sea fish at present, and it was a B-level perfect one. Yet they intended to roast it for dinner. The world of the wealthy was incomprehensible. Chapter 97. A bunch of night owls. While the crowd in the chat room lamented the plight of the B-grade sea fish, Yi Chun had already begun to distribute the spoils without hesitation. Yang Ming'er appeared somewhat reluctant, murmuring, Yi Chun, doesn't the level 7 to 8 sign-in system require a B-grade perfect sea fish? Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? The girls were simply thinking of abundance. Yi Chun casually shook his head and replied, it's not worth holding on to that one. Besides, I won't be able to gather the materials needed for the upgrade anytime soon. The sea fish will spoil if left out too long. Come on, let us eat, everyone. You've all worked hard these past few days. Here, Da Wan. Enjoy this large piece of fish meat. With a flourish, Yi Chun sliced off a hefty chunk of fish and handed it to Da Wan. Thank you, boss. You're too kind. We're all in this together, so there's no need for thanks, Da Wan responded, having spent enough time with Yi Chun to become quite clever in his speech. Here, Mir, Dilly, these 2 pieces of fish meat are for you. You've been sifting sand and tidying up. You deserve it. After attending to Da Wan, Yi Chun proceeded to serve the 2 girls, making them both feel a bit bashful. They felt that they hadn't really done much, except perhaps helping Yi Chun with a bath. Although we appear quite affluent now, in reality, we are indeed much better off than most survivors. However, as you can see, there are many eyes coveting our resources and way of life. We cannot afford to be complacent. Just as the 3 of them were about to indulge in their feast, Yi Chun's tone shifted, and they understood that his attentiveness had a purpose. Boss, just say what you need us to do, they urged, winking at him, clearly indicating that they understood the unspoken expectation behind the generous serving. Here's the plan. We need to quickly obtain the A-grade epic building hammer. First, we must gather 4 B-grade tools, so we need to divide the tasks. Da Wan, stick to your usual routine and find a few C-grade tree trunks. I'll give you 2 days to gather at least 50 kilograms of them. Minger and Dilly continue sifting the sand and smelting iron ingots. We still need a blueprint for a B-grade perfect tool, and we must trade for it with sand and freshwater fish. Yi Chun's instructions flowed freely, and Dodowon commented, "Brother Yi, you really think ahead." Dilly pouted, clearly realizing that Yi Chun had long been planning for that A-grade epic building hammer. "Well, this is for everyone's benefit," Yi Chun unabashedly proclaimed, placing the burden onto his companions. Even Dodowon began to doubt Yi Chun's intentions, thinking that their leader had become quite the shrewd merchant, even at the expense of his own people. However, driven by the desire to acquire that A-grade epic building hammer, none of them voiced any complaints. After all, this was their island, and who wouldn't want to see it flourish? Yi Chun's urgency was not unfounded. While he appeared well-resourced and ahead of most in sign-in levels, he understood that time was of the essence. If they did not expedite the development of their island and enhance their defenses, they would soon face threats from an increasing number of survivors equipped with the ability to venture out to sea. The most pressing task was to transform their island into an impregnable fortress. Before bed, the two girls bathed again while Yi Chun busily planned, not joining them. Dodowon eagerly awaited the stroke of midnight. For Dodowon, the imminent midnight was not merely about collecting sign-in rewards. It was also about the updated leaderboard and the consequential system rewards. Most importantly, it was about delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Grim Reaper. Yi Chun, exhausted from his endeavors, soon drifted into a slumber. He awoke with a start when he rolled over and was met with two pairs of wide eyes staring at him. What are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled. "Brother Yi, you're just too adorable." Dilly giggled behind her hand. "Adorable?" Yi Chun thought, feeling that such a term used for a man was akin to an insult. "Boss, it's almost midnight. Wake up." Dodowon burst into the room, calling out to Yi Chun, "Is it really necessary? The sign-in rewards will still be there tomorrow." Yi Chun groaned, attempting to return to his dreams. But the relentless nudging from the two girls brought him back to reality. "Come on, Yi Chun, get up," Yang Minger insisted, pushing him. Dilly watched gleefully from the side, enjoying the spectacle. Realizing he was being playfully punished for his earlier schemes during dinner, Yi Chun surrendered. All right, you win. I'll get up. What survivor stays up for midnight like you lot?" As he spoke, he opened the chat room and saw that perhaps it was best not to voice his earlier thoughts. "Everyone, we have 10 minutes until the leaderboard updates. Stay alert. We're pumped. Just waiting for this moment. I'm aiming for the top 10. Give it a rest. With your level, how can you even think of the top 10? The Day and Moon Master is already level 7, and you have nothing. Hey, I've got an A-grade epic item. What do you have? Quiet down. We still want to see the results of the bet between the Day and Moon Master and the Grim Reaper. It's definitely going to be the Day and Moon Master. What will the number 1 on the leaderboard receive this time? I can't wait." The chat room was buzzing with activity, leaving Yi Chun feeling rather dizzy. It seemed he was the anomaly, being the only one inclined to sleep early. "Everyone silence. My boss is here, so settle down," Dodowon shouted, only to see the chat room become even more animated, a riot of excitement. "Long live the Day and Moon Master. Day and Moon Master, how are the girls treating you? Day and Moon Master, I want to see you give that foolish Grim Reaper a good smack. Day and Moon Master, take me in as your disciple. I'm willing to serve you." With Dodowon's shout, the Day and Moon Master became the undeniable focal point of the chat room. Yi Chun scratched his head in exasperation, while Dodowon continued to stir the pot. "Grim Reaper, you little rascal, prepare to bow before my boss." The ruckus surrounding them was not lost on Dodowon, who had not forgotten about the Grim Reaper. Yet, the Grim Reaper had yet to make an appearance. Just because he was absent didn't mean he wasn't lurking. Dodowon launched into a tirade of insults, for after all, insults were free of charge. And he relished the opportunity to hurl them. Until at last, the Grim Reaper was forced to surface. "Who are you cursing?" "I'm cursing you. How dare you compare yourself to my boss? You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Damn it, I'm still better than you. I could outpace you by 100 streets. I spit on you. What if I win, huh?" Dodowon was not one to shy away from confrontation. On the contrary, he thrived on chaos. "I may be beneath you, but I'll call you daddy. All right then. Good son. Get lost." In the chat room, two individuals exchanged a litany of unspeakable vulgarities. The Grim Reaper, having returned, no longer aspired to compete with Yi Chun. Nevertheless, it was imperative not to lose face before the esteemed audience. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification chimed. Ding! The leaderboard system has been updated. Chapter 98. The leaderboard has been updated. The leaderboard for the second week is as follows. First place, Sun, Moon, and Stars. Yi Chun's ID once again reigns supreme at the top. Boss, impressive. First place again. Haha. I knew it. Absolutely number 1. Dodowon seemed even more exhilarated than Yi Chun, as if the title belonged to him. Yang Ming'er and Di Li were equally thrilled. Yi Chen's victory felt like their own. Second place, survivor number 1, third place. The system continued to announce the rankings. A group of survivors, who cared little for their own standings but were keen on flattery, began to extol Yi Chen's virtues. The great leader's sun, moon, and stars is magnificent. His achievements will echo through the ages. The universe is number 1. These shameless souls were uttering the most nauseating compliments. Yet, Yi Chen and his companions had no time to listen to their praises. Each of the 4, Yi Chen, Di Li, and Yang Ming'er was focused on their own priorities. Yi Chen was particularly interested in a few familiar names among the top 10, as well as the ranking changes of Di, Yang Ming'er, and Di Li. Di, on the other hand, had a simpler concern. He was fixated on the name of the Reaper's return, hoping it would plummet to the 999th position so he could leap to the moon in joy. Yang Ming'er and Di Li were worried about their own standings being too low, with a significant gap from Yi Chen. Before long, the first familiar name appeared. Astonishing everyone, it was Di Li, 36th place. Little D, Di Li, you're 36th. How impressive. Yang Ming'er cheered enthusiastically, while Di Li remained somewhat dazed. She vaguely recalled her previous rank being outside the top 100, and in just 1 week, she had surged into the top 50. Compared to Yang Ming'er and Di Li's initial ranking was not low, although she had signed in at a low level in the first week. Her inherent bug system and possession of 2 S-class resources ensured her ranking could not remain too low, to everyone's delight. It wasn't long before Yang Ming'er and Di names appeared as well. 39th place, I am Ming. 47th place, Di. Haha, Di is overjoyed. If memory serves, I was ranked 823rd in the first week, and in just 1 week, I have climbed over 700 places. What made Di even happier was 48th place, the Reaper's return. Now, it was impossible for Di not to mock the Reaper's return. Ha ha ha. Di began to flood the screen with laughter. The chatroom was filled with laughter as others joined in, having noted the rankings. It was evident to all. Di ranking spoke volumes. Following the great leader's sun, moon, and stars led to rewards. It hadn't been long, and Di had easily surpassed the previously third-ranked Reaper's return. As for the earlier wager between the Reaper's return and Yi Chen, it had lost all significance to most. How could one hope to challenge the main player when they couldn't even best a subordinate? The Reaper's return had lost thoroughly, stripped of all dignity. However, while the other survivors may have forgotten the wager, Di did not. Is that fool around? Di simplistically referred to the Reaper's return as fool. He boldly called out twice, but there was no response. Di was not one to relent. If the Reaper's return chose to remain silent, he would not stop until he drew them out. Hey, fool Reaper's return, come out. You no longer have the right to lick the boss's boots. But never mind. I, a magnanimous person, will reluctantly accept you as my son. Come over here and lick my boots clean, and I might have a reward for you. Before Yi Chen, Di was as sweet as Winnie the Pooh. But in front of the Reaper's return, he turned into a ruffian. Hey, did you really die? Did the Reaper take you away? Yes, you must accept your loss. Where are you? Come out and lick Di boots. No, I mean lick Daddy's boots. Haraha. Yes, hurry up, you turtle. Don't keep Di waiting. Otherwise, it won't just be licking boots. If not boots, then what else? Haraha. You know what I mean. Hee. Di stirred the pot, and the eager survivors, longing for a chance to flatter, began to join in with the most revolting and lewd comments. Shouting nonsense. I'm here. The Reaper's return's composure was evidently lacking, as it was long before they showed themselves. Oh, my son, you've come. Quickly come here. The chatroom was increasingly filled with survivors mocking the Reaper's return. Yi Chen, however, chose not to engage in this trivial amusement. True leaders never waste their time on such petty matters. Ding, the result of the wager between sun, moon, and stars in the Reaper's return has been announced. Winner, sun, moon, and stars, ding, due to the failure of the wager. The Reaper's return is unable to pay the wager, 100 liters of diesel. The system issues a severe warning for the Reaper's return. And the Reaper's return signing privileges are suspended for 2 natural days. Consequently, the winner, sun, moon, and stars, receives an additional signing opportunity. Soon, the system administrator sent a message. Due to the unfortunate Reaper's return losing all their diesel in a fire, the system wasted no time in imposing a strict penalty for their inability to fulfill the wager. Damn, that cursed system, this is unfair. Ding, the host, Reaper's return, insults the system. Thus, the system penalizes the Reaper's return by reducing the signing materials by 1 level in the next signing. Upon hearing this system announcement, the once boisterous chat room fell into a sudden silence. Impressive. The system administrator is indeed formidable. While the system had no interest in the petty squabbles between survivors, it immediately punished anyone who openly insulted it. The system has a sense of dignity. Long live the system administrator. Support the system administrator. Splendid job. The system is mighty. Instantly, the atmosphere in the chat room shifted again. From previously flattering Yichin, the conversation turned to praising the system. However, this group of individuals was merely wasting their efforts, as even Yichin would not acknowledge them, let alone the exalted system administrator. Ding! The leaderboard update is complete, and the leaderboard rewards will be issued shortly. Please check your accounts, survivors. Chapter 99. A unique reward. The first-ranked Sun and Moon stars received an Ultra S-rank Divine Gift level reward. One of the components of a multifunctional quantum cutting knife, 1 kilogram of S-rank legendary material, nanoalloy. Yichin felt a surge of excitement at the mention of the Ultra S-rank Divine Gift level rewards, nearly staggering in disbelief. However, he soon realized that what he had received was merely one component of the multifunctional quantum cutting knife. What on earth is this? Dedowan was left utterly bewildered, gazing at Yichin with a face full of questions. Yichin shrugged. The multifunctional quantum cutting knife was not a novel concept. He recalled that when Yang Mingo had slain the head wolf, she had also obtained a component of this so-called quantum cutting knife. Had the system not unexpectedly brought this up again, Yichin might have forgotten that he even possessed a wolf fawn. Big Brother Sun and Moon, what exactly is this? Indeed, it sounded impressive, yet the system offered no explanation. The group of gossipers in the chat room shared the same look of confusion. Yichin, I still have that wolf fong. Why is another component showing up? Yang Ming'er pointed at the wolf fong she had hidden in her RV, her face a mask of curiosity. The system provided no further clarification, and neither did Yichin. It was not that he wished to remain silent. He was genuinely in the dark. This Ultra S-rank Divine Gift level multifunctional quantum cutting knife was simply too enigmatic. For other materials, the system would always provide some explanation upon careful observation. Even a mundane bottle of mineral water could be described as a potable freshwater resource. Yet for this quantum cutting knife, the system was unusually reticent, offering no insights whatsoever. Let us keep it for now, after all. It is a component of an Ultra S-rank Divine Gift level material, which surely has its uses. Yichin had no choice but to adopt a hopeful approach. In stark contrast to Yichin's mysterious rewards, the second-ranked survivor had received something much more practical, an A-rank epic-level motorboat. Damn, that guy scored something impressive. Dedowan gazed enviously at the system screen. Yichin frowned. Another survivor had acquired a motorboat, and this one was a formidable contender, the second-ranked survivor. This could spell trouble. The rewards for the third and fourth-ranked survivors were comparatively meager. The 36th-ranked Xiao Di received a C-rank excellent-level item, a multifunctional clothes drying rack. While it did not appear to be a high-end item, its practicality was undeniable. Given that there were 4 survivors on their island, including 2 beautiful women, the need for clean clothes was substantial, making a drying rack quite useful. The 39th-ranked Yang Ming'er received a set of 2 C-rank excellent-level thermos bottles, bright red and adorned with bows, presenting a festive appearance. The 47th-ranked Dedowan received a C-rank excellent-level razor. Yichin blinked at these 3 items, then raised his head and smiled wryly as he surveyed his 3 companions. The reward system seemed to be quite perceptive, tailoring these rewards to individual needs. A razor? I already have one. Dedowan continued to flaunt his C-rank item, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was merely a C-rank item. As if he were the first-ranked Sun and Moon stars. The others, in deference to Yichin, offered their compliments. Hey, dead man, what did you get for being behind me? Show us. Dedowan couldn't resist taking a jab at the return of the Grim Reaper, indicating that their rivalry was far from resolved. Yichin was perplexed. He was the one who had wagered with the Grim Reaper. The 48th-ranked Grim Reaper returns, receiving a C-rank excellent-level ranking reward, a Kohler toilet. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. He actually got a toilet. No further snide remarks were needed from Dedowan. The chat room erupted with laughter. Even Yichin and the 2 ladies could not contain their amusement. I wonder if the system is worried that since your house burned down, you might be feeling down and constipated, so it specially gifted you a toilet to encourage you to visit the restroom more often. Ahaha. Dedowan's knack for mockery was evidently improving. The Grim Reaper was already seething with rage. Sun and Moon, Dedowan, just wait. One day, I shall make you pay for your blood debts. Yichin looked on at this threat, completely baffled. Why was he being dragged into this? He hadn't said a word. Dedowan continued his relentless teasing. Blood debts? Sounds like you have hemorrhoids bleeding too severely. Is this my fault? All right. Dedowan, let us tone it down a bit. You're getting too carried away. Yang Ming'er, unable to watch any longer, intervened. Just as Dedowan fell silent momentarily, The system chimed in again. Beep. All ranking rewards have been distributed. Please check your rewards, survivors. Beep. Congratulations to Daiwan for rising 776 ranks and receiving the best ranking improvement reward, an A-rank epic level RV built-in water pump. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a reward. Boss, a water pump. Our desired water pump has finally arrived. Today is truly our lucky day. At this juncture, Daiwan could not even attempt to be low-key. Daiwan is magnificent. Daiwan, my leader, please accept my bow. The flattery began to pour in. Yichin had not expected the system to reveal such a bonus, the best ranking improvement reward. It felt somewhat akin to an underachiever suddenly scoring well in class and receiving a best progress award from the teacher. However, one could not deny that the arrival of the water pump was indeed timely. Since acquiring the RV, life had become significantly more convenient. But sourcing water remained a vexing problem. The desire for cleanliness is inherent to human nature, especially for two stunningly beautiful women. A water pump. Where is it? Where is it? Upon hearing that Daiwan had obtained the water pump the two ladies had long desired, they immediately clamored around him. Never having been the center of such attention, Daiwan, unlike his leader Yichun, suddenly felt overwhelmed. He pointed toward the cave. My resource distribution center is in the cave. The two ladies eagerly retrieved the water pump. System notification, A-rank epic level water pump. Powered by electricity. Capable of extracting water sources, an indispensable artifact for bathing and changing clothes. Yichin read the system's message and blinked at the sky. Could it be that this item was a special gift from the system deity for his group? Designed for the convenience of spying on the ladies while they bathed and changed? Chapter 100. The sale of sea-level exceptional vegetables in the dimness of the night. It was fortunate that Yichin's cave was equipped with electric lighting, enabling the two young women to locate the water pump. However, considering the late hour, a bath was best postponed. They decided to sleep in the vehicle. Yichin, the vegetables have matured, he heard. The two girls seemed to be overly excited. With no trace of sleepiness, as they brought the water pump and took a moment to check on their crops. As he glanced out the window at the two beautiful women winking at him, Yichin felt compelled to rise from his comfortable air mattress and follow them to the fields. Notification, you have harvested a total of 150 E-level ordinary vegetable seeds. 2200 D-level rare vegetable seeds, 2100 C-level exceptional vegetable seeds, 1050 B-level perfect vegetable seeds, 550 A-level epic seeds, and 20 S-level legendary seeds. Notification, you have harvested a total of 58 kilograms of E-level ordinary vegetables, 188 kilograms of D-level rare vegetables, 150 kilograms of C-level exceptional vegetables, 25 kilograms of B-level perfect vegetables, 9 kilograms of A-level epic vegetables, and 1 kilogram of S-level legendary vegetables. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Yuchen's heart swelled with joy. Despite suffering some losses from the recent torrential rain, the nearly 6,000 seeds and 400 kilograms of vegetables harvested would be more than sufficient to sustain his group for an entire year. The yield of olive vegetables was modest due to the small quantity initially sown, merely a fraction of the total. Yichun, with so many vegetables, we won't be able to store them for long, Yang Ming'er remarked, her excitement giving way to a pressing concern. Their group lacked refrigeration. And if the 400 kilograms of vegetables were left to sit on this island for 3 to 4 days, they would undoubtedly spoil. After pondering for a moment, Yichin recalled the concept of a refrigerator. Even if they had one, the vegetables would only remain fresh for about 10 days. However, this time frame was ample for Yichun, as the growing cycle was merely 5 to 6 days. With a refrigerator, he would have a steady supply of vegetables at hand. B-level perfect refrigerator, C-level exceptional iron ingots 5 kilograms, B-level perfect compressor 1, C-level exceptional plastic 5 kilograms, B-level perfect refrigerator blueprint 1. The synthesis of the refrigerator, however, was no simple task. It required both a compressor and a blueprint. Let's first store the seeds in a dry place. For vegetables below B-level, we should limit the quantities available for sale. C-level vegetables can only be listed at 3 kilograms per batch, 1 kilogram per portion. D-level vegetables must be sold in 2 kilograms portions, and purchasing D-level vegetables requires a mandatory purchase of 1 kilogram of A-level vegetables. Yichin rambled on, leaving Daiwan utterly bewildered. Boss, why complicate things? Can't we just put everything up for sale at once? That's not how it works. Yang Ming'e playfully wagged her finger at Daiwan. If we list everything together, others would see the abundance of our vegetable harvest and would no longer be willing to pay high prices. Exactly. YGE's sales model is called scarcity marketing. It's currently the most popular and successful sales strategy. Deely chimed in. Daiwan stood there, nodding vacantly, uncertain if he truly comprehended the explanation or remained confused. Meanwhile, the chat room erupted into excitement. It seemed that countless night owls among the survivors were still online. Even at 1 in the morning. Sea level exceptional vegetables. YACHT is selling vegetables. Sea level? I'm just missing this to level up to 5 and achieve D-level rare freshwater. Don't even think about competing. I want it. In no time, Yuchin's private inbox flooded with messages. Unperturbed, he reclined on the air mattress in the vehicle and carefully reviewed the various items others were offering in exchange. What else do we need? The two girls and Dadawan returned to their respective sleeping quarters. Blueprints, iron ore, copper ore, and sea-level leaves and D-level sand. Leaves, sand. Yang Ming'er and Di Li exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting confusion in their eyes. They were familiar with the first few items, blueprints, iron ore, and copper ore. These had always been scarce resources. After Yichin's recent collection, both iron ore and copper ore had become rare commodities. However, what was the significance of leaves and sand? Di Li pondered for a moment before recalling something. YACHT, are we preparing to synthesize blueprints again? Leaves and sand are primarily used for that purpose. Given the system's peculiar requirement for materials to come from multiple islands. Correct, we need blueprints, Yichin affirmed, snapping his fingers while surveying the items listed by the survivors. All for that A-level epic construction hammer? Everyone knew that Yichin had invested considerable effort in gathering materials for this epic tool, but regrettably, he had yet to collect even half of the required materials. Setting aside the ultimate synthesis tool, the construction hammer, his group had only managed to create one B-level perfect basic tool so far, along with 2 blueprints. As for materials, there was no need to mention it. Dadawan would soon be dispatched to Chopwood. After perusing his private messages, Yichin was disappointed to find that none of the items were what he needed. Closing the system interface, he straightened up and sighed. But that's not all. We need many blueprints. The two girls appeared puzzled once more. Many? What other blueprints do we need? Yichin pointed toward the fields and then gestured to the somewhat empty living area of the vehicle. We need a refrigerator to store the vegetables, and don't you think our living room feels a bit too spacious? Chapter 101. The trouble caused by Huayuan Shimbao tablets. Did you intend to synthesize furniture and household appliances? At this moment, Yang Ming'er displayed a rather nuanced expression, a blend of astonishment and anticipation. Her yearning for furniture and appliances was not a fleeting desire. After all, who wouldn't wish for a washing machine to spare them from hand washing? Who wouldn't dream of reclining on a comfortable sofa, indulging in a romantic drama? However, in this world of survival on an island, where others were struggling just to secure their next meal, it seemed rather frivolous to pursue such comforts. Neither of the two young women felt bold enough to voice their desires. Yet, it was Yichin who broached the subject, igniting excitement in both of them. Their voices taking on an animated tone. First, let us create a refrigerator to store our food. As for the sofa, washing machine, air conditioning, and television, we can address those later when time permits. Yichin himself was not averse to synthesizing some furniture and appliances. However, the current needs were far too numerous, necessitating a prioritization. What materials are required to synthesize a refrigerator? Yang Ming'er inquired impatiently. As the chief steward, she was indeed feeling the strain. Dealing with a haphazard collection of items that needed her attention, especially food, which was too precious to waste. If only they had a refrigerator. Not only would they have a designated space for food storage, but they could also extend its shelf life. Iron ingots were manageable. But the real challenge lay in acquiring a compressor and the refrigerator blueprint. More blueprints? Both young women drooped their heads at the mention of blueprints. They vividly recalled the ordeal of synthesizing blueprints last time. The 4 of them had toiled for an entire day, sifting sand and exchanging items, to barely produce a single blueprint. Don't worry. We have vegetables, and just this amount should be sufficient for several blueprints, Yichin reassured them confidently. Several blueprints? With just these vegetables? Yang Ming'er appeared skeptical. Just wait and see. By tomorrow morning, the price of these vegetables might soar, he replied, urging them to get some rest. Good night. Hey, don't sleep yet. Tell us why? They protested, tugging at him. Stop pulling. You'll ruin my clothes. Yichin exclaimed, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Dadawan was still chatting with other survivors in the chat room. Dadawan, could you please have a word with Boss Ryu and persuade him to sell more vegetables and degrade freshwater? We're all waiting. Just as Dadawan was about to boast, a commotion erupted in the room. Keep it down. My boss is busy. Busy. Yichin was once again the target of envious glares. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. What is going on? Dadawan turned wide-eyed toward the source of the commotion. I've signed in for S-class materials. I've finally signed in for S-class materials. Yang Ming'er exclaimed, bouncing with excitement in the bedroom. Haha. In her exuberance, Yang Ming'er threw herself into Yichin's arms in front of Di Li. Di Li's eyes widened in disbelief. To her, this was an unprecedented moment, Yang Ming'er, the superstar, embracing a man for the first time. Yichen was momentarily taken aback until he felt the softness of her form against his chest. Ahem. Compared to Dealey, Yichen maintained his composure. After all, he had witnessed the superstar's sleeping posture, akin to that of a koala. However, after her excitement, Yang Ming'er seemed to realize her somewhat inappropriate position and quickly withdrew. Sister Ming'er, what did you sign for? Dealey, regaining her composure, inquired about the material Yang Ming'er had received. The third fragment of the treasure map. Yichen answered on her behalf, as Yang Ming'er appeared too flustered to respond. Her face flushed bright red. You signed for the third fragment of the treasure map? Dealey gasped in astonishment. Aha. Yang Ming'er nodded, finally calming down. What is happening? What is happening? The Dewan, having hesitated outside the bedroom door, finally burst in, unable to contain her curiosity upon sensing the sudden silence within. Upon seeing Yang Ming'er's flushed face and Dealey's astonished gaze fixed on both her and Yichen, the Dewan found it difficult to avoid suspecting something else entirely. Boss, are you? Haha. The Dewan grinned mischievously at Yichen. Get lost. What nonsense are you thinking? Did you sign in or not? Yichen snapped, wanting to prevent Yang Ming'er from becoming embarrassed again. Crap. I was so busy chatting with those guys that I forgot to sign in. I'm going to sign in now, just watch. Hey, where's the stuff? After waiting a long while without hearing the system announcement, Yichen realized that the Dewan had signed in for a bunch of useless items. Haha. Boss, this is just perfect for you. The Dewan smirked at Yichen. Frowning, Yichen glared at him. What is it? Show it already. Stop stalling. Haha. Huayuan Shenbao tablets, but just one pack. Boss, do you need it? Another pack of Huayuan Shenbao tablets? Yichen felt embarrassed, wondering how concerned the system was about his vitality. No need. Yichen swatted it away. Dealey, seemingly unable to hear clearly, rubbed her ears vigorously, while Yang Ming'er, who understood perfectly, wished she could disappear into the floor. Why not? It's quite good. Boss, look. The Dewan began to extol the virtues of the Huayuan Shenbao tablets. Get lost. I have. Yichen, in his excitement, almost let slip a secret. Although he quickly feigned a cough, Dealey and the Dewan were too close to miss it. The atmosphere instantly fell into an awkward silence. Brother Yi. You have? Dealey pointed at Yichen, her face filled with astonishment. The Dewan grinned wickedly. I told you. Boss is always prepared. Damn it. Aye. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. After stumbling through an explanation, he finally sighed with relief. He was utterly exhausted. Dealey, however, eyed him skeptically, glancing between the fidgety Yichen and the embarrassed Yang Ming'er, as if starting to piece everything together. From the looks of it, these two seemed to. Chapter 102. The urgent need for rubber. Yichen had come to understand what it meant to be at a complete loss for words. It was all due to that wretched roll call. Why, of all things, did he have to sign in for such a trivial matter? Signing in. To prevent the already awkward situation from becoming even more uncomfortable, Yichen immediately invoked the system deity, hoping for a miraculous rescue. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received a C-level excellent reward, a set of parenting books for good mothers. What the hell? Yichen cursed under his breath. What kind of absurd system was this? Was it not chaotic enough already? First, there were kidney supplements, and now parenting books. What was the implication? Was it assumed that one would replenish their kidneys and then start a family? Was this a tad too hasty? The room fell silent once more. The roll call now regarded Yichen with a new expression. What a remarkable feat. Even the system deity had sent a congratulatory gift. Dealey, having never witnessed such a scene, stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Just after recovering his kidneys, he was already being introduced to the intricacies of parenting. He could only blame himself for being too young. Sleep. Yichen was thoroughly disoriented, even forgetting the bug-ridden Dealey before him. The roll call giggled foolishly at Yichen before joyfully skipping out. Dealey, somewhat dazed, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. Meanwhile, Yichen and Yang Ming'er each burrowed into their blankets. Yichen had no intention of offering an explanation, nor did he wish to sign anything further. He realized that this system was simply one that thrived on chaos. In the future, he would resolutely refuse to sign in under such circumstances. The four of them, each with their own thoughts, drifted off to sleep, though whether they truly fell asleep remained uncertain. The following day, Yichen awoke with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He had initially planned his day meticulously, but everything had been thrown into disarray. The chatter in the chat room continued unabated. Day and month, sell me some sea-level vegetables. Day and month, I only need 10 liters of D-level freshwater to level up. Day and month, it's raining again. Could you sponsor some clay? Yichen felt both exhausted and drowsy. Having had a restless night, he had neither the time nor the energy to engage with these individuals. He He waved his hand dismissively, sending the roll call off to handle it. Glancing at the girl's bedding, he noticed the wolfskin curtain still hanging there. Forget it. He would take care of breakfast himself and go gather vegetables. With a weary expression, Yichun began harvesting vegetables alone. Without a cart, it was indeed quite inconvenient. After gathering a few, he had to carry them back and forth. The issue was that in order to craft a cart, he needed rubber. Where could he find rubber? As he pondered this, the roll call came bounding over exuberantly. Boss, it's just you? Where's sister-in-law? Get lost. Yichun kicked him away irritably. Boss. Don't kick me. Look what I brought you. The roll call revealed a lump of something dark and unseemly from behind. What is that? Disgusting. Yichun shot him a disdainful glance. Boss, this is rubber. Aren't we in dire need of rubber? Have you forgotten? Rubber? Yichun stared incredulously at the black object before him. So this is what rubber looks like. Where did you get this? How much do you have? Yichun inquired eagerly. I got it from the exchange. Please don't scold me. I took the liberty of trading 2 kilograms of sea-level vegetables for it. Yichun had no intention of reprimanding the roll call. He was just relieved to have rubber when he had been fretting over its scarcity. This was a grand gift indeed. Is it just 2 kilograms? Is there any more? What grade is it? Yichun pressed on. Just 2 kilograms. I think I arrived too late. It seems someone else bought the rest. This is the last 2 kilograms of D-level. The roll call scratched his head, looking rather foolish. D-level. Someone else bought the rest? Yichun furrowed his brow. It appeared that rubber was a sought-after commodity. And he was not the only one on the hunt for it. Did you ask who the buyer was? No. Wait a moment. I'll go ask. The roll call, clearly lacking in wit, hurried off to inquire. Boss, I found out. It's a survivor named Swordsmanar. Swordsmanar. Yichun contemplated for a moment. That name sounded quite familiar. He scanned the leaderboard and recalled that it belonged to the 13th ranked survivor. Roll call. You go to the cave and fetch 5 kilograms of sea-level iron ingots. We should still have some stock, though it might be limited. To craft the most basic E-level common cart, one requires 10 kilograms of D-level rare plastic, 2 kilograms of D-level rare rubber, and 5 kilograms of sea-level excellent iron ingots. He had already secured the plastic and rubber, leaving only the iron ingots. Yichun still had some stock, but it was indeed running low. The demand for iron ingots was exceedingly high, and if they could not ensure a steady supply of iron ore, a shortage of ingots would soon follow. At this point, Yichun could not afford to dwell on these concerns. He needed to focus on crafting the cart first. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor Swordsmanar, for successfully crafting a sea-level exceptional flatbed solar electric cargo hydraulic cart. As the first survivor to synthesize this material, the system grants a special reward. Sign-in level 1, not to exceed level 7 sign-in system. What? Who is this godly figure? Sign-in level 1? What a remarkable reward. Wow, this is a sea-level exceptional material. Is there no sense of fairness in the system? You know nothing. The synthesis method for this flatbed solar electric cargo hydraulic cart is exceedingly complex. Just the rubber material requires B-level perfect grade and A-level epic iron ingots. Plus it seems you also need blueprints. The synthesis difficulty is even several times greater than that of A-level epic materials. As soon as the system issued this special reward, it immediately captured the attention of the gossipers in the chat room. Sign-in level 1 was undoubtedly the most prestigious reward at present. Previously, only Yichun had received such an award, and at that time, his sign-in level was still quite low, far from the value of the reward he received now. After all, every survivor knew that the sign-in system became progressively more challenging to upgrade. The difficulty of leveling up from 2 to 3 was not comparable to that of leveling up from 5 to 6. What? This kid actually received a special reward? The roll call appeared somewhat regretful, blaming himself for acting too slowly. Yichun, however, silently noted the name Swordsmanar. This individual seemed like a formidable opponent. Chapter 103, The Secret of the Treasure Map. Who is the Swordsmanar? How did this Swordsmanar suddenly emerge? The two young ladies received a system notification and momentarily forgot about the kidney source report and parenting book from yesterday's sign-in. This individual ranks 13th among survivors on the leaderboard. However, it appears he has upgraded his sign-in system, which may elevate his ranking significantly. Yichun furrowed his brows. Boss, it's merely an increase in sign-in level. He can't surpass you. To me, you are the undisputed first. The Dawan naturally supported Yichun without hesitation. All right, I have synthesized the handcart. Minger, Li, please divide the vegetables according to the method I mentioned yesterday. The Dawan. Keep an eye on whether there are any iron ingots or rubber for sale at the trading post. Yichun did not wish to waste any time, as he had important blueprints to synthesize today. Upon opening his private mailbox, Yichun found an overwhelming number of emails flooding in. He opened each message one by one, disregarding any unsuitable exchange conditions. After sifting through all the emails, Yichun selected several promising trading partners and sent them private messages. This time, his intention was not merely to sell his several dozen kilograms of vegetables at a good price. He had another goal in mind. He needed to cultivate relationships with a few formidable business allies to prepare for long-term trades. Though the world of island survival seemed sparsely populated with only 999 individuals, going solo would undoubtedly lead to defeat against allied teams. A significant reason Yichin could maintain the top position on the leaderboard was due to his three partners. The maxim unity is strength was not just a saying. Thus, to stabilize his supply and monopolize the resource market, forging alliances with capable business partners was indeed crucial. Day and Moon, how many pieces of the treasure map fragments have you gathered? Before Yichin could reach out to his selected business partners, a survivor named Bashuyu proactively sent a message. Why inquire about that? Yichin was not inclined to reveal his assets easily. If you trust me, I am willing to exchange 1 kilogram of Class C exceptional vegetables for a piece of information that is accurate and known only to me. Yichin felt a bit troubled. Since arriving on the island, he had rarely trusted others easily. Yang Minger and Dadawan had initially shown goodwill, which had eased his wariness. After all, this was an island world. The 999 individuals could be described as comrades suffering together or, more harshly, as competitors at odds with one another. I understand your concerns. Let me assure you, I, Bashuyu, do not lack this piece of information. I will provide it in advance, hoping you will honor your promise. Bashuyu was straightforward, proposing a trade of goods for money up front. Fine. My title of Day and Moon is not for show. I wouldn't swindle you out of a kilogram of vegetables. All right, with your credibility as Day and Moon, I will be forthright. Gather 8 pieces of the treasure map fragments, and you will discover the 889th hidden island, which contains a gold mine and other artifacts. A hidden island? A gold mine. Artifacts? Even the typically composed Yichun found himself momentarily dazed, as Bashuyu's information was quite astonishing. The two young ladies and Dawan noticed Yichun standing there, staring blankly at the system interface, and approached him. Boss, what is going on? Not collecting vegetables anymore? Yes, Yichun, what are you looking at? Yichun relayed the information he had received to the three of them. It can't be a scam, can it? Exactly, Brother Yi. This person isn't trying to deceive us for these Class C vegetables, is he? Dawan and Li seemed skeptical of the truthfulness of the exchange. Unlikely, Yang Mingo confidently shook her head. Li and Dawan simultaneously turned to look at Yang Minger, who was fixated on the still pensive Yichun. She's right. This fellow's words cannot be false. After a moment, Yichun expressionlessly stated this. How can they not be false? I think it's all a lie. Dawan clearly still did not trust the other party, as he was accustomed to encountering boastful individuals in the chat room daily. Brother Yi, Sister Ming, why are you both so certain that his words are true? Li, being straightforward, asked without shame. Because 8 is a significant number. Yichun and Yang Minga spoke in unison. 8. Li and Dawan seemed to still be processing the information. The treasure map fragments needed to be gathered in 8 pieces for successful synthesis. Aside from them, this detail was likely unknown to anyone else. Could it be that this person also possessed treasure map fragments? The initial instinct of the group was that Ba Shuyiyu had acquired treasure map fragments through sign-in. Do you also possess treasure map fragments? Yichun asked directly. Indeed, I believe the 3 fragments in my possession are of equal value to yours. 3 pieces? They had anticipated the beginning, but never the conclusion. Yichun and his companions were completely taken aback to discover that the other party also possessed 3 fragments. How did you come to know about the hidden island and gold mine? Because I possess the most precious 9th core fragment. The message from the other party once again left Yichun astonished. The 9th core fragment? Li, quick-witted, immediately rushed to the cabinet where the treasure map fragments were stored and retrieved the 3 valuable pieces. Brother Yi, this 9th fragment must indeed exist. Li drew an imaginary frame in the air and pointed to the center. At this moment, Yichun comprehended fully. A square map, if cut into several smaller squares, could only yield a few possibilities, either 6, 9, 12, or 15 pieces, but it would never amount to 8. So, this individual's information must have stemmed from the core fragment positioned at the center? Yichun nodded. This hypothesis held water. The 8 fragments should reveal the location of the treasure map, but to truly unlock its secrets, the 9th core fragment was likely essential. Yichun articulated clearly. The 8 fragments merely represented the map, while the 9th fragment served as the manual. Do you have any other requests that would allow you to disclose all the contents of the core fragment to us? Yichun asked straightforwardly. Indeed. You are a clever person. No wonder you have maintained the top position for 2 consecutive weeks. Let us speak candidly. It's quite simple. Good things are meant to be shared. Chapter 104. Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Level Reward. Very well, since the esteemed Day and Moon has been quite straightforward. I shall not beat around the bush. Now that he is aware I possess something of value, it is time for him to demonstrate his sincerity. Without hesitation, Yuchen signaled to young Minger. She promptly brought forth a kilogram of C-grade vegetables, as previously agreed upon. Yuchen, being a man of his word, tossed the kilogram of C-grade vegetables to Bashiyu. The big boss indeed kept his promise. What, pray tell, are the gold or veins and divine artifacts you mentioned earlier? Is it true that gathering 9 fragments of treasure maps will lead to the discovery of gold or veins and divine artifacts? Yuchen found himself with a multitude of questions. This inquiry I shall give to the esteemed boss. He should await a system update. For the gold on this island is an exceedingly important resource. However, the gold or veins and divine artifacts are not so easily found. I advise the esteemed boss to possess a few divine skills, particularly if one is not adept in swimming. It would be wise to avoid venturing alone, lest one meets with misfortune. I have business to attend to, so until we meet again. With that, the other party abruptly logged off. Yuchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. What on earth is going on? Gold, or veins, divine artifacts, and divine skills. Could this individual be spouting nonsense? Dida-One expressed his skepticism. Yang Minger and Dealey exchanged glances, seemingly equally perplexed. Yuchen chose not to comment, for it was no wonder his companions held doubts. The information received today was indeed overwhelming. For now, let us place our trust in him. After all, believing does not bring any harm. At most, we would simply waste a kilogram of C-grade vegetables. Though C-grade vegetables are scarce and highly sought after, Yuchen, being a wealthy individual, remained unconcerned. Tomorrow, when dawn breaks, he would be able to plan again. Beep, the system prompts. Host, please do not forget. You still have one sign-in opportunity today. Yuchen was lost in thought when the system's voice echoed once more. He nearly overlooked this matter. It seemed he had won the bet and gained an additional chance to sign in. Sign in. Sign in. Yuchen shouted eagerly. Boss, did you not already sign in? You truly are forgetful. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in a second time. Receiving the Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Level Reward, Triple Daily Island Currency Reward. Beep. Global announcement across the island. Congratulations to the Survivor Day and Moonstars for becoming the first survivor to sign in and receive the Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Level Reward. Goodness. It's the esteemed Day and Moon once again. This must be a stroke of luck. I am in awe of such greatness. I could almost drool. The sudden notification sent the chat room into a frenzy. Yuchen stood there, dumbfounded. Did this Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Reward truly arrive so effortlessly? But what does this Triple Daily Island currency entail? Yuchen scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Why ye brother? You signed in for the Ultra S-Class reward? Dealey rubbed her large eyes, struggling to believe the system announcement. This man before her was not only decisive and cunning, but also possessed such remarkable character. Having claimed the first Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Level Reward in the entire island survival world, Yang Minger gaped in astonishment at Yuchen, unbeknownst to others. She was aware that Yuchen had signed in for an S-Class legendary pickup truck on his very first day in the island survival world. Now, he had secured the first Ultra S-Class Divine Gift resource. This was not merely good fortune, it was an explosion of character. Boss, how could you sign in again? Did you not just sign in moments ago? Dida-One stood there, bewildered by the situation. Did you forget that I won the bet? The system rewarded me with an extra sign-in opportunity. Yuchen sighed, having to explain to Dida-One. Oh, ha ha ha. Upon realization, Dida-One erupted into a fit of exaggerated laughter, startling young Minger, who was still in a daze. Dida-One, what are you laughing at? You nearly scared me to death. Young Minger lightly scolded, patting her chest. Dida-One ignored her, turning to the chat room to post. The Grim Reaper returns. I express my gratitude to you and your ancestors for my boss signing in for an Ultra S-Class Divine Gift resource. All thanks to you. Ha ha ha. I sincerely thank you. Eventually, Dida-One even broke into song. What does this mean? Could it be that the Ultra S-Class resource was obtained through the rewards from the betting system? Surely not. That would be too. Indeed. Some were rejoicing while others lamented. Some individuals were likely clutching their toilets and weeping inconsolably. Ha ha ha. The chat room erupted in mockery directed at the Grim Reaper returns, who had acquired a toilet. Yuchen and the two ladies exchanged bemused glances at Dida-One, marveling at his creativity. Upon hearing that Yuchen had signed in for what sounded like an astonishing Ultra S-Class reward through the betting system, he wasted no time in rushing to the chat room to taunt others. Nevertheless, one must express gratitude to the Grim Reaper returns. Without him, Yuchen would not have been able to sign in for this Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Level reward. The Grim Reaper returns remained silent, enduring the ridicule in the chat room without making an appearance, though this did not mean he was oblivious. Damn it, Day and Moon, I swear. I will not rest until you are dealt with. With a swift motion, the Grim Reaper Returns hurled his soul axe at the pristine C-grade Kohler toilet, reducing it to shattered fragments. His two subordinates looked on helplessly at the demolished toilet. The Grim Reaper Returns, of course, felt no remorse. He lacked even a proper place to rest, rendering the toilet utterly useless. Not even a golden toilet would serve any purpose. Reflecting on his predicament, having lost the bet, not only was his sign-in opportunity reduced, but it also granted his nemesis Yi Chun an extra chance to sign in, resulting in Yi Chun becoming the first recipient of the Ultra S-Class Divine Gift Resource. The Grim Reaper Returns was nearly driven to madness. Yi Chun, for his part, did not take pleasure in taunting this individual. Instead, he gazed at the sign-in reward with a furrowed brow. Triple currency reward. What does this truly mean? Could it be that he now possessed the ability to sign in 3 times daily? If this were the case, then this reward transcended mere Ultra S-Class status, verging on the realms of Ultra SSS level resources. Beep. In light of Survivor Day and Moonstar's signing in for the triple currency reward, the system has activated the Daily Island Currency Reward ahead of schedule. Daily Island Currency Reward. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 105. Island Coins. The system will begin distributing island coins daily based on the weekly rankings of survivors, allowing them to purchase necessary supplies in the Island Mall. Island coins? The Island Mall? Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. Ding. The distribution of island coins is complete. While the group was still in confusion, the system had already fulfilled its mission for the day. I received 2 island coins. I have 4. I have 10. Soon, the chat room was filled with voices reporting their counts. Big Roll immediately glanced at his island coin reward. Boss, how many did you get? I received 15 island coins. I have 20. Me too, 20. The two ladies exchanged glances at their rewards and then turned to Yi Chun simultaneously. Haha, I got 50 island coins. What's so impressive about that? I'm 8th and received 60. Wow, 8th place gets 60? Amazing. How much do the top 5 receive? Quickly, everyone's focus shifted to the 5 prominent figures in the top ranks. I have 80, 4th place. I have 120, 3rd place. The 2 leaders in 3rd and 4th position spoke up. Now, only Yi Chun in 1st place and survivor number 1 and 2nd remained. Day and Moon Boss. How many coins did you get? Yes, may we ask how many island coins you both have? However, at this moment, Yi Chun was completely uninterested in their chatter, having shifted his focus to matters of greater significance. Island coins were not merely for show, they held immense utility. Island Mall. Today's available items include 2 bottles of E-grade regular freshwater, 1 island coin, special price, 500 grams of E-grade regular bread, 2 island coins, 1 kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables, 15 island coins, 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins, 1 C-grade superior freshwater fish, 2 kilograms 70 island coins, 1 kilogram of C-grade superior logs, 70 island coins, 1 kilogram of C-grade superior grapes, 70 island coins, 1 B-grade perfect telescope, 400 island coins, 1 A-grade epic solar battery, medium 4,000 island coins, 1 A-grade epic solar-powered speedboat, 30,000 island coins. It can be said that the items in the Island Mall evoked a mix of love and hate in Yi Chun. With the existence of the Island Mall, his dreams of monopolizing the market were completely shattered. If he set prices higher than those in the Island Mall, other survivors would undoubtedly refuse to trade with him. However, the good news was that as long as he possessed island coins, he could immediately exchange them for the supplies he needed. Although the description indicated that the goods sold in the Island Mall were not constant, the extensive list of items was more than sufficient for him to deliberate over, ample for his needs. Moreover, it seemed that there were daily special products in the mall. Day and Moon Boss, how many island coins did you receive? Yes, share it with everyone. I guess it's 120. Too low. I think at least 130. The gossipers began to speculate on the daily reward of the top-ranked Yi Chun. Bet. I say 120. I'll wager all my coins, 5 coins. Are you daring to bet? Not afraid. Day and Moon Boss must have more than 120. I'll bet 5. I guess 130. Come bet if you disagree. Let us go? I'll place my bet too. These folks were indeed quite bold. The island coins distributed by the system were still fresh in their hands, yet they were already being used as gambling stakes. Each of you 3 coins. I'll put in 3 coins. They began to place bets within the system. Yi Chun was speechless. These individuals truly had no sense of the preciousness of island coins. Yi Chun, how many island coins did you actually receive? Yes, boss. What exactly are these island coins used for? The system is quite inventive. Big Roll seemed somewhat dismissive of the island coins. Yi Chun ignored Big Roll and flashed 3 fingers at the 2 ladies. 300. This time, Not only did Yang Ming'er and Di Lijiang stare at Yi Chun in shock, but even Big Roll was taken aback by this figure. Yi Chun remained quite composed, having roughly grasped the system's rules for distributing island coins. First place, 300 coins second place, 200 coins third place, 120 coins 4th to 6th place, 80 coins 7th to 10th place, 60 coins 11th to 20th place, 40 coins 21st to 30th place, 30 coins 30th to 40th place, 20 coins 41st to 50th place, 15 coins 51st to 100th place, 12 coins 101st to 200th place, 10 coins 201st to 400th place, 8 coins 401st to 600th place, 6 coins 601st to 800th place, 4 coins 801st to 999th place, 2 coins while everyone was busy reporting their numbers. Yi Chun noted down the corresponding data. He outlined this table, and the four of them began to understand. The system was not generous. The lower your rank, the fewer island coins you received. Conversely, the higher your rank, the more island coins you amassed, particularly for the top 3. The last 200 ranked could only receive 2 island coins, which was rather dismal. Dealey listened to the figures given by Yi Chun and felt a twinge of sympathy for those individuals. What could 2 island coins buy? The answer was 4 bottles of E-grade mineral water or 500 grams of E-grade bread. The system's message was clear: I won't let you starve. But if you wish for a better life, you must weigh your own capabilities. Yi Chun's words, though blunt, held truth. As the first-ranked survivor with a substantial 300 island coins, he could exchange that for an impressive 600 bottles of mineral water, far more than a single person would need within a day. It would suffice for months. Who would have thought that the disparities in wealth within the realm of survival on the island would be so pronounced? Dealey, possessing an innate sympathy for the weak, now felt deep compassion for those survivors who could only earn a few island coins daily. Yet, the pitiful often harbor their own flaws. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains an immutable truth. Yi Chun did not indulge in excessive sympathy. This was a world of survival on the island, and from the very first day upon arrival, the system had made it abundantly clear: your sole purpose is to strive to survive. Indeed, he was fortunate. Upon arrival, he had obtained an S-grade legendary reward, a pickup truck, and enlisted Yang Ming'er. But when had he ever allowed himself to become complacent due to a promising start? Had he not toiled tirelessly? Opportunities favor those who are prepared, and he was that ever-prepared individual. Ming'er, Dealey, Big Roll. Listen closely. Our goal is to claim the top 4. Yi Chun clenched his fists and earnestly gazed at his 3 companions. Chapter 106. Upgrading requires 50,000 island coins. Yang Ming'er and Dealey exchanged glances, both turning their attention once more to the list of rewards for island coins that Yi Chun had presented. The first place awarded 300 coins, the second 200, the third 120, and the fourth 80. If Yi Chun's assertion held true that their group could indeed secure the top 4 positions, they would collectively amass 700 island coins in a single day. For people, 700 island coins. To put this into perspective, the last 200 survivors combined would only yield 400 island coins. Boss, our motorboat alone is worth 30,000 island coins. This is incredible. The Dawan glanced at the resources on their island and immediately recalled the motorboat. Yet, he added, but with Dealey around, acquiring an S-rank reward daily far surpasses those few hundred coins. After some contemplation, the Dawan looked towards Dealey. When compared, it seemed she was indeed the most formidable among them. Yi Chun was well aware of Dealey's prowess, as she boasted a probability exceeding 1/4 of directly acquiring S-rank legendary rewards daily. However, to place all his hopes solely on Dealey would be to lack ambition. He needed to adopt a broader perspective. The introduction of the island coin system was not merely to acquire a few extra coins each day. The island mall awaited. They could now transact using island coins. If the resources they sold were priced lower than those in the island mall, other survivors would preferentially purchase through their channel. Thus, accumulating island coins was undoubtedly the right approach. Yi Chun had already set his sights on the newly introduced island coins. At present, he found himself lacking numerous resources, many of which could only be obtained through the signing-in system or exchange. However, relying on the signing-in system to acquire the necessary resources in a short time frame was somewhat unrealistic. Even if superior resources were available in the exchange, their prices were exorbitant. With the island mall, as long as he possessed sufficient island coins, he would no longer worry about obtaining exceptional resources. Yi Chun, those people are still calling for you, Yang Ming'er remarked with a wry smile. Yi Chun shrugged and calmly responded in the chat room with 3 digits. 300. Wow, 300 coins. The first place actually offers 300 island coins. Why is the gap so vast? I only have 6. Ha ha ha, I won the bet. Ugh, what a stroke of luck. By the way, what exactly can these island coins do? Finally, a reasonable question emerged amidst the gossip. The island mall. Someone mentioned, perhaps out of kindness. Moments later. Wow, so island coins can buy so many things? The island mall. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have placed my bet. I could have bought several kilograms of bread. The latecomers finally discovered the hidden island mall within the system interface. Those who had bet against Yi Chun and lost were now regretting their decisions deeply. I swear I will make it into the top 10. The rewards for positions beyond the top 100 are simply too meager. The top 3 rewards are astonishing, especially first place at 300 coins. In the mall, you can directly purchase a B-rank perfect material within 2 days. I must make it onto the leaderboard, filled with envy and jealousy. The crowd began to seriously consider the island mall. For most, while they may be impoverished, they still had the right to browse the island mall. Just like wandering a supermarket in real life, no one could prevent them from merely looking around without making purchases. At this moment, Yi Chun, however, was already formulating plans for the exchange. The Dewan, Minger, D. Li quickly stocked the shelves. A D-rank rare freshwater fish for 12 island coins. A kilogram of D-rank rare vegetables for 12 island coins. A kilogram of D-rank rare sand for 12 island coins. Set as many as possible. Yi Chun promptly issued a series of commands. Boss, should we list the freshwater fish? Not today, it's a special product. If we list it, it will be tomorrow. The Dewan replied, having already made his plans. Before long, Yang Minger swiftly listed the remaining 7 or 8 D-rank rare freshwater fish on the exchange. Priced at 12 island coins each. Dilly placed all her meager D-rank rare vegetables for sale as well, also priced at 12 island coins. Yi Chun began to delist all the items he had previously listed in the exchange. Yi Chun, it seems the upgrade system has been updated. The keen-eyed Yang Minger appeared to have noticed something. Yi Chun opened the upgrade interface. Indeed, beneath the previously detailed conditions for upgrading from level 7 to level 8, a new line had been added. Second method to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. Submit 50,000 island coins. 50,000 island coins. Seeing that number, even the financially bold Yi Chun couldn't help but gasp. Even if he maintained his position at the top, coupled with triple rewards, he would only earn 900 island coins a day. 50,000 divided by 900. Yi Chun slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Before the system's deity, he felt like a beggar. Upgrading from level 5 to 6 required 8,000 island coins. This was outrageous. The two girls also noticed the amount of island coins required for their upgrades and couldn't help but frown. This system is running a black market. Even upgrading from level 4 to 5 costs 2,000 island coins. At this moment, the lowest ranking among them, the Dewan, reacted to the figure of 2,000 with a curse. Upgrading from level 4 to 5 costs 2,000 island coins. From 5 to 6 costs 8,000 island coins. And from 7 to 8, a staggering 50,000 island coins. It's evident that this upgrade method is not linear. The higher the level, the more island coins are required. Yi Chun, this is far too expensive. The girls lamented, clearly struggling to accept such a staggering upgrade requirement. But this is just the beginning. We can sign in every day moving forward. Yet, even for us, it barely adds up to 1,000 island coins daily. At this rate, how long will it take to level up? The girls pouted, evidently finding it hard to accept the system's daunting upgrade demands at the moment. Rome wasn't built in a day, and besides, island coins can be acquired through more than just daily rewards. Then, Yang Mingo trailed off, seemingly having an epiphany. Pointing towards the exchange, Yi Chun had already anticipated this. Relying solely on daily rewards would not suffice. To achieve prosperity, they had to depend on their own efforts. Beep. The resource recovery system has also been activated. At this moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Resource recovery? Upon seeing those 4 words, Yi Chun immediately understood. Chapter 107. Resource recovery. It is not that Yi Chun possesses foresight, but rather that he has long contemplated the situation. Where there is an input, there must be an output. Where there is a purchase, there must be a sale. With the system unveiling the island mall, it is inevitable that there will be other measures allowing the survivors to acquire island currency. Today's resource recovery includes D-grade superior camphor tree trunks. Recovery price, 6 island coins per kilogram. Recovery limit, 1,000 kilograms. The system has commenced resource recovery. There are island coins to be earned. I was just lamenting my insufficient island coins. Time to grab my axe and head for the trees. I'll wield my mountain axe. High prices for mountain axes. Island coins, here I come. The 2 statements from the system seem to invigorate the eager survivors, akin to a collective adrenaline rush. Charge forth. Do not compete with me. The once lively chat room abruptly fell silent. The recovery price is quite steep. Purchasing D-grade materials in the mall costs 15 island coins per kilogram. Yet the recovery offers only 6 island coins. Deely pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with the prices set by the system. Yichin was unfazed. It's a common occurrence in the real world as well. A brand new smartphone might cost thousands, yet the resale value plummets dramatically. Shall we also go chop trees? Yang Ming asked, feeling anxious as everyone else rushed to the trees, fearing they would be too late. Why not chop? Yichin replied nonchalantly. Yet his feet remained still. Chop trees, I excel at that. Just 1,000 kilograms? I'll handle it all myself. The boastful Dedawan began to exaggerate again. Even the smallest among them, Deely, started changing her clothes in preparation for the endeavor. Not so fast. Not so fast. Yichin waved his hand at them. The three looked at him in confusion, while he leisurely reopened the system. He calmly pulled up a map. Oh, how could I have forgotten this map? Deely exclaimed, smacking her forehead and smiling at Yichin. Yang Ming and Dedawan gathered around, quickly understanding that Yichin was examining the precious resource distribution map of the island. Although the system only required D-grade rare tree trunks, it specified the tree species. They must be camphor trees. Without this map on such a vast island, searching for camphor trees would be akin to wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Fortunately, Yichin possessed this invaluable resource distribution map. Dedawan, attach that trailer to our vehicle and prepare to set off. Our destination is the northeastern forest of the island. Yichin scrutinized the resource distribution map and selected a forest densely populated with camphor trees. As for the reason for bringing the trailer, it was simple. Yichin intended to use it as a mobile storage unit. While others viewed the trailer as a treasure, to the affluent Yichin, it had been relegated to a mere makeshift warehouse. If this were to circulate, many survivors would lament the fate of that poor trailer. Equipped with tools, the four set off, with Dedawan driving and Yichin serving as the guide toward the camphor forest. As anticipated, the initial group of enthusiastic survivors, wielding various tools to chop down trees, soon encountered trouble. Why must it be camphor trees? Who knows where they are? I'm losing my mind. I've searched for dozens of trees and haven't found a single D-grade tree. I'm practically lost in this forest. Not a single camphor tree in sight. These aimless individuals, following their flawed search methods, would likely still be searching by nightfall without ever locating a tree meeting the system's requirements. Not only could they not submit the required tree trunks, but they also risked exhausting themselves in the process. In contrast, Yichin's group operated with ease. They had ample manpower, sufficient tools, excellent transport vehicles, and navigational assistance. Compared to those others, they were effortlessly reaping rewards. 15 minutes later, Dedawan, guided by Yichin, parked the vehicle outside the forest. Yichin retrieved the pre-prepared E-grade ordinary handcart from the trailer. His own hands were equipped with ample ammunition, fully prepared. Dedawan and Yichin each took up a mountain axe and ventured into the camphor forest, while the two young women closely followed, pushing the cart. Dedawan, head left. There's a D-grade camphor tree 5 meters from you. I'll go right. There are 2 over there. Not far into their journey, Yichin accurately pinpointed 3 D-grade rare camphor trees. Great. Wow, boss. This tree must weigh several hundred pounds. If we get 4 or 5 of them, all 6,000 island coins from the system will be ours. The thought of earning 6,000 island coins in a single day brought a wide grin to Dedawan's face, and his chopping motions grew more vigorous. Chop, chop, chop. Both Yichin and Dedawan diligently worked. Soon, the young and vigorous Dedawan felled the first D-grade camphor tree. 3 minutes later, Yichin's tree also succumbed to the axe. They began cutting the thick trunks into smaller sections for easier transport by the young women, who took on the roles of loaders and transporters. With the cart's assistance, their efficiency soared. The 2 men chopped while the 2 women transported. The 4 worked fervently together. Yichin occasionally glanced at the chat room and system interface. The chat room seemed to be filling up again, with complaints echoing throughout. I'm sore and achy. I haven't found a single tree, and I'm done searching. I'd rather tend to my crops. I'd rather stay in my cave and lament my choices. Now I've found nothing and am exhausted and hungry. My legs feel ready to give out. I finally found one, but after hacking away with this useless knife for ages, I realized I can't carry it back. The survivors were encountering numerous difficulties. Yichin glanced again at the system interface showing the real-time updates on the remaining recovery limit. 2 hours had passed since the system issued the recovery task. Remaining recovery limit, 930 kilograms. In those 2 hours, the system had only recovered 70 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor tree trunks. Yichin regarded the second camphor tree he had felled, estimating it to weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. Dedawan finished with the first tree and was dispatched by Yichin to another area. Yichin, I roughly estimated, we've probably accumulated around 300 kilograms. Yang Ming-er and Di Li, tirelessly transporting the goods, were becoming quite fatigued, even with the handcart. It is worth noting that these were two delicate young stars. Well, if the Dewan and I each chop one more tree, we can wrap it up. There are still 930 kilograms remaining. Shouldn't we collect a bit more? Yang Ming-er glanced at the remaining value announced by the system, seemingly eager to consume the entire leftover 930 kilograms. Greed can lead to downfall. It's wiser to know when to stop. Yuchen replied, relaxed. This is merely the first day. I will have ample opportunities to earn island coins. Boss, come quickly. Come see what I've discovered. Suddenly, De Dewan, chopping trees a short distance away, called out excitedly. Chapter 108. Unexpected gains. Yuchen set down the mountain axe in his hand and hurried over with the two young ladies. De Dewan was pointing at a dark mass atop a tree. Upon closer inspection, Yuchen realized it resembled a mushroom. This unappealing thing surely isn't edible. Yang Ming-er frowned in disgust and turned away. Yuchen casually donned the viewing glasses. The system prompted, B-grade perfect mushroom, edible with an exquisite taste and rich in nutrients. Consuming it can increase the probability of obtaining S-grade rewards by 5 within 24 hours. Yuchen was taken aback. Such an unremarkable-looking item possessed special properties. De Dewan, carefully pluck it down. This is a valuable find. Let's prepare it for Di Li. Without hesitation, Yuchen instructed De Dewan to retrieve it for Di Li. For me? Brother Yi, why would you give it to me? It looks disgusting. Di Li shook her head vigorously at the prospect of consuming the unattractive mushroom Yuchen intended to bring back for her. This is a valuable item. Yuchen chuckled, accepting the mushroom De Dewan had picked and presenting it to Di Li. She recoiled, nearly stumbling backward. Just take a look. The system has confirmed it's a good item. I trust the taste will be delightful. Yuchen removed the viewing glasses and handed them to Di Li. With puffed cheeks and furrowed brows, she reluctantly put them on. Despite the system's assurances, Di Li remained skeptical, her discontent stemming from the mushroom's rather unappealing appearance. De Dewan, swiftly chopped down this tree. Once I finish my tree, we can call it a day. Yuchen stored the mushroom and urged De Dewan to hasten. Boss, we can't stop now. After these 2 trees, we've only cut down 5. It surely won't amount to 1,000 kilograms. De Dewan was more greedy than Yang Ming-er, unwilling to share even a single kilogram. There is no time, besides. We shouldn't overexert ourselves. We have plenty more to accomplish and ample time to earn island coins. Yuchen glanced at the system's real-time update on the remaining recovery value, which had decreased by another 50 kilograms, leaving only 880 kilograms. Clearly, others had felled D-grade rare camphor trees and were busy transporting them. Given the situation, it appeared more than one person was involved in cutting down the camphor trees. Yuchen had no time to waste. He had to seize the moment and withdraw. It would be foolish to labor only to find the system had concluded operations before they returned. Thus, the two hastened to swing their axes once more. An hour later, the 4 had cleared the felled trunks and transported them back to the trailer. De Dewan, step on it. We need to return and submit our supplies. Before heading back, Yuchen surveyed the remaining recovery value. Now, it stood at 720 kilograms. With the trunks of 5 trees in tow, the 4 began their journey home. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the camp and immediately set to unloading. It seemed prudent to establish the supply distribution point in the trailer once the 72-hour cooldown elapsed. It would save transportation time. This time, there was no alternative but to unload manually. The system displayed a remaining recovery value of 650 kilograms. The 4 worked diligently to unload the cargo. Ding, you have submitted 10 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor tree trunk. The system awards you 60 island coins. Ding, you have submitted 20 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor tree branches. The system awards you 120 island coins. Ding you. As Yuchen and his companions continued to unload, the system's notifications rang out incessantly. What is happening? How did the recovery value plummet to 500 kilograms in the blink of an eye? Darn it, it's dropped again, now to 450 kilograms. What is going on? It's declining again. Now only 380 remains. Who could be responsible? Observing the rapid decrease in recovery value, the chat room erupted with exclamations. 350 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 250 kilograms, 200 kilograms. In less than 20 minutes, the recovery value had plummeted by 450 kilograms. After 35 minutes, it stabilized at a mere 70 kilograms. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Yuchen and his companions collapsed from exhaustion. At last, they had completed unloading. Boss, I can't go on. I need to lie down for a moment. De Dewan sprawled out on the ground in an exaggerated manner. The 2 ladies, equally fatigued, leaned against each other on the ground. Yet, amidst their exhaustion, the 4 felt a profound sense of contentment. Within 35 minutes, They had collectively unloaded 450 kilograms of D-grade rare camphor tree trunks, earning a staggering 700 island coins. A remarkable achievement, considering the system had allocated only 6,000 island coins in total. Yi Chun and his companions had secured nearly half of that. With just 4 of them against 995 other survivors, their accomplishment was truly astonishing. What is going on? Why isn't the system collecting anymore? I just brought back over 100 pounds of trunks. Darn it, I'm nearly exhausted. And all that labor seems in vain. What kind of broken system is this? Soon, the last 70 kilograms of recovery value was entirely consumed. Those who had hesitated, greedy for more trees, found their efforts wasted. Huff, huff. Ahaha. 700 coins. 700 coins. Boss, we struck it rich. The Dewan, panting heavily, lay on the lawn, still managing to laugh heartily. On the first day, while most only received a meager handful of island coins from the system, Yichin and his group had amassed a total of 655 island coins. They had outperformed others by a staggering margin. Ding. Today's supply recovery plan has been completed. Survivors are advised to return early tomorrow. The system's delayed notification plunged those who had worked tirelessly all day, yielding no rewards, into utter despair. Boss, quickly check what we can buy with all these island coins. After resting for a moment, the Dewan downed 3 large bottles of D-grade rare freshwater, instantly revitalizing him. For the majority of survivors, D-grade rare freshwater remained one of the most coveted resources. Yet in the hands of Yi Chun's group, it was as if it were free. They possessed an entire lake of freshwater and a purifier that could continuously produce D-grade freshwater. As long as they could drink, they would be satisfied. They didn't seem to grasp the value of their riches, treating the island coins as if they were effortlessly obtained. Dealey, having spent enough time with the Dewan to understand his nature, promptly gave him a light reprimand. Hey, I'm just curious, just asking casually. Yichin glanced over the island marketplace. 2 bottles of E-grade ordinary freshwater, 1 island coin, special price, 500 grams of E-grade ordinary bread, 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables, 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins. 1 C-grade extraordinary freshwater fish, 2 kilograms. 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade extraordinary logs, 70 island coins. 1 kilogram of C-grade extraordinary grapes, 70 island coins. These items do not appear to be of necessity. On the contrary, it seems I have amassed quite a collection of goods awaiting sale. There is no rush. Let us hold on, for we might just encounter products that are both practical and affordable at a special price. With wealth in hand, why fear the absence of fine goods? Accumulating island coins is indeed the way to prosperity. Chapter 109. Sold out. Does the island mall sell refrigerators or washing machines? The 2 young ladies completely regarded the island mall as a supermarket. Yichin shrugged. He was equally uncertain about the system's intricacies. For now, his only course of action was to accumulate as many island coins as possible. Once rare resources or urgently needed items appeared, he would be ready to seize the opportunity. Boss, someone in the chat room is calling for you to sell goods again. As expected, the group of individuals who had initially rushed to chop wood, after toiling for half a day, found themselves empty-handed and turned their thoughts back to Yichin. After all, with their meager supply of island coins, relying on upgrading the coin system would take an eternity. Moreover, with the new daily reward system based on leaderboard rankings, the wealth gap had widened even further. To secure a better rank, the simplest and most direct method was to strive for higher sign-in levels, thereby increasing the chances of acquiring premium resources. Big brother to Dewan, is the boss here? Yes. When will my D-grade rare clay be in stock? And my D-grade rare freshwater? My C-grade premium vegetables? Everyone clamored, eager not to miss out on their desired items before Yichin sold them to someone else. Tell them to exchange island coins for goods. Yichin casually remarked. Big brother to Dewan immediately took on the role of a messenger. The boss said, if you want resources, you must exchange them for island coins, otherwise, no deal. Ah, but I only have a few island coins. Yes, big brother to Dewan. Please speak to Bossy about this. Today is only the first day we received island coins, and we have no surplus. Wait until you have some surplus. Unless it's a blueprint or a rare item, I will only exchange for island coins, Yichin stated boldly. Yichin, do you think you might be pushing them too hard? Yes, brother Yi, what if they go by elsewhere? The 2 ladies observed Yichin's demeanor, seemingly worried that business might slip away. By elsewhere? Where do you mean? Other survivors, or the island mall? Yichin, brimming with confidence, understood he was in a position of advantage. If other survivors had surplus goods, they wouldn't be collectively pleading for Yichin to release stock. As for the island mall, there were 2 key points. First, the mall must have corresponding stock available that day. Second, prices would be higher than his own. Today at the Island Mall, 1 kilogram of D-grade rare vegetables, 15 island coins, 1 kilogram of D-grade rare sand, 15 island coins, 1 D-grade rare freshwater fish, 1 kilogram, 15 island coins. The mall had clearly marked prices, with all D-grade items uniformly priced at 15 island coins each. Yichin decided to offer these 3 items at a discount. He would sell for 12 island coins instead of 15. Anyone who had completed first grade should know which number is larger. As for items unavailable in the mall, such as the currently high-demand D-grade rare clay and D-grade rare freshwater, Yichin unapologetically set the price himself. 1 kilogram of D-grade rare clay, 20 island coins, 1 liter of D-grade rare freshwater. 20 island coins. Though not inexpensive, it was reasonable, after all. Very few individuals possessed 20 island coins at that moment. These offerings were primarily for the top survivors ranked in the leaderboard. As for the impoverished, they could seek out the special deals at the Island Mall, where 1 island coin could buy 2 bottles of freshwater, a more suitable option for them. Regarding higher-tier C-grade resources, Yichin glanced at the Island Mall and the leaderboard. 1 C-grade premium freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins, 1 kilogram of C-grade premium logs, 70 island coins, 1 kilogram of C-grade premium grapes. 70 island coins. 70 island coins were an astronomical figure for most survivors at present. Without the recycling system's reward of 7,000 island coins, it was likely that only the top 3 on the leaderboard could afford such items. Yichin, however, remained unfazed. He emulated the mall's pricing. All items sold at 70 in the mall would be offered by him at 60, a fair price without deception. As for items absent from the mall, such as C-grade premium vegetables, he would not hold back. Yichin listed 1 kilogram of C-grade premium vegetables at the price of 100 island coins, stating, "Only this one, sold out." Seeing a plethora of goods listed in the trading post, many survivors' eyes sparkled with hope, yet upon checking their pockets, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. They simply couldn't afford them. Yet, where there were those unable to purchase, there would inevitably be those who could. Remarkably, within 3 minutes, Yichin secured his first significant sale. A survivor named Charcoal Cashew purchased a C-grade premium freshwater fish for 60 island coins. Did that really happen? Both Yang Minger and Di Li exchanged incredulous glances, still in disbelief. Yes, indeed, a transaction for 60 island coins has been completed. Yang Minger rubbed her eyes, still skeptical. Yichin appeared unfazed. This is akin to the release of a new iPhone. Although the price is steep and many hesitate, there are always some willing to splurge. This is the nature of the market. Wherever there is demand, there exists a market. 3 minutes later, a second order was placed for the highest priced item in the trading post. 1 kilogram of C-grade premium vegetables was bought. "Boss, you are incredible. You sold a kilogram of vegetables for 100 island coins." Big Brother Dido once stared at Yichin in astonishment. He was aware that he had already amassed more than 3 portions of C-grade vegetables, amounting to a staggering 360 island coins. "Let us wait 5 minutes for another batch," Yichin remarked nonchalantly. Dealey smiled wryly at Yichin, who had previously insisted that it was a one-time sale, only to now prepare for a second. This Brother Yi truly was a shrewd businessman. "Yichin, are we going to rely on selling goods for island coins from now on, rather than collecting random resources?" Yang Minger remarked, somewhat amused. Yichin shrugged and replied lightly, "That is certainly an option. The more island coins, the better. As for other resources, if they can be gathered, then they shall be." Balancing profit and advancement was Yichin's guiding principle.